in the realm of chaos, where the boundaries of existence intertwine. Chu Ye found himself inexplicably transported to a fantastical world, commencing his journey as a mere puppet. Emperor of the Celestial Martial Empire. Beep. The Supreme Empire system has been activated. He was bestowed with the ability to summon 3,000 Black Dragon Guardians and 100,000 Dragon Martial troops, his strength equating to that of the entire empire. Combined, instantly he attained the pinnacle of the Venerable Realm, bolstered by a staggering 80 trillion units of power. Regional lords vying for dominance, shadowy sects pulling the strings behind the scenes, neighboring nations watching with predatory intent, all would be crushed and obliterated as he mercilessly eliminated every traitor and insurgent. Though there may be a path for those who defy the heavens, those who dare to defy me, the Celestial Martial Emperor, shall meet only death. Chapter 1. The Supreme Empire System, Sovereign of the Heavens. In the chaotic continent that in the Eastern Domain, at the heart of the Celestial Martial Empire, within a grand palace, resplendent and gilded in gold, Chu Ye gradually awakened from the suffocating darkness, his head pounding with excruciating pain, his thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool. The Emperor has awoken. The Emperor has awoken. Amidst the haze of his consciousness, he heard fervent cries of excitement. Emperor, as his awareness began to coalesce, Chu Ye struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with the dazzling splendor of the palace, opulent yet elegant. Where am I? In an instant, his mind felt as though it had been struck by a weighty force, the pain overwhelming. Then, an influx of fragmented memories surged into his mind, rendering his complexion increasingly pallid. The chaotic continent. Here, the words of a strong could dictate the fate of myriad beings, with a mere gesture capable of laying waste to mountains and rivers. This world, vast beyond imagination, dwarfs the blue star he once knew by countless magnitudes, teeming with myriad races and nations vying for supremacy. And in this moment, he found himself in a realm known as the Celestial Martial Empire, which claimed dominion over 9 provinces in the Eastern Domain, presiding over billions of lives, wielding supreme authority and unparalleled might. He had, astonishingly, become the current emperor of the Celestial Martial Empire. As he rapidly assimilated these memories, Chu Ye pressed his palm against his forehead, mustering the strength to rise. Your Majesty, you. The surrounding eunuchs and maidservants, witnessing his struggle, rushed forward with concern, eager to assist him. I am fine, you may all leave. He dismissed them with a wave, though the throbbing pain in his head persisted. Once he was alone, Chu Ye closed his eyes and took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions before reopening them. Like a tea this moment, he comprehended all there was to know about his former self. The sovereign of the Celestial Martial Empire, Chu Ye, a man sharing his name, who appeared formidable, yet was in truth a powerless puppet emperor, enduring constant humiliation. The Eastern Domain was divided into a staggering 9,700 prefectures. The Celestial Martial Empire alone occupied 9 provinces, its territory extending over millions of miles, making it a mid-tier power in the Eastern Domain with a legacy spanning over 10,000 years. Moreover, the cultivation realms included body refinement, spirit nurturing, ocean transformation, divine mansion, law manifestation, celestial being, monarch, venerable, supreme, holy realm, imperial realm, and the legendary immortal realm. These tiers represented the fundamental classifications of the cultivation system in the chaotic continent. With each step forward, a qualitative transformation occurred, granting exponentially greater strength. Within the 9 provinces of the Celestial Martial Empire, there existed 72 commanderies, each presided over by powerful commandery lords who governed alongside the emperor. Each commandery lord possessed cultivation at the monarch level, capable of traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye and extinguishing life over 100 miles with a single strike. As for the 9 censors overseeing the lords, their strength surpassed that of the monarchs. Merely a hair's breadth from the venerable realm, any one of them could effortlessly obliterate hundreds of large cities or even a small nation. Thus, the Celestial Martial Empire's rule in the Eastern Domain was remarkably stable, with few daring to challenge its authority. Yet now, since a decade ago, when the previous Celestial Emperor encountered a forbidden object, his body became shrouded in dark hair, as if cursed. One by one, members of the imperial family succumbed, their bodies withering and covered in black fur, until now. Only the former third prince, Chu Ye, remained. With the support of various commandery lords, he ascended to the throne, yet each bore hidden agendas. Countless spies positioned beside him. They monitored and manipulated the last bloodline of the imperial family, viewing him as a mere laughable puppet. Bang! Visions of disdain, ridicule, and even covert insults towards his former self flooded his mind, as if he were reliving the moment, causing his expression to darken. Had it not been for the necessity of the Chu bloodline to retain the throne, those commandery lords would have undoubtedly conspired to eliminate him and seize power. The imperial family was on the brink of annihilation. The vast imperial authority dimmed like a sun eclipsed, utterly incapable of instilling fear in the lords. If this continued, the celestial martial empire would surely fracture. What should I do? How can I restore imperial authority? A wave of inexplicable anxiety surged within him. Chu Ye's brow furrowed. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had been the architect of a colossal conglomerate worth billions, a master of the business realm. Yet when it came to navigating the chaotic continent and the current situation of a usurped imperial authority, he found himself utterly ignorant. Beep. Host soul integration complete. The Supreme Empire system is now activated. Just as Chu Ye was engulfed in contemplation, an ethereal voice resonated in his mind. A system. Chu Ye's gaze regained its composure, having come from Blue Star. He was no stranger to this term, often encountered in novels. It was said to be an indispensable golden finger for many who traversed worlds, a tool to aid the host in swiftly establishing a foothold in an alternate realm and enhancing strength. Beep. The system presents a basic gift pack. Will the host open it immediately? The ethereal voice interrupted Chu Ye's musings once more. Open it, he commanded silently. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the unique attribute Sovereign of the Heavens. As long as you remain within the borders of your nation, your strength will be equivalent to the total power of all subjects in the empire, with your strength increasing based on their recognition of you, Sovereign of the Heavens, to possess the collective strength of all subjects in the empire. Chu Ye felt a tremor of disbelief within. It was known that the subjects of the celestial martial empire numbered in the trillions. Even a mere fragment of power drawn from this vast populace would coalesce into an unimaginably mighty torrent. Beep. Current recognition of the host by subjects is below 1. Thus, the total strength ratio has significantly declined. Following the effects of Sovereign of the Heavens, the host's cultivation has risen to venerable 9 heavens, and physical strength has surged to 89 trillion pounds. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through Chu Ye's limbs, akin to a raging ocean. His cultivation skyrocketed from the feeble spirit, nurturing 9th level to transcend the monarch realm, even eclipsing the might of the celestial martial empire's strongest. Venerables, moreover, the 89 trillion pounds of power surged within him, an existence far more terrifying than his predecessors. Chu Ye felt that he could obliterate the entire imperial capital with a single punch, turning vast territories into mere ashes. Your Majesty, what has transpired? Sensing the commotion within the hall, a voice of detached inquiry resonated from outside the door. Without regard for Chu Ye's intentions, the door was pushed open, and a figure strode into the chamber. It was a man of stern visage. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a cold and resolute countenance, towering stature, and clad entirely in jet-black armor, exuding an aura of fierce malevolence. The visitor was known as Lu Shanjian. In the open, he served as the captain of Chu Ye's Imperial Guard, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the Celestial Realm, notorious as the Black Blade Butcher. Yet in the shadows, Chu Ye was acutely aware. This individual was merely a pawn planted by King Weiyang to keep a watchful eye on him, ostensibly there to ensure his safety. His true mission, however, was to monitor Chu Ye's every move. Chapter 2. Summoning the Dragon Martial Legion. Arrival of 2 Pinnacle Emperors. Upon entering the imperial palace of Chu Ye, Lu Shanjian displayed no semblance of reverence. He casually clasped his hands and surveyed his surroundings before addressing the emperor reclining upon the dragon bed with irreverence. Haha, look at those frantic eunuchs outside, your majesty. I almost thought you had passed away. His words dripped with unabashed mockery and disdain, devoid of any pretense of politeness. Sent by King Wuyang, Liu Shanzhan initially harbored a modicum of trepidation towards this puppet emperor. Yet, as time wore on, his audacity grew increasingly brazen, drawing upon the memories of his past life. Liu Shanzhan often took him to secluded areas to unleash his pent-up fury through physical assaults. As the sovereign of the heavenly martial empire, he was reduced to a mere plaything for a lowly guard. Upon encountering Liu Shanzhan, Chu Ye's eyes flickered with a glint of cold menace. "Did I permit you to enter?" Chu Ye's voice was chilling and deep, exuding an aura of authority that sent a shiver down Liu Shanzhan's spine. However, he quickly regained his composure, inwardly scoffing at this useless emperor who dared to put on airs before him. "Your Majesty, it seems you are in dire need of some training. Perhaps I could accompany you for a session tomorrow?" Liu Shanzhan sneered, dismissing Chu Ye entirely, and turned to leave. Yet, in the next instant, boom. An indescribable force of oppression enveloped him, forcing him to his knees with a jarring impact that reverberated through his bones. It felt as if he were being crushed beneath a mountain, his internal organs threatening to rupture under the sheer weight of the pressure. In the face of Chu Ye's peak authority, Liu Shanzhan, despite his cultivation at the heavenly man realm, was no more than an ant. "Why, Your Majesty?" At that moment, Liu Shanzhan found himself incapable of even turning back. His lips were stained crimson with blood, and his throat could only emit muffled cries. Meanwhile, Chu Ye remained upon the dragon bed, his expression betraying no emotion. "Did I allow you to leave?" With a chilling proclamation, Liu Shanzhan was mercilessly crushed to a pulp, staining the grand palace in a gruesome hue of red. Chu Ye waved his hand, swiftly dispersing the remnants of blood from the floor, sealing the palace doors tightly to shut out prying eyes and senses from the outside world. Within his mind, a series of ethereal panels materialized. Host, Chu Ye. Cultivation, 9th layer of the sovereign, master of heaven. Physical strength, 89 trillion pounds. Nation, heavenly martial empire, encompassing 9 provinces, with a population exceeding 1 billion. Citizen approval rating, 1. The higher the approval, the greater the enhancement of the master of heaven trait. Sign-in attempts, daily sign-in once, monthly sign-in once, special sign-in 0. Legion summoning, no current opportunities, can be acquired through system-issued tasks and sign-ins. To think one could still sign in. Observing the sign-in attempts and legion summoning, Chu Ye raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Ding. Detected that the host is within the heavenly martial imperial capital, special sign-in available. Sign in. Without hesitation, Chu Ye issued his command. In an instant, 2 lines of text materialized in the void before him. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 opportunity for legion summoning. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the innate divine weapon, the heavenly authority sword, which can grow alongside the host's empire." Buzz. A longsword, radiating a delicate golden hue and adorned with carvings of the sun, moon, and stars, along with mountains and vegetation, appeared out of thin air. It emanated a formidable and terrifying imperial might, as if it could cleave the very heavens and obliterate all existence. The heavenly authority sword, an innate divine artifact. Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. This was an existence surpassing the level of imperial weapons, and he had acquired it so effortlessly. He could sense that with this sword in his possession, as long as the heavenly martial empire stood, it would not perish. Moreover, all those loyal to the empire could be resurrected in the imperial capital after death, regaining their peak strength. Ha ha ha, splendid. Absolutely splendid. Chu Ye's heart surged with exhilaration. With such power and the acquisition of the heavenly authority sword, reclaiming control over the entire heavenly martial empire would be far easier than he had ever imagined. Engaging in monthly sign-ins, daily sign-ins, and legion summoning. Ding. Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 3,000 Black Dragon Guards. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the 9th layer sovereign, Leaf Fan. The summoned warriors do not appear out of thin air. They will arrive at the host's side with utmost speed. Ding. Legion summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 Dragon Martial Legion. Subsequently, Chu Ye utilized all 3 of his remaining sign-in and summoning opportunities, yielding results that greatly satisfied him, particularly the Dragon Martial Legion. 100,000 soldiers, each imbued with the power of the dragon. On the battlefield, they could summon dragon shadows, devouring countless foes, making even sovereigns struggle to contend with them. Whoosh. Your Majesty, the captain of the Black Dragon Guard, Su Yin, awaits your command. In merely a few breaths, a shadow materialized from the void, respectfully bowing and addressing Chu Ye, clad in a black robe etched with dark dragon motifs. Only his sharply defined visage remained visible. His eyes gleamed with a predatory brilliance, reminiscent of a wolf or tiger. The captain of the Black Dragon Guard had reached the 9th layer sovereign. "Your Majesty, there is a powerful individual outside seeking an audience with you." Before Chu Ye could respond, a eunuch hurriedly reported from outside the palace, prompting a smile from Chu Ye. "Let him enter." Soon, the palace doors swung open once more, revealing Li Fan, donned in white robes and armed with a long sword, stepping gracefully into the hall. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Li Fan knelt on one knee, cupping his fists in reverence. Once a solitary cultivator, for reasons unknown, he felt a sudden and resolute desire to become the left-hand man of the heavenly martial emperor. Good. Seeing these two pinnacle sovereigns submit to him, Chu Ye felt a wave of satisfaction swell within him. "From this moment forth, you two shall guard my side, one in the light and one in the shadows. As you command." Upon hearing this, Su Yin and Li Fan promptly responded in unison. Then, with a mere thought from Chu Ye, their attribute panels manifested in his mind. Name: Li Fan. Identity: secluded cultivator of the heavenly martial empire. Cultivation: 9th layer sovereign. Technique: Starfall sword technique, heavenly grade, lower tier. Loyalty: 100. Those summoned by the system are absolutely loyal. Name: Su Yin. Identity: captain of the Black Dragon Guard. Cultivation: 9th layer sovereign. Technique: shadow kill technique, heavenly grade. Middle tier. Loyalty: 100. Those summoned by the system are absolutely loyal. Upon observing the martial arts section of the two, Chu Ye could not help but feel perplexed, for such a category did not even exist within his attribute panel. Ding. The host is equally capable of cultivating martial arts, but since binding with this system, the host's true life martial art is the dominion of the heavenly martial empire that you rule. As the empire grows ever stronger and more expansive, so too does the host's power amplify. The system's voice resonated, providing clarity to Chu Ye's confusion. He was an emperor, commanding the entirety of the heavenly martial empire. And in the future, he aspired to wield absolute control over all things in heaven and earth. Everything would belong to him. The empire under his command was, without a doubt, the source of his most formidable martial prowess. Chapter 3. Task issued. Slay Wu Yuan. Ding. A task has been issued. Task name: reclaim the heavenly martial empire. Objective: command the land of the 9 provinces, compel the 72 counties to once again submit to imperial authority, and enhance the subjects' recognition of the host. Task reward: special sign-in once, summon legion 3 times. Reclaiming the heavenly martial empire? Upon hearing the system's task, Chu Ye could not suppress a cold smirk. Since he had traversed to this realm and assumed the role of emperor of the heavenly martial empire, this vast domain could only belong to him alone. Even if the system had not issued a task, his next move would undoubtedly involve eliminating all traitors and villains, thereby reclaiming the lost imperial authority. A puppet emperor? It was high time for those audacious individuals to pay the price. Li Fan, accompany me to court, Chu Ye commanded, departing the palace and making his way directly to the grandest edifice within the imperial palace, the Tianlin Hall, where court sessions were convened. Tianlin Hall. Majestic and expansive, it exuded an awe-inspiring presence. Numerous ministers were seated within, some engaged in spirited discussions, while others were lost in contemplative silence. Even though the imperial throne remained vacant at the highest point, it scarcely drew anyone's attention, with murmurs of mockery regarding the current emperor's crude demeanor echoing throughout. Boom. The heavy, imposing doors of the hall swung open, pushed by Li Fan. Clad in a black and gold imperial robe, Chu Ye strode into the hall. With each measured step forward, an overwhelming imperial might seem to descend upon the assembly, causing every heart to race. Why did the heavenly martial emperor feel so drastically different today? An elderly man furrowed his brow, gazing at the figure seated on the throne, only to find him unchanged, still appearing as unremarkable as ever. Yet, that inexplicable sense of authority was undeniably present. What is this? Today, upon my arrival to court, why do you not bow? Chu Ye, seated upon the throne, surveyed the room from his elevated position and inquired with a tone of indifference. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Long live the Emperor. The ministers hastily responded, offering perfunctory gestures of respect. Outrageous. To Li Fan, their actions were nothing short of disdainful towards their sovereign. In an instant, a voice akin to thunder reverberated throughout the hall, stirring the blood of all present. Li Fan, a peak martial sovereign, could have effortlessly slain all the ministers with a mere shout, drenching Tianlin Hall in their blood, had he not been mindful of his identity. Gulp. Under that roar, silence enveloped the hall. Even the usually brazen officials swallowed hard in trepidation. Such terrifying pressure. How could such a formidable presence suddenly appear beside the puppet emperor? Kneel. Chu Ye's voice sliced through the air, cold and devoid of warmth. What? The ministers were initially taken aback, their faces quickly contorting into expressions of anger. The assembly. comprised of members from the four great families of the imperial capital and the subordinates of various regional kings, had gathered to discuss matters of collaboration with the provinces. Yet today, this puppet emperor dared to believe he wielded real power and commanded them to kneel? It was utterly preposterous. Your Majesty, you are aware of your current position. Please do not force us into an awkward situation. An elder clad in silver-gray robes rose, a playful smile playing upon his lips. His words, though seemingly courteous, dripped with veiled threats. It was Wu Yuan, the left prime minister. Rumor had it that this old man had become a close confidant of the king of Wuyang, secretly undermining the three great provinces. As the silver-robed elder stood, hushed whispers filled the air among the ministers. The mention of the provinces piqued Chu Ye's attention, for he was keenly aware of the implications. The heavenly martial empire's structure differed from certain ancient systems on Blue Star. Within the 9 provinces under the empire's jurisdiction, apart from the imperial capital, the 72 counties were governed by regional kings, who paid tribute and taxes to the capital annually. Moreover, the capital dispatched numerous inspectors to oversee the counties. The chief of these inspectors held a rank even higher than that of a regional king, possessing the authority to monitor every county beneath them. Hundreds of major cities constituted a single county, and the 72 counties collectively formed the vast territory of the heavenly martial empire. The regional kings merely acted as representatives of the heavenly martial emperor, and they were by no means entitled to usurp power or transform their counties into sovereign states. Such actions could be perceived as rebellion against the empire, warranting the annihilation of all their kin. Wu Yuan, pray tell, what is the nature of this so-called county state? Chu Ye's voice was chilling, like the biting winds of winter sweeping through the hall. The once arrogant silver-robed elder trembled, as if plunged into an abyss. He recalled the various rumors surrounding this heavenly martial emperor. It was said that in his youth, he was extraordinarily gifted, achieving breakthroughs at an astonishing pace. However, after his clan was cursed, he was left as the sole survivor. Subsequently, he was supported by various kings to ascend the throne, yet they secretly conspired to poison him, stalling his cultivation at the spirit-nurturing stage, preventing any further advancement. Now, this puppet emperor had reigned for a decade. Had he not been restricted in his cultivation, he would have surely ascended to the celestial realm long ago. But what of a mere celestial? Even if he had concealed his strength for a decade, before the king of Wuyang, he remained but an insignificant insect. With this thought, Wu Yuan felt no hesitation as he lifted his head, gazing at the figure upon the throne. Ha! Your Majesty, though you possess the highest authority, you are but a prisoner at this moment. What does it matter if you are aware of everything? You might as well insult the emperor and die. However, in an instant, before Wu Yuan could finish his words, Li Fan, in a fit of rage, drew his sword, a terrifying killing intent enveloping the entire hall. Swish! A brilliant sword light erupted. Wu Yuan's pupils constricted as he instinctively attempted to evade. Although he was no weakling, being a second-layer celestial, before the peak martial sovereign Li Fan, he appeared woefully inadequate. Uft! In the next moment, Wu Yuan didn't even have time to scream as his head was severed from his body. Blood sprayed forth. The left prime minister of the heavenly martial empire, known for his insidious schemes, was instantaneously slain, his head claimed by a single stroke. In an instant, a collective gasp echoed throughout the grand hall, as an icy chill enveloped everyone present. Those officials who had previously regarded Chu Ye with disdain were now left pale and trembling, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies. With a single stroke of his sword, the formidable Wu Yuan of the celestial realm was slain. The terrifying prowess of this white-clad sentinel far surpassed their expectations. Chapter 4. The Bloodbath at the Celestial Hall, the impending storm over the imperial capital. Your Majesty, my anger compelled me to take such an extraordinary action. Should your Majesty hold me accountable, I am prepared to offer my life in atonement. After executing Wu Yuan, Li Fan bowed respectfully beneath the imperial throne, his voice low and somber. As he spoke, he was on the verge of raising his sword to take his own life. No need for such measures. Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively. It was merely the slaughter of a beast, hardly worth lamenting. Indeed, Li Fan nodded, resuming his position beside Chu Ye. Meanwhile, the other ministers wore expressions of horror, their anxiety palpable. Now, is there anyone who can elucidate the meaning of the so-called princely states? Chu Ye's voice, deep and resonant, shattered the silence in the hall. Your Majesty, please discern. I assure you I harbor no treasonous intentions. We are all loyal ministers to your Majesty. How could we dare to act recklessly? In a moment of chaos, a middle-aged man rose to explain the current predicament of the Tianwu Dynasty. It became apparent that during the 10 years of his puppet reign, although the Tianwu Dynasty appeared to endure, it had already fragmented into chaos. Leading this disarray was the Wuyang king, who had allied with 7 other princes to establish the Wuyang state, seizing control of 8 prefectures, effectively undermining the imperial authority. Moreover, numerous other independent realms, such as the Fuxing state and the Xinwei state, had emerged, each with ambitions to carve out territories and seize power for themselves. Haha. Chu Ye couldn't suppress a cold chuckle as a chilling glint appeared in his eyes. It seems my realm is quite lively indeed. What do you think, my loyal ministers? He scanned the hall, awaiting their responses. We dare not speak presumptuously. We seek your Majesty's forgiveness. We are your Majesty's loyal subjects, tasked with assisting in the governance of the empire. The Wuyang king and his ilk are wolves in sheep's clothing. They must be eradicated, lest they endanger the Tianwu Dynasty. In this moment, the once cynical ministers now fervently praised Chu Ye, their earlier mockery seemingly forgotten. Ha. Chu Ye laughed lightly, descending from the throne and making his way toward the exit. Just as he was about to step out of the hall, he nonchalantly issued a decree. Li Fan. Execute them all. I have no need for a host of useless wretches. His tone was calm, as though he were merely stating the most ordinary of matters. As you command. Before the ministers could react, Li Fan bowed and accepted the order. In the blink of an eye, the once resplendent hall of the Tianwu Dynasty was drenched in a torrent of crimson. 3 days later, in the estate of the Fong family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, the current head, Fong Shiran, shattered a porcelain cup in a fit of rage, his face contorted with fury. Damn it, does that puppet emperor truly believe he wields power? How dare he execute 100 ministers of the Celestial Hall and purge our agents within? What does he intend to do? Fong Shiran roared, with the entire power center of the Tianwu Dynasty at stake. Having witnessed the imperial family's decline over the past decade, the Fong family had monopolized the last vestiges of imperial authority, standing shoulder to shoulder with the lords of various states. The wealth they extracted annually was an astronomical figure. Yet now, following Chu Ye's bloodbath within the palace, not only had the Fong family's agents been targeted, but even those from the other 3 great families, as well as the Wuyang king's confidants, had suffered a similar fate. Before the peak sovereigns Su Yin and Li Fan, along with the formidable 3,000 Black Dragon Guards, any scheme seemed utterly ludicrous and naive. The massacre was both simple and brutal. Now, within the imperial palace, apart from those lowly servants who merely followed orders, all ministers, high officials, and noble heirs had been slaughtered with abandon. Furthermore, Chu Ye had issued a final decree to the 4 great families, demanding that their heads present themselves at the Celestial Hall before sunset to declare their allegiance. Just the thought of this sent Fong Shiran into a frenzy, his eyes ablaze with rage. There is no need for such anger, my lord. That puppet emperor is merely bluffing, an elderly man clad in white, exuding an air of celestial grace, interjected. His murky gaze sparkled with a sharp glint, sending chills down one's spine. It was none other than Yun Shan, the head of the Yun family, another of the 4 great families, a true sovereign-level powerhouse who had once vanquished a regional king, annexing his territory into the Yun family's dominion. Surely our emperor has merely fortuitously gained assistance from a powerful sovereign, emboldening him to act with such arrogance and ruthlessness against the court officials. This is the mark of a tyrant. Yun Shan continued, a smirk playing on his lips as he relished the absurdity of the situation. 10 years have passed, and the fortunes of the Tianwu Dynasty have dwindled to a mere shadow of their former glory. The dragon vein that once protected the imperial family has surely withered by now. Fong family head, tell me, why should we not slay this tyrant and rightfully establish a new dynasty atop the ruins of the imperial capital? Yun Shan's smile exuded a dangerous allure. His ambitions were vast, seeking to usurp the throne and declare the end of the Tianwu Dynasty. Fong Shiran's breath quickened. His fists clenched tightly as he contemplated the implications of Yun Shan's words. What he proposed echoed the desires nestled within Fong Shiran's own heart. The Tianwu Dynasty was indeed a mere fade at this point. If the 4 great families unified to eliminate Chu Ye and seize the last vestiges of the dragon vein's power, they could contend with the regional kings and vie for dominion over the various states. Could they aspire to become the new emperor? A deep-seated greed flickered in Fong Shiran's eyes. Master Yun, could it be that the Yi and Shao families have consented to your proposal? However, Fong Shiran quickly suppressed the agitation within his heart and inquired. As the head of the Fong family, every action he took bore the potential for irrevocable consequences. Thus, despite the tempest of emotions raging within, he remained ever so cautious. Yun Shan nodded slightly, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. Indeed, this time, the puppet emperor must perish. When the dragon vein emerges, whoever obtains it shall ascend to the pinnacle of power, commanding the allegiance of the other 3 families. As his words fell, the grand hall was engulfed in a profound silence, save for the thunderous beating of Fong Shiran's heart, a testament to his tumultuous emotions. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply, the fervor and excitement in his gaze undiminished. Excellent. Whoever seizes the dragon vein shall become the new sovereign of the empire. With the 4 great sovereigns gathered, it seems the head of that wretched emperor is as good as lost. Ha! Feng Shiran laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. He had long dreamt of becoming the ruler of the Tianwu Empire. Chapter 5. The arrival of the 4 family heads, projecting into the 9 provinces. At this moment, within the imperial palace, in Emperor Chu Ye's study, Su Yin emerged from the shadows, kneeling respectfully. Your Majesty, as you predicted, the 4 great families have indeed joined forces, seizing this opportunity to conspire against you. His tone was laced with fury. Had it not been for the emperor's prohibition on his intervention, the 4 families would have already been reduced to a sea of corpses. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Chu Ye coldly snorted. I have already granted them their final opportunity. Since they refuse to cherish it, they shall not blame me for my ruthlessness. Rising slowly, he placed a spirit jade stone slab upon the table. This is the spirit celestial screen, capable of projecting everything that transpires in the Tianlin Hall to the imperial capital and the entire Tianwu Empire. I not only intend to eliminate them, but also to deter those feudal lords who establish their own realms. I shall inform all subjects of the Tianwu Empire that their emperor, the one true sovereign of the 9 provinces, has returned. With the resounding proclamation, an overwhelming imperial might surge through the palace, shaking the heavens. Long live the emperor! Su Yin's eyes gleamed with fervor as he knelt, feeling his very soul tremble under the imperial grandeur, unable to suppress his worship. Let us depart, the sun sets soon. I shall personally crush those 4 treacherous scoundrels. Chu Ye's icy, indifferent voice echoed throughout the palace as he stepped beyond the hall. In the Tianlin Hall, the 4 family heads lounged casually, exchanging smiles. They had convened solely to assassinate the emperor and seize the dragon vein. Even if the puppet emperor fortuitously gained the protection of a powerful sovereign, he stood no chance against the 4 family heads. In their eyes, Chu Ye was merely a moving corpse. Oh, what are the 4 family heads discussing? Might I lend an ear? Shortly thereafter, a voice laced with amusement resonated as Chu Ye entered the Tianlin Hall, accompanied by Su Yin and Li Fan, taking his seat upon the highest imperial throne. A faint smile graced his lips as he regarded the 4 family heads below. Yet, the 4 heads did not immediately focus their attention on Chu Ye. Instead, they turned their gazes toward the 2 figures standing behind him. Particularly upon recognizing Su Yin, their pupils constricted, revealing expressions of wariness and caution. This individual emanated an aura of extreme danger. It was likely that he was a high-ranking sovereign, even more formidable than the royal guard Li Fan. Disregarding me? Chu Ye noted their dismissive demeanor, his brow arching in irritation as a chill swept across his countenance. He had not anticipated that the 4 family heads would regard him with such contempt, treating him as if he were invisible, their eyes betraying their disdain. Meanwhile, within the Tianwu imperial capital and across the 72 domains, with the activation of the spirit celestial screen, a colossal illusory, light curtain slowly materialized from the void, projecting the events occurring in the Tianlin Hall for all to witness. At this moment, whether in the Tianwu imperial capital or the various domains, countless subjects of the empire gazed skyward, their eyes wide with astonishment at the spectacle before them. Is this the Tianlin Hall? Clad in a black gold imperial robe, seated upon the throne, could that be our current sovereign? Merely a puppet emperor. Now, it is His Majesty the King of Wuyang who embodies the true legitimacy of the 9 provinces. Chu Ye is but a feckless wretch. The crowd buzzed with conversation. The vast majority had never seen Chu Ye's visage, having believed the Tianwu Emperor to be long deceased. A select few, privy to the truth, could not help but chuckle and shake their heads at the dismal reputation of this fallen emperor. Fangzhen, look, is that not your father? Inside a lavish tavern, several elegantly dressed young men and women suddenly pointed at the light curtain, one exclaiming in shock. Indeed, it is my father. The 4 family heads had gathered in the Tianlin Hall. What exactly was transpiring in the imperial capital? A young man clad in a pale white robe, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, also gazed at the light curtain. Upon witnessing Feng Shiran's grave expression, he could not help but furrow his brow. As a powerful sovereign, my father possesses extraordinary abilities, rivaling those of the rulers of the 72 domains. Why then does he appear so cautious before that puppet emperor? Fangzhen pondered, perplexed. Currently, he found himself in the Beifeng domain, far from the imperial capital, utterly unaware of the true state of affairs. I know what you are thinking. As the images within the light curtain shifted, Chu Ye slowly rose from the throne, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze was chillingly fierce as he looked down upon the 4 family heads. You wish to assassinate me, to usurp my empire. Then I shall grant you an opportunity. His words reverberated like thunder, echoing in all directions. In an instant, the sky darkened. An overwhelming pressure emanating from the illusory light curtain, causing the countless onlookers to feel a tremor of fear. It was as if an omnipotent deity had descended, intent on suppressing all beneath its might. Is that the lad Chu Ye? Within the royal palace of Wuyong, the king, clad in a crimson gold dragon robe, suddenly opened his eyes, fixating on the spectacle above. Your Majesty, indeed it is that Chu Ye. I perceive a formidable aura. He must have obtained some unparalleled opportunity. Beneath the throne, a gray-robed elder's gaze was sharp as he spoke. If His Majesty has indeed reached this level in such a short time, the future of the Wuyong Empire shall far exceed the mere confines of the 9 provinces. Ha! The king of Wuyong laughed heartily, finding the situation amusing as he gazed at the light curtain once more. With the 4 family heads united, the odds of survival for that lad appeared exceedingly slim. The 4 great families of the imperial capital were among the most formidable forces in the Tianwu Empire. The heads of these families are all of a high-ranking imperial lord level, significantly stronger than the average princely royal, especially the head of the Yun family. 5 years ago, his cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the imperial lord realm, which made him quite a formidable opponent even for himself. Now, with the 4 family heads joining forces, even if Chu Ye were to have the greatest fortune, survival would be utterly impossible. Upon this realization, King Wuyong shook his head, raised his wine cup, and took a sip of the strong liquor. It seems that from this day forth, the eastern region shall no longer speak of the heavenly martial empire. Opportunity? The 4 family heads of the Tianlin Palace were momentarily taken aback by his words, only to burst into derisive laughter. Chu Ye, do you truly wish to engage in battle with us for imperial lords? You, a mere figure riding on the coattails of 2 imperial lord bodyguards, actually believe you can overturn the tides? What a delusional fantasy. They mocked in unison. Do you think you are still the omnipotent heavenly martial emperor of your? The ridicule from the 4 family heads rendered Su Yin and Li Fan's expressions increasingly grim, their right hands gripping the hilts of their swords tightly. Were it not for the decree of His Majesty today forbidding them from taking action, the insolent words of these 4 would have been sufficient to summon the 3,000 black dragon guards to annihilate their entire families without mercy. However, upon hearing their taunts, Chu Ye merely smiled indifferently, seemingly unperturbed. To kill you, a mere palm strike will suffice. Chapter 6. The Emergence of the 9 Dragons, a Half-Step Saint. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, an overwhelming surge of power erupted, filling the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the sky lost its color, and the winds howled as though the apocalypse had arrived. Crack! The entire Tianlin Palace trembled under the terrifying imperial might, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Positioned at the heart of the empire, drawing upon the strength of countless subjects, Chu Ye's cultivation had ascended beyond the realm of an imperial lord, possessing the ability to command the forces of heaven and earth to crush myriad foes. A revered one. Even King Wuyong could not hope to withstand such an existence. Capable of instantly turning the tides of the heavenly martial empire's fate, a terrifying power that could reverse the very fabric of reality. The pupils of the 4 family heads constricted, their eyes filled with profound horror. This kind of pressure? It far surpassed that of an imperial lord. Even the Wuyong king, hailed as invincible beneath the revered ones, could never hope to exude such might. What kind of opportunity had Chu Ye obtained? A cold sweat dripped from Feng Shiran's forehead, an ominous premonition gnawing at him, as though his actions today would doom the Feng family's millennia-long legacy. Master Yun, what is happening? The head of the Xiao family, trembling under the overwhelming pressure, could not help but turn to inquire. In their minds, Chu Ye, the puppet emperor, was merely a constrained waste, ripe for slaughter. How could he suddenly wield such overwhelming ferocity? Yun Shan's expression darkened like a stormy sea. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. Esteemed family heads, it has come to this. We must fight with all our lives, or we shall be utterly obliterated. Furthermore, I refuse to believe that this boy's cultivation has advanced so rapidly. He must have relied on some secret method, or even the power of the dragon vein to manifest such might. In his hand, Yun Shan held a small azure cauldron, which was the sacred artifact of the Yun family, a treasure of the heavenly rank known as the Xianyuan Ding. The Xianyuan power contained within, even a mere wisp, could weigh millions of pounds, capable of offense and defense, a symbol of great divine might. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, he uttered a single word. Yun Shan's spiritual power surged, blazing like a roaring flame, as he stepped forth, ascending to the platform. Boom. In an instant, the imperial capital shook. The small cauldron in his hand rapidly expanded until it transformed into a towering giant, like a divine mountain soaring into the sky. Suppress. Yun Shan bellowed. In an instant, thousands of strands of azure Xianyuan power erupted, reducing the entire Tianlin palace to rubble, mere ruins. Yet, the overwhelming force did not diminish. As it bore down fiercely upon Chu Ye, the emperor is in grave danger. Sighing, the citizens who still held a modicum of respect for Chu Ye lowered their heads in lamentation, mourning his plight, though various factions had declared themselves sovereign, severing ties with the heavenly martial empire. As long as the heavenly emperor and the dragon vein endured, they could never claim to be the rightful rulers of this land. But now, if the last heavenly emperor were to fall and the dragon vein were to collapse, the heavenly martial empire would truly be a shattered remnant. A nation in ruins. The Xianyuanding? I never expected that old Yunshan would take such precautions. Witnessing this scene, King Wuyong furrowed his brow, knowing that once the empire crumbled, the Yun family would become one of his greatest foes. The Xianyuanding, a heavenly ranked treasure, could both attack and defend. Possessing immense power, rumored to have the potential to slay a revered one if fully unleashed. Currently, even propelled by Yunshan's 8th-level Imperial Lord cultivation, it could unleash a strike comparable to that of an extreme-level Imperial Lord, a terrifying force indeed. Even he, King Wuyong, would not dare to confront it head-on. How laughable! Yet, under such tremendous power, Chu Ye remained standing, hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, not even casting a glance at the descending Xianyuanding. He spoke casually, his voice as cold as the abyss. I, the heavenly martial emperor Chu Ye, hereby decree your punishment, the annihilation of your 9 clans. Boom. As the words fell, the heavens erupted with thunderous roars. The sky seemed to reverberate with a true dragon's roar, as a golden river cascaded down from the void, piercing through the entire imperial capital, illuminating the 9 provinces. Crack, merely grazing the golden light for an instant. The heavenly rank Xianyuanding shattered into countless fragments of azure stone. The 4 family heads were sent flying like cannonballs, crashing deep into the imperial palace, collapsing several structures. Bang, bang, bang. Dust and debris filled the air as the 4 struggled to rise, blood seeping from their lips, their chests heaving, barely able to maintain their footing. Father! From afar, Fang Zhen's heart raced with a mixture of shock and fury. How could that puppet emperor, Chu Ye, have grown so powerful? Damn it! Yun Shan's eyes blazed with unprecedented hatred, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. The Xianyuanding destroyed? That was a treasured relic of the Yun family, accumulated over a millennium, reduced to nothing in an instant. Chu Ye. At that moment, Fang Shiran lifted his gaze to the heavens, as if witnessing an unbelievable sight, trembling violently, terror filling his eyes. What did he see? 9 towering dragon figures, powerful enough to shake the heavens and split the earth, slowly emerged from the sky. Among the gathering of 9 dragons, like stars surrounding the moon, was a resplendent and radiant sun. Within that divine sun stood a figure wielding a sword inscribed with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and flora. An immeasurable imperial might surged forth like a cataclysm, causing the entire heavenly martial empire to resonate and submit. That magnificent figure appeared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens, as if a god reigning supreme above the 9 skies. He was Chu Ye, the sole master of this imperial realm, the heavenly martial emperor Chu Ye. This is the power of the emperor. Long live the heavenly martial emperor. Long live the emperor. Heaven bless our heavenly martial empire. May our empire endure for eternity. The images projected on the luminous screen invigorated countless souls still harboring hope for the empire. The manifestation of the 9 dragons, a display of imperial might suppressing the world, was akin to a divine being descending, proclaiming the singular dominion of this land. Ding! Detected a substantial increase in the populace's recognition of the heavenly martial empire. The host has advanced half a step toward the Saint Realm, with strength elevated to 900 ancient dragon powers. 1 ancient dragon power equals 100 quintillion pounds. Additionally, a special divine ability has been acquired, 9 Emperor's Sacred Body, capable of manifesting 9 avatars identical in cultivation level to the host. Even if the avatars venture beyond the empire's borders, their power remains equivalent to that of the original. Boom. In an instant, the already unfathomable pressure emanating from Chu Ye surged 1,000-fold. It threatened to reduce the entire imperial capital to ashes, rendering the 4 great family heads incapable of raising their heads, forced to prostrate themselves upon the ground. This is the might of my empire. Chu Ye stepped into the void, gently caressing the heads of the 9 dragon shadows, his gaze profound. I shall wield dominion over the cosmos, eternally revered. Chapter 7. Commanding the world, the final opportunity. Boom. As his words fell, the 4 family heads were instantly crushed beneath his oppressive force, reduced to mere blood and bone. This terrifying spectacle was simultaneously projected across the vast territories of the heavenly martial empire, igniting fervor among countless commoners. The master of the heavenly martial empire has returned. He shall reclaim what is rightfully his with overwhelming force. Bang! Chu Ye, the king of Wuyong, crushed the wine cup in his hand, his eyes fixed intently on Chu Ye, who radiated an imperial might akin to the sun. A great secret. The opportunities possessed by Chu Ye surpass all realms of imagination. If he were to seize it, achieving the title of supreme or even a saint would not be mere fantasy. I, the heavenly martial emperor Chu Ye, shall eliminate these 4 treasonous factions and eradicate their 9 clans. In the sky, Chu Ye turned, revealing his form entirely within the spiritual sky screen, causing countless commoners to kneel in reverence. Boom! As he wielded the heavenly authority sword, tens of thousands of pale golden divine rays surged forth like rain, targeting none other than the members of the 4 great families. Slish! In an instant, within the imperial capital, the Yun, Shao Yi, and Fong families, nearly 1 million individuals connected to them, were all torn asunder by the pale golden divine rays, reduced to dust. No, even Fongzhen, situated tens of thousands of miles from the imperial capital, was obliterated by a single golden ray, turning into a sea of black ashes. The 9 clans were instantaneously annihilated. Such miraculous actions left everyone aghast, especially those who had already proclaimed the establishment of their own counties, attempting to escape the control of the heavenly martial empire. They were filled with trepidation. What punishment would await those who betrayed the heavenly emperor? Boom! At that moment, a terrifying and vast imperial might surged forth once more, nearly engulfing the entire realm of the 9 provinces. Every individual felt an inexplicable sense of dread. The 4 great families have perished. Rest assured, you have witnessed the fate of these rebellious factions. Chu Ye spoke coldly, his voice, imbued with immense pressure, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. His actions today were merely to serve as a warning, to rally the world, and to reclaim the vast lands of the heavenly martial empire. Those who surrender may yet find a sliver of hope. Should one remain obstinate, even fleeing to the depths of the underworld shall not spare them from death. In 7 days, I shall await the arrival of the provincial governors and the 72 county kings in the imperial capital. I hope my lord shall refrain from making choices that would disappoint me. Buzz. As the imperial decree fell, the spiritual sky screen dissipated. All the county kings fell into a profound silence, their expressions shifting between hope and despair. Undoubtedly, the annihilation of the 4 great families was merely the beginning. This was a warning from the heavenly martial emperor to the lords, and it represented the last opportunity afforded to them. Should anyone defy him, their fate would mirror that of the 4 great families. Meanwhile, in Yuzhou, the 9 imperial hall, at a long and luxurious jade table, 9 figures, each exuding a profound aura, sat quietly. They were the former inspectors of the empire, tasked with overseeing the lords of the provinces, wielding authority just beneath that of the emperor. Now, a decade after the collapse of imperial power, these 9 inspectors had shed their former identities, establishing clandestine control over numerous counties, and had become the greatest reliance of the king of Wuyong within the 9 imperial hall. Did the heavenly martial emperor intend to reclaim the empire and restore the imperial power belonging to the Chu clan? At one end of the jade table, an elderly man with waist-length white hair and an elegant demeanor spoke slowly. The 9 had all witnessed the scene within the spiritual sky screen, and they felt a tremor in their hearts at the display of Chu Ye's might. To crush the 4 high-ranking monarchs merely with his oppressive aura? Even the celestial-grade spiritual artifact, the Xianyuan cauldron, was instantaneously destroyed before him. From whence did this Chu Ye acquire such terrifying power? This must be a contingency left behind by the late emperor. Had I known, I should have slain that brat Chu Ye, even at the risk of backlash from the dragon veins. Another figure, a giant clad in golden armor, wore a face of regret. He was the former inspector of Wuzhou. Aolai. Having once been defeated by the previous heavenly martial emperor, he harbored resentment. After the fall of the late emperor, he sought to overturn the heavenly martial empire, plunging the 9 provinces into chaos. The establishment of the 9 imperial hall was also a result of his collusion with the inspector of Qingzhou. Absurd. I have foolishly followed you all for 10 years, and now the new emperor proclaims to the world, manifesting the 9 dragons. This proves he is the sole legitimate heir of the heavenly martial empire. Bang! A purple-robed elder at the far end of the jade table suddenly slammed his palm down, glaring furiously at the other 8 inspectors. What are you waiting for? This is the final opportunity bestowed upon us by His Majesty. We must redeem ourselves and return to the heavenly martial empire. He is Jiang Shanhai, the inspector of Liuzhou, now a terrifying figure known as the Purple Emperor, ranking among the foremost in the 9 imperial hall. Before the imperial family fell, Jiang Shanhai's loyalty to the heavenly martial emperor was beyond question. Yet, Under the proclamation that the imperial clan was cursed by the divine, he chose to remain silent. If it is indeed a divine curse, mere mortals cannot resist. The destruction of the Chu clan was a punishment from the heavens. No one could alter the outcome. But now, the last heavenly martial emperor has returned with an unprecedented ferocity, declaring to the lords his intent to reclaim the territories belonging to the empire. Xianxia's heart, as deep as an abyss, began to awaken beneath the overwhelming imperial might of the 9 dragons. He would be the first to offer his apologies to his majesty, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Return? Her voice was icy, and the woman, clad in a light blue gown, with an unparalleled beauty, smiled at Xianxia. Xianxia, have you truly forgotten your current identity? The purple emperor of the 9 royal palace. Considering the decisive nature of his majesty, do you truly believe there remains a path for you? Her gaze flickered with an endless mockery. Her identity was unmistakably that of the former governor of Hanzhou, now the Ice Empress Lingchun. Possessing the strength of a half-step sovereign, she stood as the pinnacle of the previous Tianwu Dynasty's prodigies. A terrifying existence who had once slain a formidable demonic sovereign. Humph. If his majesty desires my demise, then I shall acquiesce to his wishes. But what of you? Do you genuinely intend to oppose his majesty? Xianxia snorted coldly, his blood surging, his eyes seemingly ablaze with violet lightning. Inside the 9 royal palace, silence reigned. None were willing to relinquish their current dominion to face an uncertain fate. Even though that Chu Ye wielded sovereign power, the 9 royal palace still possessed a final trump card, a force capable of contending fiercely against him. Very well. I hope your choices today will not lead to regret. Observing this scene, Xianxia let out a series of cold laughs, rising to his feet and striding out of the 9 royal palace. He understood that he could not persuade the other 8. Yet, without a doubt, choosing to become his majesty's enemy would inevitably exact the most excruciating price upon them. Heh! With a disdainful smile, Xianxia swept his sleeves and departed, leaving behind the 8 sovereigns of the 9 royal palace, their expressions grim. Chapter 8. The Divine Body of the 9 Emperors. Xianxia's submission. 3 days later. The Imperial Palace, the 9 Dragons Hall. Majestic and imposing. 9 gilded dragon pillars stood proudly within. This was the new deliberative hall of the Tianwu Dynasty, named after the 9 dragons, symbolizing Chu Ye's unparalleled dominance and authority. At this moment, apart from the imposing figure of Chu Ye seated on the imperial throne, the 9 dragons hall was eerily empty, exuding an unusual chill. The divine body of the 9 emperors. A flicker of thought from Chu Ye manifested 9 slender dragon figures from his palm. They swiftly coalesced into 9 indistinct golden silhouettes, each bearing a humanoid form. These 9 golden figures possessed strength entirely equivalent to that of Chu Ye, having reached the half-step sovereign level, augmented by the power of hundreds of ancient dragons. Most terrifyingly, they could alter their forms at will, maintaining their full strength even beyond the borders of the Tianwu Dynasty. This divine ability is indeed remarkable. It allows me to assume various identities in the external world, walking the realms in disguise. After all, as an emperor, if I were to personally oversee every matter, it would surely diminish my dignity. Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction. With a sweep of his right hand, the 9 divine bodies instantly reduced to 1. The visage gradually transformed, donning a flowing azure robe, strikingly handsome, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. I am the Azure Sword Saint, Du Ling Tian. A fragment of consciousness was directed for control. The figure of the cold and indifferent swordsman, born from the divine body, spoke with an icy demeanor. Such a sensation of multitasking, embodying 2 beings simultaneously, brought Chu Ye a peculiar delight. Your Majesty. Just then, Su Yin unexpectedly materialized from within the 9 Dragons Hall, respectfully bowing. Outside the Imperial Palace, the governor of Liuzhou seeks an audience. The governor of Liuzhou? Chu Ye's gaze flickered. Liuzhou is one of the 9 regions governed by the Tianwu Dynasty, encompassing 10 counties. It is said that the governors of Liuzhou have always been loyal subjects of the imperial clan, deeply trusted by the Tianwu Emperor, guarding Liuzhou and protecting the imperial capital. And now, 3 days had elapsed since I commanded all governors and princes to come to the imperial capital for an audience. Within these 3 days, apart from the myriad factions in the capital, not a single prince had come to pledge allegiance, yet countless citizens from various counties flocked to pay their respects. Let him in. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Ye spoke. Very well. Su Yin withdrew, and the great door of the 9 Dragons Hall slowly creaked open. Thud, thud. Soon, heavy footsteps drew near, echoing in Chu Ye's ears. At that moment, he finally beheld the visage of the visitor. It was an elderly man, his face weathered, bare from the waist up, bearing the weight of countless thorny iron bars embedded deep into his flesh. With each step he took, the weight of the iron thorns produced a muted thud, a few drops of blood staining the pristine floor of the Nine Dragons Hall. Criminal Xianxiaaudiobooks, greeting His Majesty the Tianwu Emperor. May your Majesty's reign be boundless, eternally ruling over heaven and earth. Bang! As the final words echoed, the hunched figure of Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly knelt before Chu Ye. His eyes brimmed with profound regret, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground. Daring not to gaze upon the emperor above, he was acutely aware that he was, without a doubt, a sinner, thus bearing the immense weight of those iron thorns. He had traversed the journey from the outskirts of Liuzhou to the imperial capital, spanning thousands of miles, solely as a path of atonement. Raise your head. Chu Ye's calm voice resonated. Sinners are unworthy. Xianxiaaudiobooks prostrated once more, yet did not lift his head. Heh! Chu Ye chuckled softly, his gaze tranquil. I ask you, have you come today to submit to me, to bear the thorns and seek repentance? Yes, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, his voice hoarse and dry. You are the first governor to submit to me. Do you not fear that I might slay you and eradicate your entire clan? Chu Ye, seated upon the imperial throne, looked down upon Xianxiaaudiobooks. Or do you believe that these mere thorns could make me forget your actions? Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive blows, blood oozing from Xianxiaaudiobooks' forehead. Your Majesty, the sinner deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Even if your Majesty wishes to annihilate my entire clan, I would not dare to oppose a single word. Xianxiaaudiobooks' voice was hoarse, yet resolute. Haha, what a splendid governor of Liuzhou. What a remarkable Xianxiaaudiobooks. Chu Ye erupted into a sudden, thunderous laughter that reverberated throughout the Nine Dragons Hall. I can accept your submission. However, as a price, your Jiang family shall serve as slaves to the Tianwu Dynasty for generations. Even in death, they shall fight for me as spirits. Everything you possess shall no longer belong to you. Do you agree? Chu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, fixing his gaze upon the battered Xianxiaaudiobooks. Sinner, I willingly pledge my loyalty to the Tianwu Dynasty, representing the Jiang family in allegiance to your Majesty. Even if it means sacrificing everything, I shall not hesitate. Upon hearing these words, Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes suddenly widened in shock, and he deeply prostrated himself once more. He had come today with a resolve to seek death. He did not dare to hope that His Majesty would forgive his transgressions. He only wished to find the right path and end this decade-long folly. Yet unexpectedly, His Majesty accepted his submission, and the price was merely continued loyalty from the Jiang family. This felt nothing short of a dream. How could he refuse? At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks could only feel joy that he had chosen the right path. He would serve as a subject to this emperor, continuing to serve the vast Tianwu Dynasty, expanding its boundless territories. This was true glory. Boom. In an instant, in Xianxiaaudiobooks' mind, it appeared as though some shackles had been released, instantly illuminating his consciousness. Crack. As his true essence surged forth, his aura unexpectedly escalated several-fold, reaching an astonishing pinnacle. A terrifying pressure emanated from within him, nearly obscuring the void itself. Has he truly broken through to the realm of the venerable? Noticing the sudden surge of energy from Xianxiaaudiobooks, Chu Ye felt a flicker of surprise. A decade prior, this governor of Liuzhou was merely a half-step venerable. Following the collapse of the imperial clan, he seemed to have fallen into some form of mental torment, experiencing not only stagnation in his cultivation, but even a regression. Yet now, after accepting his submission, his inner demons had been completely dispelled. The previous bottleneck had instantaneously loosened. In a brief moment, he had burst through the shackles of the imperial sovereign and stepped into the realm of the venerable. Criminal Xianxiaaudiobooks is willing to lead the army in 4 days to collect the heads of those traitors for your Majesty. Feeling the retreat of his inner demons and his breakthrough to the venerable realm, Xianxiaaudiobooks was overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly bowing to Chu Ye with a voice filled with reverence and fervor. Name, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Identity, Governor of Liuzhou, Purple Sovereign of the 9th Royal Palace. Cultivation, 1st level of Venerable Realm. Technique, Purple Sky Holy Seal Technique, Heavenly Grade, Middle Quality. Divine Ability, Heaven Covering Palm, Heavenly Grade, Lower Quality. Loyalty, 95, Fanatical Loyalty. Chu Ye, seated upon the imperial throne, cast a slight glance over the attributes displayed before him. He was somewhat astonished to find that Xianxiaaudiobooks' loyalty had soared to a staggering 95 after merely 1 day of submission. It is worth noting that even amongst the guards in the imperial palace who had already pledged their allegiance, none exceeded a loyalty rating of 80, merely achieving a standard level of allegiance. Nodding slightly, Chu Ye found his disposition toward Xianxiaaudiobooks increasingly favorable. Though this individual had erred in the past, he demonstrated the capacity for repentance, unlike many of the other princes who were greedily entrenched in their ambitions. In 4 days, I shall be curious to see how many foolish souls remain resolute in opposing me. Chu Ye shook his head, his tone dripping with a chilling severity. Your Majesty, They shall undoubtedly pay the price for their choices. Jiang Shanhai gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. At present, he had scarcely occupied himself with the affairs of Liuzhou. However, should those princes of Liuzhou choose to stand against your majesty, he would be the first to cleanse their households in blood. Chapter 9. The Star Moon Slaughtering Array. The Great War approaches. Host, Chu Ye. Cultivation, half-saint of the supreme extreme, master of the heavens. Physical power, 1,000 ancient dragon strength. 1 ancient dragon strength equals 100 quintillion pounds. Special ability, 9 Emperor's Holy Body. Kingdom, Tianwu Empire, spanning 9 provinces, with a population exceeding 1 trillion. Citizen recognition, 20. Higher recognition increases the enhancement of the heavenly master trait. Sign-in attempts, daily sign-in 5 times, monthly sign-in 0 times, special sign-in 0 times. Army summon, no opportunities available, can be acquired through system missions and sign-ins. After Jiang Shanhai took his leave, Chu Ye opened his current system panel and began to scrutinize it. Since displaying his prowess within the Spirit Sky screen 3 days prior by executing the 4 great clan leaders as a warning, the citizen recognition of the Tianwu Empire had steadily risen. In a mere 3 days, his physical power had increased by another 100 ancient dragon strength. It could be said that with his current strength, not only could he annihilate the rebellious princes and governors, but he could also utterly obliterate an entire province, extinguishing millions of lives across vast lands with a mere gesture. Nonetheless, Chu Ye chose to extend one final opportunity to them, providing himself with a rationale to act, ensuring that the citizens of the empire would be convinced, thus triggering a surge in recognition. Speaking of which, it had indeed been several days since he last signed in. System, initiate 5 daily sign-ins. Chu Ye spoke casually. No sooner had the words left his lips than the system's voice resonated in his ears. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4-fold venerable powerhouse, by Yen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the City Defense Array, Star Moon Slaughtering Array, which can be placed in any city. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-grade sacred technique, Barbarian God-Suppressing Demon Technique. Ding. From the 5 sign-ins, apart from 2 relatively inconsequential rewards, the other 3 were exceptionally noteworthy. Particularly, the City Defense Array, Star Moon Slaughtering Array, ignited a spark of excitement in Chu Ye's eyes. Star Moon Slaughtering Array, Sacred Great Array, commands the power of the stars and moon, capable of slaying a sacred king, even making quasi-emperors retreat. Could it truly kill a sacred king? Chu Ye was astounded, not anticipating that such a high-caliber array could be acquired from a mere daily sign-in. It is crucial to understand what a sacred king represents, a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, boasting a lifespan of 100,000 years. With a mere gesture, they could overturn the heavens and plunge the starry rivers into chaos. Such beings, even among the 700 provinces of the Eastern Domain, would be considered a colossal figure, capable of shaking the very fabric of the universe with their actions. And this Star Moon Slaughtering Array could slay a sacred king? Even quasi-emperors would have to retreat. Placed within the imperial capital, Chu Ye took a deep breath. With such a lethal array for protection, the imperial capital could now be considered an impregnable fortress. Buzz. In an instant, the invisible formation diagram seamlessly merged with the imperial capital. Within Chu Ye's sea of consciousness, a virtual light curtain appeared, providing an overview of the entire imperial capital. With a mere thought, the terrifying power of the Star Moon Slaughtering Array could erupt instantaneously, accurately striking any location within the imperial capital. Moreover, should anyone gaze upon the imperial capital from 1,000 miles away at this moment, they would clearly see that it was enveloped in an infinite radiance of stars, as if the powers of the celestial bodies had converged into one. In 4 days, Chu Ye summoned the entire realm, and the day for the kings to pay their respects had finally arrived. The tens of millions of citizens within the imperial capital felt a weightiness in the air, the atmosphere palpably oppressive. Each person understood that from this day forward, the Tianwu Empire would undoubtedly erupt into a genuine bloody purge. The kings would never relinquish their possessions easily. Their only option was war. At this moment, within the 9-Dragon Hall, observing the scant few figures kneeling before him, Chu Ye cracked a cold smile, as if he had anticipated the day's events. The princes who had submitted to him numbered no more than 5. The majority hailing from Liuzhou, having surrendered due to Jiang Shanhai's initial capitulation. As for the remaining princes and the 8 provincial governors, they had not even sent an envoy, completely disregarding his words and trampling upon the majesty of the Tianwu Emperor. Since that is the case, only slaughter can resolve the dilemma. Chu Ye slowly rose to his feet. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged skyward. The entire imperial capital trembled violently, as if a primordial deity were awakening, ready to unleash its wrath upon the world. Your Majesty, please temper your fury. Your Majesty, I beseech you to spare my life. I have never established a principality. The 4 provincial kings within the 9 Dragons Hall trembled, their faces ashen. Despite their royal status and formidable strength on par with the emperor, they felt no inclination to resist before Chu Ye. The overwhelming aura surrounding him sent shivers through their very souls, nearly suffocating them. Having chosen to betray the empire, you must be prepared for death. Chu Ye spoke coldly. If you submit, I shall show mercy to your descendants. However, you must pay the price for your past choices. As his words fell, several blades of light suddenly pierced the air around the 4 kings, severing their heads in an instant, blood splattering the ground. It was Su Yin and the Black Dragon Guard under his command, who hung the severed heads high for all in the imperial capital to witness the fate of those who defy the empire. Chu Ye's icy voice resonated from the imperial throne. Several members of the Black Dragon Guard quickly bowed in acknowledgement, beads of sweat forming on their brows. They understood that the emperor was truly furious now. Your Majesty, the 100,000 dragon martial army is fully prepared. Just give the word, and we shall crush all opposition. After the Black Dragon Guard departed, a towering figure, nearly 10 feet tall and awe-inspiring, entered through the palace gates. Kneeling on one knee before Chu Ye, clad in light golden armor and exuding a fierce aura, he resembled a ferocious beast from the primordial era. This was Wu Gu, the leader of the 100,000 dragon martial army, a being at the 6th level of the venerable realm. Excellent. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. Summon all experts above the Dharma manifestation realm in the imperial capital. I intend to obliterate the traitors with a thunderous force. Start with Lu Prefecture. Reclaim 1 state per day, and within 7 days, restore the entire empire. You, Dragon Martial Legion, shall be the vanguard. I hope you do not disappoint me. Understood. Wu Gu roared, his figure vanishing in an instant. Chu Ye also slowly descended from the throne, rising into the air and surveying the colossal imperial capital below. How laughable. As the emperor of the celestial martial empire, he was still merely in control of the city. However, from this day forth, everything would be fundamentally rewritten. I am Chu Ye, the sovereign of the celestial martial empire. There may be a path for those who defy heaven, but to defy me, the celestial martial emperor, is to choose death. With a thunderous boom, crimson lightning split the sky. Chu Ye's words echoed like thunder across the heavens, sweeping over every inch of the imperial capital. In an instant, countless citizens gazed upward, their eyes filled with profound reverence and fervor, kneeling in unison, exclaiming, "Long live our emperor." Chu Ye looked upon the world, his gaze ablaze with brilliant divine light, as if flames were igniting within. Chapter 10. The mobilization of the army, the speculation of the Qianshan king. Fight! 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 Outside the city walls of the imperial capital, the 100,000 dragon martial army, donned in resplendent golden armor and wielding massive blades, erupted with fervor upon hearing Chu Ye's proclamation from the heavens. Their eyes sparkled with fervent enthusiasm as they shouted in unison, their voices shaking the very earth. This formidable legion was terrifying. Each of the 100,000 soldiers possessed a cultivation level surpassing that of the celestial realm. Furthermore, their practice techniques were entirely synchronized, allowing them to unleash a devastating force that could shake the very heavens. All obstacles before them appeared feeble in comparison. What an immensely powerful army. Zhang Shanhai, too, had mobilized his authority as the prefect of Lu Prefecture, gathering a total of 600,000 troops. Yet, before the overwhelming presence of the Dragon Martial Army, his forces seemed pitifully weak. Each soldier within this army was several times stronger than himself. In the face of such might, the resistance of the provincial kings appeared utterly laughable. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The strong within the imperial capital were profoundly shaken. Gazing through the city walls at the dense, countless formations of troops outside, both reverence and dread welled within them. Just how many hidden cards did the celestial martial emperor possess to command such a vast army, ready to sweep away all dissenters? Lu Shu, do you think his majesty can prevail? Upon the city walls, a young man clad in opulent attire trembled as he turned to the elder beside him. He was the young master of the Lu family, one of the prominent families of the imperial capital. Following the massacre of the 4 great families, the Lu family, previously in a precarious position, promptly pledged loyalty to Chu Ye, swiftly quelling dissent within the capital. Now, their status had risen dramatically, establishing themselves as the foremost family in the imperial capital. This time, they had gathered an army of 500,000 to accompany them. Initially, they believed that this would surely please the emperor. However, in light of the Dragon Martial Army, it seemed that His Majesty might not even require their assistance. Victory? His Majesty cannot possibly lose. The elder chuckled lightly, shaking his head. 100,000 dragon martial soldiers, all at the celestial realm. I have lived most of my life and have never witnessed such a powerful army. A mere group of traitorous provincial kings is insignificant. His eyes narrowed as if he could already envision the heads of the kings falling. Young master, you must work hard to cultivate. If you can earn His Majesty's favor, then our Liu family will truly secure its standing and soar to greatness. That man is like a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. We mere mortals need only touch the fringes to reap immense fortune. As he spoke, a hint of reverence and fervor crept into his tone. Meanwhile, approximately 10,000 miles from the imperial capital, within Guanyue City, the closest city to the capital and the central city of Qianshan County, inside the opulent palace of the Qianshan king, his expression was tumultuous, and the faces of the dozens of advisors beneath him reflected similar unease. Qianshan County was one of the few remaining counties that had not declared itself a principality, brazenly claiming sovereignty. Despite not establishing a principality, Qianshan County had not paid tribute or taxes to the imperial capital for years, blatantly disregarding imperial authority. Under the suggestion of another princely sovereign, the Flame King, the Qianshan king had ultimately chosen to align himself with the other kings, opting to resist the tyrant Chu Ye and attempting to establish a new empire. However, today, the Flame King, who had confidently assured the Qianshan king of support in defeating Chu Ye's forces at the first line of defense, had seemingly vanished without a trace. As if he had evaporated into thin air. All 28 of his Celestial Realm commanders had also disappeared. Your Highness, the Celestial Martial Emperor's army has already departed from the imperial capital. According to reports from our scouts, the first wave consists of a total of 900,000 troops. And even from 1,000 miles away, their overwhelming presence has left the scouts trembling with fear. A black-clad strategist reported with a grave expression, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. If they are allowed to continue their advance, it is feared that the city will soon find itself under siege. Cursed be it. The Prince of Qianshan suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with rage. Where is the Flame King? And those other lords who claimed they would support Qianshan, where are they now? Silence. Within the palace, an oppressive stillness prevailed. Only the Prince of Qianshan's furious roars reverberated, echoing endlessly. Your Highness, quell your anger. After a prolonged silence, someone finally mustered the courage to speak softly. They have merely 900,000 troops. Our Qianshan is 100 times larger than the imperial capital, and the army ready for battle can easily reach 300 million. In the face of such a formidable force, even if the heavenly martial Emperor's legion were divine soldiers descending from the heavens, they would stand no chance whatsoever. There is no need for the assistance of the other lords. We can obliterate them ourselves. The strategist's eyes sparkled brighter with each word. By the end, even his tone was filled with fervor. 300 million troops are sufficient to crush any adversary. Does this king not know that? What matters is the heavenly martial emperor, Chu Ye. Bang. However, this strategist's suggestion only fueled the Prince of Qianshan's wrath further. He abruptly turned, delivering a resounding slap to the strategist's face. In an instant, the strategist's teeth and blood scattered, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. That Chu Ye may well be a revered one. Even the 4 great emperors would not be a match for him. What use is 300 million troops when faced with a revered one? It is but a mere number. The Prince of Qianshan's gaze was icy as he articulated each word with precision. A revered one can manipulate the forces of heaven and earth. Their rate of recovery and vitality are realms unimaginable to those of the emperor tier. If one were to claim that tens of millions of troops could exhaust a single emperor, then to kill a revered one by sheer numbers would require perhaps hundreds of billions, if not trillions. In the eyes of a revered one, ordinary mortals are but laughable ants. Your Highness, we have received confirmed news. Today, the heavenly martial Emperor Chu Ye has not left the imperial capital, and even the 2 peak emperors who previously appeared have not joined the army's deployment. After a brief silence, an elderly man in gray robes stepped forward and reported respectfully. Oh, are you certain? Upon hearing this, the Prince of Qianshan's expression changed dramatically. That Chu Ye has chosen not to lead his troops into battle? Could it be that he only possesses the strength to suppress high-tier emperors within the imperial capital? In an instant, the Prince of Qianshan seemed to grasp something. Overjoyed, he appeared as if a drowning man had clutched a life-saving straw. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Laughing heartily, the Prince of Qianshan's demeanor became frenzied. Assemble the army immediately, and seize over 100 million lowly commoners to serve as cannon fodder. I shall be the first to annihilate that dog of an emperor's forces, forcing him to forever hide within the imperial capital. As you command. The strategists bowed in unison, swiftly departing to execute the orders. Ha ha ha. Chu Ye, oh Chu Ye. The Prince of Qianshan was exhilarated, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He had once thought himself doomed, yet in this dire strait, a glimmer of hope had emerged. In that moment, he wished he could howl at the heavens. Chapter 11. a fist entombed in slaughter. The Dragon Martial Legion advanced with remarkable speed. Each step they took seemed to shorten the distance, crossing dozens of miles in an instant. In less than half an hour, they arrived before the first main city of Qianshan, the terrifying dragon shadows roaring in the void, causing the air for thousands of miles to tremble incessantly. Cloud Mist City. At the forefront of the legion, Wu Gu and two vice-commanders of the Dragon Martial Legion stood poised in the air, surveying the grand city shrouded in mist. His Majesty has decreed that this battle must not target the citizens of the imperial court. We need only crush those who obstruct us and eradicate the rebellious 9 clans. Wu Ji's rugged voice resonated through the heavens, akin to the rumble of thunder. Lord of Cloud Mist City, you have 3 breaths of time to save your clansmen's lives. Following this, a dragon's roar echoed around him, as if a celestial being were traversing the mortal realm. Otherwise, today the city will be drenched in blood for 1,000 miles. Boom. As Wu Ji's words fell, the entire sky was abruptly torn asunder, revealing a torrent of thunderous light. The might of heaven surged forth, as if the heavens themselves were incensed. Merely the pressure of their presence caused the world to shift dramatically. Is that the army of the heavenly martial emperor? How could they arrive so swiftly? On the walls of Cloud Mist City, the guards were shaken, gazing at the army of 100,000 that gleamed as if forged from gold. They felt their scalps tingle and their bodies tremble. This was no ordinary army. Each of them radiated an aura that was not in the slightest inferior to that of the city lord, especially the 3 foremost figures, whose oppressive presence felt like an unfathomable abyss, leaving them gasping for breath. Merely a bunch of pretentious fools. As the foremost stronghold of Qianshan, how could Cloud Mist City, held in such high regard by the prince, submit beneath your feet? In the void, the Lord of Cloud Mist City stepped forth, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with palpable disdain. Do you think a mere legion can shake the very foundations of Cloud Mist City? Utterly delusional. It is worth noting that the prince had dispatched 300,000 storm legionnaires to guard this city 3 days prior. Moreover, a master of formations had enhanced the city's defensive array several-fold, making it nearly impregnable even to a peak emperor. He had just received news from the prince. Over 300 million troops were soon to be assembled. Cloud Mist City need only hold out for a maximum of 3 days, and the true war power of Qianshan would converge, sweeping through the imperial capital and slaughtering all. Although the army of 100,000 before them was extraordinary, it was still insignificant in comparison to the 300,000 storm legionnaires and the city's defensive array. Where are the storm legionnaires? In an instant, the Lord of Cloud Mist City bellowed. Boom. Suddenly, it felt as though the entire city trembled violently, and a fierce wind began to howl. In the next moment, countless figures clad in heavy armor, riding colossal wolves, surged forth from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had formed ranks. This was the Storm Legion, one of the most formidable and proud legions under the Prince of Qianshan. Now, with a full 300,000 storm troops assembled, it was as if a tempest had risen, slicing through all in its path like a razor. Each storm soldier practiced the same wind-based martial arts, their powers synergizing, stirring up a furious wind that swept across the heavens. Now, with 300,000 of them unleashing a storm, it was utterly terrifying. Boom. Outside Cloud Mist City, the sands and stones soared, dust filling the air. This scene also startled countless commoners within the city. They craned their necks to watch. Soon, they recognized the armored figures, their faces turning pale with shock. It is the Storm Legion dispatched by the prince. They have chosen to resist the emperor's army to the bitter end? The hearts of the multitude were filled with trepidation. They had been complete witnesses to the awe-inspiring 9 dragons phenomenon summoned by Chu Ye just days prior, along with the terrifying power it displayed. Initially, they believed that the Prince of Qianshan would capitulate. Yet, in light of recent events, that foolish prince has chosen to stand in opposition to his majesty. State your name, intruder. I, Chu Ye, do not slay nameless wretches. Leading the storm army was a man with a scar running through his right eye, his visage marred by ghastly black tattoos. He mounted an enormous wolf, radiating an overwhelming aura of true essence that distorted the very air around him. Indeed, he was a half-step emperor. I am Wu Gu, commander of the Dragon Martial Army. His expression remained indifferent. It seems you are all prepared to embrace death? He looked down from his elevated position, his gaze as frigid as ice. The storm army, numbering 300,000, was predominantly composed of mere sea transformation realm soldiers. They were no match for the Dragon Martial Army's elite of 100,000 celestial beings. Even the most basic of the world's laws was far beyond their reach. This rabble was not worth the full mobilization of an entire army. A mere display of his might would suffice to subdue them all. Furthermore, using these 300,000 storm soldiers as an example would serve to intimidate the other main cities and accelerate the reclamation of the imperial territory. After all, His Majesty had granted them but 7 days to recover the Empire's lands. Haha, Wu Ge, when you arrive in hell, do not blame me. Blame yourself for choosing the wrong camp and the wrong master. Upon hearing Wu Ge declare his title, Chu Ye burst into raucous laughter, his expression brimming with disdain and contempt. He was in existence of half-step emperor status, his true combat power comparable to that of an initial-stage emperor, even capable of fighting above his rank. Although the strength of his adversary was obscured, it was evident that the heavenly martial emperor had only just begun to establish his footing. The vanguard army he commanded could not be particularly formidable. Storm army, heed my command. Unleash the gale blades and annihilate our foes. With that thought, Chu Ye's gaze turned frigid, commanding the entire legion to gather their strength and charge forth to engage in battle. His objective was to annihilate the enemy's 100,000-strong army in one fell swoop, thereby establishing an extraordinary military achievement to earn greater favor from the prince. Kill! The soldiers of the storm army roared in unison, their true essence merging and erupting, amplifying the already terrifying storm to an even more ferocious level. The wind howled and surged like a tempest. In the blink of an eye, countless blades of wind coalesced, sharp and chilling, descending mercilessly upon the 100,000 dragon martial soldiers. Trivial skills. Yet, facing the overwhelming onslaught of wind blades, Wu Ge maintained his calm demeanor. With a roar, he stepped forward. In that instant, it seemed as if the heavens themselves echoed with the roar of a dragon. A golden light suddenly erupted, and the multitude of wind blades, as if ensnared by some dreadful constraint, came to an inexplicable halt. Wu Ge strode into the sky, dismissing the colossal blade strapped to his back, and unleashed a punch. Boom, boom, boom. His fist surged forth, wreaking havoc and devastation as if accompanied by the roars of 1,000 dragons, descending upon the 300,000 storm army soldiers. Boom. In an instant, it was as though the world itself had been rent asunder. Everything became blindingly bright, and the deafening explosion left the onlookers' ears ringing, nearly rendering them deaf. When the clouds of dust settled, they beheld a sight that left them aghast. Amidst the vast expanse of dust, the once formidable 300,000-strong storm army, which had occupied a wide swath of ground, now revealed not a single soul. What remained was merely a terrifying abyss, stretching for dozens of miles and unfathomably deep. Instantly, the people of Tianwu City gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. A single punch. The so-called commander of the Dragon Martial Army had merely thrown a single punch, and yet he had annihilated the entire 300,000 storm army, burying them in the abyss. How could this be possible? Even the legendary strongest of Lu province, the Purple Emperor, could never achieve such a terrifying feat. Too weak. High above in the skies, Wu Ge looked down upon the abyss, shaking his head slightly, his expression still indifferent. Were it not for the need to establish his authority, he would scarcely have bothered to intervene personally. With the power of the 6th level of the Venerable Realm, Wu Ge could effortlessly crush all the kings, even the so-called 9 Emperor Hall. No, this cannot be. The elite of the 300,000 storm army has simply vanished like this? In Tianwu City, countless hearts trembled, their hairs standing on end. The one who reacted most fiercely was undoubtedly the first to step forward, the Lord of Tianwu City. His eyes, bloodshot and nearly deranged, bore witness to his madness. 300,000 storm soldiers. Even the kings could contend with them, one of the most elite armies of Qianshan. Yet now, they had been wiped out by a single punch from the enemy. Chapter 12. The Surrender of Tianwu City, Summoning the Million Shadow Legion. I do not believe it. I absolutely do not believe it. You all, go and kill him. Kill him. The Lord of Tianwu City appeared to have lost his sanity, frantically issuing orders to his guards to charge forward. My lord. However, at that moment, witnessing the divine prowess of Wu Ge, the many strong individuals within Tianwu City were utterly stricken with fear, none daring to advance. Open the city gates. Tianwu City belongs to His Majesty, not to the Prince of Qianshan. A bald giant gritted his teeth and then roared, completely disregarding the commands of the Lord of Tianwu City. After all, he had previously stated that he would only slay those who obstructed him and the 9 clans of the city lord. Submitting now might still afford them a glimmer of survival. Impudence! Impudence! I am the city lord. Who dares to defy me? The Lord of Tianwu City raged, his eyes bloodshot like a demonic spirit. Yet ultimately, the response he received was not loyalty, but the flash of a deadly blade. Puffed. Blood sprayed through the air, splattering against the city walls as the bald giant swiftly drew his blade and severed the head of the Lord of Tianwu City. The city lord is dead. Tianwu City submits to His Majesty the Heavenly Martial Emperor. Following this, he raised the severed head of the city lord, shouting towards the Dragon Martial Army. Commander, it seems your display of strength has saved us considerable effort. Upon witnessing this, one of Wu Ji's aides could not help but smile faintly and offer praise. In the face of absolute power, none dared to oppose. Should His Majesty intervene, even the celestial beings of the heavens and the true demons of the nine hells would tremble in submission. Wu Gu remained unfazed, his gaze alight with fervent reverence as he murmured, "In this chaotic continent, only His Majesty is worthy of being the Lord of heaven and earth. All others are but ants." Meanwhile, in the depths of the imperial palace of the heavenly martial empire, at the very moment when the city of mist declared its surrender, a notification resonated in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in the first battle, securing the allegiance of the city of mist. Reward acquired. Legion summoning opportunity X1. As Chu Ye meticulously examined the comprehensive map of the eastern region, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Had he truly captured the city of mist in less than an hour? This was fortuitous. With merely the strength of the Dragon Martial Legion, reclaiming the entirety of the imperial capital within 7 days seemed a daunting task. Now, having obtained another chance for legion summoning, many complications could be circumvented. Adorned in a black gold imperial robe, a hint of arrogance flickered in his eyes. He mused to himself before promptly activating the legion summoning. Ding! Summoning complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Million Shadow Legion. Shadow Legion, the shadow demon clan from the abyss, possessing an almost immortal vitality, capable of summoning abyssal creatures from the shadows, and endowed with formidable stealth and assassination abilities. Buzz. The moment the system's words concluded, an endless expanse of darkness enveloped the entire palace he occupied. Within this darkness, a figure of profound shadow gradually coalesced. Kneeling before Chu Ye in reverence, "Dark Knight, I pay my respects to your majesty." The voice was eerily devoid of emotion, as if it had never known feelings. The features of the figure were almost entirely obscured by darkness, revealing only a pair of blood-red demonic eyes, resembling two crimson moons in the night, brimming with malevolence and cruelty. Chu Ye examined the figure's attributes. Name, Dark Knight. Identity, Lord of Shadow Demons. Cultivation, Supreme Realm, 3rd Layer. Cultivation technique, none, unable to cultivate. Innate divine ability, Dark Sovereign, immune to all powers of darkness, can traverse shadow space, attempt to summon and control deities from the ancient world. Host may share perfectly. Loyalty, 100, summon strong beings via the system. All are absolutely loyal. Boom. Ding. Due to the characteristics of the Sovereign of Heaven, the host's cultivation has risen to the first pattern saint. Physical power elevated to 2,000 ancient dragon power. 1 ancient dragon power equals 100 trillion pounds. Simultaneously, as the Million Shadow Legion became subjects of the heavenly martial empire, Chu Ye's cultivation experienced a remarkable surge, truly stepping into the legendary saint realm. A saint, at the first tier of the saint realm, is an immensely powerful being who initially masters the laws of heaven and earth. With a lifespan extending to a full 10,000 years, they are extraordinarily transcendent. Saint realm classification, 1st to 9th pattern saints, ancient saints, saint kings. Chu Ye, in his current state, had undeniably transcended the boundaries of the supreme, achieving a name of holiness that would last for millennia. The Dark Sovereign, capable of commanding the ancient deities? Yet at this moment, Chu Ye's attention remained fixated on the description of the Dark Sovereign. It seemed that ascending to a saint was merely a natural progression for him. Your Majesty, the shadow space is one of the nodes connecting to those ancient worlds. Within those ancient realms, there exist malevolent entities that have once wrought destruction upon that world. Most are exceedingly dangerous. Even the King of the Abyss cannot contend with them. In response to Chu Ye's musing, Dark Knight elaborated. The lords of the ancient world are true deities. Even if I entered the shadow space countless times, I would not dare to tread into the decayed and ruined ancient world. Indeed, Chu Ye nodded, his expression growing solemn. It appeared that this was not a realm he could venture into at present. If he were to acquire the power to slay deities in the future, he could indeed capture a few ancient gods to serve as guardians of his heavenly martial empire. As for the strength of the Shadow Legion, shaking his head, Chu Ye temporarily cast aside that thought and inquired further of Dark Knight. The Million Shadow Legion, apart from its subordinates, possesses 7 supreme beings, 3,000 respectable ones, and 300,000 monarchs. The remaining nearly 600,000 shadow demons are all beings of the celestial tier. 7 supremes, 3,000 respectables, and it even includes a full 300,000 monarchs. Dark Knight's response undoubtedly brought satisfaction to Chu Ye. Through this legion summoning, he had acquired an unexpected surprise. This is the kingdom of Wuyong, established by the traitors who have betrayed my empire. Chu Ye pointed to a location on the map. It was unmistakably the kingdom of Wuyong, which currently dominated 8 surrounding counties and reigned supreme in Qingzhou. Its lord, King Wuyong, was one of the most powerful county kings. bolstered by the staunch support of the 9 Emperors Hall. I grant you one night to reclaim this territory for me, to eliminate those treacherous villains. But remember, the citizens of the city must not be harmed in the slightest. Chu Ye squinted his eyes, a solemn expression darkening his features. What I desire is a complete heavenly martial empire. Understood. Dark Knight responded in a deep tone, then vanished silently from the Grand Hall. Chapter 13, Thunderous Arrival. The Azure Sword Saint. As night descended, in the heart of the kingdom of Wuyong, within a grand palace more opulent than the imperial palace itself, King Wuyong sat regally upon his throne. Below him, the lords of various counties, including the Overlord King, the Divine Might King, and the Dragon King, gathered. The atmosphere in the hall was palpably oppressive. The expressions of the kings carried an air of seriousness and astonishment. They had just received an urgent report. Even now, less than a day since the mobilization of the heavenly martial emperor's army, the city of Liuzhou had already fallen by nearly 90%. Even with the king of Qianshan dispatching billions of troops to confront them, the outcome was still utterly inevitable. Esteemed lords, this is the latest message transmitted by the king of Qianshan. King Wuyong suddenly spoke, producing a scroll from thin air. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed a scene of billions of troops gathering, clashing with the mere 100,000 of the Dragon Martial Legion. Before the nearly overwhelming numbers of the army, the Dragon Martial Legion appeared insignificant, akin to a single grain of sand lost in the vast ocean. With such vast numbers mobilized, could they not withstand merely 100,000 guards? Witnessing the scene within the scroll, the somewhat brooding Dragon King furrowed his brow. In the footage, the army of the king of Qianshan, consisting of 200 million expendables merely meant to drain the enemy's strength, was already in place, while the subsequent 300 million soldiers were elite forces, well-trained and equipped. Such scale, even within his own Dragon Kingdom, would be considered top-tier combat power. How could they not even qualify to delay the enemy for a day? Dragon King, just observe. King Wuyong shook his head, seemingly already aware of the outcome. He looked out the window, his expression grave as he spoke. Our understanding of the heavenly martial emperor, Chu Ye, may have been far too superficial. The adversary is likely far more complex than they appear. As his words fell, the many lords in the hall shuddered, their faces filled with bewilderment. What exactly was recorded in that scroll to instill such trepidation in King Wuyong? Soon, the imagery projected from the scroll continued. The Prince of Qianshan strode above the countless armies, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. The celestial Wu Empire has met its demise. You, as mere lackeys to that puppet emperor, shall inevitably meet your end. In the forefront of the formidable army stood a multitude of emaciated figures, their tattered garments fluttering in the wind, clutching rudimentary wooden sticks. Many bore no weapons at all, their eyes filled with profound fear and despair as they gazed towards the distant, dragon-like legion, which appeared to be sculpted from gold. Each individual was a conscripted martyr, compelled by the Prince of Qianshan, their sole purpose on this battlefield to serve as a human bulwark, sacrificing their flesh to sap the strength of the Dragon Wu Legion. Such a fate was pitiful and lamentable, yet they had no alternative. Despite their intense loathing for the prince, they were bound to follow his commands and become instruments of their own demise. These soldiers dare to use the common folk of your majesty as a shield of flesh, attempting to deplete our strength. Observing this scene, a vice-general of the Dragon Wu Legion clenched his fists in fury. The emperor's edict was clear. No harm was to befall the subjects of the empire, for the reclamation of the vast land of Zhuzhou was paramount. Indeed, he was a ruler who cherished his people as his own children, embodying a benevolent spirit. Yet, the audacity of the Prince of Qianshan and his ilk to expend the lives of ordinary civilians for their own gain was nothing short of heinous, deserving of utmost condemnation. Wuge's heart ignited with rage. Should the Dragon Wu Legion take action, they would be unable to protect the millions of innocents on the battlefield. Even the slightest collateral damage could result in the deaths of countless civilians. The actions of their adversaries were despicable beyond measure. As a strong warrior, to demand that the weak serve as a barrier of flesh was an abomination. Wuge's fists were tightly clenched, his nails digging deep into his palms, oblivious to the pain. His heart swelled with indignation. The common people of the celestial Wu Empire were the very ones he had vowed to protect. Yet now, to advance meant that countless lives would be lost, and he would be complicit in the slaughter of the emperor's subjects. Boom. Just as Wuge's thoughts spiraled into chaos, a thunderous sound akin to celestial thunder erupted from afar, resonating through the heavens like the shriek of a sword. In an instant, the sky transformed. The once clear expanse darkened as storm clouds gathered, lightning illuminating the tumultuous sky, as if the very firmament was about to be shrouded. Amidst the swirling black clouds, a figure cloaked in black approached, surrounded by 9 ethereal sword shadows, resembling a majestic figure of divine retribution descending from above. With each step, he trod upon blinding lightning, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Who is this? The mere sight of the figure sent a shiver down the spine of the Prince of Qianshan, overwhelming him with an unprecedented sense of peril. Witnessing this scene, the kings within the palace were equally struck with dread, even as mere apparitions. The figure standing upon the lightning, bearing 9 ethereal swords, instilled in them a chilling fear, as if they were plunging into an icy abyss. I am the celestial sword saint, Du Ling Tian. The voice of the figure resonated with the might of a collapsing sky, echoing throughout the realm. In an instant, hundreds of millions of soldiers fell to their knees, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of his supreme presence. The celestial sword saint? The Prince of Qianshan's throat felt parched, his mind seemingly frozen. He had never heard such a name before, yet the strength of this being surpassed the limits of his imagination, filling him with a bone-deep terror. I cannot bear to witness the suffering in this world. I have come to rescue you. The towering figure, suspended in the air and surrounded by lightning, cast a detached gaze over the battlefield, ultimately resting upon the civilians forced into martyrdom. Declaring himself a sword saint, he casually pointed forward, summoning one of the ethereal swords to soar towards the vast army, poised to cleave through the ranks like a tidal wave. With a swift whoosh, the world darkened, as if a radiant white arc spanned the heavens. The Prince of Qianshan looked up. The pale, silent sword light grew ever brighter, ever larger in his eyes, until it entirely eclipsed his vision. Chapter 14. The Arrival of Supremacy, Crushing the Kings. With a deafening roar that shook the earth, the image projected by the scroll abruptly ceased, leaving only an abyss of darkness. The kings stood in stunned silence, gazing at the shadowy screen, their minds blank. The celestial sword saint. Who was he, and what kind of formidable being was he? Even the thunder of the heavens bowed before him, responding to his every whim with unimaginable might. After an extended darkness, the final image revealed the aftermath of the white light's eruption. A gigantic chasm, unfathomably deep, appeared as a gaping rift stretching across the Qianshan territory for miles on end. Meanwhile, the Prince of Qianshan's 300 million soldiers had vanished without a trace, leaving only the millions of civilians, now free, retreating under the guidance of the Dragon Legion. This single sword strike had not harmed a single civilian. The Prince of Qianshan was on the brink of madness, his mind reeling. The mastery over such power seemed almost beyond belief, akin to a fable. The other regional kings gasped in shock, their faces pale. A single sword had carved a scar of 10,000 miles, annihilating the army of the Prince of Qianshan without inflicting harm on any other soul. What level of strength did the true power of the celestial sword saint reach? Why would this sword saint assist the celestial Wu Empire's forces? The forehead of the divine might king glistened with cold sweat as he mumbled incoherently. I do not know, he replied. I can only hope that this sword saint is merely passing through and has chosen to slay the Prince of Qianshan. Shaking his head, the face of the Wuyang king darkened. If the power of Chu Ye stemmed from this celestial sword saint, how could they, the regional nations, possibly contend with such a being? It would merely be a futile struggle against an unstoppable force. Just as the kings felt their emotions spiral into chaos, a cold and unfamiliar voice suddenly reverberated through the palace. Who dares? In an instant, all the lords felt a chill run down their spines and turned to see a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, occupying the space where the king of heavy flame should have been, casually tossing a small, sinister black blade into the air. Danger. Utterly perilous. Like an instinctual response, a profound sense of alarm surged within them at the mere sight of the shadow. They felt as though their breaths had been stilled in the face of a great adversary. The eerie presence of this dark figure was too uncanny and terrifying to comprehend. Who are you? The hot-tempered king of Fulong felt his heart race, unable to suppress a sharp cry. Except for him, the other kings appeared as if their bodies were frozen, acutely aware that their hearts were gripped by some unfathomable, terrifying presence. The shadow turned its gaze. Yet the face that should have borne features was shrouded in an abyssal darkness, reminiscent of a demon existing solely in the netherworld. Merely gazing upon it sent chills coursing through one's veins, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. I am Chu Ye, the third supreme of the Shadow Legion. Today, under the command of my lord, the heavenly martial emperor, I am here to eradicate your entire treacherous clan and reclaim the Qingzhou region. As Chu Ye slowly rose, the once mighty lord of rebellious fire, now reduced to countless fragments, fell to the ground, staining the opulent hall with crimson. The supreme, the king of Wuyang, teetered on the brink of collapse. 3 days prior, he had secretly ascended to the level of a revered one, intending to seize this opportunity to demonstrate the prowess of a supreme being and personally slay the heavenly martial emperor, Chu Ye. Yet, he had not anticipated the emergence of the Dragon Martial Legion, followed by the intervention of an unknown sword saint. Now, a self-proclaimed supreme, who serves the heavenly martial emperor, had arrived. How could this be happening? Everything had unraveled completely. The emperor he had treated as a mere puppet, utterly inconsequential, now possessed such formidable allies? Why? Chu Ye! Chu Ye! The king of Wuyong roared within, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He had spent a decade plotting within the heavenly martial emperor's court, believing victory was within his grasp, only to find himself ensnared in such a dire predicament. A supreme? Just as the kings hesitated, paralyzed by fear, a middle-aged man clad in an elegant robe, exuding a gentle and refined demeanor, suddenly laughed. Do you truly believe I have never witnessed the might of a genuine supreme? A mere pretender of a foreign race dares to proclaim supremacy? With a thundering roar, the scholarly-clad man drew his sword, unleashing a terrifying pressure of true essence that surged like a tidal wave. He was the former governor of Qingzhou, now one of the most formidable beings within the Nine Emperors' palace, feared by the kings as the Qing Emperor. His cultivation had long since reached the revered level 5 years ago, and today, he had stepped into the third layer of the revered realm, capable of annihilating all imperial forces. It is the Qing Emperor. When did this formidable being arrive, and why had I not sensed his presence before? Gulp! Could the Qing Emperor possibly contend with that shadowy foreigner? As the Qing Emperor drew his sword, the kings could not contain their surprise. He was indeed the Qing Emperor. Even across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, his strength was undeniably among the pinnacle. Oh! Hearing the remarks of his opponent, Anshua's crimson eyes, hidden in darkness, narrowed slightly, a chilling glimmer flickering within, a mere insect, speaking with such audacity. However, our time, entrusted by His Majesty, is limited, so I shall not waste it on you. Prepare to die. With that, Anshua spoke indifferently, extending his left hand and flicking his fingers. Boom! In an instant, the space shattered, and an invisible, pitch-black trajectory tore through the air, crossing hundreds of zhang in the blink of an eye, aimed straight at the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor had no time to react. His body trembled violently, a sweet metallic taste rising in his throat. Then, with a resounding bang, he burst apart like a blooming amaryllis, scattering into a shower of blood and flesh. The once mighty revered one was slain on the spot, unable to even utter a cry. This scene sent a chill through the hearts of the kings present, and when they turned their gaze back to Anshua, all that remained was a fear that penetrated to their very bones. The Qing Emperor was crushed into a mist of blood by his mere finger. Flee! Run! Run! In an instant, the kings cast aside all pretense and dignity. Almost immediately after Anshua made his move, each of them activated their divine powers, frantically fleeing into the distance. Yet it was all too late. Whoosh! As the multitude escaped the palace, a vast, looming moon cast shadows that blotted out the sky. As countless dark figures descended, intent on engulfing the world in darkness. It was the arrival of the million-strong Shadow Legion, sealing off the area completely. This sight shattered the last remnants of hope in the heart of the king of Wuyong. He clutched his head, howling to the heavens in a frenzy, resembling a madman. His 10 years of meticulous planning had rendered him a mere joke before the heavenly martial emperor. All his efforts had been in vain, leading him to unwittingly bury himself in the abyss of death. Chu Ye, should there be a next life, I shall ensure you are snuffed out in your cradle to prevent future troubles. Sizzle! As the anguished roar of the king of Wuyong echoed, the shadowy lord, Anshua, merely clenched his fingers, and all escaping kings exploded in an instant, transforming into a torrential downpour of blood. Before a true supreme, these pinnacle monarchs were no more than despicable, feeble grasshoppers. There was only one path, death. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept through, carrying the scent of blood rain and sorrowful wails that echoed throughout Qingzhou. By the time this night concludes, the fears of those traitors will undoubtedly reach their zenith. Chapter 15. The Fall of the Yunlu Sect and the Dragon Martial Legion. 4 days later, the reclamation of the heavenly martial empire's territory by Chu Ye swiftly reached its final phase. Beneath the million-strong Shadow Legion, the resistance of the kings was nothing more than a feudal struggle, easily crushed. In just 4 days, over 60 noble families had been exterminated, and the 9 emperors' palace had been obliterated. Even as several dukes rushed to pledge their allegiance to Chu Ye, expressing their loyalty, he showed no mercy whatsoever. He had given them a chance. If they failed to seize it in time, they were left with but one path, death. And now, in the last unclaimed territory, within Wuzhou, boom, the battlefield erupted with deafening roars as boundless true essence clashed, the two sides colliding like celestial bodies, shaking the very heavens. Retreat at once. Wuzhou is the sacred ground of my Yunlu sect, not a realm for mere mortals to tread upon. In the void, an elderly man clad in a flowing robe, his white beard billowing, and surrounded by a powerful aura, gazed down upon the battlefield and spoke in a deep voice. With but his presence alone, he halted the advance of the 100,000-strong Dragon Martial Legion, preventing them from advancing even a single step. A peak revered one. Why does Wuzhou possess such formidable protection? The commander of the legion, Wu Gu, and several vice-commanders gazed into the void, their brows furrowed in disbelief. Until today, the Dragon Martial Legion had successfully reclaimed 3 regions for the Emperor, Liuzhou, Hanzhou, and Yuzhou. The resistance forces in these 3 regions were utterly weak against the might of the Dragon Martial Legion, swept aside until their leaders were slain. Yet now, in this final region of Wuzhou, the first obstacle they faced was a powerful being claiming to hail from the Yunlu sect, a peak revered one. Even with the formidable might of a legion, it proves futile against the adversary. Yet, to withdraw my forces would be utterly unacceptable. Humph. My sovereign seeks to conquer Wuzhou. And you, a mere member of the Yunlu upper sect, dare to obstruct our path. Wu Ji's gaze was as frigid as ice. As a formidable being of the 6th layer of the venerable realm, commanding an army of 100,000 dragon warriors, his pride knew no bounds. In this moment, he would not easily relent. As he spoke, Wu Gu unsheathed his colossal blade, unleashing an overwhelming surge of white blade light that cleaved through the heavens like a river of knives sweeping across the vast expanse. With this strike, he channeled his utmost fury, vowing to annihilate his foe, stubborn and unyielding. In the void, the elder's eyelid twitched, his expression darkening. As one of the inner elders of the Yunlu upper sect, he would not have descended upon this desolate land of the Tianwu Empire had he not discovered several veins of spirit stones in Wuzhou, their worth beyond measure. How could a peak venerable like himself be present in such a barren place? He resolved to swiftly eliminate these 100,000 troops and hasten the extraction of the spirit stone veins. With a flicker of thought, the elder transformed his defensive stance into an offensive one. Swish! A thread of pale divine light erupted from his sleeve, swiftly morphing into countless delicate strands that cascaded downwards. Each strand appeared as an intangible entity, yet radiated an infinite sharpness, as if capable of cleaving the very heavens asunder. In an instant, they enveloped the sky and the ground, ensnaring not only Wu Gu but the entirety of the 100,000 dragon warriors within their grasp. This is bad. Wu Ji's pupils constricted, his muscles tensing as he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Yet, at this moment, it was already too late. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated as the intangible strands erupted into dazzling brilliance, converging violently towards the center. Sizzle. The void seemed to be torn apart. Following this, countless wails filled the air, painting the entire sky a vivid crimson. In a heartbeat, the 100,000 dragon warriors were reduced to a rain of blood and flesh, nearly annihilated. Even Wu Gu himself suffered a grievous injury, his arm severed, as he hastily retreated to a distance of 10,000 feet, trembling uncontrollably. This the 100,000 dragon warriors in the blink of an eye. They had been reduced to a field of bloodied remains. Wu Ji's pupils quivered violently. The cacophony of the outside world faded into silence. His mind plunged into an abyss of emptiness. He was the commander of the dragon warriors, bound by brotherhood with each soldier. And witnessing this scene felt akin to 1,000 blades piercing through his very being, nearly driving him to the brink of unconsciousness. Damn it! Damn it! Fiery wrath ignited within Wu Gu, his eyes blazing crimson as if stained with blood. I will slay you. His heart brimmed with an insatiable hatred. He must exact vengeance upon the Yunlu upper sect for the slaughter of his 10,000 brothers. Ants, you seek death. The elder cast a cold glance at Wu Gu, wielding the silvery radiance in his palm. Once more, it transformed into countless strands, erupting forth. This was a top-tier heavenly spiritual treasure, the silver arc blade. Its sharpness was unfathomable, capable of slicing through a venerable's flesh as easily as one would cut through tofu. To date, the number of peak venerables who had perished beneath his silver arc blade exceeded 5. Die. As the silver brilliance surged towards him, Wu Gu bellowed, unleashing the dragon's might that enveloped him, his blood and energy igniting like an unquenchable flame. Boom. In that instant, his cultivation soared, propelling him to the threshold of the half-step supreme level, directly overpowering the elder of the Yunlu upper sect. 100-shattering dragon fist. Though he was now a one-armed warrior, Wu Gu still exuded unparalleled ferocity, his right fist erupting with unimaginable speed, shattering the endless silver threads with sheer force. What? The elder's heart trembled in disbelief. The resilience of the silver arc blade was something no venerable could breach. Only a supreme could shatter it. How could it be? A mere venerable of a mundane empire possesses such power? Yet, before he could react further, crack, Wu Gu stepped into the void, causing the space beneath him to collapse instantly. His fist, more ferocious than ever, resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, radiating boundless heat. With one strike, he unleashed an unimaginable sonic boom. Boom, 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 boom. The void quaked incessantly, engulfed in chaos. In the blink of an eye, Wu Gu unleashed a flurry of furious dragon punches, hammering relentlessly upon the elder's body until it was obliterated into a mist of blood. Only then did he relent, allowing his body to plummet towards the earth. In this confrontation, he had invoked the dragon's heart, amplifying his strength tenfold, yet at the cost of his own life. Bang! His massive form crashed to the ground like a meteor, causing the earth to tremble violently. Wu Ji's eyes grew dim, the vitality within him ebbing away like the tide. My sovereign, it seems I can no longer accompany you in battle. He struggled to lift his head slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his vision had become completely blurred, rendering the sky beyond unrecognizable. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of the wind howled in his ears, yet this time, Wu Gu could no longer hear its whispers. Chapter 16. The Reversal of Destiny, the Second Incarnation. What is happening? In the Imperial Palace. As Chu Ye was about to step into the Nine-Dragon Hall, he suddenly halted, a sense of inexplicable unease swelling within him. Ding. Detection indicates that the Dragon Warrior Legion under your command is embroiled in a fierce battle and has now been completely annihilated. The system's voice echoed, causing Chu Ye's brow to furrow deeply. His Dragon Warrior Legion boasted a force of 100,000, though it could not rival the million-strong Shadow Legion. These 100,000 heavenly beings, led by 3 venerables, should have been an unstoppable force within the Tianwu Empire. Yet now, they had suddenly been wiped out? Who could have done this? Could it be a force from beyond the Tianwu Empire that has made its move? Chu Ye's eyes narrowed, a surge of fury igniting within him. He must ascertain who dared to intrude upon his imperial domain. Buzzing, as his thoughts stirred, he pinpointed the last known location of the Dragon Warrior Legion and shattered the void, traversing millions of miles in an instant. What is this? In Wuzhou, on the battlefield, Chu Ye stood amidst the cloud-streaked sky, gazing down upon the horrific scene below. The 100,000 dragon warriors had been torn to shreds by some extraordinarily sharp spiritual weapon. Furthermore, Wu Gu appeared to have perished after employing a forbidden technique, his corpse lying on the ground, desiccated as if eroded by 1,000 years of time. Elder Su Wan, has he truly fallen here? Before Chu Ye could make any move, he sensed a colossal wave of pressure bearing down upon him. Boom! In an instant, the heavens trembled, the earth shook, and a tempest erupted. In the distance, atop the peaks of the mountains, amidst the swirling clouds, a colossal ship emerged, stretching 10,000 feet in length and obscuring half the sky. Upon the ship stood numerous white-robed cultivators, alongside a flag unfurling, adorned with the emblem of the Yunlu upper sect, depicting a manifestation of floating clouds. Several middle-aged cultivators were the first to arrive. A subtle awareness of the atmosphere enveloped this place, and his expression grew exceedingly grave. The one who had attained the pinnacle of the venerable realm, Elder Su Wan, who possessed the celestial-grade spirit treasure, the silver arc-blade, had perished here. Moreover, the manner of his death was profoundly tragic. It was as if he had been crushed by some ferocious beast, leaving no trace of his remains. Who are you? Chu Ye's countenance was chillingly cold. He had never encountered the floating cloud emblem within the heavenly martial empire, leading him to surmise that these individuals must hail from beyond the imperial domain. It seemed highly likely that the perpetrators behind the annihilation of the Dragon Martial Legion were this very faction. As Chu Ye's words fell, several middle-aged cultivators, each at the venerable stage, radiating a palpable pressure of true essence, turned to him. Upon catching sight of the black-gold imperial robe adorning Chu Ye, their expressions involuntarily stiffened. An imperial robe? Could this person be the sovereign of the heavenly martial empire? Was it possible that Elder Su Wan had met his end at his hands? In mere moments, a myriad of thoughts flickered through their minds. They were from the Cloudstream sect, a formidable power from a realm several times larger than the heavenly martial empire, known as the Nine Heavens Dynasty. Within this vast dynasty, their influence was merely mid-tier, unable to contend with the truly colossal entities. Yet, within this small nation of the heavenly martial empire, the strength of the Cloudstream sect undoubtedly exceeded imagination, capable of effortlessly crushing all formidable beings within this territory. Thus, even upon discerning Chu Ye's identity, they remained utterly devoid of reverence. The demise of Su Wan necessitated an investigation. With this in mind, the leader among them spoke in a calm tone. I am Lu Chun, one of the inner elders of the Cloudstream sect. We have come to Wu Prefecture today to excavate the Spirit Stone mines and hope you will relinquish this land without interference. Otherwise, you may invoke the wrath of our sect. Lu Chun's tone was placid, seemingly dismissive of Chu Ye. After all, Chu Ye was exceedingly young. Even as the ruler of this imperial domain, his strength was likely limited to the monarch level, merely an ant that could be extinguished with a flick of a finger. And what of the so-called true powerhouses of this empire? Humph, what could they possibly amount to in the presence of the Cloudstream sect? The audacity of the Cloudstream sect? Chu Ye's gaze turned frigid. Their attitude was exceedingly arrogant, clearly a band of outsiders demanding he surrender his territory, laden with an unmistakable threat. This ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. Are you suggesting that I should hand over Wu Prefecture and the land of the Heavenly Martial Empire? Boom. The wrath of a saint transformed the very heavens and earth, causing them to shudder and reverse. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and streaks of crimson lightning crisscrossed the sky, rending the atmosphere as if the apocalypse had descended, annihilating all. In that instant, Chu Ye seemed to transform into the sole deity of this realm. With a mere word, he could determine life and death. A single strike could shatter the sun and moon. At this moment, even Lu Chun, at the peak of the venerable realm, felt his pupils constrict in shock. This level of pressure? How could a mere ruler of a remote empire possess such terrifying might? Not only Lu Chun, but even the two companions beside him were left speechless in horror. Wait, sir, they sought to utter more, but Chu Ye would grant them no further opportunity. Boom. With a single palm, it was as if he summoned the might of the entire empire, crashing down upon the world. In an instant, the heavens quaked and the earth split apart. Every being within Wu Prefecture prostrated themselves, trembling in response to the eruption of supreme power. Their ears rang deafeningly as a tempest swept through like a tidal wave, threatening to devour all in its path. When Chu Ye raised his hand once more, beneath his feet lay only an unfathomable abyss. The three elders of the Cloudstream sect, along with their colossal floating vessel, were utterly annihilated under that one palm, reduced to the primal dust of the cosmos. Buzz. Yet, this was not the end. The next moment, Chu Ye lifted the heavenly authority divine sword high, causing billions of golden beams to illuminate the earth, as if time itself had slowed. Warriors who pledge loyalty to me, your destinies lie not here. By the name of the Heavenly Martial Emperor, I grant you a new fate. Return. His voice resonated throughout the vast expanse, echoing across the universe. Holding the heavenly authority divine sword, Chu Ye seemed to sever the very fabric of reality, defying the laws of existence. Boom. As golden light cascaded from the heavens, the remains of the 100,000 Dragon Martial Legion transformed into threads of golden radiance, ultimately coalescing into a towering pillar of light that stood between heaven and earth. Roar. With the manifestation of myriad dragon shadows in the sky, when the light dissipated, the once perished Dragon Martial Legion had returned from the underworld, standing in unison upon the earth. Furthermore, the cultivation of every member of the Legion had surged dramatically. Once mere mortals, they had now all ascended to the realm of monarchs. Your Majesty, Wu Gu awakened. Gazing at this miraculous scene of the deceased returning, his astonishment beyond words. He could only kneel deeply before the Supreme Sovereign, repeatedly bowing in reverence, proclaiming the Emperor's boundless grace. The entire Legion bowed their heads, their fervor and respect reaching a pinnacle. Is this the power of the Heavenly Authority Sword? Chu Ye gazed upon the reborn Dragon Martial Legion. Even though he had anticipated its effects, he could not help but feel a jolt of astonishment at the sword's might. Any who truly pledged allegiance to the Empire, even if their bones turned to dust, could return from the underworld. With this sword, all loyal warriors under his command would henceforth be deemed immortal. Chu Ye chuckled lightly, nodding in acknowledgement to the Dragon Martial Legion that bowed before him. Buzz. A dragon shadow around him transformed, swiftly invoking the Nine Emperors' sacred body technique. Ultimately, it morphed into a colossal figure clad in blood-stained black armor, wielding a chilling great sword. I am the Lord of Misfortune, Ming Yan. The figure spoke, its eyes swirling with blood-red veins, looking as fearsome as a malevolent spirit. The second incarnation, Lord of Misfortune Ming Yan, stood in stark contrast to the first incarnation, the compassionate sword saint, who bore a benevolent demeanor. This incarnation was forged explicitly for battle and slaughter. He intended to expel the Lord of Misfortune from the Heavenly Martial Empire and obliterate the so-called Cloudstream sect, bathing the land in blood. As the sovereign of the Heavenly Martial Empire, he could not tolerate anyone coveting his territory. Go, Ming Yan. Crush those ignorant insects for me. Let them pay the price for their greed. Chu Ye's eyes were icy, each word deliberate. Understood. Boom. With a nonchalant nod, Ming Yan's figure instantly vanished into thin air, streaking toward the distant heavens. Chapter 17. The Arrival of the Lord of Misfortune, the Annihilation Demon Sword. Meanwhile, tens of millions of miles away from the Heavenly Martial Empire, within a towering peak that pierced the clouds, resembling a colossal beast of the wild, a voice echoed through the palace. Are you saying that Lu Chun, Su won? and the other inner elder soul fires have all been extinguished? Upon hearing the news of the demise of Lu Chun and Su Wan, a middle-aged man of imposing stature, whose entire being was enveloped in a radiant aura of black and white essence, furrowed his brows in concern. Known as the Yin Yang Dao Sovereign, he is the contemporary leader of the Yunlu sect. His cultivation level reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm, placing him among the elite within the vast Nine Heavens Empire. At this moment, the Yin Yang Dao Sovereign's eyes gleamed with contemplation. The heavenly martial empire is merely one of the lower-tier nations. According to reports, their most formidable warrior should be no more than a mid-level sage. How could the esteemed elders Su Wan and Lu Chun suddenly perish there? The Yin Yang Dao Sovereign mused, filled with profound bewilderment. 3 days prior, a clandestine informant had relayed startling news to the Yunlu sect. Within the martial province of the heavenly martial empire, there existed several veins of supreme spirit stones, the total reserves of which could sustain the entire Yunlu sect for a millennium. The prospect of dispatching formidable warriors to seize these mineral deposits was tantalizing. This revelation sent ripples of excitement throughout the Yunlu sect, promising immense wealth that warranted the risk of potential deception. Swiftly, an elder from the Yunlu sect journeyed to Martial Province. Upon witnessing the vast spirit stone deposits, even the Yin Yang Dao Sovereign was taken aback. He immediately dispatched several intersect elders along with a grand spirit vessel to establish a mining base in Martial Province and secure those substantial veins. Yet, to his astonishment, the first batch of dispatched warriors met with utter annihilation within mere hours. Could this be a trap set by the Divine Sea sect? A chilling realization dawned upon the Yin Yang Dao Sovereign, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The Divine Sea sect had been his adversary for a millennium. Over the years, both factions had engaged in countless covert assassinations and schemes against one another, with numerous actual sect wars having transpired. With the fall of several inter-sect elders, the Yin Yang Dao Sovereign naturally cast his first suspicion upon the Divine Sea sect. After all, he harbored no belief that the so-called Heavenly Martial Empire possessed the strength to slay peak sages. Divine Sea sect, whether or not you orchestrated this from the shadows, I, the Yunlu sect, shall ensure that not a single creature remains unscathed. A glint of malice crossed the Yin Yang Dao Sovereign's face as he coldly declared. It seemed that after a few years devoid of conflict, this detestable Divine Sea sect had once again begun to stir trouble. At that moment, a white-clad steward rushed into the hall, reporting to the sect master. Several disciples stationed at the mountain gate have observed anomalies through the celestial mirror from 100,000 miles away. The steward knelt on one knee. Anomalies? The Yin Yang Dao Sovereign's gaze sharpened. It is a shadow racing towards our Yunlu sect at an alarming speed, nearly beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. Should they continue on this trajectory, boom. The white-clad steward was cut short as the entire mountain range housing the sect trembled violently, startling the elders within the hall. What is this? Our mountain's protective spirit formation is under attack. Someone is attempting to breach the Yunlu sect. A black-clad elder exclaimed. The protective spirit formation. This is the strongest defensive measure of the Yunlu sect, designed to keep any ill-intentioned individuals at bay. Let us go? For I am eager to see who dares to cause havoc in our Yunlu sect. The Yin Yang Dao Sovereign's gaze was icy. At this moment, he was consumed by fury, and the arrival of this unwitting intruder was a perfect opportunity to unleash his wrath. With a swift motion, the Yin Yang Dao Sovereign stepped into the void. Thunderous roars resonated as the very fabric of space seemed to contract around him. The sky was instantly shrouded in shades of black and white, and chaotic light flickered in his eyes. Who dares approach? He bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder, shaking the very heavens. Outside the luminous barrier of the protective spirit formation stood a towering figure, cloaked in a dark, ominous aura, wielding a blood-marked black sword, resembling a dark deity descending upon the realm. With a hoarse voice imbued with an enigmatic undertone, he spoke. Knowing this is the territory of your sect, you still dare to trespass? The Yin Yang Dao Sovereign's voice thundered in response, promising annihilation to the intruder. The commotion drew the attention of countless disciples of the Yunlu sect, who gazed upward in awe at their sect master and the elders behind him. They were astonished. The sect master was personally taking action. This was the legendary supreme being, capable of overturning rivers and reversing the cosmos with a mere thought. Very well. The figure bearing the black sword remained unfazed, yet an undercurrent of danger rippled among the elders. Could he be a practitioner of the dark arts? He dares to confront the entire Yunlu sect, courting death. The disciples below watched with reverence in their eyes, envisioning the imminent obliteration of the intruder by their supreme leader. I am the harbinger of misfortune, Ming Yan, servant of the heavenly martial emperor. By my master's command, I have come to cleanse your entire clan in blood. Ming Yan's voice was chilling as he slowly unsheathed the enormous dark sword from his back, pointing it towards the vast Yunlu sect. Cleanse my sect in blood? The Yin-Yang Dao sovereign erupted into maniacal laughter. You foolish wretch. In my lifetime, I have never heard of anyone with the audacity to threaten the Yunlu sect. Do you think you possess the capability? His voice was laced with a bone-chilling malice. One sword is all it takes to eradicate you. However, Ming Yin merely raised his sword high, revealing an array of blood patterns that manifested upon its blade, reminiscent of a dread weapon emerging from the abyss. In truth, this sword hailed from the depths of the abyss of eternal tribulation. Chapter 18. The Annihilation of the Yunlu Sect, the Dawn of the Chaotic Market. The Sword of Eternal Obliteration. This was a treasure obtained by Chu Ye during his second special signing event. His first avatar, the Celestial Sword Saint, had ventured into the outer realms to investigate the divides among various factions. Upon reaching a colossal empire known as the Vandi Divine Empire, he triggered the opportunity for a second special signing, following the Heavenly Authority Divine Sword. This forbidden sword from the abyss has now found its rightful place in Chu Ye's possession. Moreover, due to the embodiment of the Nine Emperor's sacred form, which lacks true self-will. Although Chu Ye's original body cannot wield it, it is perfectly fitting for this second incarnation to command the sword. How laughable. My Yunlu Shangzong's protective mountain spirit array is formidable enough that even high-tier supreme beings would struggle to breach it. I shall witness how you intend to annihilate my sect with a single strike. A hint of mockery flickered at the corner of the Yin-Yang Taoist's mouth. This array has safeguarded the sect for a millennium. He is confident that even a being of the fifth tier of supremacy would find it exceedingly challenging to penetrate this protective formation. As for this mysterious individual who calls himself the Master of Misfortune? Such delusions. Let him realize his impotence, and then I shall obliterate him with a thunderous might. With such thoughts in mind, the Yin-Yang Taoist's gaze turned increasingly derisive, as if viewing a mere jester, filled with disdain and pity. Boom. In the next moment, Ming Yin uttered not a word, wielding the Eternal Oblivion Sword, and struck down towards the mountains housing the Yunlu Shangzong. In an instant, the sword's wind howled. Seemingly an ordinary strike, yet it harbored the terrifying power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The Yin-Yang Taoist and his companions barely had time to react before the dark, silent sword light had fiercely descended upon the world. Then, with a deafening roar, an explosive sound erupted. A terrifying and unparalleled shockwave instantaneously swept forth. In the blink of an eye, the entire Yunlu mountain range was annihilated into dust, with terrifying fissures nearly spanning 100,000 miles, utterly rewriting the landscape of this region. As for those of the Yunlu Shangzong, they were utterly powerless to resist, disintegrating into nothingness in an instant, leaving no trace behind. With but a single sword strike, the entire sect was obliterated. Among them were 3 supreme powerhouses, who could not even withstand a fleeting moment before being reduced to a mist of blood. Boom. The overwhelming force swept across all directions, leveling the surrounding mountains to the ground. Once, the Yunlu mountain range stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, resembling a great dragon coiled upon the earth. However, with this sword strike, that vast expanse was mercilessly erased from the map. All that remained was a bottomless, pitch-black scar from the sword. This was the fate that awaited those who coveted my Tianwu Empire. Ming Yin stood aloft in the air, his crimson eyes piercing and cold, gazing down with indifference. The sword in his hand grew ever darker and deeper, as if it had devoured all the souls, merging completely with it. The heavenly authority bestowed upon living beings the power of immortality. Yet this sword was meant to annihilate, cutting down all heretics who dared to defy Chu Ye. The 9 provinces belong to the Tianwu Empire. This chaotic continent shall ultimately belong to me. Boom. In an instant, Ming Yin vanished into the void, soaring across millions of miles, returning to the Tianwu Empire. 3 days later, in the imperial capital of the Tianwu Empire. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of reclaiming the Tianwu Empire. Rewards. Special sign-in once. 3 legion summons. Ding. The Imperial Fortune Shop has been opened. The host may use Imperial Fortune points to purchase items and accelerate the construction of the Empire. In the study, as Chu Ye was reviewing memorials, he abruptly halted. It was completed. After several days, he had finally reclaimed every inch of territory that belonged to the Tianwu Empire. Chu Ye nodded, his gaze falling upon the system panel. Host, Chu Ye. Cultivation, 3 Pattern Saint, Ruler of Heaven. Physical strength, 3,400 Ancient Dragon Power. 1 Ancient Dragon Power equals 100 quintillion pounds. Special Divine Ability, 9 Emperor's Sacred Form. Nation, Tianwu Empire. Citizen Approval Rating, 50. The higher the approval rating, the greater the enhancement of the Ruler of Heaven trait. Sign-in count, daily sign-in 0 times. Monthly sign-in 0 times, special sign-in once. Legion summons, 3 times. Quickly scanning through his panel, Chu Ye soon found a detailed panel regarding the empire. Tianwu Empire. Empire range, 9 provinces. Citizen count, exceeding trillions, with the strongest being the supreme of the 3rd tier, Yi. Current imperial fortune points, 950,000. Daily imperial fortune points acquisition, 1,000, based on the empire's range, citizen count, and cultivation improvements. System rating, Tier 3 nation, initially stabilizing its foothold in the eastern region. Currently a mid-tier force. Imperial fortune points? Chu Ye continued exploring the imperial fortune shop, soon encountering an enticing exchange list. First-class spiritual rice seed, 10,000 gene per mu. No requirements, with an exceptionally high survival rate. Should the citizens of the empire consume this as food, it would significantly enhance the birth ratio of cultivators and even steadily improve their cultivation aptitude. Price, 50,000 imperial fortune points. Merely the first item for sale dazzled Chu Ye, prompting him to decisively purchase it. A splendid find. Undoubtedly, this spiritual rice seed holds immense value for the future of the Tianwu Empire. It is vital to note that even with trillions of citizens, the birth ratio of cultivators remains woefully insufficient, less than a few thousandths. If this spiritual rice could drastically elevate the birth rate of cultivators, then with the ruler of heaven trait, Chu Ye's own cultivation would inevitably soar alongside the strength of the empire's citizens. Moreover, this rice yields 10,000 gene without any planting conditions, surely resolving all famine issues within the empire. Just by extensive cultivation, trillions of citizens would reap great benefits. At that time, the power enhancement of the ruler of heaven would undoubtedly surge once more. Haha. With such thoughts, Chu Ye felt a wave of euphoria wash over him, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. He envisioned countless supreme beings emerging within the Tianwu Empire, sweeping away all obstacles before him. Chapter 19. The Titan Guardian Descends, 6-star Ancient Saint. Continuing to peruse, with such thoughts in mind, Chu Ye resumed his exploration of the Imperial Fortune Shop. A plethora of items dazzled before him, each possessing capabilities that could only be described as defying the heavens. For instance, architectural item, Imperial Martial Pavilion. It allows the selection of 12 powerful beings to enter, becoming special Imperial martial offerings. The offerings would be 100% loyal to the host, and would gain 1/8 of the entire empire's power, as long as the Imperial Martial Pavilion remains. Those 12 offerings could be reborn even if killed. Price, 99,990,000 Imperial Fortune Points. Guardian Deity, slaughtering the Heavenly Master. An unparalleled existence that once obliterated billions of worlds and was suppressed by the collective gods. Should the host purchase it, it would be freed from its seal, permanently becoming the guardian deity of the empire. Price, 98,880,000 Imperial Fortune Points. The former possesses immense power, providing the empire with 12 indestructible strong beings, nearly second only to Chu Ye. As for the latter, the current situation has left the illustrious Chu Ye feeling envious. Yet upon learning of the exorbitant price demanded by the other party, he could not help but let out a resigned sigh. The annihilation of the celestial sovereign, an unparalleled demon god capable of obliterating countless worlds. Should the heavenly martial empire possess such a being at its helm, Chu Ye would undoubtedly sweep through the myriad realms. However, the staggering price of 988.8 billion made him abandon this thought, at least for now. Instead, he resolved to utilize his current stockpile of over 900,000 Imperial luck points to procure some foundational items for the empire's development. Construction item, Heavenly Martial Academy, Level 1. Capable of accommodating 3 million students. It is staffed by a sovereign-level master of the 9th rank, for sovereign-level deans of the 5th rank, and 48 half-step sovereign instructors. Effect, enhances the cultivation efficiency of all students by 50 and is equipped with 4 divine realms. Additionally, all who become students of the academy will exhibit unwavering loyalty to the host. Price, 500,000 Imperial luck points. Construction item, Assault Army Camp. Capable of training 5 million soldiers, it is staffed by a sovereign-level commander of the 2nd rank and 128 peak sovereign instructors. Effect, in just 1 month. It can transform ordinary individuals with no cultivation talent into elite soldiers of the assault army. Capped at the human realm. Unable to advance further in cultivation. With an unwavering resolve to assault, they fight to the death. Price, 400,000 Imperial luck points. The Heavenly Martial Academy. The Assault Army Camp. The purchase of these 2 monumental structures instantaneously consumed all of Chu Ye's Imperial luck points. Yet, the benefits they confer are extraordinary. The Heavenly Martial Academy is a special building that can be upgraded, designed to attract top-tier prodigies and cultivate them into loyal powerhouses for the empire. Should it reach level 9, it could even unlock a special temporal secret realm, where 1 year inside equates to merely 1 day in the outside world. This would effortlessly nurture an overwhelming number of prodigious talents. As for the assault army camp, while its capacity pales in comparison to the former, its rapid training capabilities and the ability to elevate ordinary individuals to the human realm are treasures coveted by all great nations. Each month, it reliably produces 5 million elite soldiers. It appears that now, with the true unification of the empire, the system's functionalities have fully activated. Chu Ye shook his head, marveling at the formidable effects of these structures, and could not help but inwardly sigh. Let the special sign-in and legion summoning commence. He also did not forget the rewards from this mission, promptly using up the opportunity for a special sign-in and 3 legion summons. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 4 Titan Divine Guards. The first notification was the most precious special sign-in. Titan Divine Guards? Chu Ye could not help but feel puzzled, and promptly focused his thoughts to examine their attributes. Titan Echius. Cultivation, 9 Patterned Saint, under the influence of heavenly Tao suppression, growing stronger alongside the host's empire. Identity, an ultimate existence transcending deities from another realm, one of the incarnations of the chaotic will that creates worlds and shapes all beings. Loyalty, 100 Absolute Loyalty. Titan Amanthal. Cultivation, 9 Patterned Saint, under the influence of heavenly Tao suppression, growing stronger alongside the host's empire. Titan Lord of the 10 Realms. Cultivation, 8 Patterned Saint, under the influence of heavenly Tao suppression, growing stronger alongside the host's empire. Titan Sargassus. Cultivation, 8 Patterned Saint, under the influence of heavenly Tao suppression, growing stronger alongside the host's empire. Ultimate existences that transcend deities. Upon this revelation, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Although they are under heavenly Tao suppression, they remain supreme beings from another realm, considered the creators of all things. To have such fearsome entities, the 4 Titan gods, guarding his realm? Ecstasy surged through him in an instant, igniting a fervor within. The heavenly martial empire now boasted not only the Star Moon God-slaying array, but also the protection of these 4 Titan Divine Guards. Who would dare to provoke them? Boom. At this moment, a cacophony of thunderous roars echoed from the outside world. Chu Ye soared into the sky, witnessing the 4 ethereal Titan figures standing majestically between heaven and earth beneath the celestial vault of the imperial capital. They greeted him with their will, proclaiming their allegiance. Buzz. Ding. Due to the characteristics of the heavenly sovereign, the host's cultivation has risen to 2-star Ancient Saint. Physical power enhanced to the strength of 1 million ancient dragons. 1 ancient dragon's strength equals 1 quintillion pounds, with the 4 Titans becoming citizens of the empire. Chu Ye's cultivation soared once again, breaking through the limits of a saint and reaching the legendary realm of the Ancient Saints. A 9-star Ancient Saint can suppress the ages. Such an existence is recorded in legendary epics, boasting a lifespan of over 30,000 years, having witnessed the rise and fall of infinite powers. Ding. Legion summoning successful. Acquired 3 million feathered god troops, born as celestial beings, recognized in the outside world as a divine race. Ding. Legion summoning successful. Acquired the Endless Calamity Legion, summons the deceased to battle, perfectly inheriting their former strength. Ding. Legion summoning successful. Acquired 300 bloodthirsty demonic puppets, immortal and indestructible. Their strength increases infinitely through slaying enemies. Soon after, the notifications of the 3 Legion summoning resounded in Chu Ye's mind. Boom. With the elevation to 2-star Ancient Saint, he experienced yet another breakthrough, directly ascending to 6-star Ancient Saint, with the fluctuations of his saint essence surging like a boundless ocean. Indeed, after 3 months, I shall embark on the true path to unify the Chaos continent. Wherever my gaze lands, there lies the territory of the Empire, clad in a black gold imperial robe. With long hair wildly billowing in the wind, Chu Ye clenched his fists, his aura roiling and roaring within, as if he intended to engulf the very heavens and earth. In this moment, Chu Ye resembled a celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Chapter 20. Yi Tian's Hatred, the Arrival of the Ethereal Saint. Meanwhile, as Chu Ye prepared to wage war against the Eastern nations, enhancing the might of the heavenly martial empire, the Nine Heavens Dynasty, located where the Yunlu mountain range once stood, lay in ruins. The mountains had been reduced to dust, leaving behind a terrifying scar on the earth, akin to an abyss that instilled dread in all who beheld it. At this moment, in the void, a figure cloaked in black robes, with an ancient bronze sword strapped to its back, gazed down upon the devastation. Upon witnessing the catastrophic scene, the figure trembled with unrestrained fury. Yitian, it seemed. A powerful saint had emerged, obliterating the entire Yunlu mountain range and annihilating the Yunlu sect without a trace. Within his consciousness, a raspy, aged voice echoed with a tone of gravity. A saint? I, Yitian, have no parents, having grown up in the Yunlu sect, which has always been my true home. And now, Yitian's eyes burned crimson, his voice thick with rage and sorrow. He had been away from the sect for merely 7 years. Upon achieving formidable strength and successfully prostrating before a revered sage, what awaited Yitian upon returning to his sect was merely a profound sword scar that cleaved through the heavens. Everything had been utterly annihilated into oblivion. Alas, the voice within Yitian's mind also sighed. He was known as Lu Yun, a remnant soul of an ancient quasi-emperor, once terrorized and revered as the Cloud Emperor. By a twist of fate, he resided within Yitian's body, aiding in his swift ascension, until such a time when he could assist in restoring his own soul and reconstructing his form. Throughout this journey, Lu Yun understood the significance of this sect to Yitian. It could be said that without the Cloudflow sect, there would be no current Yizun, who stands atop the 9 heavens rankings, overshadowing countless prodigies. Master, I seek vengeance. Yitian's eyes reddened, his voice imbued with an overwhelming hatred. What do you intend to do? Lu Yun, in his ethereal form, shook his head and spoke. To him, the entity capable of creating such a terrifying sword scar must be at least above a 3-patterned sage. Although Yitian had already entered the service of the Flame Heaven Sage, a 7-patterned sage who could effortlessly crush 3-patterned sages, enlisting the latter's aid would undoubtedly be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even as his disciple, the chances of success remained exceedingly slim. The ethereal sage. I once rendered him significant assistance. He should be willing to act for me. Yitian gritted his teeth. The ethereal sage, ranked 9th on the holy rankings of the 9 Heavens Dynasty, was a formidable being. In a bygone secret realm, had it not been for Yitian's aid, the former would have undoubtedly remained trapped without any means of escape. Moreover, the ethereal sage placed immense importance on his promises, not one to be untrustworthy. That fellow? His cultivation was indeed on par with the Flame Heaven Sage and possessed the sacred artifact, the ethereal lock, making him an exceptional sage. However, for Yitian, this was a promise from a high-level sage, priceless and capable of saving one's life. Lu Yun frowned. Should this opportunity be squandered on revenge, Yitian's trump cards would be entirely depleted. Once targeted by other demonic sages, escape would be nearly impossible. Though he was a remnant soul of a quasi-emperor, the power he could truly wield was still far too limited. I care not for my disciple. Yitian's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted with rage. Clearly, he had not heeded Lu Yun's words in the slightest. Very well, then, if that is the case, you shall begin your investigation and first ascertain the identity of the adversary. Lu Yun sighed and shook his head, inwardly questioning, had his former self's sect been slaughtered, he too would not have been able to swallow that bitter pill. He could only hope that this path of vengeance would not encounter any missteps. He gazed intently at the profound sword scar that spanned the land, the ominous demonic aura it exuded causing even this former quasi-emperor to tremble within. Good. Yitian nodded slightly before his figure swiftly vanished, intent on probing the surrounding forces to uncover what had transpired on that fateful day, ultimately to pinpoint the identity of the perpetrator. Time flew by, and soon, 2 months had passed. Chu Ye had ascended to an absolute pinnacle of power within the Tianwu Empire. He abolished the former systems of dukes and prefects, permitting only the existence of county governors. Numerous inspectors were appointed to oversee the upper echelons and to impose severe penalties on those who oppressed the common folk or embezzled assets. Some deeply entrenched offenders were even executed. A series of reform measures were enacted, sending tremors through the hearts of the former high-ranking nobility. They had thought themselves to have escaped the bloody purge aimed at the royals, only to find that the new laws issued by the Tianwu Emperor were even more ruthless and resolute. They had witnessed firsthand how merely one frivolous scion, reported by a commoner, led to a thorough investigation of his connected family. As nearly 3,000 transgressions were uncovered, that family, along with nearly 40,000 implicated individuals, met a tragic end within a single day. No one could escape the net. The powerful were treated no differently than the common people. His Majesty regarded all subjects of the empire with impartiality, showing no mercy to those who defied the law. And today, within the imperial capital's Tianwu Academy, we greet your Majesty. In the plaza, the resplendent figure, exuding an overwhelming imperial majesty akin to that of 9 dragons, commanded the attention of the gathered students, who bowed in reverence. Their faces were filled with fervent admiration. Particularly the young boys and girls, chosen by chance to attend the academy, trembled with excitement, almost losing composure. That was the Tianwu Emperor, the indomitable sovereign who, in a mere 7 days, had reclaimed the entirety of the empire. Rise. His indifferent voice echoed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the students gradually straightened, though many remained palpably exhilarated, their fervent gazes fixated on that towering figure, reluctant to divert their attention even for a moment. In their eyes, this emperor had already become a legend, the ultimate goal they would pursue for a lifetime. The figure of the Tianwu Emperor grew increasingly refined, as if he were an ancient behemoth awakening from slumber, exuding a suffocating pressure with every gesture. Even the lord of the academy and numerous instructors dared not approach too closely. This emperor was simply too powerful. Even they were unable to ascertain the precise level of the Tianwu Emperor's current prowess. Perhaps he had already stepped into the domain of the sacred. Today marks the day Tianwu Academy's branches truly spread across the 9 provinces, and my spirit rice seeds are genuinely planted throughout the land, benefiting the entire empire. Clad in a black and gold imperial robe and adorned with a dragon-patterned crown, Chu Ye stood upon the high platform, his gaze surveying the crowd, sparkling with myriad lights. Since his arrival in this world, having become the puppet emperor of this dynasty, several months had elapsed. In this time, millions had perished due to his actions, and the Tianwu Empire had returned to imperial rule. He established branch academies in 72 counties, disseminating spirit rice seeds across the 9 provinces, effectively eradicating the scourge of famine. From the vast expanse of the world, he unearthed countless prodigies, who became part of the present-day Tianwu Academy. Name: Xiaofeng. Identity: junior student of Tianwu Academy. Cultivation: 3rd layer of spirit, sea realm. Physique: 10,000 flames devouring sun body, one of the 10 ancient physiques, capable of suppressing unparalleled geniuses of an era. Loyalty: 100 absolute loyalty, Tianwu Academy effect. Name: Zhouling. Identity: junior student of Tianwu Academy, reincarnation of the ancient emperor, xianxia. Cultivation: 8th layer of spirit, sea realm. Technique: undying for 10,000 calamities, imperial grade, superior. Divine power: mastery of sacred dome, catastrophe of the imperial technique. Devotion level: 100 absolute loyalty. In that moment, Chu Ye merely cast a casual glance at the attribute panels of several individuals, and could not help but nod slightly, feeling quite satisfied. Once they entered his heavenly martial academy, perhaps even they themselves would be unaware, as their loyalty to the heavenly martial emperor would subtly reach its zenith. Even as the reincarnation of a former great emperor, they could not hope to contend with this. Only by truly submitting to him could they pledge eternal loyalty to the imperial dynasty. Boom. However, just as Chu Ye was preparing to speak again and inspire the numerous students present, a sudden, thunderous sound reverberated from afar in the skies above the imperial capital, akin to a thunderclap, causing everyone to involuntarily startle. Immediately following, amidst the astonished gazes of countless students, a vaguely ethereal figure appeared, as if it had never existed in the world. Stepping into the void, its indifferent voice echoed in all directions. Is this the heavenly martial empire? Chapter 21. The Son of Fortune, who slays saints with a single glance. The divine might was as vast as the sea, roaring across the 8 directions. Merely hearing that voice resonate in the heavens, innumerable students within the heavenly martial academy felt their blood surge, as if on the verge of collapse. Instantly, a solemn expression emerged on everyone's faces. The newcomer must certainly be an unparalleled force. Senior Zhuling, based on the investigations I have conducted over the past 2 months, it is evident that the annihilation of our Yunlu Shangzong must have originated from this heavenly martial empire. Behind the ethereal figure, Yi Tian clenched his fists tightly, his gaze icy, revealing an unmistakable hatred. Spending a full 2 months, he had nearly traversed all forces associated with the Yunlu Shangzong, finally locking onto a lower kingdom that he had initially overlooked, the heavenly martial empire. Through various inquiries, he had learned that its master, the heavenly martial emperor Chu Ye, had rapidly risen to prominence in a short span of time, regaining control of the situation. With an almost complete, overwhelming stance, he obliterated the various kings. Rumors suggested that the opponent's cultivation had already approached the realm of saints, secretly receiving an unimaginable opportunity. Heavenly martial emperor Chu Ye. Just the thought of the gruesome scene in the Yunlu Mountains made Yi Tian unable to restrain his anger as he directly questioned Chu Ye from afar. Why must you annihilate our Yunlu Shangzong? Our sect bears you no grudge. Why do you seek to exterminate us completely? Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, casting a detached glance at the 2 uninvited guests who had appeared abruptly. Name: Yi Tian. Identity: 7th true inheritor of the burning heaven saint, son of fortune. Cultivation: Peak Venerable. Fortune Opportunity. Under the protection of the ancient quasi-emperor's remnant soul, possesses a formidable perception of heavenly materials and treasures. The path of cultivation is smooth. If he does not perish in the future, he will undoubtedly ascend to emperor. Current relationship, 300, extreme hatred. A son of fortune? Glancing at one individual's system panel, Chu Ye's eyes glimmered, and a faint smile graced his lips. It seems I have unwittingly provoked this son of fortune, becoming a certain antagonist and target of his enmity. Unable to control it, shall I then eliminate it directly? Chu Ye felt a deep sense of agreement with the system's exceedingly friendly prompt. He, Chu Ye, was inherently a man of strong desire for control. Any factor that instilled unease within him must be eradicated entirely. And today, with Yi Tian's arrival, following that, Chu Ye's gaze fell upon the imposing ethereal figure, whose aura of terrifying sacred essence surrounded it, even revealing 7 azure patterns. A saint, is it? Chu Ye sneered, directly inspecting the opponent's attribute panel. Name, Guqinshu. Identity, Zuling Saint, 5th worshipper of the Tianwu Dynasty. Cultivation, 7 patterns saint. Cultivation technique, Void Spirit technique, lower grade sacred. Current relationship, 0, entrusted by Yi Tian to assist in his revenge. 7 patterns saint. Ridiculous. Shaking his head, Chu Ye's power surged as he stepped into the heavens. Responding to Yi Tian from afar, he declared, annihilate your Yunlu Shangzong? Ultimately, this world shall belong to me. Why should I even bother to explain myself for the obliteration of a mere small sect? His words were calm and indifferent, yet brimming with boundless dominance. Throughout the exchange, Chu Ye had not even regarded the other party with earnest attention, merely casting a fleeting glance before seemingly losing interest and retracting his gaze. And this utterly domineering proclamation ignited the passion of countless prodigies below, their blood surging with fervor. This is the heavenly martial emperor. Proud, tyrannical, unparalleled. This world ultimately belongs to his majesty. Why must he explain himself to others? Arrogant. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression darkened, his fury igniting. How dare a mere luck-favored young emperor behave so audaciously? Humph, heavenly martial emperor, I shall see today who can safeguard you. Senior Zuling, please take action to slay this ignorant fool. As his words fell, he immediately retreated 1,000 miles away, respectfully bowing to the Zuling saint. Ha! My young friend has bestowed a favor upon me. This saint shall certainly clear this place for you. The Zuling saint, appearing aged, nonetheless spoke with an inexplicable nobility, as if he was born to transcend all beings. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, the void trembled. In an instant, a vast surge of void spirit sacred power erupted forth, directly rushing towards Chu Ye, seemingly intending to slay him instantly. Not good. At that moment, within Yi Tian's sea of consciousness, Lu Yun's voice suddenly turned frantic, as if sensing something, causing even his soul to tremble slightly. Master, what is happening? Yi Tian inquired. Perplexed. Even if the heavenly martial empire possessed saints, they could never match the Zuling saint. This time, he was already certain of victory and would soon avenge Yunlu Shangzong. Something is guarding this realm. Even I feel an extreme sense of danger. Lu Yun's soul fluctuated anxiously, scanning the empty skies in all directions. In the desolate void, it seemed as if some utterly terrifying entity lurked, causing even this former quasi-emperor to feel fear. Intruders into the imperial dynasty shall perish. However, soon, Lu Yun's ominous premonition transformed into stark reality. Above, in the ethereal heavens, a myriad of brilliant divine rays suddenly erupted, revealing a towering figure. As if it sought to obscure the stars and rivers of the universe, slowly manifesting in the void. The Titan of the 10 realms. Boom. Almost at the moment this Titan deity materialized, an immense and boundless pressure descended. This overwhelming aura was too vast, too profound. Upon its emergence, it suppressed all, overshadowing eternity. In an instant, it caused the offensive unleashed by the Zuling saint to be completely annihilated, vanishing without a trace. As the supreme being of another realm, the creator of all, even though its power was constrained by the heavenly Tao, the true strength of the 4 titans far exceeded mere appearances. This is bad. Upon witnessing the scene, the ethereal sage was instantly struck with profound terror. Insurmountable. The adversary before him was undeniably beyond his capacity to contend with. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned every ounce of sacred essence within him, even resorting to the frenzied combustion of his own blood, desperate to flee into the distant void. However, with a resounding roar, as the divine eyes of the 10-realm spirit lord opened, a blinding ray of terrifying divine light, akin to a radiant star, erupted forth in an instant. It rent the heavens asunder and pierced through the abyss. In that fleeting moment, it struck the ethereal sage, who had only just soared tens of thousands of miles away. With a sickening sound, the ethereal sage found himself unable to evade the onslaught. Feeling his entire being instantaneously lose all sensation, his very soul obliterated into a cascade of golden radiance. The seven-patterned sage had effortlessly extinguished him with a mere glance. Master Ethereal. Meanwhile, Yi Tian stood frozen in place, his mind plagued by the haunting vision of a nightmare. He let out a hysterical scream, eyes wide with shock. Face ashen, pupils constricted in terror. He gazed incredulously at the towering titan looming above, surveying all beneath him. One strike? One strike. That was a superlative powerhouse. Ranked 9th on the sacred list, a figure revered even by the 9 heavens royal family. Yet, before this being, he could not even attempt to escape. Utterly annihilated in an instant. Not even a trace remained. Chapter 22. Yi Tian's demise, a special sign-in awaits. Flee. Yi Tian, flee now. In his mind, Lu Yun's voice resonated like a roar, infused with an overwhelming sense of urgency and dread. It was an instinctual tremor stemming from the deepest recesses of his soul. He had never encountered such an entity, one that seemed a true deity, an ultimate existence that no mortal could dare defy or resist, let alone a mere sage. It was likely that even a Saint King's presence would lead only to death today. Boom. Yet, amidst Yi Tian's stupor, the divine eyes of the 10-realm spirit lord widened slightly, and another searing ray of divine light hurtled towards them. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Lu Yun's residual spirit burst forth, desperately unleashing the last vestiges of his quasi-emperor power to resist the oncoming wave of annihilation. In this moment, he was willing to sacrifice his life to ensure the safety of his disciple. The divine light erupted, and merely its residual force was enough to reduce half of Yi Tian's body to ashes. Master, save me, save me. The excruciating pain coursed through him, finally snapping Yi Tian back to consciousness. After a desperate cry, even with only half of his remaining form, he fled frantically backward, utterly disregarding Lu Yun's fate, solely hoping that the latter would hold off the impending doom, allowing him to survive. As long as he could escape this realm and enter the 9 heavens dynasty, he would surely find safety. Yi Tian, seeing his disciple abandon him, Lu Yun was consumed by rage and despair, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Yi Tian would so quickly forsake him, casting aside the bond they had shared for years. Just moments ago, he had contemplated sacrificing himself for the latter's sake. If you choose this path, then let us face death together. Resolutely, he relinquished his efforts to resist, allowing the divine light to surge forward, colliding violently with Yi Tian's back. With a sickening sound, blood erupted, flesh scattered, and Yi Tian's body disintegrated into a mist of crimson. Following this, Lu Yun's lingering will was swept away by the divine force, vanishing without a trace. What a splendid drama I have witnessed. Chu Ye, who had observed the entire scene, could not help but smile and shake his head. This child of destiny, Yi Tian, was indeed a veritable ingrate. The quasi-emperor's residual spirit had likely aided him for over a decade. Yet, when faced with the specter of death, he did not hesitate to abandon it, seeking only his own escape. But regardless, you all shall meet your end today. Chu Ye lifted his gaze towards the overwhelming figure of the 10-realm spirit lord. Boom. The latter bowed deeply, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble in response. Well done. Continue to guard my dynasty. With a slight nod, Chu Ye's indifferent voice echoed. Remember, anyone who dares to offend the majesty of my dynasty shall be executed without mercy. I shall obey. The 10-realm spirit lord responded solemnly. In the next moment, that terrifying figure, which had obscured the sun and cast its shadow over millions of miles, suddenly transformed into a resplendent sun, suspended in the heavens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the child of destiny for the first time. Earning a reward. Special sign-in X1. Ding! System task has been initiated. Task name, Path of Dominion. Objective, gradually conquer the 700 states of the eastern region, compelling all nations to submit and emperors to bow. Rewards, stages 30, 60, 100. Each rewards 10 legion summons, 3 special sign-ins, and 1 legendary summon. Additionally, conquering each state will yield a substantial amount of dynasty luck points. Instantaneously, as the 10-realm spirit lord withdrew, the system's continuous notifications echoed in his mind. Slaying the child of destiny grants a special sign-in opportunity. Moreover, the task of conquering the eastern region has begun, perfectly aligning with Chu Ye's current ambitions. Let us sign in. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ye utilized that special sign-in opportunity, eager to discover what extraordinary artifact he might obtain. His first special sign-in had bestowed upon him the celestial sword of authority. The second had granted the world-destroying sword of the abyss. Each acquisition had surpassed imagination. wielding unfathomable power. The third had yielded the 4 Titan divine guards, incarnations of chaotic will from another realm, transcending even the gods. Now, as he approached this 4th special summon, Chu Ye felt a surge of anticipation, curious about what he might acquire. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the palace-grade treasure, the Temporal Hall. Temporal Hall, one of the supreme creations that encapsulates the primordial laws of time. It allows manipulation of the flow of time within, enabling the swift creation of countless powerful beings, even birthing immortal deities. Chu Ye's heart trembled at the revelation. The Temporal Hall. To manipulate time and forge boundless power. It could even reverse the lifespans of the dying, granting them rebirth. With such an artifact, the Tianwu Dynasty would wield unparalleled control over limitless strength. However, upon meticulously reviewing the description of the Temporal Hall, Chu Ye could not help but feel his expression darken. Sighing within. Though the Temporal Hall was indeed extraordinary, allowing mastery over the laws of time, the cost was exorbitant. Spirit stones, fragments of laws, and even the very core of worlds. Only after expending vast resources could this Temporal Hall be activated even once. Xianxiaaudiobooks, your servant is here. Chu Ye immediately called out. Go excavate the spirit stone veins in Wuzhou. I require a substantial quantity of spirit stones in the shortest time possible. Additionally, the Lord of Tianwu. Organize a martial arts competition for the students in half a month. The victor shall be granted the opportunity to become a formidable force in the shortest time. Yes, your servant obeys. And thus, the events unfurled swiftly. The 2 individuals exchanged respectful bows, each assuming their respective duties. Meanwhile, Chu Ye remained stationed in the 9 Dragons Hall, patiently awaiting favorable news. Chapter 23. The Celestial Temple, a journey of 4,500 years of cultivation. As time flowed by, the imperial decree issued by Chu Ye to collect spirit stones commenced. Within the realm of Wu Province, millions willingly volunteered to aid the excavation teams in their quest for spirit stones, significantly accelerating the mining process. Moreover, numerous nobles within the imperial court, eager to curry favor with the ruthless heavenly martial emperor, generously presented vast quantities of spirit stones as gifts. Within a mere fortnight, the number of spirit stones in the imperial treasury surged to an astonishing magnitude, sufficient to truly activate the celestial temple. Today, within the 9 Dragons Hall, a staggering 300 trillion spirit stones were barely adequate to sustain the operation of the celestial temple for a mere 15 days. 300 years within equated to just 1 day in the outside world. In Chu Ye's grasp floated a minuscule version of the celestial temple, and the thought of his recently abundant treasury being entirely depleted brought him a pang of regret. He could only hope that the ensuing 4,000 years would yield even more formidable individuals for the empire. Shaking his head, Chu Ye dismissed such thoughts. Your Majesty, the students of the Heavenly Martial Academy and the esteemed generals have arrived, announced a member of the Black Dragon Guard, bowing deeply, prompting Chu Ye to nod slightly in acknowledgement. Allow them to enter. As commanded. Moments later, a group of well-attired young men and women, along with several high-ranking officials from various military factions, entered the hall. They all knelt before Chu Ye in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Majesty. May your reign be eternal, and the empire everlasting." The previous day, the Heavenly Martial Academy had conducted its inaugural martial arts competition for the students. Those who ranked among the top 30 would be fortunate enough to receive the Heavenly Martial Emperor's favor and ascend to become one of the Empire's formidable powers. Now, the 30 youths stood within the imposing 9 Dragons Hall, their hearts brimming with excitement and trepidation. This was the 9 Dragons Hall, a representation of the supreme authority of the Heavenly Martial Empire. To be favored by His Majesty would surely propel them to unimaginable heights. All of you rise. Chu Ye commanded, extending his right hand to reveal the Celestial Temple. This is one of my treasured secrets, the Celestial Temple, capable of altering the flow of time within, rapidly cultivating countless strong individuals. His gaze swept over the assembly, his tone grave yet commanding. 300 years within equates to merely 1 day outside. Furthermore, one's lifespan does not diminish while within the temple, even if one were to cultivate for a millennium. The true passage of time in life would only be a fleeting moment. What? 300 years of cultivation equals merely 1 day in the outside world. If I were to enter, would I be able to serve your Majesty immediately upon exiting, assisting you in conquering the Eastern territories? A brief silence enveloped the hall before the crowd erupted in fervor. 300 years of time, equivalent to a single day outside, and it would not deplete their lifespans. If they could endure rigorous training within the Celestial Temple, they would undoubtedly rise swiftly to become unparalleled powerhouses within the Empire. In that instant, the 30-odd exceptional students present displayed expressions of sheer joy. their eyes alight with fervent ambition. A treasure of time? Could it be that this sovereign is a reincarnated immortal, wielding the profound mysteries of the laws of time, which even I could not comprehend in my previous life as an emperor? Among them, Zhou Ling, the reincarnation of the ancient emperor of calamity, felt his pupils tremble with awe and reverence for Chu Ye. Although his memories of his former life remained chaotic, he understood deeply the terrifying potential of possessing a treasure capable of manipulating the laws of time. Undoubtedly, it transcended the realm of imperial weapons, reaching the extraordinary domain of the eternal. The laws of time, being one of the supreme principles, would yield unparalleled effects in imperial battles even if one could merely grasp a fragment of it. In combat, the outcome could hinge on the slightest of margins. Even momentarily freezing an opponent's time could alter the course of battle in an instant. This opportunity of over 4,000 years of cultivation, I, Zhou Ling, must seize diligently. In my former life as an emperor, serving an immortal deity in this life is hardly a disgrace to my past title, Zhou Ling mused, unknowingly becoming increasingly devoted to Chu Ye and the empire, even as a former emperor himself. A total of 50 individuals would enter the Celestial Temple, 30 from the Heavenly Martial Academy, 1 from the Dragon Martial Legion, 10 from the Feather God Legion, and 1 from the Calamity Legion, in addition to several ministers such as Jiang Shanhai, Su Yin, and Li Fan, rising slowly from the imperial throne. Chu Ye contemplated the individuals entering the Celestial Temple. The staggering consumption of 300 trillion spirit stones necessitated maximizing the temple's efficacy. Thus, aside from the 30 top talents, only Wu Ge from the Dragon Martial Legion, with exceptional potential, qualified for entry. From the numerous prodigies of the Feather God clan, the 10 strongest were selected. As for the Calamity Legion, only the Calamity Lord could truly be deemed alive. Furthermore, the guardians of his imperial palace required fortification, ensuring that his dignity as the Heavenly Martial Emperor remained intact. "Follow me," Chu Ye commanded, descending from the throne and striding toward the hall's exit, with the crowd hastily trailing behind. Soon, they arrived at an underground chamber within the imperial palace, stepping into an expansive, desolate plaza. With a thought, Chu Ye enlarged the diminutive temple in his hand, causing it to crash into the center of the plaza with a resounding thud. In an instant, the void trembled. A boundless force of law emerged, and time appeared to transform into a tangible essence, manifesting around them as a flowing river of countless evolving rules. Step inside. You will cultivate within for over 4,000 years, yet for the outside world, it will merely be half a month, Chu Ye stated, standing before the Celestial Temple with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing this, the 30-odd prodigious students instantly felt invigorated. "We shall adhere to your Majesty's will. What is 4,000 years? I would willingly brave fire and water for your Majesty, even to the point of shattering my very being. Your Majesty, we shall conquer the Eastern territories and present the entire realm to you." Under the influence of the Heavenly Martial Academy, they resembled fervent devotees of Chu Ye, passionately declaring their aspirations and hopes. Seeing this, Chu Ye couldn't help but feel elated, bursting into hearty laughter. "I eagerly anticipate your efforts." With a wave of his right hand, a blinding radiance erupted from the temple, in an instant causing the 50 individuals to vanish from sight, truly entering the realm beyond. Only after the passage of over 4,000 years within could they return to the empire. Chapter 24. The Wrath of the Nine Heavens Emperor, Lord of 10 Abysses. Simultaneously, in the Nine Heavens Dynasty, Ling Tian Imperial City, the matter of the fallen Void Spirit Sage had yet to be resolved. Was there any progress? In the Grand Palace Hall, draped in an imperial robe of purple and gold, the aloof figure of the Nine Heavens Emperor emanated an overwhelming aura akin to the divine sun spanning the heavens. Half a month prior, he had held the esteemed position of the 5th venerator of the Nine Heavens Dynasty, also recognized as the 9th on the sacred list, an eminent figure among the elite. The Spirit Sage, whose soul fire had abruptly extinguished, fell from grace in the external realm. Moreover, the location where his essence lingered seemed as though it had been deliberately erased by some mysterious entity. Even after a fortnight of diligent searching by several sages of the Nine Heavens Dynasty, not a shred of evidence could be unearthed. How could the Emperor of Nine Heavens refrain from wrath? Your Majesty, this matter is indeed peculiar. However, based on the final trajectory of the Spirit Sage's movements, his true demise should not be far from the borders of our dynasty, responded a venerable sage with a robust aura, reminiscent of a deity or demon. Furrowing his brows as he spoke, the Spirit Sage was a 7-patterned sage, having survived for over 2 millennia, wielding great power and placing immense value on his promises. Over the span of 1,000 years, he had few mortal enemies, making it implausible for him to have fallen without cause. This incident reeked of enigma. The Nine Heavens Emperor raised an eyebrow. You assert that the site of the spirit sage's demise lies not far from the dynasty. Report. Before he could finish, a servant rushed in, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, news has just arrived. The city of Ten Abysses, a realm of utter chaos and lawlessness in the eastern domain, now has a formidable warrior who has achieved an astounding 9,999 consecutive victories, becoming the Lord of Ten Abysses. Ten Abysses? Upon hearing this, the Nine Heavens Emperor and his venerated sages all frowned. Ten Abysses, situated at the confluence of several imperial realms, was notorious for its extreme chaos, danger, and complete absence of order, a dark city where countless demonic forces and desperate outlaws coexisted. Here, the law of the jungle prevailed, where strength was the only decree. Should an ordinary person stumble into this realm, their fate was sealed. Death was the only outcome. Moreover, a millennium ago, a legend had emerged. One who triumphed in 9,999 battles within the blood-soaked arena would become the true Lord of Ten Abysses, ruling over its unending turmoil. Over the millennia, countless challengers had ventured forth, yet most had been reduced to mere bones beneath the blood-soaked arena, forever interred within. Yet now, the true Lord of Ten Abysses had indeed manifested. As this thought crossed his mind, the Nine Heavens Emperor's brow furrowed even deeper. The emergence of the Lord of Ten Abysses signified that the city would transform into a genuine power, potentially disturbing the stability of neighboring nations. The Nine Heavens Dynasty, being particularly proximate to Ten Abysses, could very well become one of the first targets. Moreover, Your Majesty, the servant continued, interrupting the Emperor's contemplation. The Lord of Ten Abysses has proclaimed that the spirit sage met his end at his hands. If the Nine Heavens Dynasty possesses the capability, they are welcome to venture to Ten Abysses to seek retribution. By the end of his statement, the servant was drenched in cold sweat, cautiously relaying the words. Impudent. Boom. The black-robed venerator seated below let out a thunderous reprimand. In an instant, a terrifying aura of sacred might surged forth, enveloping the hall. How dare the lord of a mere city of sin act so brazenly? It was tantamount to courting death. I shall personally pay a visit and present his head to Your Majesty. He was the foremost venerator of the Nine Heavens Dynasty, the third on the sacred list. The Thunder Sage, who commanded the boundless might of sacred thunder. Thunder Sage, calm yourself. The Nine Heavens Emperor's countenance was as cold as ice, his indifferent voice sweeping across the hall like a chilling wind. The Lord of Ten Abysses? He dares to slay one of my dynasty's venerated sages and thus provoke me. It appears that after merely a few centuries of recuperation, even the most insignificant entities now dare to challenge us? With a resounding roar, an invisible majesty erupted, suppressing the heavens and the earth, causing every heart present to shudder involuntarily. The imperial might was akin to a prison, and none dared to gaze directly upon it. They understood that the Nine Heavens Emperor had been genuinely incensed, preparing to eradicate the calamity that was Ten Abysses. Dispatch orders. Command the 12 legions to set forth immediately and eradicate Ten Abysses. Any enemies encountered shall be mercilessly slain. As for the life of that Lord of Ten Abysses, I shall personally retrieve it. With the chilling command resonating through the hall, an atmosphere of bloodshed permeated the grand chamber, as if seeking to obscure the very sky. In Ten Abysses, my lord, the news has been disseminated. The Nine Heavens Dynasty is enraged and has begun mobilizing forces, threatening to annihilate us. Within the dark palace, an elder trembled, scarcely daring to meet the gaze of the shadowy figure above. Oh, atop the dark throne, a figure seemingly merged with the shadows rose, a detached smile curving his lips. With a flourish, long, pale hair cascaded down, and his eyes gleamed like blood. His striking visage could drive women to madness. Marked by a chilling cruelty, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. He spoke slowly. Excellent. Since the Nine Heavens Dynasty wishes to play, I, the Lord of Ten Abysses, shall indulge them. Summon all the powerful beings in the city. This is the command of our supreme master. The Lord of Ten Abysses stepped forth from the shadows, gazing down at the black-robed elder reporting to him. The overwhelming and chilling pressure of his aura nearly caused the elder to burst asunder. Yes, yes. The elder's heart raced as he hurriedly bowed, retreating in haste. The Nine Heavens Dynasty, you say? Watching the elder flee in a panic, the Lord of Ten Abysses narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of amusement flickering within. In half a month's time, shall I, using this third incarnation, the blood-held demon lord, eradicate the peak combatants of the Nine Heavens Dynasty? As a diversion from my ennui, it might serve as a fitting pastime. With a cold chuckle, the Lord of Ten Abysses strode deeper into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 25. The Gathering of Demons, Crushing the Black Demon Sage. The third incarnation, the blood-held demon lord, now stood as the sole sovereign of Ten Abysses. Having forged a terrifying record of nearly 10,000 consecutive victories, His true identity was, in fact, one of Chu Ye's 9 imperial incarnations, which allowed him to enter 10 abysses and assert dominance with overwhelming might. However, he had not connected this incarnation's current identity to the heavenly martial dynasty, instead opting for a more capricious approach, declaring himself a demon lord with ruthless methods and unpredictable moods. Soon, as Chu Ye's directive to gather the city's powerful beings was issued, numerous figures materialized within the Dark Palace, some with cold, piercing gazes, others rebellious and unyielding, and still others exuding a bloodthirsty ferocity, gathering together as the elite of the City of Sin. The total number of attendees exceeded 300. The Butcher? I never expected that fellow to come. He is now a wanted criminal in the Sacred Sun Empire. Among them, a stout man with a face full of flesh began to speak. The Butcher, Zhang Wei, had single-handedly ravaged 10 cities of the Sacred Sun Empire, creating a blood pool from the blood of myriad beings, practicing the demonic arts. Following this, he had been issued a death warrant by the Sacred Sun Empire. No matter the distance, this butcher must be torn to shreds and reduced to ashes. Upon hearing these words, the crowd could not help but shift their gaze towards an inconspicuous corner. There stood a figure adorned with a skull mask, a bloody giant blade slung across his back. His imposing frame, with muscles rippling like a coiled dragon, emanated an explosive sense of power. The butcher's reputation was well known throughout the Ten Abyss city. In order to evade capture by the Holy Sun Empire, he had sought refuge in this chaotic city. He had triumphed in over 4,000 battles within the bloody arena. Though not comparable to the Demon Lord, he was undoubtedly formidable, a paragon among the elite of Ten Abyss city. Blood Prison, you summoned us for what purpose? Do you not dare to show yourself? At that moment, an elder with a white beard, wielding a black staff, suddenly bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the grand hall. While others trembled at the thought of the Blood Prison Demon Lord, he, as a black magic saint, wielding unparalleled powers of the dark laws, felt no fear. Even if he were to find himself at a disadvantage, he had complete confidence in his ability to escape. Why should he be subjugated by anyone? Thus, after waiting for nearly half an hour, his patience waned, feeling as if the Blood Prison Demon Lord was toying with the assembly, even humiliating them. Instantly, the grand hall fell into a deathly silence. The Black Magic Saint, one of the 3 renowned powerhouses of Ten Abyss City, possessed a cultivation level of Saint 8 marks and commanded a thread of dark law, far surpassing conventional attributes. Yet today, the one seated as the city lord was even more terrifying. Should he provoke the lord even slightly, death would be the only outcome. The atmosphere grew tense, nearly suffocating, as hearts raced with trepidation. Finally, after a prolonged silence, the city lord of Ten Abyss stepped forth. With each stride, the surrounding void shimmered, as if a sinister ocean emerged, exuding an endless, chilling aura. Draped in a flowing black robe, his expression was cold and indifferent, radiating an unmatched, divine presence. Come out. Is living not preferable? Chu Ye's indifferent gaze swept over the so-called Black Magic Saint, his words booming like thunder. In that instant, an overwhelming and bone-chilling aura of fatality engulfed the hall. Sensing this murderous intent, everyone's hair stood on end, nearly causing their souls to flee. Was this the might of the Blood Prison Demon Lord? The Black Magic Saint, one of the 3 powerhouses, trembled violently. His acute awareness of death allowed him to discern that the opponent possessed the capacity to annihilate all present in a mere heartbeat. The Blood Prison Demon Lord was simply on an entirely different echelon. Arrogant fool. The Black Magic Saint's pupils constricted, his face changing color as he barked once more. To kill me, you are still unworthy. As his voice faded, a terrifying dark law erupted from the void, barreling towards Chu Ye. Dark law? With a cold sneer, Chu Ye merely closed his right hand, effortlessly shattering that dark power. Dark Sovereign. Immunity to all dark law powers, capable of slipping into shadow space. Attempting to summon and command those deities from the ancient world, this incarnation still shared the innate abilities of all the powerful beings under his command. Under the Dark Sovereign's influence, even if the opponent completely mastered the dark law, he would be immune, incapable of inflicting any harm. What? The Black Magic Saint was rendered speechless. He never anticipated that his pride, the dark law, could be crushed bare-handed by the other party without any recourse. Flee. As a practitioner of the demonic path, he barely had time to consider before attempting to retreat. However, the next moment, a cold, indifferent voice resonated throughout the hall. Want to leave? Have you consulted this city lord? As his fingers closed together, the Black Magic Saint, who had already attempted to escape into the void, suddenly halted. Then, with a thunderous boom, a burst of crimson blood erupted, and the Black Magic Saint's body was obliterated, scattering into a mist of blood. He died just like that? Witnessing this scene, the rest were left dumbfounded. their hearts gripped by an indescribable shock. One of the three powerhouses of Tin Abyss City, the Black Magic Saint, had perished without any resistance in the presence of the city lord. Not even his dark law could inflict any harm. The entire assembly felt like a troop of jesters, their actions rendered utterly laughable. Who else desires death? Chu Ye, elevated above, continued to survey the crowd with an indifferent gaze, as if the slaying of the Black Magic Saint was akin to crushing an ant. The crowd remained silent, frozen in fear, not daring to make a single move. Observing this spectacle, a smirk of derision curled upon Chu Ye's lips. Useless. In the so-called city of sin, Tin Abyss, I did not expect to find such a collection of ineptitude. He berated loudly, while countless practitioners of the demonic path gritted their teeth in frustration, yet were utterly powerless. The rules of this city were firmly established. They dared not retort, nor could they defy. Moreover, even one as formidable as the Black Magic Saint was no match for the other party. How could they possibly stand as opponents? Seeing no one else daring to speak, Chu Ye snorted coldly and seated himself upon the dark throne. The majority of the strong within this city were likely deserving of death. Although he claimed to be a demon lord, he had not yet descended to the level of mingling with such scum. Thus, his purpose in summoning everyone today was to use them as cannon fodder in the impending battle against the forces of the Xiao Dynasty, while he himself would reap the benefits from the rear. Should the Xiao Emperor dare to approach, he would readily sever his head. With this thought, a subtle smile graced the corners of Chu Ye's mouth. He propped his chin, casting an eerie gaze over the assembly. Therefore, this city lord shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. Fight for me, and slay all who dare approach from the Xiao Dynasty, even as cannon fodder. It will be an honor beyond your wildest imagination. Having spoken, he slowly raised his right hand and waved it lightly. Boom. Instantly, darkness enveloped a vast expanse. From the shadows, countless dark creatures emerged, their forms showcasing an infinite savagery as they exuded a deep demonic essence. This was also one of the abilities of the Dark Sovereign, to summon numerous low-tier demonic creatures from the shadow space, exerting immense influence on the battlefield. Roar. In the span of merely a single incense stick, the territory of Tin Abyss City was filled with an endless horde of dark creatures. Their furious roars reverberated, causing the faces of everyone in the Grand Hall to turn pale. To summon such a multitude of demonic forces with such ease, where did this lord of the city originate? He claims to be the demon sovereign. Could he truly be of that sinister lineage? The corpse saint felt a surge of terror, yet resolutely suppressed the rising tide of suspicion and panic within. After all, they had become mere playthings in each other's hands. Their fates rested solely upon his whims. Whatever he commanded, they could only comply without question. Indeed, at once, all present in the hall bowed their heads in unison, kneeling before the ruler of this wretched city, the true sovereign of darkness. Chapter 26. I am the demon sovereign, one sword to slay the emperor. Boom. From millions of miles away, the Tin Abyss City reverberated with an earth-shattering roar as the 12 armies of the Nine Heavens dynasty surged forth, as if aiming to shatter the very heavens. Your Majesty, in half an hour our forces will reach the vicinity of Tin Abyss City, reported one of the officers. In the void above, nearly 10,000 colossal spirit ships soared, their countless soldiers radiating an aura capable of tearing apart mountains and rivers. Their demise was nigh. The Nine Heavens Emperor stood at the helm of his ship, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth upon hearing the report. As the illustrious ruler of the Nine Heavens dynasty, he had traversed the eastern region for a millennium, commanding numerous skilled warriors. This mere city of sin was but a speck of dust, though he felt a twinge of caution. Should the dynasty truly unleash its power, annihilation was the only outcome for the adversary. Moreover, this time, he himself, the greatest champion of the dynasty, was nearing the threshold of becoming a half-step ancient sage, personally leading the charge against Tin Abyss City. Its destruction would be a trivial matter. Your Majesty, your wisdom is unmatched. Today, as our Nine Heavens dynasty obliterates the city of sin, we also rid the eastern region of a calamity, praise the holy thunder of the nearby sage, his eyes glinting with greed and satisfaction. However, once your Majesty has destroyed this city, might we also begin to expand the territory of our Nine Heavens dynasty? The eastern region is vast and boundless. Among the 9,700 states, the Nine Heavens dynasty occupies a mere 108. While it is indeed a formidable nation, it pales in comparison to the truly grand empires. Upon reflection, the Nine Heavens Emperor realized that his dynasty had not expanded its territory in over 3,000 years. The words of the Holy Thunder had ignited a spark of agreement within him. I have made my decision. Today we shall annihilate Tin Abyss City, and tomorrow we will commence our expansion by conquering the Sea God Dynasty, the Heavenly Martial Empire, and the Xianfeng Kingdom. First, we shall absorb the territories of these smaller nations, and then seize the opportunity to alter the situation across these 1,000 states. Ideally, we shall incorporate the great neighboring nations into our imperial domain. The Nine Heavens Emperor's gaze was ablaze with ambition, as if he could already envision the Nine Heavens Dynasty soaring like the sun, destined to become the supreme empire of the eastern region. Your Majesty is wise. Upon hearing this, the Holy Thunder's face broke into a joyous expression. The two conferred for a moment, swiftly finalizing plans for the conquest of various nations. As the endless army advanced, the massive Ten Abyss city came fully into view. However, the outer regions of the city were already densely occupied by dark demonic beings, with numerous figures hovering in the sky, exuding a terrifying and profound pressure. Demonic beings? Truly a city of the dark arts. The Nine Heavens Emperor gazed down, observing the grotesque and hideous dark creatures, his brow furrowing in evident disgust. To be allied with such monsters, could they still be called human? The madness of the Lord of Ten Abyss City surpassed his expectations. Are you the ruler of the Nine Heavens Dynasty? In the void above Ten Abyss City, a grand throne floated, upon which Chu Ye sat, raising a cup of blood-red liquid to toast the distant Nine Heavens Emperor. You are the Lord of Ten Abyss City? The Nine Heavens Emperor narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of danger emanating from this individual, as if he posed a genuine threat to his life. No, this is impossible. As a half-step ancient sage, endowed with the Nine Heavens dragon vein, how could I be easily harmed by such a demon? The Nine Heavens Emperor shook his head, quickly casting aside the absurd thought. Kill. At that moment, the battlefield erupted in chaos. The elite forces of the Nine Heavens Dynasty, numbering in the billions, clashed fiercely with the countless dark demonic beings and the numerous strong practitioners of the dark arts within Ten Abyss City. Rulers against rulers, generals against generals. In the skies above, the Nine Heavens Emperor drew forth the crimson golden sword that symbolized supreme imperial authority, pointing it towards the distant Lord of Ten Abyss City. Lord of Ten Abyss City, do you dare to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Boom. The golden dragon roared, and the blazing sun exploded. Clad in a dragon robe that billowed like thunder, the Nine Heavens Emperor seemed to tread upon the divine sun, an unparalleled deity descending upon the realm. His voice carried a domineering aura, sweeping across the skies and silencing the battlefield, leaving only the resounding echoes of his imperial decree. You possess great courage. Chu Ye nodded, power swirling around him as he wove a blood robe that enveloped him, standing defiantly against the Nine Heavens Emperor. Alas, your strength is too feeble. Boom. He stepped down from the throne, and in an instant, the world appeared to be drenched in an endless crimson hue. His 3,000 white locks danced wildly, each strand stained with blood in the blink of an eye. I am the blood prison demon sovereign. The title of Lord of Ten Abyss City is but a trivial identity. As for my true name, it has long been forgotten. Strands of blood weaved and entwined, transforming into endless flames that engulfed him. In the eyes of the Nine Heavens Emperor, there emerged a horrifying figure, one that seemed capable of turning the heavens to blood and plunging the world into apocalypse. Blood prison demon sovereign. The Nine Heavens Emperor's gaze sharpened, his heart racing violently. Even as the emperor of a dynasty, mere moments from stepping into the realm of ancient sages, he could not suppress the trepidation swelling within him. Watch closely. I shall strike but once. The blood coalesced into a sword, gripped in the hand of the blood prison demon sovereign. His indifferent voice echoed like the harbinger of death across the battlefield. Swish. In an instant, the Nine Heavens Emperor seemed to catch a glimpse of the opponent's movement. Yet, almost immediately, his vision began to reverse, plummeting towards the ground. Your Majesty. The headless corpse remained standing in the void. Chu Ye, situated behind, did not even glance at the decapitated emperor before returning to his throne, overlooking the battlefield, leaving behind an endless wail that reverberated through the void, lingering long after. At this moment, on the battlefield, the head of the Nine Heavens Emperor still trembled, his gaze fading rapidly. The world returned to darkness. Yet, in his final moments, he bore witness to a stunning flash of crimson sword light. Perhaps, the demise of the emperor was not entirely unjust. Chapter 27. The Temple Awakens. Seizing the heavenly sacred eye. With the fall of the Nine Heavens Emperor, the grand army of the Nine Heavens Dynasty began to disintegrate in an instant. Numerous powerful figures falling victim to the ensuing chaos and perishing on the battlefield. And then, after a brutal and relentless battle lasting nearly 2 days, the conflict ultimately culminated in the triumph of Xiwan City. The forces of the Xiao dynasty witnessed the demise of 3 esteemed sanctified beings and the annihilation of their billion-strong army, with even their sovereign suffering grievous losses. This marked a cataclysmic blow to a dynasty that had stood for tens of thousands of years, leaving it profoundly weakened. But is this all? The battlefield lay in disarray. littered with corpses piled high and rivers of blood flowing in reverse. Though Xianwu City emerged victorious, the number of formidable warriors lost is staggering. Of the three major powerhouses, only one remains intact, while four sanctified beings perished in the fray. Yet, amidst all this chaos, Chu Ye remained indifferent, gazing down upon the battlefield with an air of detachment, unmoved by the ferocity of the clash. Even if Xianwu City were to face complete collapse, he would not hesitate to unleash the true power of an ancient sage to cleanse the forces of the Chu Dynasty, entombing them forever in this land. As time approached, with the opening of the Celestial Temple, the Tianwu Dynasty would begin its gradual conquest of the entire eastern domain, starting from the Chu Dynasty. A thought crossed his mind, and in Chu Ye's crimson eyes gleamed boundless ambition and desire. A smile graced his lips. At this moment, everything was in readiness. He eagerly anticipated how the 4,500 years of cultivation would elevate the 50 formidable warriors to unprecedented heights, as well as the day when the Tianwu Dynasty would unify the 9,700 prefectures, establishing itself as the supreme overlord of the eastern domain. 7 days later, deep within the imperial palace of the Tianwu Dynasty, a resonant hum echoed. Before him, the celestial temple radiated an awe-inspiring brilliance, as if summoning the very stars from the heavens, vast and boundless. As the 15th day arrived, he wondered what surprises awaited him. Chu Ye gazed toward the temple and slowly extended his hand, as if forming an ethereal key that pierced the gates of the sanctum. With a thunderous rumble, the doors swung open, unleashing a cascade of divine radiance. Following this, waves of overwhelming pressure surged forth, nearly enveloping the entire imperial capital. Figures shrouded in mist emerged from within the temple, gathering before Chu Ye. "We pay our respects, Your Majesty." The 50 warriors, reborn as if from the ashes, now stood at the pinnacle of power. Leading them was Zhou Ling, once merely at the Spirit Sea realm, now embodying the reincarnation of a great emperor. At this moment, his gaze seemed to harbor the essence of countless reincarnations, his aura deep and profound, subtly rivaling Chu Ye's former strength, reaching the ancient sage tier. Name, Zhou Ling. Identity, junior disciple of Tianwu Academy, reincarnation of the ancient emperor Xianxia. Cultivation, 2-star ancient sage. Unique eye, emperor's rebirth eye, reincarnation eye. Capable of carrying past lives into this world, reversing 9 lifetimes to transform into the heavenly sovereign eye. Due to the host's loyalty to Zhou Ling, he possesses the heavenly sovereign eye and grows alongside the host. Technique, indestructible for 10,000 calamities, imperial grade, superior. Divine ability, emperor's art, master of the sacred dome. Emperor's art of world destruction. Loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty. 2-star ancient sage. With the awakening of this reincarnation eye, it appears that Zhou Ling has fully recovered the memories of his past life as the ancient emperor Xianxia. Buzzing, Chu Ye pondered this. Yet his eyes unknowingly transformed to a golden hue, within them swirling the laws of all things, the great paths of the heavens. What is this? Zhou Ling gasped. Could it be the heavenly sovereign eye, which requires the rebirth eye to reverse 9 lifetimes and endure countless eons to awaken, suddenly manifesting in the emperor's gaze? In that instant, Zhou Ling recalled a legendary tale from ancient times, one that even immortal deities feared. He could not help but tremble violently, his excitement bordering on madness. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You shall surely ascend to the summit of the gods and wield the rules of the myriad worlds." He immediately knelt before Chu Ye, fervently bowing and displaying an intense fervor. Chu Ye, perplexed, furrowed his brow. He sensed that, at that moment, his gaze had undergone a peculiar transformation. The myriad patterns of the world's operation, as well as the life essence and soul imprints of those before him, became vividly clear, with nothing able to obstruct his scrutiny. Is this the heavenly sovereign eye? The myriad laws manifesting within his vision revealed the primal form of the heavenly Tao of the Chaos continent, and as he truly grasped the might of this eye, Chu Ye could not help but express his astonishment. Then, alongside the operation of the Master of the Heavens, the power of the 50 warriors surged into Chu Ye's body as if being replicated, causing his cultivation to skyrocket, resulting in a terrifying upheaval in the heavens and the earth. 8-star ancient sage. In an instant, the heavens darkened, gathering a sea of thunder across the sky. The path of cultivation is indeed one that defies the heavens. For an ancient sage to break through to the Saint King realm, they must endure the heavenly thunder tribulation, bearing the wrath of the heavens before attaining the esteemed rank of Saint King. Chapter 28. The final preparations before the Saint King's threefold battle. Boom. 9-star ancient sage. Chu Ye's aura surged, his cultivation advancing in an instant, reaching the pinnacle of the ancient sage realm, just a step away from entering the Saint King tier, nearly attaining a lifespan of 100,000 and 80,000 years, bordering on legend. Your Majesty, are you about to break through to the Saint King? Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed. After enduring 4,500 years of cultivation, he too had reached the realm of nine-patterned saint. Witnessing Chu Ye summon the vast sea of thunder, an endless force of the universe converging, he could not help but feel an overwhelming shock within his heart. The Saint King, a realm of supreme legend, an existence transcendent, merely beneath the imperial realm, as long as the semi-emperor does not emerge. The Saint King remains invincible in the world. Xianxiaaudiobooks had spent 4,500 years ascending from the venerable realm to the nine-patterned saint and felt a sense of pride in his achievements, believing he could safeguard the lands for his emperor. Yet, he never anticipated that within a mere half-month, the emperor would be on the verge of ascending to the Saint King, leaving all others far behind. Your Majesty is indeed the reincarnation of the divine emperor. This thought emerged in Xianxiaaudiobooks' mind. Boom! The roar of power reverberated once more. At this moment, Chu Ye had truly crossed the threshold of the ancient sage pinnacle, stepping fully into the realm of the Saint King. Creak! Above the sky, the sea of thunder seemed to have foreseen this moment. As the breakthrough occurred, it poured down like a torrential rain. Get away from me. Yet, in the next moment, across the heavens and earth, all could hear Chu Ye's icy voice reverberating. Boom! Immediately, divine brilliance surged like a heavenly sea, instantaneously enveloping the vast expanse of the sky. As the tempest of thunder raged, even the briefest moment could not endure, swallowed entirely by the divine radiance that enveloped all in profound silence. The onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. The heavens trembled with an overwhelming force. When the celestial light that obscured the sky dissipated, it was replaced by the resplendent visage of a colossal golden eye. Radiant as the sun itself, it shone upon the world like a divine sun, seemingly usurping the very essence of the celestial laws, exerting absolute dominion over all affairs of this imperial dynasty. Chu Ye opened his eyes, surveying the vast expanse of the 9 provinces as if he were a deity gazing upon his realm. As the power of the sacred eye of heaven waned, the golden eye that had cloaked the heavens gradually faded from view. Host, Chu Ye. Cultivation level, 3rd layer of the sacred king realm, sovereign of the heavens. Physical strength, 9 million ancient dragon powers. 1 ancient dragon power equals 100 quintillion pounds. Special abilities, 9 emperor's sacred body, sacred eye of heaven. Kingdom, heavenly martial empire. Citizen approval rating, 70. The higher the approval rating, the greater the enhancement of the sovereign of the heavens. Sign-in attempts, 11 daily, 1 monthly, 0 special. Legion summons, 0. 3rd layer of the sacred king realm. Is it? As he cast a glance over his current attribute panel, Chu Ye mused to himself, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. This occasion bore even greater significance than the breakthrough in cultivation. It was the acquisition of the sacred eye of heaven. In a sense, it seemed to amalgamate with the power of the sovereign of the heavens, granting him an almost absolute mastery akin to the celestial laws within the confines of the imperial dynasty, a supreme force that commanded all. The monthly sign-in had finally refreshed. He noted as he looked at the sign-in count below. Chu Ye shook his head. The routine sign-ins over the past 3 months had yielded little of value. Even when items of decent rank appeared, they were insufficient to elevate the heavenly martial empire. Let us proceed with the sign-in. Ding. Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 million fortune points. 10 million fortune points. Chu Ye's eyes sparkled with delight. This reward was indeed commendable, capable of enhancing the empire with additional functional edifices. Your Majesty, the cultivation levels of all participants in the Celestial Temple have been accounted for. Among them, there are 11 ancient saints, 38 saints, and 1 supreme pinnacle. Xianxiaaudiobooks reported with utmost reverence, prompting Chu Ye to return to his thoughts. Oh, who has yet to ascend to the rank of saint? After hearing the report, Chu Ye could not help but furrow his brow as he gazed at the 50 formidable figures standing before him. For 1,500 years. Moreover, within the Celestial Temple, the density of spiritual energy surpassed imagination, rivaling the most exalted realms of fortune. Yet, astonishingly, one individual still had not transcended to the saint realm. It is I. Your Majesty, I have let down the opportunity you bestowed upon me. From the crowd, a figure stepped forward, Xiaofeng, who had previously been held in high regard by Chu Ye, having ranked among the top 3 in the recent academy competition. Yet now, this prodigy had not ascended to the saint realm. Chu Ye could not help but scrutinize the attribute panel of the individual before him. Name, Xiaofeng. Identity, junior student of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Cultivation level, 9th layer of the Supreme Realm, suppressed state. Physique, 10,000 flames devouring sun physique requires the consumption of at least one celestial flame to dramatically enhance cultivation and transcend to the saint realm. Loyalty, 100 absolute loyalty. Suppressed state, celestial flame? Chu Ye sighed in resignation, realizing that it was the constraints of this ancient physique that had hindered Xiao Feng's advancement to the supreme realm. Xiao Feng, there is no need for self-reproach. Your physique is extraordinary and necessitates the consumption of celestial flames to undergo transformation. Today, I shall grant you the opportunity to venture into the eastern region and seize the chance to absorb the myriad flames of the world before returning to the empire as my right-hand man. He encouraged, giving Xiao Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The 10,000 flames devouring sun physique is a terrifying constitution capable of dominating an era. Xiao Feng's potential is far from limited. He is destined to become an emperor in the future, since he must absorb celestial flames. I shall allow him to roam freely until he possesses sufficient strength to return to the empire. Thank you, your majesty. I will not let you down. At these words, Xiao Feng's countenance brightened, brimming with excitement. In his journey to the eastern region, he would undoubtedly spread the emperor's renown across the seas, instilling awe in all the heroes of the realm. Very well. Chu Ye nodded slightly, gesturing for Xiao Feng to withdraw. Tomorrow marks the true commencement of the heavenly martial empire's path to conquest. I shall personally inspect the myriad troops. I hope all generals are prepared to contribute to the impending war. With that, Chu Ye turned and departed. Rest assured, your majesty. The assembled generals bowed deeply, their eyes ablaze with uncontainable fervor and desire. The conquest of the eastern region was a day they had long anticipated. The 4,500 years within the celestial temple had all been in preparation for this moment, amassing tremendous power. We shall not disappoint you. Wu Ji's eyes gleamed with determination as he clenched his fists. He would ensure that the scene of the Dragon Martial Legion's demise would never again unfold. Chapter 29. Aiming at the Eastern Region, the chaotic Nine Heavens Dynasty. Boom, boom, boom. The next day, outside the gates of the imperial capital, the war drums resounded like thunderclaps, the horns blared, and the battle flags waved. Countless armored soldiers, millions strong, stood arrayed beneath the city, awaiting the inspection of the heavenly martial emperor, Chu Ye. In the chill of the day, the air seemed thick with the essence of blood and iron. Within the imperial capital, innumerable residents gazed in awe at the grand spectacle before the city gates, their hearts trembling with exhilaration. At the forefront stood 300 bloodthirsty demon puppets, perfectly aligned. They were not truly living entities, but rather the embodiment of some forbidden essence from another world, undying and ever-growing, thriving on blood and slaughter. Each of these puppets towered at an imposing height of 10 feet, equipped with 3 heads, 6 arms, and an array of 100 weapons designed solely for carnage. They were the quintessential instruments of war, born for battle. Boom. Behind them, 3 million feathered divine soldiers soared in the sky, adorned with pristine white wings and radiating a sacred brilliance. The weakest among them possessed the formidable cultivation of the monarch realm. The top 10 powerhouses who had entered the celestial temple had already attained the status of ancient saints, leading the countless troops onward. Your Majesty, the army is prepared and awaits your personal inspection. Upon seeing the figure clad in imperial robes, exuding an aura of authority, Xianxianhai promptly soared into the air, respectfully delivering his report. Excellent. Chu Ye nodded in acknowledgement, fixing his gaze ahead as he surveyed the boundless sea of soldiers before him. We bow before you, your Majesty. Upon the arrival of their sole sovereign, the millions of troops bowed in unison, shaking the heavens with their fervent homage. At ease, Chu Ye uttered 2 words. His calm voice resonated clearly in the ears of every soldier. Your Majesty, we are fully trained and ready to launch an offensive against the nations of the eastern region. Your Majesty, I beseech you to issue a decree. We are willing to take the lead and be the vanguard, paving the way into the enemy camp. Behind the grand army, several ancient saints ascended into the void, clasping their hands and speaking aloud. It was evident that they could no longer contain their restless hearts. However, Chu Ye did not rush to respond. Instead, he slowly lifted his gaze, fixating on the radiant sun illuminating the boundless sky. The sun shines upon the earth, and the heavens are eternal. Today marks the true advent of our Tianwu Empire into the eastern domain, as well as the dawn of my supreme hegemony. Chu Ye pointed towards the distance. As his robes fluttered, he emanated an aura of terrifying authority that looked down upon the world. We shall exert every effort to transform all that we see into the territory of our empire. The army surged with fervor, kneeling in reverence. Many prodigies from the Tianwu Academy, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming excitement and yearned to immediately accompany the army to conquer the various nations for your Majesty. Very well. Chu Ye nodded, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of generals, his voice resonating through the heavens and the earth. I shall never neglect any individual who dedicates themselves to our empire, nor those who brave the battlefield. Slaying the enemy will earn you military merit points, leading to titles of nobility and lordship. And should one, unfortunately, fall to the enemy, yet have served our empire faithfully, I shall invoke this heaven's authority divine sword to summon them back from the underworld, allowing them to be reborn in flames. With a hum, he swung the heaven's authority sword. In his eyes, a fierce divine light flickered, unknowingly activating the heavenly sacred eye, as if he had instantaneously become the true sovereign of this realm. He is the ruler of the empire. He is the only deity upon this vast land. Those who follow me shall enjoy eternal existence. Those who oppose me shall face utter annihilation. The golden divine flames roared and blazed through the heavens and the earth, consuming the void. Chu Ye stood firm, sword in hand, surveying the 8 directions with pride. Clad in a black and gold imperial robe that billowed like a challenge to the heavens, he sought to hunt down the celestial realm. The majesty of his majesty overwhelms all beneath the heavens, unmatched by anyone. Xianxia's eyes burned with fervor. Below, the countless soldiers were fervently captivated, their faces flushed with excitement. We pledge to follow your majesty to traverse the universe and annihilate all nations. The multitude of powerful warriors shouted in unison, shaking the very clouds. Let us embark. Ultimately, at Chu Ye's command, the vast army set forth, marching toward the eastern domain. In the Nine Heavens Dynasty, Ling Tian Imperial City. Elder brother, it has been merely a few days since our father's demise, and you already begin issuing lethal orders. Striving to tightly grasp the imperial throne. Within the depths of the imperial palace, the third prince, Li Xiao, glared with indignation, his voice hoarse from rage. Above him, seated upon the throne that rightfully belonged to the Nine Heavens Emperor, was the current first prince, Li Xianxia. At this moment, upon hearing his third brother's accusations, a smirk of derision curled at his lips. What? I am the first prince. Inheriting the imperial authority is only natural. My seventh brother seeks to covet what is not rightfully his, and I shall not tolerate it. You. The third prince was momentarily speechless. During the reign of the Nine Heavens Emperor, no crown prince was designated. Even though Li Xianxia held the title of first prince, he was on equal footing with the other princes, not possessing the true status of heir apparent. What incensed him further was that Li Xianxia had audaciously referred to himself as I, sitting upon the imperial throne with the demeanor of one already crowned. This must surely be due to the support of several nobles and lords who were secretly backing him, ostensibly to make him the new emperor while covertly sowing discord among the princes, ultimately allowing them to reap the benefits. Poor elder brother, still oblivious and swayed by the machinations of those old foxes. Third brother, we are bound by blood. I do not wish to resort to violence. Li Xianxia's eyes glinted coldly. I shall confer upon you the title of King Xiao, allowing you to spend your days in the borderlands. Thus, it would not tarnish your status. His words were chilling. Li Xianxia had resolutely decided to eliminate him and banish him to the borderlands. He is the sole sovereign of the Nine Heavens. Any existence that poses a threat to the throne, even if it is a blood brother, shall not escape his lethal intent. Do not trouble yourself, elder brother. I have no intention of contending for the throne. After today, I shall depart from the Nine Heavens Dynasty and seek refuge in the sacred lands of the Eastern Domain. Li Xiao scoffed, turning away with a flick of his sleeve. Though reluctant, he found himself with no other options. With the emperor's demise, the 3 major forces, the royal family, the aristocracy, and the sects, had begun their clandestine power struggles, plunging the dynasty into chaos. As a powerless third prince, he could not alter the course of events. To force his involvement would only make him fodder in the crossfire of these great powers. The only path left was to leave this place and join one of the 4 supreme sacred lands in the Eastern Domain, where hope for a future shift in the balance of power still existed. Know your place. Li Xianxia watched as his brother departed, unable to suppress a cold laugh. His third brother, timid since childhood and lacking in cultivation, was in no position to compete with him. As for seeking admission into a sacred land, with his cultivation, it was merely a fool's dream. However, not long after, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall, as a guard rushed in with an urgent report. What is the matter? Seeing the guard's panicked expression, Li Xianxia furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, I have just received news. An empire known as the Tianwu Empire has mobilized a vast army, and one of their targets is our Nine Heavens Dynasty. Chapter 30. The Foolish First Prince. Troops approaching the city. The Tianwu Empire? Upon hearing this, Li Xianxia rummaged through his Qinquan ring and slowly unfolded a map, searching for the location of the so-called Tianwu Empire. The edges of our Nine Heavens Dynasty have long been home to numerous great nations. Though we have engaged in continuous warfare with these nations, occasionally suffering defeats. We have nonetheless survived throughout this chaotic millennium, establishing a formidable reputation. Yet, having grown up hearing tales of the dynasty's battles with foreign powers, Li Shuangge was entirely unaware of the name Tianwu Empire. After searching, he finally spotted the land of the 9 provinces in an inconspicuous corner. Unlike the territories of the well-known great nations, the so-called Tianwu Empire appeared utterly minuscule. One could hardly find it without close inspection. Is this the Tianwu Empire? Li Shuangge scoffed, emphasizing the pronunciation of empire with extreme sarcasm. To merely occupy a small nation among the 9 provinces and dare to claim the title of empire? It is utterly laughable. Very well. Those aristocratic families still refuse to acknowledge my throne, do they? If that is the case, I shall forge a path of achievement. I will personally lead the army to annihilate all those who come from the Tianwu Empire. After merely a few moments of contemplation, Li Shuangge resolved to personally take command and eradicate the absurd army of the Tianwu Empire. But, Your Majesty, there are no buts. I am now a sovereign lord. Can I not suppress even this small Tianwu Empire? The guard attempted to say more. In the next moment, Li Shuangge intervened decisively. He intended to demonstrate through action who rightfully held the title of emperor in the Zhou Empire. The guards, though hesitant, ultimately bowed and withdrew. However, they did not convey to Li Shuangge that a sect boasting 5 supreme powerhouses had merely dispatched formidable warriors to obstruct their adversaries. Within half an hour, the mighty sect had been reduced to dust. The guards, drenched in cold sweat, pondered whether to report this news to the second elder, ensuring that the many powerful beings within the empire were prepared. It appeared that the Zhou Empire was about to face a genuine and formidable enemy. On another front, within the Zhou Empire's xianxiaaudiobooks region, a thunderous army of millions advanced with overwhelming might, each step causing the very earth to tremble and echo with booming sounds. This entire legion moved like a dark tide, an endless aura of slaughter suffusing the air, compelling all living beings to retreat in terror. Ahead lay one of the Zhou Empire's border cities, Tianwu City in xianxiaaudiobooks. Marshal Wuge and several commanding generals leading the army stood in the void, gazing at the towering, mountain-like city walls, their expressions solemn. In accordance with His Majesty's decree, those who surrender shall be spared. Our imperial army is not barbaric. We shall not engage in acts of slaughter or pillage upon entering the city. Only if the entire city resists, with the populace standing as soldiers, shall we have cause to annihilate all life within, as a warning to others. Remember, do not commit wanton slaughter. He proclaimed to the entire army, his demeanor grave. Halt! Yet before a response could be given from the troops, a thunderous shout reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a massive cloud of dust surged into the sky. A great number of cavalry were seen rushing forth in the distance. At the forefront rode a figure clad in resplendent silver armor, twin blades strapped to his back, exuding an aura akin to a fearsome deity. Charging ahead, his eyes sparkled with a sharp gleam, reminiscent of 2 swords slicing through the air. Stop! The voice commanded. Tianwu City shall not entertain any visitors. I urge you all to withdraw. Should anyone dare to intrude upon Tianwu City, there shall be no mercy. His countenance was frigid, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of malevolence, threatening to engulf the void itself. With a resounding boom, the countless ironclad warriors behind him surged forward, their fierce energy stirring a tempest that raised a storm of dust. The terrifying might they emanated was capable of sweeping across thousands of miles. Are we to eliminate them? In the void, the Lord of Calamity, whose eyes flickered with soul fire, inquired. Now at the cultivation of a 6-star ancient saint, he could obliterate this 100,000-strong cavalry with a single strike. Wait, Zhou Ling, following this army, interjected. His aura was profound, hands clasped behind him, manifesting myriad phenomena with every step, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Do you know who we serve? Zhou Ling looked down, a hint of ancient imperial might radiating from him, instilling fear in all. Whoever dares to intrude shall meet their end. The silver-armored man remained unfazed, his voice resonating like thunder. With a crack, the pressure of supreme power erupted, yet under Zhou Ling's imperial might, it was but a small trickle, dissipating in an instant. It seems you are unwilling to seize this final opportunity? Witnessing this scene, Zhou Ling's gaze grew colder, his killing intent flaring. General Chen Tao, do not panic, for I have arrived with the army to assist you in vanquishing the intruders. Just as tensions escalated, a boisterous laughter shattered the void. Suddenly, the fabric of reality itself tore apart. An elder emerged. Behind him, Li Shuangge donned in a golden imperial robe, gracefully guiding a dragon carriage. Following closely were tens of millions of elite troops, surging forth with unstoppable momentum, akin to a relentless tsunami. Your Highness, I am but a humble minister, paying my respects to your majesty." Upon seeing Li Shuangge, the silver-armored dual-blade warrior first froze, then promptly bowed in greeting. The multitude of soldiers beneath him knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We salute your majesty." Their voices rang like thunder. "Your majesty?" This revelation left Zhou Ling, Wu Ge, and others in astonishment. Was this mere trifling wretch, a mere third-tier monarch, truly the emperor of the Jiuxiao Empire? Chapter 31. A single palm to annihilate armies, the true law of death. Boom. The Jiuxiao Empire's million-strong army assembled, adorned in resplendent crimson-gold battle armor, standing proudly, exuding an aura of boundless dominance. This was one of the direct legions of the Ling Tian imperial city, known as the Golden Flame Legion, where every soldier had achieved a terrifying level beyond the Dharma realm. The 4 leaders of the Golden Flame Legion were supreme powerhouses, nearly half saints. At ease, seeing the bowed heads of the crowd, Li Shuangge felt an increasing sense of delight. This sensation was utterly exquisite. With a mere word, he commanded the army. Even the saintly elders had no choice but to obey his orders. He was the sovereign of this realm, ruling over all. "Your Majesty, it would be prudent to resolve this issue swiftly. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot remain by your side for long," spoke the elder who had shattered the void, his eyes closed, his holy presence akin to a mountain, seemingly disregarding Zhou Ling and the others entirely. "Rest assured, 6th Elder, my Golden Flame Legion is more than capable of sweeping away all foes." In response, a faint smile graced Li Shuangge's face. "The army of the Tianwu Empire is but a band of insignificant chickens and dogs. Within half an hour, my Golden Flame Legion can eradicate them without a trace." "Is that so?" Wu Ge retorted with a cold smirk, fixing his gaze on the audacious Li Shuangge. "Though I have heard of the Jiuxiao Empire's fallen state, it is truly disheartening to see such a vast empire now in the hands of a fool like you." "A fool?" Li Shuangge's expression darkened. "What gives you the right to insult me? Golden Flame Legion, heed my command. Execute the enemy commander and bring me his head. I shall display it at the border as a warning." "Understood." With a roar filled with fury, the 30 million Golden Flame Legion warriors erupted in a deafening chorus, their boundless true essence converging to form a terrifying golden fire lotus in the heavens, devouring all spiritual energy in its vicinity. "Kill!" The 4 Legion commanders spoke in unison. Each word reverberated like thunder, collapsing vast stretches of the void. In that moment, they harnessed the power of the golden fire lotus, channeling the full might of their army, unleashing a force comparable to that of a saint. What a terrifying assault! It was enough to turn heaven and earth upside down, plunging the sun and moon into darkness. How powerful! The defenders of Tianwu City trembled. Their general was a supreme powerhouse. Yet, against the 4 commanders of the Golden Flame Legion, he would undoubtedly last less than 3 breaths. The power of a saint. The amassed might of the 30 million soldiers had undoubtedly attained the true realm of saints, an indomitable force beyond that which any mere mortal could withstand. It seems that the formidable armies of the Wu Emperor's reign are destined to meet their demise here today. The cacophony is unbearable. Yet, at this very moment, the Lord of Calamity, who had hitherto remained silent, suddenly opened his eyes. The chilling flames of the soul flickered, illuminating the heavens in an instant. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming surge of dark, deathly energy ascended skyward, vaguely transforming into a towering demon, striking down with a forceful hand towards the 30 million Golden Flame Legion. "What on earth is this? This is bad. We must take cover." Boom! The 4 generals felt a surge of alarm. Yet before they could react, the colossal dark hand that obscured the sky came crashing down. With just a single strike, the entire expanse of space shattered into chaos. The 30 million troops were obliterated in an instant, reduced to ashes without a trace. The power of the ancient saints is truly terrifying. The moment the Lord of Calamity made his move, his might reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing everyone to tremble with fear. With a single hand, he annihilated the entire 30 million army. Was it not said that the enemy was merely a small nation occupying the 9 provinces, their mightiest being but a mere sage? Li Shuangge's mind went blank, his body trembling instinctively with terror. How horrifying it was! The Golden Flame Legion could contend with saints, yet before this being, they could not withstand even a single blow. "6th Elder, take me away at once. I command you to leave this place immediately." Overwhelmed by fear, Li Shuangge retreated frantically, shouting at the 6th Elder. The 6th Elder, ranked 11th on the sacred list of the 9 Heavens dynasty, was a decayed wood sage with a cultivation level of 7 patterns. To him, even if he could not defeat this mysterious powerhouse, escaping was certainly within reach. "Haha, your Majesty need not worry. The enemy merely relied on some secret technique to obliterate the Golden Flame army. In my hands, they remain insignificant. However, Upon hearing Li Shuangge's panicked words, the decayed wood sage remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. In the next moment, he stepped forward, revealing a long staff of willow wood in his hand. Buzz! The dual energies of life and death emanated from the staff, and although it merely scratched the surface of the laws, it far exceeded that of an ordinary sage. Perish! With a low growl, the decayed wood sage unleashed his staff towards the Wu Emperor's forces. Instantly, the winds and clouds shifted. Dark chains crisscrossed the sky like writhing serpents, dense and overwhelming, descending upon them. This was the decayed wood sage's self-created divine ability, the binding of the saintly ghost vines. Once ensnared, one's vitality would be drained by the deathly laws contained within, leading to inevitable demise in the blink of an eye. Ridiculous. Zhou Ling chuckled mockingly. Such a superficial understanding of the power of the laws was akin to a child wielding a blade, utterly futile. Who was he in his past life? He was the unparalleled emperor who fully mastered the laws of death, power, flame, and thunder, the ancient emperor of calamity. Though he had lost his cultivation in this life, his comprehension and application of the laws were beyond what a mere decayed wood sage could fathom. With a flick of his finger, Zhou Ling sent forth a wisp of gray light. Like an arrow, it tore through the sky with such swiftness that it spanned thousands of miles in an instant, racing towards the decayed wood sage. What is this? Bang! A dull thud echoed. The sacred staff, personally refined by the decayed wood sage, shattered inch by inch in an instant. Then, it was pierced through the forehead by the gray radiance, causing his head to explode. Not only that, but his entire being seemed to decay in an instant, turning to ashes as if he had never existed. Silence. A deathly silence. On the side of the Nine Heavens dynasty, everyone stood in stunned disbelief. That was the sixth elder, ranked 11th on the sacred list. A terrifying being who wielded the power of the laws. Yet, in a single move, he was slain on the spot. Hiss! Many gasped in shock, an overwhelming fear surging within them. This is terrifying. This. Li Shuangge's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly horrified. The sixth elder, a dignified sage of 7 patterns, was instantaneously annihilated by a flash of light. Chapter 32. Li Shuangge's death, the guardian tree of the nation. A nightmare. Yes, I must surely be trapped in a nightmare. When I open my eyes again, I will see my beloved consorts, not this absurd battlefield at the borders. Li Shuangge was on the verge of collapse. He murmured continuously, as if only through this could he alleviate the terror deep within. But in the next moment, thud. Everything came to an abrupt halt. You emperors have perished. Why do you continue to struggle? Even from miles away, Wu Gu still severed the head of the enemy leader, holding it aloft as he boomed a question. Thunderous echoes rolled across the land. In an instant, a deathly silence enveloped the defenders of Tianwu City. The emperor is dead? We have lost. Even the elder is no match for them. Surrender. My wife and children are in the city. I do not wish to see them perish alongside me. After a brief silence, the hundreds of thousands of silver-armored cavalry erupted into chaos, discarding their weapons and kneeling before the enemy. Only one named Chun Tao clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at the enemy. You refuse to surrender? Wu Gu was taken aback. They had displayed such overwhelming power, yet even now, with a chance to yield, there were still those who chose to resist. Indeed, a rarity. I wish to know, what will you do to the citizens after you conquer Tianwu City? Chun Tao removed his helmet, coldly gazing at Wu Gu. His appearance was unremarkable, with several scars resembling a menacing centipede sprawling across his cheek. He had guarded Tianwu City for hundreds of years, nearly consuming his entire life. As long as this city stood, he remained. If this city falls, so shall he. He did not fear death. He simply could not bear to witness the slaughter of the countless citizens of Tianwu City, or their descent into slavery. Fear not, Wu Gu replied nonchalantly, sweeping a dismissive glance over Chun Tao. To occupy a city is to claim it for the Wu Emperor's dynasty. To occupy a province is no different. His Majesty is benevolent and kind. He would never engage in wanton slaughter of the innocent. Only those who resist or defy will face bloody retribution. Haha. Chun Tao laughed loudly, as if he had received a satisfactory answer. I hope you shall not break your promise. With that, he drew a sword across his own throat. As blood splattered, his body fell lifeless from his steed, devoid of breath. A loyal and valiant man, Wu Gu shook his head, having intended to recruit him, but instead witnessing his ultimate choice to take his own life. He would rather die than pledge allegiance to another. Give this man a proper burial. The remaining troops shall follow me into the city. After issuing commands to his subordinates, Wu Gu beckoned for the army to continue forward, stepping firmly into the territory of the Nine Heavens dynasty. For days later, within the Nine Dragons Hall of the Wu Emperor's dynasty. Report, Your Majesty. Reports from the front lines are ceaselessly triumphant. Since the inception of our campaign in LNZHU, The forces of our empire have successfully engulfed 7 provinces of the G11 Dynasty, seizing thousands of formidable cities. A black dragon guard, brimming with excitement, delivers the joyous news. Haha, splendid. Let us maintain this momentum and extinguish the G11 Dynasty. This is merely the beginning of our dominion over the eastern realms. Chu Ye, seated upon the imperial throne, laughs heartily. It is indeed a source of great comfort. For the TNW Empire is destined to rise with formidable strength. TNW Empire. Scope of the empire, 16 provincial territories. Population, exceeding 1 trillion, with the strongest being the 8-star ancient saint, Titan Eschius. Current imperial luck points, 30 million. Daily accrual of luck points, 5,000, based on the scope of the empire. Population and enhancement of cultivation. System rating, level 4 nation, possessing considerable renown, compelling neighboring nations to regard it with due seriousness. After surveying the current imperial status, Chu Ye smiles and nods in satisfaction. 30 million luck points. This sum is ample enough for him to further fortify the empire and expedite the conquest of neighboring states. Without hesitation, he immediately enters the luck point shop. What is this? However, upon entering the shop, the first item that manifests before Chu Ye is a shadowy card. Mysterious card lottery. From this, one may acquire celestial powerhouses, imperial architecture, or even certain extraordinary grand prizes. Price, 1 million luck points per attempt. A lottery? Chu Ye raises an eyebrow. The price of 1 million luck points per attempt is indeed quite substantial. Yet, upon gazing at the description highlighting the potential grand prizes, he grits his teeth and resolves to give it a try. My luck has been relatively favorable. Chu Ye muses, could this card lottery assist me in reclaiming my pinnacle? Buzz. He promptly opts to purchase one opportunity. The shadow within the card dissipates like smoke, revealing a pale purple hue. Epic item, Evergreen Divine Tree. This tree enhances the fortune of its planting area, subtly offering an intangible protection, and increases the likelihood of the birth of a child of destiny. A divine tree to augment the empire's fortune? Chu Ye's eyes sparkle. The future potential of a child of destiny is limitless. If the empire can produce a multitude of such children, it would indeed be a splendid affair. He immediately extracts it from the system's space and plants it in the heart of the imperial capital. Boom. In an instant, a towering ancient tree rises from the earth. It grows at an astonishing speed, and within mere breaths, its canopy obscures a 1,000-mile expanse. The entire imperial capital is enveloped in verdant splendor, teeming with boundless vitality. What a colossal tree! Could this be yet another of His Majesty's masterpieces? Is it the legendary guardian tree of a nation? Within the capital, countless citizens gaze in awe. Although they are accustomed to the emperor's feats, they cannot help but be astonished. Merely gazing at it imparts a sense of auspiciousness and tranquility. And standing beneath the great tree, the cultivation bottlenecks that had long troubled them dissipate. This is a genuine divine wood, the guardian tree of a nation, known only from legends. This ancient tree possesses a semblance of consciousness, just as the multitude of citizens marvel. Chu Ye suddenly perceives a faint awareness emanating from the evergreen divine tree, expressing a desire for submission. How intriguing! A smile graces Chu Ye's lips as he gathers boundless life energy with a flick of his finger, infusing it into the divine tree. Boom! The great tree begins to grow once more, its branches flourishing, exuding a fragrant aroma, resembling a scene from an ethereal realm. A profound rhythm gradually emerges from the trunk. Among the countless green leaves, mystical patterns manifest, reminiscent of the legendary path understanding leaves. Your Majesty? Observing this, the powerful figures within the 9-dragon hall cannot help but lift their heads in curiosity, gazing at Chu Ye. I am nurturing a deity. Chu Ye explains with a gentle smile. His intent is simple, to encourage the evergreen divine tree to flourish and grow alongside the TNW Empire, ultimately becoming a majestic existence akin to the world tree or the celestial trees of the heavens. Chapter 33, 10 consecutive draws, the eternal dragon hunting the deity. This card lottery proves to be quite advantageous. My first purchase has granted me such a divine artifact. Under the canopy of the evergreen divine tree, not only do the many powerful within the capital feel rejuvenated, but Chu Ye himself also experiences clarity of thought. In the unseen realm, the empire's fortune strengthens, becoming ever more robust. Let us continue the lottery. After observing the divine tree, Chu Ye's spirit plunges back into his consciousness, commencing the next round of card draws. He directly opts for 10 draws. With a thought, the cards cascade down like a flowing river. In an instant, white and blue lights intertwine. Yet none exhibit the pale purple glow akin to the evergreen divine tree. Ordinary uncrowned king, Quinn, a supreme powerhouse from another world, yet within the chaos continent. He can only be deemed a mid-tier strength, comparable to a half-step saint. Upon revealing the first card, Chu Ye instantly beholds a figure shrouded in blood-red lightning, resembling a thunder god descending, surrounded by flickering serpents of electricity. This is a being that has ascended to the pinnacle of existence. While not on par with the upper echelons of the Chaos continent, he stands out among billions of beings, achieving supreme status. The capital's patrol team is still in need of personnel. Let this individual serve as captain. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Ye decides to appoint him as the head of the patrol team to maintain order within the capital. Next, the second card. Rare structure, Puppet Fusion Hall. Capable of producing 1,000,000 puppets daily, with a wide array of classifications for combat, repair, and defense. Its effects are straightforward yet potent. In a single day, it can generate 1,000,000 puppets, tirelessly cultivating wastelands, serving as cannon fodder on the battlefield, or unearthing mineral veins. Chu Ye is exceedingly pleased with this item, and further upgrades to the structure will unlock even more formidable puppets. Next, rare structure, Pill Tower. Equipped with a plethora of top-tier alchemists, enabling ordinary citizens to become alchemists through study, even those lacking talent. Ordinary item, Spirit Gathering Holy Fruit. Consuming it allows mortals to ascend to supremacy in a day, though for those above the saint realm, it merely serves to enhance their already formidable abilities. Rare. In no time, the 10 cards have been drawn. Countless luck points flow away like water, yet Chu Ye's expression darkens. This causes the ministers within the 9-dragon hall to shudder, uncertain why their emperor appears displeased. Not a single epic card? While the rare and ordinary items possess considerable efficacy, offering great assistance to the Tianwu Empire, they ultimately represent only the most basic offerings within the card selection. They barely graze the realm of true treasures. I refuse to believe this. Let us continue with 10 more draws. Chu Ye is now somewhat engrossed, unwilling to accept that his luck could be so dismal. Boom. In an instant, the 10 cards are unveiled. In the heart of the region, a dazzling golden radiance erupted instantaneously, igniting a surge of elation within Chu Ye. Golden. An item of legendary caliber, inscribed within the annals of epic lore. This treasure exceeds even the ancient evergreen tree in rarity, valued at billions of fortune points. Legendary creature, Godslayer Ancient Dragon Hatchling. The Godslayer Ancient Dragon, one of the primordial beasts chronicled in the creation deity's record. It feeds on divinities, devours stars, and traverses myriad universes. Only one can emerge in an immeasurable epic, a supreme existence rivaling the ancestor dragon. Additionally, it bestows a unique effect when the host departs the empire with the Godslayer Ancient Dragon within 100,000 miles of the dragon's domain. The host enjoys the perfect augmentation of celestial dominion. What a windfall! A tremendous profit indeed. As he silently perused the introduction of the Godslayer Ancient Dragon, Chu Ye was overwhelmed with joy, dispelling all prior discontent. Suddenly, a terrifying crack tore through the sky above the imperial capital. A colossal, mountain-like black dragon claw emerged, and merely the aura it emanated caused the very fabric of space to shatter, dissolving into the most primal particles of void. The Godslayer Ancient Dragon Hatchling had arrived. With a swift motion, Chu Ye flickered and found himself stepping into the void. He gazed upward at the astonishingly colossal dragon that stirred the heavens for thousands of miles. Was this truly a hatchling? Even having mentally prepared himself, the sight of such an immense dragon body caused Chu Ye's pupils to constrict in awe. This juvenile Godslayer Ancient Dragon was easily several 100,000 miles long. Just a portion of its body protruded, obscuring vast expanses of the void. Its scales were as dark as onyx, seemingly forged from ink jade, glimmering with divine radiance, brimming with an unfathomable terror. As its head finally emerged from the rift in the void, Chu Ye beheld the dragon in its entirety. It was simply beyond description. Compared to the dragons of the chaotic continent, it was as though they were mere long worms, insignificant as ants. Its gargantuan form coiled in the sky, as if propping up the heavens, stretching across the horizon. Those icy, merciless eyes, infused with destruction and slaughter, held an infinite disdain, akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm. My lord. The dragon's immense head lowered slightly, speaking softly towards Chu Ye. This dragon, comparable to a deity, had already been claimed as a pet by his majesty. In an instant, the powerful figures of the imperial capital were left aghast, scarcely believing their eyes. When the dragon arrived, they had anticipated a cataclysmic battle, fearing that even his majesty might struggle against such a foe. Yet unexpectedly, that very being had already been subdued and acknowledged his majesty as its master. Indeed, Chu Ye replied calmly, having noticed the astonishment and confusion among the courtiers. However, he felt no compulsion to elucidate anything further. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the system panel of the Godslayer Ancient Dragon. Godslayer Ancient Dragon. Age, 876W juvenile. Equivalent to 1 year in human terms. Cultivation, equivalent to the host. Principles, origin destruction, origin devour, origin void. Talents, God Hunter, possesses absolute suppression over innate deities. Capable of diminishing their power by over 80. Sovereign of chaotic destruction, it is the supreme master of destruction, feeding on the myriad worlds. Inherently wielding the most fundamental laws of annihilation. True dragon blood, possesses the ancient bloodline of dragons, on par with the ancestor dragon. The Godslayer Ancient Dragon could not be classified as a subject of the Empire. Its designation by the system resembled that of a companion steed, sharing a symbiotic existence with the host, possessing identical cultivation. A resonating hum. An amorphous, formless entity, yet within it, a ghostly fire lotus slowly manifested in Chu Ye's hand. This was the embodiment of the power of destruction laws. Merely this flame lotus could obliterate 1,000,000 miles of land. Though acquiring the Godslayer Ancient Dragon did not drastically elevate Chu Ye's cultivation, it undoubtedly amplified his true combat prowess by several fold, allowing his essence to venture beyond the Empire's confines while retaining the enhancement of celestial dominion. Excellent. Gently stroking the massive head of the Godslayer Ancient Dragon, Chu Ye felt elated, declaring, "From this moment forth, you shall be named Godslayer. I eagerly anticipate the day we jointly vanquish the celestial beings in the heavens." "Yes, my lord." Godslayer lowered its head once more, its form visibly shrinking, settling upon Chu Ye's shoulder. Born from chaos, every sentient entity trembled before it. Today marked the long-awaited reunion with its eternally familiar master. Chapter 34. The Sacred Sects Council, targeting Chu Ye for slaughter. Meanwhile, within the Xiao Dynasty, at the Heavenly Law Sacred Sect, inside the Grand Hall of the sect, numerous families, sects, and even royal figures gathered, their expressions clouded, hearts weighed down with dread. In the span of mere days, facing the ferocious onslaught of the Heavenly Martial Empire, 7 states within the dynasty had fallen, the crown prince slain in battle. Even with 3 venerable figures dispatched to the front lines for support, they fell in an instant, unable to alter the dire situation. It was evident that among the enemy's generals stood an existence transcending the saints, an ancient sage. The sect master of the Heavenly Law Sacred Sect sat at the forefront, surveying the gathered assembly. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his brow furrowed in grave concern. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent. After days of conflict, they were acutely aware of the disparity in strength with their adversaries. Not only did the enemy's commander possess the capability to eliminate saints in an instant, but even the most basic soldiers among them wielded celestial-level cultivation, utterly overwhelming the Xiao Dynasty's forces. Faced with such might, the dynasty's demise seemed all but fated. A profound sense of helplessness and sorrow enveloped all present. Just days prior, they had been embroiled in infighting for power, and now, with the dynasty on the brink of collapse, they were compelled to convene and devise strategies for national salvation. I have heard that the Heavenly Martial Empire treats defectors with great respect. They have never engaged in city slaughter. If our sect refrains from interference, they will not deliberately cause us trouble. Why not express our submission to the Heavenly Martial Empire, which may yet preserve our lives and the legacy of our sect? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in azure stood, slowly proposing. "Preposterous!" roared the Xianxian sect master. "Are you a coward? To suggest our surrender? I would rather die." In an instant, his words incited a furious uproar among the assembly. Each individual present was at the very least the head of a prominent family, possessing cultivation above the supreme level, wielding immense power. To expect such noble beings to capitulate was utterly inconceivable. Sigh. The Xianxian sect master sighed, taking his seat once more, refraining from further discussion on the matter. His gaze flickering as he contemplated something deeply. The calamity of the dynasty? From the rear of the hall, an ancient elder of the Heavenly Law Sacred Sect, whose body seemed on the verge of decay, spoke up. Instantly, all powerful figures in the hall turned their attention toward him, their gazes converging upon the venerable elder. Yet now, the most esteemed entity of the Xiao Dynasty, having endured nearly 7 millennia, stands as the direct disciple of the venerable ancestor of the Heavenly Law Sacred Sect, a witness to the transformative tides of time, the rise and fall of countless powers. To this day, he has remained in seclusion for a millennium. His sudden appearance in the hall ignited a spark of joy among the onlookers, who dared to hope that perhaps a glimmer of survival still existed. Did the adversary possess ancient saints to bolster their ranks? The Grand Elder ascended above the hall, compelling the sovereign of the Heavenly Law Sect to respectfully yield his position and stand to the side. His murky gaze, imbued with the weight of countless eras, swept across the assembly as he inquired, "Do you possess any evidence?" "Indeed. A nobleman stepped forth, his expression tinged with reverence as he produced a projection spirit stone, conjuring images in the air above the hall. Kill. The scene depicted the vast armies of the Tianwu Dynasty charging forward. Above, 3 great offerings and several nobles unleashed their power, causing the very heavens to tremble. The image gathered more than 7 saints, their sacred might akin to an ocean, overwhelming the celestial dome. Even the portrayal seemed to quiver ominously. Yet, with a resounding roar, the silhouette of a colossal dragon surged forth, a formidable figure soaring into the sky to engage the 7 saints in fierce combat among the clouds. Boom. In but a few breaths, 7 broken corpses plummeted from the sky, crashing into the depths of the earth. The vision then shattered. Following this, another enemy commander unleashed his might, decimating our forces to the tune of 70 to 80%. Ultimately, none were spared. The nobleman's heart grew heavy among the fallen saints. One shared a profound connection with him, and now, in death, he felt a deep sorrow. Truly, they were beings beyond ancient saints. The Grand Elder's gaze froze as he beheld the figure that ascended into the clouds, murmuring to himself. The chasm that separated saints from ancient saints, though merely a single character in nomenclature, was an insurmountable gulf, far beyond the reach of ordinary realms. He had cultivated for 7 millennia, yet he had only attained the threshold of ancient saint cultivation. With his lifespan nearing its end, should he fail to break through, death would be his only fate. He could only rely on this artifact. In his grasp appeared a piece of black jade command plate. What is this? The assembly queried, their expressions laced with confusion, for they were entirely unfamiliar with the markings upon the plate. It was a death decree, capable of summoning the heavenly court to execute a singular target without condition. The Grand Elder elucidated, his murky eyes now shimmering with icy light. The heavenly court, one of the 3 foremost assassin forces in the eastern domain. Provided the appropriate price was paid, even a sacred king could be slain. The value of the death decree in his hand was immeasurable, a relic obtained by the ancestral founder of the heavenly law sacred sect, passed down through the ages. The heavenly martial empire, once merely a small nation, now boasted a plethora of formidable beings, a transformation undoubtedly stemming from the figure of the heavenly martial emperor. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Even if the Tianwu Dynasty were to fall, the elder vowed that he would see the heavenly martial emperor perish on the spot. The Grand Elder's gaze turned frigid, his voice laced with a chilling murderous intent, as if he were prepared to face the heavenly martial empire in a battle to the death. Crack. Without hesitation, he crushed the death decree. Channeling a fragment of spiritual power, he transmitted the target of this assassination, the ruler of the heavenly martial empire, Chu Ye. Chapter 35. The Child of Fortune from Liuzhou. In the eastern domain, the far northern lands, hundreds of states away from the heavenly martial empire, a mortal would find it nearly impossible to tread upon this ground in their lifetime. Towering mountains stood resolutely, shrouded in mist. A streak of light sped forth from the distance, traversing the void and seemingly entering another world. The space rippled as it concealed a realm rich in spiritual energy, with countless palaces suspended in the air. This was the hidden headquarters of the heavenly court in the eastern domain, a realm unto itself, known to few for millennia. The heavenly stage death decree activated, the streak of light ultimately entered a main hall, as if transmitting information before dissipating. Simultaneously, a figure cloaked in black slowly rose, his dark pupils fixed forward, hands clasped behind him as he strode toward the hall's exit. The heavenly stage death decree could command a sequence-level assassin from the heavenly court to execute a mission with perfect precision. Throughout the millennia since the heavenly court's establishment, sequence-level assassins had never failed a mission. Even at the cost of their lives, they would fulfill their death decree. And the target? Merely the ruler of a lower-tier nation? As the information flowed into his consciousness, the figure in black raised his head, revealing a face seemingly stitched together 1,000 times, resembling a malevolent specter. How intriguing. He was the master of the heavenly court, the foremost assassin of Sequence One, who had once slain the rulers of ancient nations and the scions of sacred lands. Among the powerful of the eastern domain, he was revered as the celestial punisher, a true embodiment of a ruthless killing god. The voice of the celestial punisher was hoarse and deep, tinged with an enigmatic quality. Every assassin in the heavenly court never underestimated any target, no matter how humble their station. For a failed mission meant an eternal descent into an abyss of despair for those who danced on the edge of life and death. Opportunities were forever singular. The higher the rank of the assassin, the more they comprehended this truth. 13. The celestial punisher spoke indifferently, casually calling out into the void. Headmaster. Immediately, a cold voice emerged from the shadows. A human figure materialized, revealing one of the highest-ranking sequence-level assassins within the heavenly court, holding the 13th position. You have recently broken through to the 8-star ancient saint. This death decree is entrusted to you for execution. Consider it practice, but do not underestimate any enemy. The celestial punisher did not turn his gaze. With a thought, he transmitted the relevant information about the heavenly martial empire and Chu Ye to the other, issuing his command. The heavenly stage assassin, Sequence 13, was also known as the Death Sword 13 in the assassination realm. He wielded a fragmented imperial sword technique. Death Sword 13. Beneath the 13 strikes, either the enemy falls or the wielder's soul returns to the netherworld. Understood. Upon hearing the words of the celestial punisher, the silhouette in darkness transformed into a wisp of ghostly wind, vanishing without a trace, heading toward an unknown destination. He bore no interest in the identity of the decree's master, nor did he care about the intricate web of interests surrounding this mission. Only slaughter. That was his sole vocation. Named 13, Sequence 13. With 13 strikes, even gods and demons would fall. Time flowed on. 7 days later, in the capital of the heavenly martial empire, Your Majesty, the Tianwu Dynasty has suffered a catastrophic defeat. Our imperial army has now occupied 28 states, having slain a total of 12 sacred realm experts. In the Nine Dragons Hall, Chu Ye listened to the reports from his ministers below. He glanced at the system panel, noting that the total count of imperial fortune points had surged once more, reaching a staggering total of 170 million. Indeed, only through waging wars and brazenly plundering the territories of other nations can one swiftly elevate oneself and the dynasty to greatness. The Nine Skies Dynasty, it seems, is on the brink of collapse, with my grand army poised to trample its lands within mere days, leading to its obliteration. Seated upon the dragon throne, Chu Ye rested his chin upon his hand, pondering the empire's next target for conquest. Your Majesty, I have something to report, spoke a minister delivering news from the front lines. Following this declaration, Yun Su, the head of the Tianwu Academy, promptly knelt down. Speak, Chu Ye replied, raising an eyebrow and gesturing for him to rise and articulate his message. Yun Su, initially a peak sovereign, had seen his cultivation flourish alongside the academy's growth, now reaching the level of a 9-patterned saint. Your Majesty, I received word from the Lu Prefecture branch yesterday. A young man, once a prodigy in the city, has come to us. He was recently jilted and has inexplicably suffered a significant decline in his cultivation. Yun Su's expression was grave, though the surrounding ministers were baffled, unaware of the extraordinary nature of this youth. Oh, this piques my interest, Chu Ye responded, recalling his prior admonition to Yun Su to keep a vigilant eye on such seemingly worthless youths, for they often bore the potential to become the children of destiny. It was imperative to secure them within the empire's grasp, offering generous incentives to entice them into the Tianwu Academy. What is the name of this young man? Your Majesty. He goes by Mu Yan. Yun Su answered respectfully. Mu Yan, the scion of the Mu family from Zhoushan City, was once renowned for his exceptional talent and was even betrothed to the sole daughter of the Shangwan family, a tale of years celebrated by many. However, in recent years, he had inexplicably lost his cultivation and undergone a drastic change in temperament, rendering him the target of ridicule throughout the city. The Shangwan family's daughter, too, had rescinded their engagement, personally visiting to insult Mu Yan before leaving with a debauched scion. Crushed by the weight of endless humiliation, Mu Yan ultimately chose to depart from the Mu family, seeking to join the Tianwu Academy's branch. From my understanding of the children of destiny, this individual must be extraordinary, destined for greatness. After hearing Yun Su's full report, Chu Ye could not help but laugh heartily, convinced that Mu Yan was indeed a child of destiny, with a boundless future. Speaking of which, I realize I have not ventured beyond the capital for quite some time. Come, I shall personally visit Lu Prefecture to discern the source of this child's extraordinary fate. With a decree from Chu Ye, the entire court, both civil and military officials, as well as guards and maidens, responded in unison. Boom. Within half an hour, a colossal palanquin soared through the skies, its overwhelming presence enveloping the entire capital. The emperor has arrived. Accompanied by a chorus of astonished voices, the capital erupted in fervor. As the palanquin passed, countless figures knelt in reverence. However, once the dragon palanquin vanished from sight, not far from the capital, an unassuming old farmer, toiling slowly in the fields, lifted his head. In his murky eyes flickered a subtle glimmer of murderous intent. Has he finally departed? The existence guarding the capital exceeded imagination. Should this individual remain stagnant, I fear my chances of success would be nil. This old farmer was none other than the infiltrator Jian Shisan, who had seamlessly blended into the village by altering his appearance and aura. Here, he carefully observed the movements within the capital. Years of experience as an assassin had honed Jian Shisan's instincts. Within the capital, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Although no extraordinary presence was outwardly discernible, An inner voice warned him. To tread carelessly within would spell certain doom. Thus, he chose to lie in wait beyond the capital, concealing his identity while patiently anticipating the emergence of a flaw in the Tianwu Emperor's defenses. He had anticipated that this waiting period would be protracted, perhaps lasting many years. Yet, unexpectedly, within just a few days, the Tianwu Emperor opted to leave the confines of the capital, granting him his first opportunity to strike. He vowed to deliver a lethal blow with a single sword. Should that fail, he would unleash 13 strikes, sparing no effort to eliminate his target. Xianxiafans silently vowed, his gaze fixed on the direction of the departing dragon palanquin, a frigid glint evident in his eyes. Through his observations over the past few days, he was acutely aware that this Tianwu Emperor was anything but ordinary, possessing the allegiance of ancient saints, beyond the reach of typical forces. This mission was fraught with peril, and his opportunity was singular. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as rain poured down in torrents, drenching Xianxiafans to the bone. In that fleeting moment, as lightning illuminated the heavens, his figure vanished, as if he had never existed. Chapter 36. The Ascendant Child of Destiny, the Malice in the Shadows. In Lu Prefecture, at the Tianwu Academy branch, news of the impending arrival of the Tianwu Emperor spread swiftly throughout the establishment. Countless students cheered in exuberance, rushing to the square to prepare for their sovereign's arrival. The Emperor of Tianwu, is it? Among the throng, a youthful figure with a delicate visage and slender frame, whose eyes betrayed a resolute spirit, murmured. This was Mu Yan, the scion of the Mu family from Zhoushan City, once a prodigy, now a target of ridicule, enduring endless humiliation. Upon hearing tales of the Emperor's years of concealment followed by his decisive acts to slay various kings and reclaim the imperial power, Mu Yan felt a flicker of anticipation. The Tianwu Academy was the Emperor's brainchild, a true sovereign of unparalleled prowess. Recalling the myriad rumors surrounding Chu Ye, Mu Yan, being a youth, was naturally curious about the grandeur of this extraordinary emperor. Not only Mu Yan, but the majority of students within the branch harbored similar sentiments, brimming with fervor and dreams. Look, the emperor's dragon palanquin approaches. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the crowd. All heads turned skyward. In the distance, a resplendent light surged heavenward. Then, with a deafening roar that seemed to shake Lu Prefecture to its core, the sky trembled as a terrifying dragon shadow momentarily eclipsed the sun. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a palanquin, seemingly adorned with radiant golden light, traversed the heavens, drawn by the majestic dragon, and came to rest above the square. Boom! In an instant, an unending surge of spiritual energy flooded into the palanquin, transforming into a kaleidoscope of radiant light that enveloped all directions. Amidst this brilliance, a towering figure clad in a black and gold imperial robe, crowned and adorned with a pendant of 9 dragons, gradually descended from the palanquin. The moment he set foot upon the ground, an overwhelming imperial aura capable of subduing the realms swept outward, rendering all present pale and breathless. Your Majesty. In that fleeting moment, the crowd bowed deeply, a chorus of resonant voices echoing through the heavens. Rise, Chu Ye commanded, his gaze sweeping over the assembled multitude, exuding an air of indifference. His voice was calm and unruffled, as profound and unfathomable as an abyss, making it difficult for others to discern his innermost thoughts. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd rose in unison, their gazes filled with reverence as they cautiously looked up to the supreme monarch. At this moment, however, Chu Ye had already identified his target for the day. Without hesitation, he accessed the opponent's system panel. Name, Mu Yan. Identity, disciple of the Tianwu Academy, branch. Son of superior fortune. Cultivation level, 3rd stage of body refinement. Fortune opportunities. Under the protection of the remnant soul of the Peak Emperor, the Prison Emperor, he will eventually inherit the legacy of the primordial divine king. The potential for future achievements is exceedingly high. Being an emperor is merely the beginning. If the host cannot subdue him and is met with hostility, it is advised to eliminate him as soon as possible. Current relationship, 100 admiration. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Upon witnessing the resplendent panel, a smile crept across Chu Ye's face, confirming his assumptions. This Mu Yan was not merely an ordinary son of fortune. He held the potential to transcend the chaotic continent and become an unparalleled divine king of immortality. The branch could not possess the influence to pledge allegiance to the imperial dynasty. He must be incorporated into the true Tianwu Academy. As Chu Ye pondered this, a question arose in his mind. Once Mu Yan entered the academy, his loyalty would be maximized. But what of the remnant soul of the old man within him? Beep. The host need not worry. As long as Mu Yan joins the Tianwu Academy, the Prison Emperor will become a member of your dynasty. The system promptly replied. This reassured Chu Ye. After all, he could not allow a Peak Emperor, even if merely a remnant soul, to linger in the imperial city without control. Who could say that the remnants did not retain some of their former cunning? Only through caution could one maintain an invincible position. With this in mind, Chu Ye smiled and addressed Mu Yan. Mu Yan, I wish for you to join the main academy of the Tianwu Academy and enjoy the privileges of a top-tier disciple. Are you willing to accept? What? Who is Mu Yan, that he is worthy of the emperor's personal attention? That laughingstock from Zhoushan City? Why would the emperor take notice of him? In an instant, as soon as Chu Ye's words fell, an uproar erupted among the crowd, numerous eyes fixated on Mu Yan. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and envy. It was well known that entering the main academy would provide the opportunity to serve under a sage, even potentially being summoned by the emperor himself, gaining access to the divine temple and a chance to ascend to greatness. And now, the emperor had invited Mu Yan to the main academy. This was enough to drive them nearly mad with envy. Did I hear that correctly? The emperor is actually inviting me to join the main academy. Even having weathered many storms, Mu Yan was momentarily stunned into silence, his mind racing, utterly at a loss for what to do. Mu Yan, hurry and accept. This is a direct decree from the emperor. An opportunity to become a core disciple of the Tianwu Academy. The branch dean, witnessing this, hurriedly urged, fearful that Mu Yan might miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Your Majesty, I accept. Mu Yan finally regained his composure, his words somewhat jumbled as he quickly knelt down, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty, for this opportunity. I shall do my utmost to serve the dynasty in the future. His heart raced wildly. He could hardly believe he had received such an honor. The others around him, though filled with jealousy, dared not show any disrespect before Chu Ye. They could only cast envious glances at Mu Yan, silently cursing him for his extraordinary fortune. Haha, indeed. I am pleased that you hold such thoughts, Chu Ye replied with a smile, surveying the crowd. As for all of you, since I have come here today, I shall bestow upon you a small blessing. Suddenly, with a casual wave of his hand, Chu Ye gathered the spiritual energy from tens of thousands of miles, causing the clouds above to stir as if under the weight of divine power. In an instant, the concentration of spiritual energy in the branch surged dramatically, almost rivaling a paradisiacal realm, so thick it was nearly tangible. This, with a mere gesture, he had created a true sanctuary for cultivation. The crowd was once again left in awe, especially the branch dean, who was so overwhelmed with excitement that he bowed repeatedly, extolling the emperor's grace. He understood deeply that from this day forward, the status of this branch would be elevated infinitely, becoming a renowned cultivation haven second only to the main academy. There is no need for excessive gratitude. I merely acted out of convenience, Chu Ye said, waving his hand dismissively, his tone still calm, as if he had merely accomplished some trivial task. Yet to those listening, it stirred their hearts to the utmost. With a flick of his wrist, he had fashioned a sacred ground for cultivation. This was the emperor of the Tianwu Dynasty. What would it be like to possess such boundless power in the future? In that moment, both men and women alike wore expressions of fervor and aspiration. The opportunity had arrived. However, just as the crowd revered him, from the shadows cast by a towering tree at the edge of the square, a flash of sword light surged forth, aiming directly at Chu Ye. Chapter 37. The sword of death erupts, an unyielding barrier of void. In that instant, the layers of space shattered, and the cold, murderous sword energy rushed forward, seemingly poised to sever Chu Ye's head without a hint of hesitation. The abrupt change sent a jolt of alarm through the hearts of all present. Boom. Just as the sword energy was about to reach Chu Ye, the void twisted, forming an invisible barrier that forcefully intercepted the attack. Bang! The two forces collided, creating a visible shockwave that rippled outward, sweeping across the sky. Crack! In an instant, the solid stone surface displayed countless cracks, and the entire square trembled violently as if it would collapse entirely. Quickly retreat! Many disciples shouted in alarm, hastily withdrawing to avoid being caught in the chaos. The branch dean, trembling with fear, gazed towards the direction of the incoming sword light, his heart racing. An assassin? The emperor is under attack by an unknown assailant within his own Liuzhou branch? A cultivator of ancient saint level? Who sent you? At this moment, however, Chu Ye, the intended target of the assault, remained composed, coldly staring at the attacker, a figure shrouded in a black robe, sword in hand. The figure was not particularly robust. In fact, he appeared somewhat slender. His exposed eyes were chillingly cold, evoking the image of a venomous snake. He had fixated his gaze entirely on Chu Ye. Humph! The black-robed man let out a low grunt, seemingly disinclined to exchange even a word with Chu Ye. The long sword in hand gathered an immense power, suddenly thrust upward, and once more cleaved through the air. The 13th sword of death. Each stroke unleashed would be a cumulative explosion of the previous sword's might. if executed to its utmost. The true essence of this deadly blade would be fully revealed, and the compounded power would soar to an astonishing 4,096 times that of the first sword. With a single strike, it could annihilate heaven and earth, bury gods, and slay demons. At this moment, the second strike of the 13th sword swiftly descended. Its might undeniably a multiplicative enhancement of its predecessor. The raw power doubled. Boom. The sword's radiance once again collided with the ethereal barrier. Yet this time, it failed to stir even the slightest ripple, consumed and dissolved by the formless void. The fundamental law of the void. One of the powers shared between Chu Ye and the ancient dragon of divine annihilation. It could harness the profound silence of the void, transforming it into the sharpest of blades or the most formidable of shields. With Chu Ye's current cultivation at the sacred king level, the solidity of this void would likely be beyond the reach of even a typical quasi-emperor, leaving them to struggle in vain. Was this strike a notch more powerful? Indeed. An impressive divine ability. It appeared that he could sense the accumulated strength within that sword's radiance. Chu Ye lowered his right hand, poised for annihilation, his gaze revealing a flicker of intrigue. He was eager to discover the limits of his opponent's divine ability and to what extent they could breach his void barrier. Damned. Even the second strike could not inflict any harm upon him. Sword 13 retreated, yet the blade in his hand continued to amass power. He gazed at the figure standing calmly, as if a towering mountain, a sense of ominous foreboding swelling within him. The second strike, equivalent to the full force of 2 8-star ancient saints, could potentially threaten even a peak ancient saint caught off guard. He did not seek to slay his adversary with this sword. However, at this moment, the fact that he couldn't even breach a fraction of their defenses rendered him as laughable as a mere jester. Look, that assassin cannot breach His Majesty's defense at all. Of course, His Majesty's divine might transcends the heavens. How could a mere assassin hope to shake it? To think of attempting an assassination on His Majesty is sheer folly. The fools seeking their own demise, once the origin of this assassin is uncovered. His Majesty will surely exact vengeance. Following a brief moment of astonishment, the students who had retreated began to murmur softly amongst themselves, deriding the cloaked assassin. The heavenly martial emperor is the true embodiment of supremacy within the empire. He is the sole unparalleled force of the dynasty, the one who controls all. How could such a minor character dare to offend him? They were utterly ignorant of their own insignificance. Today, to have the audacity to attack His Majesty. Even if this man were to face the annihilation of his entire lineage 100 times over, it would not absolve him of the heinous crime for which death is the only fitting punishment. The third sword of death. Sword 13 paid no heed to the discussions around him. As an assassin, his focus was singularly on his mission objective, to eliminate this target. Complete the task and return to the celestial pavilion. Boom. As the long sword swung, the third sword also thundered down. The expanse of the sky trembled, dark clouds surged, and thunder roared. The third accumulated sword's momentum erupted, its might now reaching 4 times that of the first sword. A force rarely withstood even by a renowned peak ancient saint. However, wielding this sword came at a cost. From the third sword onward, each strike would demand a portion of the wielder's lifespan as payment. The final 13th sword would draw upon the essence of the soul itself. As the sword fell, so too would the life. The power of this strike approached the realm of a half-step sacred king. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. Swoosh. In the face of this sword, Chu Ye merely waved his hand. As if the tangible sword light were a mirror, it shattered in layers, ultimately dispersing into countless motes of light. The fourth sword of death, sword 13, showed no sign of pausing. He executed an intricate footwork, moving like a specter, wildly flashing about. His long sword continued to dance, unleashing a torrent of fierce sword energy that tore through the heavens, cascading like a torrential downpour, relentlessly assaulting Chu Ye. Amidst the multitude of ordinary sword lights, however, a deadly sword technique was secretly interwoven, aiming to catch Chu Ye off guard and strike him down on the spot. Foolishness. Boom. Chu Ye's gaze was cold and indifferent, his imperial might suppressing all like a bottomless abyss. With a mere utterance, the myriad sword lights instantly dissolved into nothingness, vanishing as easily as a dream or a bubble. You are the first to dare to attempt an assassination against me. Therefore, to commend your boundless courage, I shall grant you an opportunity. He took a step forward, resembling a deity surveying the heavens, gazing down upon sword 13. Struggle with all your might. I shall witness the decay of your life. Arrogance. Hearing Chu Ye's domineering pronouncement, a ripple of emotion stirred within sword 13's eyes, a flicker of anger igniting. From start to finish, his opponent had never regarded him as a threat. Struggle? Then let him witness the ultimate power of the death sword. Buzz. The dark robe billowed, the fabric rustling as a terrifying sword intent surged skyward, enveloping the entire realm. In an instant, Sword 13 seemed to merge with his long sword. Every movement summoned a cataclysmic wave of sword energy, cleaving through layers of space. In that moment, the heavens and earth shifted. Sword 13 transformed into the supreme sovereign of the sword path world. He stood firm, his aura surging to the pinnacle of the ancient saint level, even greater. The fifth sword of death. Boom. In the next heartbeat, he shot forth like lightning, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to thought. An overwhelming intent to kill bearing down upon Chu Ye. The fifth sword amplified its might to a staggering 16 times that of the first. Die. Sword 13 bellowed. Raising his arm, the long sword cutting diagonally downward. Swoosh. The ink-black sword mark rent the heavens, casting the world into a momentary darkness. This strike was nothing short of apex. Any individual below the sacred king who faltered would inevitably be reduced to a mist of blood and ash. Yet before Chu Ye, it remained utterly inadequate. Chapter 38. The final sword, Chu Ye's astonishment. Bang. He remained still, hands clasped behind his back, not a single muscle twitching. He allowed that violent sword to charge forth, crashing ferociously against the spatial barrier surrounding him. Puffed. Following a deafening roar, a figure was sent hurtling back like a cannonball, blood spewing forth, aura withering. It was none other than Sword 13, who had suffered a grievous backlash from his own power. Meanwhile, the void barrier surrounding Chu Ye remained utterly undisturbed, untouched by that cataclysmic strike. Hiss. A collective gasp of astonishment erupted. The spectators were left aghast, their faces pale with shock. Just how terrifying was that sword light? In the moment it was unleashed, they believed that the entire Liuzhou would be laid to waste beneath its blade, obliterating millions of miles of land. Yet, even such a fearsome blow. As he fell beside his majesty, it was as though he had plunged a cow into the sea, creating not a single ripple. Just how immensely powerful had the emperor become? Had he ascended to the legendary realm of emperors, claiming true supremacy over the chaotic continent? Xianxiaaudiobooks struggled to his feet, his pupils constricting sharply. He could not fathom how his meticulously planned lethal strike had proven utterly futile against the person before him. Continue, Chu Ye declared, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as frigid as ice. I intend to make you fully comprehend that an ant can never hope to contend with a dragon. Fury enveloped Xianxiaaudiobooks. At that moment, he had nearly lost all semblance of rationality as an assassin. He yearned to eliminate the man before him, disregarding any potential consequences or losses. In an instant, with his raven hair turning starkly pale, Xianxiaaudiobooks unleashed 3 lethal strikes, expending an entire millennium of his lifespan. Boom. The void quivered, a profound silence enveloping the atmosphere, as an overwhelming jet-black sword light soared forth, reminiscent of a dark sun blotting out the sky and casting the entire world into a realm of death. The sixth sword unleashed 32 times its power, the seventh sword, 64 times its might, and the eighth sword, a terrifying 128 times its force. It was a true manifestation of an ancient sage's body, unleashing a terrifying assault comparable to that of a saintly monarch. Oh, upon witnessing this, Chu Ye's demeanor shifted ever so slightly. A flicker of interest ignited within him. Xianxiaaudiobooks' performance indeed surprised him. An 8-star ancient sage was capable of unleashing power rivaling that of a saintly monarch. Who, then, was this assassin? And from what force did he hail? No ordinary nation, not even the 9 Heavens dynasty, could command such a formidable assassin to come forth at any cost to eliminate him. Bang! The sword light cleaved through the heavens. If left unchecked, the sheer force of it could obliterate much of Liuzhou, burying billions of souls beneath the devastation. Chu Ye furrowed his brow, then slightly opened his palm, channeling the power of the devouring laws at the root level. Buzz! The boundless sword light dissipated in an instant. All power was consumed within his grasp, leaving no trace behind. Bang! Upon witnessing this scene, Xianxiaaudiobooks crumbled. His gaze shattered as he knelt on the ground, oblivious to the long sword slipping from his grasp, his lips moving as if to utter something, yet no sound emerged. The 8th sword had cost him a millennium of lifespan, yet it had still failed to inflict any harm. How was this even possible? That was a staggering 128 times the power accumulated, nearly comparable to a full-force strike from a saintly monarch. Cough. As his lifespan dwindled, Xianxiaaudiobooks' body aged rapidly, his skin sagging and wrinkling, transforming from youthful vigor into frail decrepitude in the blink of an eye. His lifespan could no longer sustain the execution of the 9th sword. At the ancient sage level, the 8th lethal sword was the pinnacle of this divine ability. To ascend further, one would need to attain the status of a saintly monarch. Was this the end? Amidst the swirling dust, Chu Ye remained unscathed, even his robe untouched. He stepped forward slowly, casting a condescending gaze upon the utterly aged Xianxiaaudiobooks, seemingly exhaling a sigh of disappointment. No, no. That sigh jolted Xianxiaaudiobooks back into reality. He strained to lift his head, blood seeping from his mouth. His eyes wide with fury as he locked his gaze onto Chu Ye. In your final moments, dare you accept my last strike? Regardless of the outcome. Death is all that awaits me. Thus, he resolved to unleash the ultimate 13th sword, sacrificing his very soul as a price to wield a legendary blow capable of slaying gods. What do I have to fear? Chu Ye scoffed, his tone calm. With that, he flicked his finger. In an instant, immeasurable power surged forth, isolating the space where the two stood from the surrounding world, preventing any external disturbance. Come now, let me witness your final sword. After taking these measures, Chu Ye spoke slowly, preparing to endure the final strike of his opponent. Whoosh! In the next instant, a torrent of sword light erupted, illuminating the entire void. It was akin to a dazzling star exploding, unleashing an unprecedented and terrifying radiance. Xianxiaaudiobooks gripped his sword again. Standing firm in the air, his body withered rapidly, resembling a skeletal figure, crumbling inch by inch into dust. He gazed upward, howling in madness. Die? I shall extinguish my very soul to slay you, the Emperor of the Heavenly Martial. Crack! In that fleeting moment, the void shattered. The brilliance of that sword was boundless, ineffable by any words. As the sword light passed, the fabric of space crumbled like fragile paper, unimpeded and unavoidable. Even though Chu Ye had isolated this realm from the outside, the entirety of Liuzhou, and indeed the entire Heavenly Martial Dynasty, trembled slightly. The skies darkened and shifted, thunder crackling. In a daze, onlookers seemed to witness a divine being wielding a sword against the majestic emperor seated high in the heavens. Boom! At that moment, the entire world appeared to illuminate, causing countless beings to tremble in fear, utterly unable to comprehend the magnitude of power clashing before them, capable of shaking the very heavens. Bang! Finally, as the brilliance receded and the earth calmed, within Liuzhou, a broken sword fell from the heavens. The space Chu Ye had isolated rejoined the outside world, and he remained unblemished, entirely unharmed. His gaze fell upon the location of the shattered sword, a hint of astonishment flickering within. To have caused even a slight injury to my void barrier, you are indeed worthy of pride. Before him, a narrow crack had appeared in the spatial barrier surrounding Chu Ye, albeit negligible. In the next breath, it had completely healed. Yet, it still left Chu Ye slightly startled. This void barrier could withstand the eruption of quasi-emperor power, yet this mere ancient sage had managed to achieve such a feat. Ding! Congratulations, host. For slaying a formidable foe and acquiring the divine ability, 13 death swords, no cost, perfected version. Chapter 39. The Fury of the Heavenly Martial Emperor. The Annihilation of the Nine Heavens Dynasty. The system's voice resonated. Immediately, Chu Ye began to examine the complete introduction of the ability. 13 death swords, a forbidden divine ability created by an ancient powerhouse to slay the Emperor of Heaven. Each sword strike can accumulate the power of the preceding strikes. Ultimately, it can unleash a force multiplied by thousands. This divine ability is rather impressive. Chu Ye nodded, appreciating the 13 death swords. Once the required cost was eliminated, the true tier of this ability was likely beyond imagination. Without any cost, it could unleash a staggering 4,000 times the accumulated power. If I were to exert my full strength, I could likely contend with a quasi-emperor. However, while today's gains were substantial, I must thoroughly investigate which force has dispatched an assassin to target me. Gazing at the nearly obliterated broken sword in the distance, Chu Ye's eyes turned cold. Yet he swiftly discovered an item within the system's marketplace. It possessed the capability to unveil the entire sequence of events. Source-Seeking Pearl, a consumable artifact. It could replay the recent experiences of any object or living being. Price, 800,000 fortune points. Without a hint of hesitation, Chu Ye immediately purchased the Source-Seeking Pearl, setting his target on the assassin's broken sword. Buzzing. In an instant, everything that the assassin had undergone over the past month was projected as a luminous screen, allowing Chu Ye to instantly ascertain his identity. Xianxiaaudiobooks, the most elite serial killer within the Heavenly Earth Pavilion. He was commanded directly by the Pavilion Master to eliminate the targets designated by the Celestial Death Order. The Heavenly Earth Pavilion, you say? Chu Ye's gaze deepened, imbued with an icy detachment. This was an assassin force that had been rumored in the Eastern Domain for tens of thousands of years, where more than one sacred king resided, and the abrupt demise of countless prodigies was inextricably linked to them. Alas, Xianxiaaudiobooks himself was unaware of the identity of the Death Order's master. He merely executed his mission by coming to the Heavenly Martial Empire. The neighboring nations must be wary. Has the Tianwu Dynasty begun to fear me, wishing to extinguish me prematurely? Chu Ye's thoughts raced, and an overwhelming killing intent surged within him. He had initially intended to employ relatively gentle methods to gradually engulf the surrounding 1,000 states, instilling fear in the hearts of various nations, compelling them to willingly submit to the empire. Yet now, since they have resorted to such despicable means, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness. Chu Ye's gaze turned increasingly frigid. His current fortune points had reached a remarkably ample amount, sufficient to unleash a frenzied military expansion, utilizing absolute strength and numbers to utterly crush the neighboring nations. Divine destruction, return with me to the imperial capital. Boom. The crimson golden dragon chariot soared into the sky once more, transforming into a brilliant flash of light that vanished without a trace in an instant. Meanwhile, within the heavenly law sacred sect, boom, the resounding echoes shook the heavens, and beneath the might of 1,000,000 feathered god warriors. The protective array of this sect was riddled with cracks, as if it were on the verge of shattering completely at any moment. Hold the line. Hold the line. We must not let that pack of beasts from the heavenly martial empire breach the array. Otherwise, we shall be plunged into eternal damnation. Vows of fierce resistance echoed incessantly. As the foremost sect of the Xianxiao Dynasty, the defiance of the heavenly law sacred sect was particularly intense, resulting in considerable casualties among the feathered god army. Their blood staining the vast sky. Failed. In the grand hall of the sect, at the moment Xianxiaaudiobooks fell, the supreme elder of the sect received the grim news from the death order. The assassin had perished, mission failed. Moreover, the heavenly earth pavilion declared that they would soon dispatch another assassin. All he had to do was wait. Wait. They are already at our gates with their army. How can you expect me to simply wait? The supreme elder's eyes were bloodshot. Clearly, he had paid a hefty price to sustain the heavenly law sacred sect until now. Yet even so, it was still impossible to turn the tide. Shall we flee? Hearing the continuous thunderous roars and cries from outside, an elder trembled and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the supreme elder immediately rebuked, "Flee? The heavenly martial empire's army has already surrounded the entire sect. How can we escape?" Boom. Yet at that very moment, the protective array that had shielded the heavenly law sacred sect for thousands of years shattered in an instant, leaving no hope of repair. "Commander, the array has been breached. This sect is the leading force of resistance, secretly manipulating the Xianxiao imperial power, as per your majesty's directives. The heavenly law sacred sect must be annihilated." In the void, a powerful warrior of the feathered god race reported respectfully, his eyes as cold as a blade. "Annihilate? Very well, withdraw 10,000 miles immediately. Allow me to conclude today's affairs and eradicate this place." Upon hearing this, atop the golden throne suspended in the sky, a figure adorned with 14 divine wings, intricately marked with golden lines on his face, and possessing the mighty demeanor of a celestial being, slowly rose. He was one of the 3 great commanders of the feathered god race, self-styled as the ancient saint of radiance, with profound mastery over the laws of light, ranking among the pinnacle of power within the entire heavenly martial empire. Yes, whoosh. At the command of the ancient saint of radiance, the 1,000,000-strong feathered god army swiftly retreated, almost vanishing in the blink of an eye. What is happening? They are retreating? Witnessing this scene, several sect elders wore expressions of confusion. Suddenly, their pupils contracted sharply as they sensed an unprecedented aura of danger enveloping them in an instant. What unfolded before their eyes was an endless, blinding divine light, as if the entire world were drenched in nothing but brilliance and heat, rendering their vision a blinding white. The power of the laws. Not a chance. Puff. The supreme elder soared into the sky, but in an instant, he was pierced by a searing divine light, plummeting to the ground, breathless. I, the ancient saint of radiance, act in accordance with the decree of His Majesty the Heavenly Martial Emperor. Thus, I hereby deliver judgment upon you all. Death sentence for everyone. Boom. Divine might roared. Above the heavens, boundless divine light cascaded down like a torrential waterfall, engulfing the entire heavenly law sacred sect. In an instant, countless powerful sect members were submerged by the unparalleled divine light, obliterated amidst the dazzling radiance. Golden divine pillars stood tall against the heavens, resembling the legendary supports that held up the sky and earth, making the entire Xianxiao dynasty clearly visible. Is that the direction of the heavenly law sacred sect? In the Tianwu imperial city, the second offering looked up, gazing at the radiant pillar illuminating the heavens. Seemingly grasping some dire possibility, his entire being quivered violently. The destruction of the sacred sect signified that the Xianxiao dynasty possessed no remaining power to confront the heavenly martial empire. The dynasty had fallen. Ever since the demise of His Majesty in the Tenebis city, everything seemed to collapse and disintegrate, ultimately leading to today's conclusion. Your Majesty, allow me to follow you. Bang. The second offering knelt before the imperial throne, seemingly engulfed in despair. In his hopelessness, he shattered his own soul with a single strike, choosing the path of self-destruction. Boom. Above the imperial city, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. The distant resplendent pillar gradually faded, and the dragon-vein fortune that had resided in this city for millennia also slipped into oblivion. The Xiao dynasty had been utterly annihilated. Chapter 40. Purchasing military camps. Embarking on the path of military expansion. Surrounding the heavenly martial empire, apart from the Xiao dynasty, the most formidable nation was undoubtedly the Tianwu Empire. It occupied 700 states, and it was rumored that its sovereign was of sacred king cultivation, while the founding emperor might even be a quasi-emperor, extraordinarily powerful. In the Nine Dragons Hall, Chu Ye scrutinized the eastern domain map before him, marking the neighboring nations of the heavenly martial emperor dynasty and analyzing their might. One notes that beneath the Tianwu Empire lies the divine wilderness dynasty, a creation of the ancient great emperors. However, it has significantly weakened, no longer resembling its former glory. Occupying over 600 states, it has been embroiled in perpetual conflict with the Tianwu Empire, leading to a strained relationship between the two. After much contemplation, Chu Ye finally placed his fingertips slowly upon the Tianwu Empire, deducing that this nation was the most likely to command the assassins of the Heavenly Realm Pavilion to strike. Regarding the assassination incident, Chu Ye would not rest until those vermin lurking in the shadows paid the price. Ding. Detecting the collapse of the dragon vein of the Xiao dynasty, the special sign-in location has been refreshed. The host may sign in at the capital city of the Xiao dynasty, Lingtian Imperial City, to gain a special sign-in opportunity. At that moment, the system's voice echoed unexpectedly in his mind, announcing the collapse of the Xiao dynasty's dragon vein and the complete fall of imperial power. Simultaneously, it presented Chu Ye with yet another special sign-in opportunity. Report. Outside the palace gates, a black dragon guard hurriedly entered, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, a great victory. A tremendous victory. All opposing forces of the Xiao dynasty have been annihilated, leaving it a mere shadow of its former self, awaiting only the finishing touches of our army. Excellent. Chu Ye smiled. Capturing the vast lands of the Xiao dynasty was indeed a momentous achievement for the heavenly martial emperor dynasty. Boom. Ding. Detecting a rapid increase in the host's population, due to the characteristics of the Lord of Heaven, the host's cultivation has ascended to the peak of the Holy King realm. In the next instant, his aura surged dramatically, causing the void to boil and tumultuous waves to arise. Boom, boom, boom. In a fleeting moment, Chu Ye's flesh, bones, and organs underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Even the soul within his sea of consciousness rapidly evolved. He felt as if he had transformed into a divine emperor seated in the heavens, overlooking the myriad beings below, indifferent to the multitude of life. For a brief instant, he entertained the illusion that he could shatter a star with a single punch. Had he, before even reaching the quasi-emperor stage, already achieved an imperial physique? Chu Ye understood that this was due to the convergence of his countless subjects' physical strength, which had ultimately granted him an imperial body, his physical prowess rivaling that of a true emperor. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your further breakthrough. Upon witnessing this, the black dragon guard responsible for delivering the news was filled with joy, hastily bowing to congratulate him. Possessing an imperial physique, who in the Eastern realm could ever instill fear in me again? Chu Ye felt elated, glancing at his current system panel. Host, Chu Ye. Cultivation, peak of the Holy King realm, Lord of Heaven. Physical strength, equivalent to the power of a myriad of worlds, condensed imperial body. Capable of effortlessly annihilating billions of miles of terrain, even crushing ancient stars. Special abilities, 9 Emperor's Sacred Body, Heavenly Sacred Eye, 13 Death Swords. Country, Heavenly Martial Emperor Dynasty. Mount, Spirit Pet, Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon. Citizen Approval, 40, due to the defeat of the Xiao Dynasty. A considerable influx of citizens has led to a decline in overall approval. Sign-in opportunities, daily sign-in 4 times, monthly sign-in 0 times, special sign-in 0 times. Legion summons, 0 times. Dynasty luck points, 10, 5 billion. Crushing ancient stars? It seems my perception was not an illusion. The true power of the imperial physique is indeed sufficient to accomplish such feats. Well then, before proceeding to sign in at the Xiao imperial capital, let my imperial army's numbers swell dramatically. With a shift of his gaze, Chu Ye directly opened the Dynasty Luck store and selected a military camp. If he wished to breach the Tianwu Empire, relying solely on his current legion strength would still fall woefully short. A substantial increase in troops was imperative to rapidly establish a crushing advantage. Colossal Divine Soldier Camp, Level 1. Each day, one can forcibly summon a colossal divine soldier from another world. Towering over 10,000 feet, its might is akin to that of a sage who cannot wield laws. a formidable existence known as a war fortress, a shield that obscures the sky. Price: 80 million dynasty luck points. Colossal divine soldiers, a war fortress, a super tank that sweeps all before the army. Chu Ye's eyes instantly lit up. Purchased. He then proceeded to upgrade it, expending a total of 300 million dynasty luck points to elevate it to a level 6 military camp. At that moment, the description of this military camp underwent a dramatic transformation. Colossal Divine Soldier Camp, level 6. Each day, one can forcibly summon 10 colossal divine soldiers from another world. Towering over 50,000 feet, their might is equivalent to that of ancient sages who cannot wield laws, a true war fortress, a shield that obscures the sky. Summoning 10 ancient sage-level warriors in a single day. The power of the level 6 Colossal Divine Soldier Camp left Chu Ye astonished. Although colossal divine soldiers cannot wield laws, their unparalleled defense and physical strength could rival ordinary ancient sages. On the battlefield, their role would surpass that of ancient sages by several folds. Next, Spirit Armor Troop Camp, level 1. Every 3 days, one can forcibly summon 100 Spirit Armor troops from another world. This troop type possesses sentience, capable of engaging in battle independently or merging with living beings to significantly enhance combat strength. Ordinary Spirit Armor troops possess strength equivalent to that of a supreme being, and upon merging, they can unconditionally elevate the merger's cultivation by 1. 6 small realms. The extent of the enhancement varies based on the merger's original cultivation. Price: 30 million dynasty luck points. Spirit Armor troops, living armor that forcibly enhances the cultivation of army members. While the enhancement may not be substantial, its affordability is appealing. I shall buy it. He then upgraded it directly to level 6, spending over 100 million dynasty luck points. The Spirit Armor Troop Camp was instantly reborn with a renewed description. Spirit Armor Troop Camp, level 6. Every 3 days, one can forcibly summon 3,000 Spirit Armor troops from another world. This troop type possesses sentience, capable of engaging in battle independently or merging with living beings to significantly enhance combat strength. Ordinary Spirit Armor troops possess strength equivalent to that of sages, and upon merging, they can unconditionally elevate the merger's cultivation by 3. 9 small realms. Below Quasi-Emperor, at least 3 small realms. What a powerful troop type. Upon seeing the revamped description, even Chu Ye could not help but gasp in astonishment. Summoning 3,000 sages every 3 days. Furthermore, these Spirit Armor troops can merge with powerful beings to dramatically enhance their cultivation. They are truly a weapon for rapid troop expansion. Chapter 41. The Hall of Sacred Weapons. An astonishing conversion efficiency. With mid-tier combat power secured, what remains is to continue browsing the catalog of the Dynasty Luck Store. Chu Ye contemplated that with these 2 troop camps established, the Sacred Realm combat power for the next battle should be temporarily sufficient. What he needed next were the ordinary soldiers on the battlefield, although they may not play a decisive role in the outcome of the battle. The vastness of the Tianwu Empire means that the tens of billions of troops currently at his disposal are hardly enough to cover the entire situation. Thus, the terrifyingly vast number of ordinary soldiers is indeed the key that Chu Ye currently requires. Sanctuary of Sacred Warriors, level 1. It harbors a fragment of the divine essence from the Creator God. One can input any energy item into it, transforming it into a powerful sacred warrior. A level 1 sacred warrior possesses the cultivation of a sovereign lord and demonstrates rudimentary thought. They will strictly obey their master's commands and flawlessly execute their assigned objectives. Price: 90 million dawn points. The divine essence of the Creator God. After a long search, Chu Ye finally discovered a barracks that meets his current needs, the Sanctuary of Sacred Warriors. According to the description, it contains a power derived from the true God, capable of molding any energy item into a fearless sacred warrior. However, the efficiency of this transformation, as well as whether there exists a daily limit on the quantity, is not specifically detailed in the system's introduction. With 90 million dawn points, plus the costs for upgrades, purchasing this Sanctuary of Sacred Warriors would likely deplete my billion dawn points entirely. A bitter smile spread across Chu Ye's face. He had initially believed that his billion dawn points could at least secure 10 formidable barracks, but it appears he had underestimated their prices. Nevertheless, upon reflection, the gains from investing these dawn points are undoubtedly worthwhile. After all, as long as he can conquer the immense territory of the Tianwu Empire, any losses incurred can be compensated. Ultimately, Chu Ye chose to purchase the Sanctuary of Sacred Warriors and upgraded it to level 5, leaving him with a meager 30 million dawn points. The level 6 Sanctuary of Sacred Warriors requires a staggering 400 million dawn points. Chu Ye could not help but gasp in astonishment. He then turned his attention to the specific introduction of the level 5 Sanctuary of Sacred Warriors. Sanctuary of Sacred Warriors, Level 5. It harbors a small amount of divine essence from the Creator God. One can input any energy item to transform it into a powerful sacred warrior, capable of producing Level 1 to Level 5 sacred warriors. Level 5 sacred warriors are formidable, possessing the cultivation of a saint, but the energy items required for transformation will increase significantly. Not only can one transform basic soldiers, but one can also acquire mid-tier combatants. Chu Ye continued to peruse the information. A Level 1 sacred warrior's strength is equivalent to the peak sovereigns of the chaotic continent. Their souls reside within a sacred core. When the sacred core is annihilated, the soul returns to the sanctuary, awaiting its next transformation and rebirth. As for the subsequent levels 2, 3, and 4, their cultivations correspond to the ranks of Honored, Supreme, and Supreme Extreme, Half-Step Saint, respectively. Let us first conduct a trial. Whoosh. Seemingly eager to test the transformation efficiency of the sanctuary, Chu Ye flickered and swiftly arrived outside the imperial capital in a vast and boundless plain. This place was specifically reserved for the future construction of barracks. In his envisioned future, it would become a critical military stronghold for the Tianwu Empire. Boom. One after another. He placed 3 large barracks in this location. Instantly, the previously empty plain was adorned with 3 massive structures towering like mountains. Among them, the giant god barracks soared high into the clouds, resembling a pillar reaching for the heavens, occupying nearly 1/3 of the plain's area. As for the spirit armor barracks and the sanctuary of sacred warriors, the former contained merely a colossal void gate, as if crossing that threshold would transport one to another world, completely departing from the chaotic continent. What a formidable repulsive force. It seems this portal can only guide, not allow departure. Chu Ye felt a wave of curiosity. He let an avatar attempt to enter, but due to the overwhelming repulsive force, it could not truly cross the threshold. Perhaps the heavenly laws of that realm were obstructing and rejecting the entry of all outsiders. Summoning the giant god warriors and spirit armor warriors requires a day and 3 days, respectively. Gazing at the temporarily empty 2 barracks, Chu Ye slightly shook his head and approached the last structure, a magnificent edifice resembling a divine temple, the Sanctuary of Sacred Warriors. Countless runes intertwined within the void, and at its center, a colossal sphere of light floated. At its core resided a dazzling, near-pure white orb of divine power. This force was immensely vast and turbulent, even leaving Chu Ye in awe. Even from a distance, one could sense its overwhelming divine might and the boundless ability to create. Is this the essence of divine power? Chu Ye was astonished. This force differed from all energies present in the chaotic continent. It seemed to be based on the faith of all things, akin to an understanding of certain supreme rules, or perhaps an evolution into deeper layers of power. Furthermore, Chu Ye noticed that after upgrading the sanctuary, the divine essence of the Creator God had grown in some measure, transforming from a mere fragment to a small amount of divine power. If I were to elevate the sanctuary to its highest tier, could I not directly seize the entirety of the divine essence? Suddenly, an intriguing hypothesis emerged in Chu Ye's mind. If he could possess this complete essence of creation, the benefits for himself and the entire Tianwu Empire would undoubtedly be beyond imagination. The highest tier, level 14, requires at least over 100 billion dawn points. However, after quickly checking the price for the highest level, he decisively abandoned this notion. 100 billion dawn points. How outrageous. Even if he were to annihilate the entire Tianwu Empire, he might not acquire such a sum. Let us first examine the cost of creating sacred warriors. Chu Ye exhaled softly and then took out a high-grade spiritual stone, directly tossing it into the sphere of light. Buzz. The spiritual stone was swiftly consumed. The sphere emitted a slight tremor, soon projecting a beam of light, forming a towering figure clad in platinum-heavy armor and wielding a broad blade. A level 1 sacred warrior. Upon sensing the aura of a sovereign lord emanating from the figure, Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction at the sanctuary's astonishing conversion efficiency. After all, a mere high-grade spiritual stone, in the past within the Tianwu Empire, could scarcely forge a sovereign-level powerhouse, let alone summon a law avatar to take action. Yet now, placed within this sanctuary, it could yield a loyal sovereign-level sacred warrior, fully equipped and endowed with various formidable abilities. How could Chu Ye not be pleased? After vanquishing the Chu Dynasty, the total amount of spiritual stones within the Tianwu Empire had reached a staggering several trillion. Although a significant portion would be needed to activate the Celestial Temple, with the sanctuary's remarkable conversion efficiency, several trillion high-grade spiritual stones would surely suffice to forge an endless legion of sacred warriors. Chapter 42. Millions of saint-level armies? The arrogance of the Tianwu Emperor. Subsequently, Chu Ye began to test the quantity of spiritual stones required for higher-tier sacred warriors. A level 2 sacred warrior requires 100 high-grade spiritual stones. A level 3 sacred warrior requires 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. A level 4 sacred warrior, still not having breached the supreme category, costs only 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. As for the current pinnacle of the 5-tiered sacred weapons, their cost is somewhat exorbitant, amounting to over 10 million high-grade spirit stones. However, Chu Ye pondered deeply. For merely 10 million spirit stones, one could summon a loyal saint to their side. No matter the force, they would likely agree without hesitation. Moreover, Chu Ye was an emperor, engaged in a military campaign. No matter how vast his army, he would never find it excessive. If calculated this way, could it be that 100 trillion spirit stones equate to an army of 10 million saints? Subsequently, as if a thought struck him, Chu Ye's breath quickened and the brilliance in his eyes surged. Such an unfathomably terrifying military power, if truly assembled, it would not merely be an issue of conquering the Tianwu Empire. Even sweeping through most of the eastern regions would seem effortlessly achievable. Xianxiaaudiobooks, your humble servant is here. Please command, your majesty. A voice filled with utmost respect emanated from outside the grand hall. Immediately mobilize the spirit stone resources acquired from the Tianwu Dynasty. Chu Ye commanded, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve and coldness. I desire to forge a legion of sacred weapons capable of sweeping across the nations in a short span of time, as you decree. Meanwhile, in the Tianwu Empire, at the Haotian imperial capital, within the magnificent hall, the sound of a sword dance resonated, clear and melodious. The Tianwu Emperor sat regally upon the throne, beneath which numerous lords and ministers were seated. Their gazes were fixed upon a young girl dancing with a sword, each captivated by the profound essence embodied in her movements, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Elder John Yuan, what do you think of this child of mine? The Tianwu Emperor, perceiving the admiration of the crowd, laughed heartily. He turned to a kind-looking elder, his white hair cascading down, clad in azure robes. Jiang Yuan, revered as one of the inner elders of the ancient Song's sacred land, one of the 4 great sacred sites of the eastern regions. His cultivation had reached the terrifying 7th level of the Saint King realm, completely transcending the realm of mortal comprehension, his abilities deemed extraordinary. At merely 17, he had attained the 1st level of the Emperor realm, additionally mastering nearly flawless sword intent. Indeed, according to our sacred land's criteria, she is qualified to participate in the True Transmission Assessment, Jiang Yuan stated succinctly and dispassionately. True Transmission. The 19th princess is truly a prodigy of heaven. The hall erupted in a cacophony of discussions upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words. Among the numerous royal princes and princesses of the Tianwu imperial lineage, only 7 had become disciples of the sacred land, and none had yet achieved true transmission. Yao are splendid. You have indeed lived up to my expectations. True transmission of the sacred land. The Tianwu Emperor chuckled, a look of gratification adorning his countenance. Gu Yunyao, his youngest daughter, had displayed remarkable talent in swordsmanship from a young age, and unexpectedly, today she was recognized by the sacred land, gaining the opportunity to become one of its true disciples. Thank you, Elder, for granting Yunyao this opportunity. She will strive with all her might to not disappoint His Majesty. At this, Gu Yunyao ceased her sword dance, her beauty flawless and radiant. She stood gracefully in the center of the hall, bowing respectfully to Jiang Yuan and the Tianwu Emperor. However, at that moment, if anyone were to notice, they would see her hands trembling slightly, as if stirred by an exhilarating emotion. The ancient Song's sacred land, the place where, 5,000 years ago, she had been flayed. Her body shattered. In this new life, even in the form of a woman, she, the 7 Fiends Demon Emperor, would never forget the cold faces of the righteous emperors from 5 millennia ago. She sought vengeance. Even having lost her former visage, she remained resolute in her desire for revenge, relentless retribution, until she had bathed the sacred land in blood and slaughtered all the emperors. Very well. Then let us proceed to the sacred land at once. Jiang Yuan waved his sleeve, leading Gu Yunyao away in a flash of radiant light. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The 19th princess has become a true disciple. Her future is boundless. With Jiang Yuan's departure, the courtiers hastened to offer their congratulations, each beaming with joy. Today, I shall grant a general amnesty and host a grand feast to celebrate my daughter's ascension to true disciple of the sacred land. The Tianwu Emperor declared joyfully, relishing in the moment. It was his first time experiencing such unbridled delight since ascending to the throne nearly 2 millennia ago. Report, Your Majesty, urgent news from the border. Just as the Tianwu Emperor was reveling in the festivities with his ministers, a royal guard hurriedly burst into the grand hall, kneeling on the floor, his expression frantic. Speak. The Tianwu Emperor's expression remained unchanged, merely uttering a single word. We have just received word that one of the border nations of our empire, the Jiuxiao Dynasty, has been obliterated by another nation. The assailants are known as the Tianwu Dynasty, and in the span of merely a few dozen days, they have conquered a nation, reportedly without suffering a single defeat. What? The Jiuxiao Dynasty has fallen, and all within but a few dozen days? The court erupted in chaos upon hearing this news. The Jiuxiao Dynasty, though weaker compared to the Tianwu Empire, had once been a dominant power. To think it could not withstand even a month before being utterly crushed. Let such a minor nation's demise not disturb my enjoyment today. Let that so-called Tianwu nation offer reparations to our Tianwu Empire. This matter shall be dismissed. Otherwise, they should prepare for annihilation. The Tianwu Emperor scoffed dismissively, unconcerned. Those small nations beyond the borders of the empire were merely buffer zones meant to absorb the initial brunt of conflict when engaging with other great powers. Whether they survived or perished rested entirely within his whims. If the leader of the Tianwu nation possessed any sense of self-awareness, he would promptly come here to offer reparations and present numerous treasures. Perhaps this incident could be overlooked. Should they dare to resist, then they would be swiftly crushed. Chapter 43. The Chaos Demon and the Arrival of 14 Progenitors. 3 days later, at the Tian Imperial City. Ding. Special check-in location detected. Would you like to proceed with the special check-in immediately? After amassing a vast amount of spirit stone resources to enable the sacred weapon hall to commence its frenzied production, Chu Ye chose to leave the imperial capital and head directly to the special check-in location indicated by the system, the former center of the Jiuxiao Dynasty. Tian Imperial City. Checking in. Sitting upon the gilded throne that once belonged to the Jiuxiao Emperor, Chu Ye focused his thoughts and selected to check in. Ding. Special check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Chaos Demon Diablo. Chaos Demon? Another name he had never heard before. Chu Ye shook his head, then turned his attention to the detailed introduction of the entity. Chaos Demon Diablo, a legendary being originating from another world. Born amidst chaos, forged from primordial darkness and malevolent intent, he possesses the essence of original evil, bearing the title of the Dark Sovereign. Cultivation level, 9th tier of the Semi-Emperor realm, a state of chaotic existence, preventing entry into the ranks of the imperial subjects. Future cultivation will rise alongside the host's advancement. Original evil? Dark Sovereign? Truly, such titles are quite formidable. One cannot help but wonder how this Diablo compares to the 4 great titans in terms of strength. After perusing the introduction, Chu Ye couldn't help but ponder. Following the devouring of the Nine Skies dynasty, the rampant expansion of the empire's territory and influence has propelled the cultivation of the 4 great titan guardians to new heights, nearly stepping into the realm of semi-emperors. Bolstered by the authority of the heavenly sovereign, his own cultivation has ascended to the 4th tier of the semi-emperor realm. With the imperial body and foundational laws at his disposal, even in a confrontation with a true emperor, Chu Ye harbored no fear. If Diablo is indeed counted among the imperial subjects, it seems my cultivation is not far from the imperial realm. With a sigh of lamentation, just as Chu Ye felt a tinge of regret, the system's notification resonated once more with fervor. Ding! The invincible war god of Diablo has arrived, becoming part of your imperial subjects. Ding! The grave burial rebellious of Diablo has arrived, becoming part of your imperial subjects. Ding! The dark dragon sovereign has arrived, becoming part of your imperial subjects. Ding! Chu Ye was taken aback. After 13 consecutive system notifications echoed, the augmentative power of the heavenly sovereign descended upon him like an ocean tide. 5th tier of the semi-emperor realm, 6th tier, 7th tier, until he reached the pinnacle of the semi-emperor realm, merely a step away from the true imperial domain. The power gradually settled, solidifying at the apex of the semi-emperor realm. The sudden addition of these 13 top-tier powerhouses left Chu Ye momentarily stunned, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. It was nothing short of a dream. To think that through a mere sign-in, he would not only acquire a formidable ally but also all of their subordinates, integrating them into his empire. Regaining his composure, Chu Ye could not help but gaze upon the system panels of the 13 powerhouses. Invincible War God Pavel, the supreme commander of the 10 Realms Demon Army. When the Invincible War God leads his forces, all troops gain the trait of invincibility. Cultivation, 4th tier of the semi-emperor realm, growing alongside Diablo. Trait of invincibility. Temporarily enhances army cultivation by 30, reduces damage taken by 50, and in moments of near death, grants a temporary boost of 200 to all attributes. Grave burial rebellious, the god of destruction of the abyssal eye giants. Any enemy daring to meet the gaze of grave burial rebellious will be cursed, significantly diminishing their strength. Cultivation, 8th tier of the semi-emperor realm, growing alongside Diablo. Curse of grave burial. Within 24 hours, cultivation declines by 50, and mental chaos increases by 150. Dark Dragon Sovereign Yogg-Saron, the legendary creator of black dragons, the devourer of fear and darkness. Upon entering the battlefield, the Dark Dragon Sovereign becomes the source of nightmares for all foes. Cultivation, dynamic, currently at the 5th tier of the Semi-Emperor realm. The more fear he absorbs and the stronger his enemies, the more his power surges. 13 Dark Powerhouses. The weakest among them is at the 3rd tier of the Semi-Emperor realm. Any one of them entering the battlefield could instantly turn the tide. If it can be said that Chu Ye was previously in a position of assured dominance over the Tianwu Empire, now it is a complete and utter rout. Boom. At that moment, as the portal within the imperial palace opened, a towering figure clad in black armor with 6 blood-red eyes stepped forth. Behind him, the auras of the 13 powerhouses were as profound as an abyss, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Your Majesty, be cautious. The palace's inhabitants, including Zhou Ling, felt their hearts tremble violently, rushing to shield Chu Ye on either side. The aura was terrifying. Even from 100 paces away, it imparted an overwhelming sense of suffocation. The Holy King? It seemed he had already stepped into the realm of semi-emperors, far beyond what they could withstand. Zhou Ling's heart raced with anxiety for his sovereign's safety, even contemplating sacrificing the last vestiges of imperial essence for Chu Ye's chance to escape. Do not panic. They are all subjects of my empire. Chu Ye replied with a calm smile, effortlessly dispelling their concerns. Diablo, pay your respects to the master. In an instant, the 6-eyed demon bowed reverently. The 13 powerhouses followed suit, kneeling in unison, exclaiming, "We pay homage to your majesty." Boom. In that moment, it was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The deafening roar reverberated, shaking the entire palace. 14 semi-emperors collectively bowed in submission. The sight, if it were to spread, would leave countless powerhouses dumbfounded and shaken. Semi-emperors. Merely a step away from the highest realm attainable in the mortal realm, the imperial domain. Each semi-emperor is imbued with an unparalleled pride, often unyielding even to true emperors. Yet now, 14 semi-emperor powerhouses have chosen to submit to a single individual. How astounding a sight. It surpassed the imagination and defied all expectations. Everyone, please rise. Chu Ye gestured, guiding them with a wave of his hand. This extraordinary sign-in event marked the most significant gain he and the empire had ever achieved, securing the loyalty of 14 top-tier powerhouses. They were all capable leaders ready to engage in battle. The Tianwu Empire must not falter in the forthcoming conflict. Chapter 44. The Arrival of the Tianwu Envoy, the terrifying billion holy soldiers. Heh, Chu Ye sneered, his eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent. To dare attempt to assassinate him with such audacity was sufficient grounds for him to annihilate the entire imperial clan and seize all territories. Report, Your Majesty. The envoy from the Tianwu Empire requests an audience. Suddenly, a guard's urgent voice echoed from outside the hall. The envoy from the Tianwu Empire? Chu Ye's train of thought was interrupted, and he furrowed his brow. The Tianwu Empire had yet to release any news regarding a campaign against the Tianwu Empire. Why would they suddenly dispatch an envoy today? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ye replied, "Let him enter." He was curious to see what the Tianwu Empire sought on this day. Soon, a man clad in white robes strode into the hall. He was tall and dignified, with an elegant visage, dressed in white and bearing a long sword on his back. Although he appeared quite young, his extraordinary presence and resolute gaze radiated an aura of sharpness. "Are you the Emperor of the Tianwu Empire?" The envoy, upon entering the grand hall, immediately posed the question without observing any formalities, displaying a remarkable arrogance and hubris. Chu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within. This envoy from the Tianwu Empire, in a foreign lair, how audacious to act with such unbridled insolence. He seemed to have an inkling of the intentions of the Tianwu Empire, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. "I am the sovereign of Tianwu, Chu Ye. How fares the ruler of the Tianwu Empire of late? Today, I shall prophesy, his reign may soon meet an end." With an expression that was both smiling and mocking, Chu Ye fixed his gaze upon the young man clad in white, his tone exuding an unsettling calmness. Upon his utterance, the expression of the white-robed envoy morphed drastically. "Humph. You, a mere ruler of a small nation, dare to insult the sovereign of my empire?" He forced himself to regain composure, letting out a cold snort. "Who is the ruler of the Tianwu Empire? For over 2 millennia, he has steadfastly occupied the throne, a figure of immense talent and strategy, wielding power with thunderous might, unmatched in his tyranny. In secret, he has already ascended to the realm of quasi-emperors. How could he be provoked by a mere lord of the Tianwu Empire? My lord?" Diabolo's 6 eyes glimmered with a sanguine glow. Unbeknownst to him, Countless invisible black tendrils had completely enveloped the envoy's being. With a mere thought, his soul, body, and even the very essence of his existence could be utterly obliterated, reduced to a purer void than nothingness itself, sinking into eternal oblivion. He is the primordial evil of infinite worlds, a terrifying entity that has slaughtered billions of sovereigns. How could he permit an insignificant mortal to speak such hubris against his current master? Chu Ye waved his hand, halting Diabolo's next move. He continued, I grant you one final opportunity. Speak of the Tianwu Empire's intentions. Thunderous. Instantly, an overwhelming imperial might filled the hall. The white-clad envoy felt as though his spine were being crushed, nearly unable to maintain his stance. His expression was rife with rage, his eyes fixed on Chu Ye, teetering on the brink of madness. To act against the envoy, regardless of the outcome, would signify a declaration of war, leaving no room for retreat. How dare this Tianwu Emperor act thus? Is he unaware that opposing the Tianwu Empire only leads to death? Tianwu Emperor, cease at once. His Majesty is willing to extend you a chance, provided your Tianwu Empire humbly submits and offers reparations. Should you comply, there remains a chance for survival. Otherwise, you will be trampled into oblivion by the iron hooves of the Tianwu Empire, becoming mere history. You ought to understand the true might of our empire. The white-clad envoy bellowed. Under such immense pressure, he felt as if his very veins were on the verge of bursting. If this continued, he would surely meet a grave fate. Thus, he could only resort to intimidation in the name of the Tianwu Empire, hoping that the Tianwu Emperor would hesitate in the face of his sovereign's might, refraining from taking drastic measures. After all, his words rang true. The Tianwu Empire was indeed one of the preeminent nations of the Eastern Domain. Aside from a few realms with great emperors, it stood almost unparalleled. Even the Divine Wilderness Empire had no choice but to sign a treaty with the Tianwu Empire, forbidding conflict for a millennium. Oh, is that so? A cold smirk danced upon Chu Ye's lips. Indeed, this aligned closely with his suspicions. The Tianwu Empire had come with the intent of subjugating the Tianwu Empire. It was likely that the Nine Heavens dynasty was one of their secretly controlled vassal states, now suddenly eradicated by his hand, prompting them to send an envoy. They wished for him to lead the dynasty into submission, covertly becoming a vassal of the Tianwu Empire. Tianwu Emperor, do you truly wish to persist in your ignorance? If you cease now, you and your countless subjects still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, when the armies of the Tianwu Empire descend, everything shall be laid to waste. Witnessing Chu Ye's demeanor, the white-robed envoy seethed, his expression a tempest of despair and fury. The Tianwu army? Chu Ye scoffed. He then effortlessly suspended the envoy in midair, shattering the void, directly stepping onto the capital of the Tianwu Empire. Boom, boom, boom. Below, the holy troops surged like an ocean, blotting out the sky. Countless soldiers gathered, their momentum akin to a vast sea, sweeping across the entirety of the void. The mountains and rivers spanning millions of miles trembled in response. What is this? The Tianwu envoy was engulfed by terror. Such a number, such terrifying might. It surpassed the realms of his imagination, akin to a fantastical dream. These are my holy troops, composed of millions of saints, 100 million supreme beings, 1 billion respected lords, and countless emperors. How does your Tianwu Empire's army compare? Chu Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze surveying the boundless army, his expression indifferent, as if he were a divine emperor perched atop the clouds. What? Upon hearing this, the Tianwu envoy's heart trembled violently. Millions of saints. The Tianwu Empire possesses millions of saints. What a staggering concept. Those who could reign among the many factions are but mere foot soldiers here? His understanding of the world was being utterly overturned. Attempting to report this news back to the Tianwu Empire, yet his ability to convey any message had been completely sealed. Chu Ye chuckled coldly, declaring that your Tianwu Empire shall be the first target of this army's conquest. As for you, having witnessed all this, you may rest easy in your demise. Boom. With a mere gesture from Chu Ye, the white-robed envoy exploded, transforming into a mist of blood and ash. His gaze, icy and resolute, turned towards the distant sky, the very direction of the Tianwu Empire. Convey my decree, war shall commence ahead of schedule. Tomorrow, we march on the Tianwu Empire. Chapter 45, The Army Mobilizes. Both sides in turmoil. Report to your majesty. Our envoy to the Tianwu Empire extinguished his soul fire upon entering the territory of the Tianwu Empire. And we have received no further news. Not long after the envoy's demise at the hands of Chu Ye, a guard hurried in to inform the Tianwu Emperor of the envoy's death. Oh, the Tianwu Emperor, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of surprise. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes, and he found himself intrigued by the ruler of the Tianwu Empire. How audacious to slay an envoy of the Tianwu Empire. This was a rare occurrence. not only in the 2 millennia since he ascended the throne, but also in the 10,000 years since the empire's founding, where few foreign nations exhibited such unbridled arrogance to declare war against the empire. Where is General Gu Yan? Here, your subordinate is present. Please issue your commands, your majesty. A resonant voice echoed within the palace as a robust general, with hair and beard flowing, clad in crimson armor, strode into the hall, bowing respectfully. He was none other than Lin Chun, one of the commanders overseeing the supreme four armies of the Tianwu Empire. I have heard that your Gu Yan army has not mobilized for nearly a century. Now, with 1 billion Gu Yan warriors eager for battle, longing to quench their thirst with the blood of the enemy, why not allow General Gu Yan to lead the army to annihilate this Tianwu Empire? The Tianwu Emperor, seated upon his dragon throne, spoke calmly. His tone bore no tremor, yet the authority and dominance within it were as suffocating as the very collapse of the heavens. Your humble servant obeys the command. General Gu Yan bowed his head sharply, responding with utmost respect. Deep within the recesses of the soul, a fervent spirit of warfare surged forth. 1 billion ancient flame warriors? No, it is not merely 1 billion ancient flame warriors. Among the grand army he commands, there exist 10 ancient saint vice-generals and 100 saint leaders. Moreover, each ancient flame warrior possesses cultivation that has reached the celestial level, making them formidable enough to be masters of cities in smaller nations. To obliterate the celestial martial empire? That would be a gross misuse of resources. Merely granting his ancient flame army the opportunity to rampantly crush their foes. Within 10 days, I shall undoubtedly present the head of the celestial martial emperor. Furthermore, I shall spill the blood of 300 billion commoners of the celestial martial empire, flooding the seas with the blood of the descendants, ensuring that future generations eternally remember the fate of those who offend the Tianwu Empire. The ancient flame, Saint King's gaze was icy and penetrating, his voice resonating with a palpable aura of brutality. The billion ancient flame warriors had waited far too long. This campaign shall allow everyone to unleash their pent-up fury. Excellent. Splendid. Then, I shall rely on you, General of the Ancient Flame. The Tianwu Emperor laughed heartily, seemingly quite satisfied with the plan. However, 300 billion commoners are still insufficient. Only by exterminating 8 or 9/10 of the celestial martial empire's populace can I truly feel the exhilaration. I eagerly anticipate that moment, hoping you shall not disappoint the empire. I shall not disgrace my mission. The ancient flame Saint King bowed in affirmation, bloodthirsty gleam igniting in his eyes. He had never forgotten how the Tianwu Empire was initially established. It was not through mercy or benevolence, but by treading a path drenched in blood, conquering 1,000 nations into submission. Celestial martial empire, await the moment I ascend, for it shall be your day of annihilation. The next day, as dawn broke, thunderous roars. On the outskirts of the celestial martial imperial capital, countless warhorses thundered, their might overshadowing the heavens. At the forefront, dozens of colossal divine war machines, resembling mountains, advanced slowly. With each step they took, the earth trembled violently, clouds of dust swirling into the sky. Behind them, a legion of 100 billion holy soldiers surged like a sea, reflecting dazzling golden light under the sun, illuminating the skies with an awe-inspiring presence. Amidst the endless army, a grand floating palace, seemingly crafted from white jade, stood majestically in the void. Inside, a figure sat regally upon the throne, surrounded by a lineup of powerful leaders from the empire, standing resolutely. Merely by sitting there, this figure emanated an overwhelming aura of destruction capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Like an abyss or a prison, it felt as if a divine monarch had descended. The celestial martial emperor, Chu Ye. He resided upon the imperial throne, delicately caressing the ancient dragon of annihilation, his indifferent gaze surveying the assembly below. The commanders felt their bodies tense, not daring to raise their heads, their breaths quickening. To their astonishment, His Majesty had chosen to lead the charge in person, commanding 100 billion holy soldiers to invade the Tianwu Empire. Such news was exhilarating, stirring their hearts. To fight alongside His Majesty was indeed an honor for us. This time, our imperial army is almost fully deployed. How many days do you think it will take to conquer the Tianwu Empire? From his throne, Chu Ye rested the ancient dragon of annihilation upon his shoulder, casting a disdainful glance over the powerful figures. Not only was an endless army mobilized, but he had also chosen to lead personally, fabricating an avatar nearly identical to his true self to accompany the forces. Crushing the Tianwu Empire? It would be an effortless task. Unless some unforeseen event occurs, none can alter the inevitable downfall of the Tianwu Empire. In response to His Majesty, 100 billion holy soldiers are invincible. Moreover, we have the divine general assisting, further amplifying our crushing momentum. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Zhou Ling, who had achieved great merit in the Nine Heavens battle and had now become a leader of 100 billion holy soldiers, stepped forward. He bowed respectfully and continued, casting a glance at the indomitable divine general who was meditating. Within 10 days, even though the territory of the Taishao Empire is vast, we are confident we can breach the imperial capital and annihilate the entire imperial family within that time frame. If a mortal wishes to slay the Taishao Emperor, I could easily present his head right now. Your estimate is far too conservative. However, as Zhou Ling's words fell, Diablo, standing nearby, sneered and shook his head. If I unleash my power, I could obliterate the entire empire in a single day. He is the primordial evil. Infinite negative energy and void dark power shall serve as nourishment for his boundless expansion. If we disregard the cost and focus solely on destruction, then indeed, annihilating the Taishao Empire in a day is not beyond reach. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ling was drenched in cold sweat. In his past life, he had been a pinnacle emperor, though proud and arrogant. Yet, before this six-eyed, devil-like being, he felt no urge to resist. It was as if the presence before him far surpassed and overshadowed his very existence. Chapter 46. The Ancient Flame Army's Surprise Attack. Reinforcements arrive. Enough. Observing Zhou Ling's slightly flustered demeanor, Chu Ye raised his hand slightly, interrupting their dispute. A glimmer of profound light flickered in his eyes. Diablo, I do not wish to increase the bloodshed unnecessarily. Whether it be the Nine Heavens Dynasty or the Taishao Empire, the common people bear no sin. As long as they do not deliberately oppose my forces, I have no desire to involve them. This time, we only need to eliminate the true rulers of the Taishao Empire. Chu Ye spoke calmly, his voice resonating clearly, prompting the assembly below to nod slightly in agreement. We shall heed your command. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Diablo immediately knelt, responding respectfully. The other generals also bowed their heads in unison. Just then, a black-clad dragon guard rushed in, his face as pale as paper, panic evident in his demeanor. Your Majesty, it is dire. The black-clad guard exclaimed, breathless with urgency. What has caused such alarm? Observing the guard's frantic state, the powerful figures all furrowed their brows. Reporting to His Majesty, the Taishao Empire has launched a surprise attack on our border city, and millions of the frontline troops are valiantly resisting, but have already suffered heavy losses. The black-clad guard trembled as he spoke. A surprise attack from the Taishao Empire? In an instant, all present in the hall were taken aback. They never expected that. Amidst the mobilization of their army, the Taishao Empire would take the initiative to strike first. Which city? Chu Ye inquired, his eyes icy and penetrating, as if lightning were about to strike. Reporting to Your Majesty, it is the North Town. The black-clad guard replied cautiously. This city lies on the border between the former Nine Heavens Dynasty and the Taishao Empire. With the destruction of the Nine Heavens Imperial City, it has naturally become one of the frontiers of the celestial martial empire. Very well, Taishao Emperor, you have truly managed to provoke my ire, seeking your own demise. Chu Ye's fury erupted into a mocking laughter, his gaze growing even colder. It seems my act of slaying the envoy yesterday has directly incited the Taishao Emperor's wrath, prompting him to seek the annihilation of my celestial martial empire. Just as I had anticipated now, the vast army of the empire has gathered in its entirety. Let the first legion sent forth by the Taihao Empire be eternally consigned to the grave of the borderlands. With a thunderous roar, the heavenly sacred eyes of Chu Ye manifested instantaneously. It twisted the very fabric of space between the two realms, conjuring a colossal portal before the army. Transmit my decree. All troops shall pass through the grand portal. Advance to support Beijing City, crush the incoming forces of the Taihao Empire, and plunge straight into the heart of the enemy nation. Chu Ye bellowed, his voice reverberating through the vast expanse. In a heartbeat, countless holy soldiers surged forth, their overwhelming might permeating the surroundings, as the army of 1,000,000 marched into the portal, vanishing in an instant. At Beijing City, the resolve to defend was resolute. Even at the cost of life. Hold fast to the walls, hold fast. They cried, do not let His Majesty down. Fight to the last moment for him. For the empire. The air was thick with blood, and severed limbs littered the ground. Just half a day prior, the ancient flame army of 1,000,000,000 had launched a surprise attack on Beijing City. Within its walls, aside from the 500,000 soldiers stationed there, stood a single colossal war deity, 2 formidable spirit-armored warriors, and 3 fifth-tier holy soldiers tasked with its defense. In the days of the Nine Heavens Dynasty, this place was a veritable fortress, impervious to the assaults of ordinary nations. Yet now, as the billion-strong ancient flame army descended upon it, Beijing City appeared utterly insignificant. The mightiest of ancient holy war deities could only withstand the combined might of the enemy generals for a mere 3 hours before succumbing. Only when the three holy soldiers and spirit-armored warriors merged their powers could they activate the grand protective formation to hold this ground for half a day. Yet, despite their efforts, facing the terrifying onslaught of the ancient Flame King, the massive city defenses were gradually torn apart, beginning to crumble. Would this city ultimately fall? A soldier among the defenders felt despair creep into his heart, yet he gritted his teeth and valiantly resisted the onslaught of the approaching enemy forces. Even knowing that the city was doomed, he resolved to fight until the very end, honoring the sacred duty bestowed upon him by His Majesty. Suddenly, as this soldier braced himself for the inevitable, the very fabric of the battlefield split open, expanding into a gigantic portal amidst a cacophony of thunder. Then came the resounding boom of war drums unique to the Tianwu Empire, echoing through the skies. Kill, accompanied by a deafening roar. An endless golden legion descended from the heavens, akin to divine warriors, overwhelming the ancient flame army with their might. Reinforcements. They had reinforcements, swiftly gathering the burning world formation. Among the ancient flame soldiers, a wave of shock coursed through them, only to be met with immediate reaction as tens of millions of figures converged their strength into one. A blazing crimson pillar of light soared skyward, illuminating the heavens. This was the formidable burning world formation, forged by the collective might of millions of ancient flame soldiers. Yet, the ignorant ants. With a resounding explosion, a beam of purplish light surged forth, obliterating all flames in its wake. Even the densely packed formation of the ancient flame army seemed to diminish by nearly a tenth, as if wiped from existence. Before the eyes of the survivors, there manifested a colossal figure, towering and shrouded in deep purple, with a singular eye resembling an abyssal void. The harbinger of ruin. His massive frame loomed over the battlefield, instantly drawing the gaze of all enemy soldiers. Unbeknownst to them, they were ensnared by the curse known as desolation. Their powers waned significantly, and their minds devolved into chaos. As if trapped in a nightmare. What was happening? These were the reinforcements of the Tianwu Empire. How could they possess such strength? Above in the void, the ancient Flame King's eyes bulged in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him. His billion-strong ancient flame army had already suffered the loss of over hundreds of millions, reduced to mere bloody remains upon the battlefield. Are you the commander behind this attack? And before the ancient Flame King could take further action, a magnificent palace of endless white jade slowly floated before him. From within emerged two figures, the foremost clad in a black golden imperial robe, his expression detached as he stroked a spirit beast in his grasp, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. Merely standing there, he radiated an imperial majesty that overshadowed even the Tianwu Emperor. The presence of this individual struck profound fear into the heart of the ancient Flame King, as if death itself had locked onto him, rendering him paralyzed with dread. Upon merely brushing against the icy aura emanating from those scarlet six eyes, the ancient Flame King trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to his knees. "Your Excellency," he rasped, his voice thick with trepidation. "Is he the ruler of the Tianwu Empire?" "No. Even if he possessed the power to engulf the Nine Heavens dynasty, he could not possibly be this formidable, instilling in me a sense of helplessness against resistance." Boom. "General, save me, please." At that moment, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. The 10 ancient holy vice-generals of the Flame Army fell before the hands of the 13 quasi-emperors as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. In mere moments, amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, they were all annihilated, with none surviving. Slaughter. This was nothing short of a complete massacre. The battlefield, once poised for a crushing victory, transformed into a blood-soaked slaughterhouse due to the arrival of the billion holy soldiers and 13 quasi-emperors, mercilessly decimating the forces of the Tianwu Empire. They rampaged through the battlefield, staining the heavens red with blood. "Stop, Your Majesty of the Tianwu Empire. We will retreat at once. Please temper your wrath." Shock and terror gripped the ancient Flame King, as he witnessed the army he had nurtured for a millennium reduced to mere remnants in the blink of an eye. With the remaining forces teetering on the brink of collapse, he knew that if the battle continued, total annihilation awaited him, and even he, the ancient Flame King, could scarcely hope to escape. Retreat? Upon hearing the pitiful plea, Chu Ye's gaze turned icy. "Did you ever consider retreating when you dispatched your forces to launch an assault? Slaughtering my soldiers?" Boom. In an instant, his imperial might surged once more. An immeasurable golden radiance ascended, ultimately coalescing into a sword in his hand. With a resonant hum, Chu Ye pointed his sword at the ancient Flame King, his eyes glinting with an endless chill. "Since you have come, how can you possibly escape? Today, you have slain 3 million of my soldiers. Tomorrow, I shall offer the lives of 300 billion Tianwu Empire nobles as a tribute to honor the souls of my fallen warriors." His voice was cold, and his murderous intent palpable. Flee. In an instant, the ancient flame Saint King found himself unable to consider anything else. Under the overwhelming aura of murderous intent, his heart raced uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he withdrew, seeking to escape the battlefield. Such a formidable opponent was simply beyond his capacity to confront. Only by fleeing could he hope to grasp even a sliver of survival. But escape? Where could he possibly flee to? Yet, as the ancient flame Saint King floundered in his retreat, Chu Ye merely offered a cold, indifferent smile. I seek to eradicate not just you alone. Raising his hand, he struck down with his sword. Boom. The dazzling sword light cleaved through the void, ultimately transforming into the roaring shadow of 9 dragons that tore through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it traversed 1,000,000 miles of emptiness, locating the position of the ancient flame Saint King. No mercy. Beneath the torrent forged of gold, the ancient flame Saint King could endure but a moment before his body and soul were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere ash scattered across the heavens. Yet, this was not the conclusion of the Tianquan sword's unveiling. Boom. The 9 dragon-shaped sword lights surged forth relentlessly, rending the void, as if intent on pursuing every trace of the ancient flame Saint King's bloodline. Annihilate all 9 clans, extinguish everything. Meanwhile, in the Yin prefecture of the Tianwu Empire, the ancestral ground of the ancient flame Saint King, the Yin family, a celestial clan nearly omnipotent in controlling all of Yin prefecture. Among the thousands of families within the Tianwu Empire, they ranked within the top 10, having produced several saints loyal to the emperor. The ancient flame Saint King was one such figure. Father, what is that? In the Yin family estate, a boy of approximately 15 or 16 years old paused his sword practice, gazing at something rapidly approaching in the sky. He turned to a middle-aged man behind him, who was meditating with an air of unyielding authority. This boy was the 6th young master of the Yin family. His father, Yin Tianwu, was also a formidable presence, a saint of great renown, ranking among the strongest within the Yin family. Yin Tianwu opened his eyes and lifted his head. In the distance, he beheld 9 brilliant dragon shadows racing through the sky, locking their sights firmly upon the Yin family estate. An overreaching assault? Yin Tianwu scoffed. The Yin family had stood for millennia. He had witnessed far too many attacks of this caliber. Sure, I shall return shortly. Boom. In an instant, Yin Tianwu transformed into a streak of crimson light, attempting to obliterate the descending dragon shadows before they could strike. Such immense spiritual energy converged. However, before the red flame Saint King, Yin Tianwu stood in the air, dismissively waving his hand, just as he prepared to act. Swoosh! The 9 golden dragon lights rushed forth, and Yin Tianwu had scarcely time to utter a cry of despair before he was instantaneously consumed, leaving not a trace behind. Father? The 6th young master of the Yin family was left dumbfounded, a witness to the entire scene. Yet there was no time for sorrow or indignation, for the roaring 9 dragon shadows had already descended upon all of the Yin clan members. Roar! Amidst a deafening cacophony, the 9 fearsome golden dragons crashed down. Bang! In an instant, the majestic and solemn Yin family estate, sprawling nearly 10,000 miles, was utterly reduced to ruins. All of those possessing Yin blood were annihilated in that moment, not a single one spared. In the North Town, a border region of the Tianwu Empire, the 10 billion ancient flame troops were obliterated in an instant, buried here. Chu Ye sheathed the Tianquan sword, having exterminated the Yin family's 9 clans, a number close to 10 million. To him, it was akin to squashing an insignificant insect. Yet, this was insufficient to quell the murderous rage boiling within him. Gazing upon the North Town, a scene of utter devastation, with the drawbridge stained crimson, Chu Ye felt a surge of fury. Tianwu Emperor. His eyes glinted with a chilling light, ablaze with murderous intent. Those who dared to slaughter the subjects of the empire faced certain death. I shall eradicate every one of your imperial kin, leaving no one unscathed, no matter how far they may flee. Proclaim my decree. Invade the Tianwu Empire. Within a day, annihilate all border guards. Boom. The wrath of the emperor reverberated throughout heaven and earth. With the issuance of Chu Ye's command, the already restless trillion-strong army surged forth like a tempest. Amidst the resounding war drums, shaking the very foundations of the world, they advanced forward, unstoppable in their path. Chapter 48. The Deadly Clash Before Zhuge City. The Tianwu Empire governed a total of 763 states, with a land diameter stretching an astonishing 8 trillion miles. Vast beyond comprehension, the Tianwu Emperor reigned at the center, commanding the feudal lords, wielding imperial authority, and standing as the sole sovereign of this grand empire. For millennia, none could contest his rule. However, to this day, the prologue to the demise of this vast empire may have already been set in motion. In the southern border of the empire, before the formidable Chu city, one of the key strongholds, which loomed like an ancient behemoth across the heavens. Formation. Countless military formations had been meticulously arranged, the atmosphere grave and thick with the scent of blood, almost palpable. Chu city, the foremost stronghold of the southern border, boasted defenses reputed to withstand the onslaught of a quasi-emperor. The garrison stationed there numbered over 20 billion, and the city itself encompassed 1,000,000 miles. Truly deserving the title of a celestial fortress. General Liu, why such a state of readiness today? Has a foreign power dared to invade our Taihao Empire? Such an occurrence has not transpired in thousands of years. Before the army, several armored generals, possessing profound cultivation, were conversing with expressions of bewilderment. Their cultivation levels were no lower than ancient saint rank, veterans of the battlefield. This is an order from the imperial capital. It is said that General Ancient Flame led 10 billion troops to the Tianwu Empire. Now, however, they have suffered complete annihilation, and the Yin family has been eradicated in a single blow. Upon hearing this, a robust old general with grizzled hair furrowed his brow, his expression turning solemn. The strength of General Ancient Flame is not weaker than my own. There must be true powerhouses within the Tianwu Empire. We must prepare for a potential surprise attack on our Taihao Empire. He wielded a war spear and donned a black armor adorned with a carved lion, exuding an aura of primal ferocity, reminiscent of an invincible general who had once roamed the battlefield. Indeed, this old general had once been a titan of warfare, known as the Mad Lion Saint King, a terrifying figure. Though aged now, the fierce aura he once possessed still lingered, instilling dread across the land. Boom. Just as these border generals engaged in their discussions, the distant dawn broke, accompanied by the thunderous sound of war drums that echoed through the skies. Boom. Amidst the deafening roar of thunderous clamor, dozens of towering divine war machines, piercing the very clouds, trampled everything in their path as they advanced. Behind them, under the radiant sunlight, an army of blinding brilliance surged forth, a tide of infinite golden light, overwhelming all in its wake. As if a cataclysmic ocean was set to engulf the world and obliterate all existence. Here they come. The Mad Lion Holy King stepped forward, gripping his battle spear with increasing fervor, his veins visibly swelling with energy. Old Liu, how many years has it been since we last fought side by side? Behind him, a bearded elder grinned widely, casually lifting an enormous bow, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens with a single arrow. The Sun Chaser Holy King, he mused, recalling the formidable reputation he once held in his youth. With a single shot from this colossal bow, he could vanquish legions, and with one arrow, slay their leaders. He and the Mad Lion Holy King were the closest of friends. Now, to once again stand on the battlefield and fight together ignited the long-dormant passions within him. Your Majesty, ahead lies one of the frontier cities of the Taihao Empire, Chu City. The garrison consists of approximately 20 billion soldiers, with nearly 300 billion civilians within its walls. The resources here are abundant, suitable for a prolonged military presence. Once we breach this city, it will serve as a stronghold from which we can launch assaults on the various regions of the Taihao Empire. Within the Jade Palace, the invincible war god bowed respectfully, elucidating to Chu Ye and the assembled generals. Long before their march commenced, he had conducted thorough reconnaissance on the Taihao Empire's major factions, fortified cities, and border distributions. Chu City, built upon a wealth of spiritual veins, was not only a pivotal border stronghold, but also a treasure trove of inexhaustible resources. Should this city fall, it would be absorbed into the Hall of Holy Arms, granting the empire an army of several hundred billion holy soldiers, truly a limitless force. Furthermore, the most formidable power within the Taihao Empire undoubtedly resided with the imperial family led by the Taihao Emperor. However, based on my investigations, a plethora of sects, clans, and even some clandestine forces housing holy kings are also present. The invincible war god continued. Yet, just as his words faded, a thunderous rumble shook the earth. Billowing clouds of dust spiraled into the sky, transforming into a colossal tornado that enveloped a vast expanse. The garrison of Chu City had preemptively arrived to intercept the advancing army of the heavenly martial empire. Stop right there. The Mad Lion Holy King and the Sun Chaser Holy King stood resolute at the forefront, their eyes ablaze like raging infernos, exuding an aura as radiant as twin suns in the sky. Even in the face of 100 billion soldiers, they exhibited not a trace of trepidation, akin to a lion roaring defiantly at a dragon. The garrison commander, Zhou Ling, keenly observed and quickly discerned the identities of the approaching figures. The leading ones were indeed two powerful holy kings, their cultivation likely at the fourth layer of the Holy King realm, slightly inferior to the ancient Flame Holy King. Notably, he and Wu Gu, after the second opening of the Celestial Hall, had also ascended to the Holy King tier, regaining a fraction of their former imperial might. Do you dare to contest your life against me? The mad lion Holy King bellowed, his oppressive aura engulfing the land for miles, dominating the cosmos. Contest life and death? Attempting to delay my army's advance with your life? Chu Ye's indifferent gaze swept over those before him, his eyes brimming with arrogance and disdain. Mu Yan, go entertain him. If you fail to resolve the battle within a stick of incense, return to the Heavenly Martial Academy and refrain from following us on this expedition. Chu Ye's gaze finally rested upon a young man, seemingly enveloped in the essence of the stars and moon, his aura profound. This was none other than Mu Yan, whom he had personally promoted from the Liuzhou branch, having already entered the Celestial Hall and cultivated for a full millennium as the Son of Destiny. Mu Yan, I shall obey your Majesty's command. If I cannot defeat him within a stick of incense, I will promptly return to the Heavenly Martial Academy to focus on my training. From behind the palace, Mu Yan slowly rose, his eyes devoid of the confusion and anguish of yesteryears, now filled only with an indomitable fighting spirit. The millennium of arduous cultivation within the Celestial Hall had transformed him entirely. He had not only ascended to the Holy King level, but had also unexpectedly acquired the ancient methods of the Divine King. The Mu Yan of today was no longer the useless youth from Zhoushan City. With the Emperor holding such high expectations of him, how could he disappoint? With a sudden burst of energy, he vanished from his spot, reappearing upon the sandy expanse, confronting the mad lion Holy King from afar. You, a mere child, dare to challenge me to a contest of life and death? The mad lion Holy King's fury morphed into a mocking laughter, perceiving the Heavenly Martial Empire as attempting to belittle him by sending forth such a seemingly youthful contender. My name is Mu Yan. Only through battle shall we discern who is strong and who is weak. Furthermore, your Majesty has stated that should you fail to defeat me today, your army shall temporarily withdraw from Zhuke City. What say you? Mu Yan's expression remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding none of the impulsiveness typical of youth, his thoughts steady, as if he had long foreseen the unfolding situation. In the past, when Mu Yan broke through to the Holy Realm, a profound technique naturally surfaced in his mind, known as the Supreme Celestial Star and Moon Technique. The creator of this technique claimed dominion over myriad star seas and mastery of the 5 cardinal worlds, known as the Star and Moon Divine King, wielding the powers of the celestial moon and the strength of countless stars. After millennia of arduous training in the Celestial Hall, Mu Yan had certainly gleaned the profound mysteries of this divine power, transcending the mere spiritual energy of the Chaos Continent and the unique holy power of Holy Realm warriors. Such power belonged truly to the divine. Arrogant. On the battlefield, upon hearing this, the mad lion Holy King's white brows shot up, his fury swelling to the brim, nearly spilling forth. However, confronted with the notion of retreat, he ultimately chose to suppress his anger. Very well, I shall accept your challenge. If you can withstand my might for half a stick of incense, I will allow your forces to sweep through Zhuke City unimpeded. Should you fail, be swift in your departure to avoid a futile demise. His voice was cold, laced with an unending chill. The mad lion Holy King grasped his battle spear, his dark armor glimmering under the sun's rays, exuding an aura of impending slaughter. Naturally, Mu Yan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a scholar steeped in knowledge, exuding a refined elegance, his demeanor extraordinary. Boom. As soon as the words escaped, boy, do not dare to petition the King of Hell on my behalf when you find yourself in the underworld. The mad lion Holy King roared, swinging his spear with ferocity. In an instant, an enormous lion phantom seemed to rise behind him, its ferocity and terror overwhelming. At that moment, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. The entire sandy expanse was upheaved as a Holy King unleashed his full power, causing the very fabric of the universe to shudder. Your Majesty, the time of a single incense stick is drawing near. Within the resplendent halls of the White Jade Palace, Chu Ye, along with the others, observes the unfolding battle. Zhou Ling suddenly interjects, his ethereal incense already nearing its end. The time left for Mu Yan is now reduced to less than 5 breaths. This audacious youth has been so presumptuous. I have never declared that should he fail, my forces would retreat. Very well. If the time elapses and Mu Yan has not secured victory, I shall revoke his qualification to enter the Celestial Temple next time, allowing him an opportunity for profound reflection. Chu Ye's countenance remains impassive, his gaze fixed intently upon the still motionless Mu Yan. However, despite his words, he possesses an unwavering confidence in Mu Yan's prowess. The reason is simple. It lies in the Divine King's technique that Mu Yan has voluntarily offered him. The Supreme Xian Star Moon Technique, a transcendent secret art that grants access to the Divine King, allowing mastery over the paths of stars and moon. It can transform all cultivated energy within the body into the equivalent of 100,000 times true essence, akin to the divine power of the stars and moon. Once comprehension reaches a certain level, one may gradually wield the authority of the stars and moon, achieving the title of Lord of 10,000 Stars or the God of the Bright Moon. The Divine King's art. What realm does a Divine King embody? Even the current Chu Ye remains ignorant of this. He only knows that the star-moon Divine King inscribed within is a terrifying existence capable of extinguishing myriad worlds with a single strike, to which even the highest laws must submit. To cultivate a technique created by such a figure, if Mu Yin were to falter against a mere mortal of the same realm, he would indeed be unworthy of being a son of fortune. Bang! In the next moment, the ferociously powerful spear descends, rending the void and carving a deep chasm, accompanied by the vast might of annihilation, the star refining divine light. As Mu Yin faces this terrifying assault, a spark ignites in his eyes, and he casually points a finger. With a whoosh, brilliant starlight erupts from his fingertip, merging into a radiant beam that surges forth with newfound might, striking like a celestial sword against the engulfing spear light. Boom! The two forces collide in an instant. A thunderous roar erupts, sending forth an unimaginable ripple of terror that expands outward, instantly forcing the ancient sun-slaying saint and the multitude of soldiers behind him back 1,000 miles. Many are unable to withstand the aftershock, spitting blood and collapsing unconscious. Amidst the darkened skies of swirling sand, the figure of the Lion King has long since vanished, the vast desert melted into stone under the extreme heat. At the center of this stone expanse, a towering figure, seemingly still howling, clutching a war spear, appears to be forever etched into the stone, rendered as an eternal tableau. It is none other than the commander of Zhuge City, the Lion King. Whoosh! Within the palace, Mu Yan's figure vanishes into thin air, kneeling before Chu Ye, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, Mu Yan is fortunate not to have disgraced his mission. His voice resonates clearly throughout the grand hall. Yet at this moment, many generals stare in disbelief at the scene before them. The Lion King? Has he truly been reduced to a mere painting upon the stone by a single strike? Such prowess is simply unfathomable. In an instant, including Wu Gu and others, numerous generals regard Mu Yan with newfound respect. He is indeed extraordinary. The favored son of fortune personally elevated by your Majesty. Truly, the supreme Xian Star Moon technique is remarkable. To achieve such a near-dimensional strike at merely the Saint King level is astonishing. Chu Ye nods slightly, clearly pleased with the might of this Star Moon divine power. Very well. For this campaign, I shall temporarily appoint you as the commander of the 83rd Legion, leading 10 billion holy soldiers into battle. Your servant humbly thanks your Majesty. This battle shall not tarnish its mission. Upon hearing Chu Ye's decree, Mu Yan's eyes brighten, and he bows in respectful gratitude. Yet at this moment, a voice reverberates within his consciousness. Young man, fortunately, His Majesty has not pursued the matter of your dissemination of false imperial words, even with your current strength. Do not become complacent with favor. Otherwise, should the Emperor become enraged, even I could not save you. It is none other than his golden finger as the son of fortune, the ancient Emperor, a master of formations known as the Prison Sky Emperor. Even now, he serves beneath Chu Ye, assisting in the arrangement of formations across the lands and nurturing young prodigies in the art. Upon hearing this, Mu Yin instantly stands upright, hastily kneeling once more, eager to speak. Yet Chu Ye raises a hand to silence him. I know what you wish to convey, but this time is an exception. It shall not happen again. Chu Ye, seated upon the imperial throne, gazes down with a hint of coldness and authority. After speaking, he directly issues orders to the endless army below. Advance. Crush all the defenders ahead. As commanded. Boom. The trillion-strong army resumes its march, an overwhelming aura of death enveloping the air. Chapter 50, City Massacre, the power of divine annihilation revealed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the scene of the Lion King's bizarre fall strikes terror into the hearts of the sun-slaying saint and the many commanders of Zhuge City, leaving them in utter shock. The sun-slaying saint's pupils constrict, threatening to leap from their sockets. The once invincible killing god of the battlefield, the Lion King, is now forever immortalized upon the stone by a mere finger from the opponent. Has the general fallen? One murmurs, dazed, grappling with disbelief. Yet before they can ponder further, boom, 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 accompanied by deafening roars, the countless golden cavalry surge forth. In that moment, their expressions grow gravely serious. Form ranks to meet the enemy. The sun-slaying saint inhales deeply, letting out a fierce roar. He notches a colossal arrow onto the bowstring, drawing it back and releasing it with force. Buzz. In an instant, the skies churn with tempestuous winds, lightning flashing ominously. A crimson divine arrow. composed of sacred power, cleaves through the void, trailing a dazzling tail of flame, hurtling toward the first wave of holy cavalry charging forth. Roar! Yet before the arrow lands, a thunderous dragon roar reverberates throughout the heavens and earth, followed by the emergence of a colossal, pitch-black shadow from the void. A dragon's breath cascades downwards. The dark dragon sovereign, an ancient dragon of quasi-emperor caliber, unfurls its wings, casting the sky into darkness. Boom! The dark flames instantly incinerate all the defenders in the vicinity. Even the sun-slaying saint howls in agony amidst the unquenchable black flames, his body and soul consumed entirely. Advance! A holy soldier captain bellows. Clutching a sharp spear, his steed clad in golden armor, though lacking the strength of a saint king or quasi-emperor, he remains fiercely valiant. Cutting through the throngs of foes, relentlessly reaping the lives of those who linger amidst the flames. Yet, within mere breaths, this contingent of several tens of thousands who had dared to intercept has met their end, reduced to mere bones. Yet this is merely the prologue of this crimson battlefield. Thud, 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 the war drums continue to resound. The grand army advances steadily, swiftly reaching a distance of 100 miles from the gates of Chu City. Boom! At this moment, the majestic fortress towering over the land suddenly erupted with a breathtaking brilliance. As an overwhelming radiance unfolded, an array of runes emerged. Each rune was imbued with the power of the laws of heaven and earth, firmly safeguarding the vast Chu City. Through the luminous barrier of the Great Formation, one could discern the citizens within, all armed and glaring fiercely at the approaching invaders. Your Majesty, they harbor no intention of surrender, reported Zhou Ling, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Within the city, hundreds of billions are channeling their strength into the protective barrier. Even commoners have ascended the walls, operating spirit stone cannons in a bid to impede our forces. This poses a significant challenge for me, thought the sovereign. Chu Ye shook his head indifferently. Given their fervent resistance, even if we were to force their submission, they may yet become a future threat to the empire. This city must be cleansed in blood. Your Majesty has granted them an opportunity. This is the path they have chosen. If needed, I, Diablo, am willing to assist. Upon hearing this, Diablo below brightened with determination, eager to take action against Chu City. However, it was Chu Ye who raised a hand to halt Diablo's words. Diablo, there is no need for your intervention this time. Let Shindi take charge. With a gentle pat on the slumbering Shindi, the ancient dragon, Chu Ye calmly instructed Diablo to return to his position. Roar! The shrunken Shindi appeared rather endearing, opening its mouth as if to voice a complaint. Yet, upon meeting Chu Ye's unwavering gaze, it complied obediently. Go forth. As Chu Ye's command echoed, the ground trembled. Shindi soared into the void, its form rapidly expanding, nearly eclipsing the heavens in an instant. The dark dragon lords accompanying the army trembled, struggling to maintain their footing. Before such a bloodline, even as the dragon lord of another world, fear enveloped them, rendering them almost prostrate. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing Chu City to quake violently. Hundreds of billions of beings looked up, their eyes trembling as they beheld the colossal dragon's silhouette overshadowing them. What is that? The lord of Chu City stammered, terror etched across his face. In this moment, he felt as if confronting an apocalyptic disaster, his body chilled and his hair standing on end, as though the end of days had truly arrived. He had never seen, nor even heard of, a dragon of such immense proportions. It seemed to completely obscure Chu City, preventing even a single ray of sunlight from penetrating. Maintain the formation with all your might. We cannot allow that dragon to breach our defenses. We must defend Chu City and fight for the emperor, a commander urged, striving to dispel the fear that gripped his heart, rallying the soldiers to activate the city's defenses. Alas, all was in vain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Upon the vast and immeasurable form of Shindi, countless threads of destructive laws sprawled like a spider's web across its entire being. Then boom, the earth trembled. Shindi's claw descended, as if to rend the very continent asunder. An infinite surge of annihilative power converged, racing towards the heart of Chu City. Bang! In an instant, deafening silence enveloped the air. The void shattered in layers. In front of the army, Chu Ye personally raised a hand to intercept the overwhelming shockwave. This strike bore the might comparable to that of a true emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Under the aftershocks, the entire Tianwu Empire quaked in response. Even within the imperial capital, the Tianwu Emperor gazed into the distance with eyes filled with terror, feeling a flicker of panic in the face of such overwhelming power. The ground quaked, dust billowed. In the vicinity of Chu City, a mushroom cloud ascended, towering millions of miles high, visible to all within the Tianwu Empire. Amidst the smoke, the colossal dragon's silhouette rapidly diminished, ultimately transforming into the form of a young dragon, returning to rest upon Chu Ye's shoulder, appearing drowsy. Once the clouds of dust settled, Zhuge City had vanished without a trace. In its stead lay a chasm, a deep abyss spanning millions of miles, unfathomable even to the holy kings. Future generations would come to know it as the Abyss of Annihilation. Chapter 51. The Conquest of the 100 States, the Tianwu Empire's last resort. You have done well. Gently stroking the ancient dragon Shindi upon his shoulder, Chu Ye gazed down into the abyss with an expression devoid of mercy or hesitation. As an emperor, one must embody both compassion and coldness. Those who submit may retain a flicker of hope. Those who resist shall be utterly eradicated. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards all within the empire and oneself. Those deemed adversaries by the heavenly martial empire must be thoroughly obliterated, ensuring no future threat remains. The gates of the Tianwu Empire stand wide open for you all. Loyal soldiers, go forth. Conquer this vast land of 1,000 billion miles. And purge all who defy me. Let this campaign truly commence. Chu Ye raised the heavenly authority sword high, cleaving through the lingering dust that still clouded the heavens, issuing an imperial decree to the entire army. Obey the command, Your Majesty, the heavenly martial emperor. In an instant, trillions of holy soldiers roared in unison, a wave of sound surging across the land. Kill, kill, kill. Especially the 300 bloodthirsty demon puppets, having survived the battle against the Nine Heavens dynasty. Now indestructible and thriving through slaughter, were eager to ascend to the pinnacle of ancient holiness, thirsting to slay true holy kings and bathe in their blood. For the emperor, we fight. With fiery spirits alight, the Lord of Calamity raised his blade. With a resounding cry, the souls of all who had perished on this battlefield over the millennia manifested, transforming into an inexhaustible army of skeletons, surging towards the four corners of the Tianwu Empire. This marks the dawn of slaughter. It is also the origin of nightmares for the rulers of this ancient empire. The celestial flames of the heavenly martial empire shall consume all, incinerating everything they possess. 3 days later, in the imperial capital of Haoyan, lords gathered, ministers assembled. The atmosphere within the hall was stifling, as the Tianwu Emperor sat in silence, his gaze fixed upon the imperial map in his hands. Smash! Suddenly, he violently flung the map to the ground. Is this the report you present to me? In just 3 days, Zhuge City has been utterly annihilated, and 100 states have fallen, with cities surrendering to the enemy. Boom! Accompanied by the Tianwu Emperor's fury, an overwhelming imperial might crush the assembly. The unique pressure of a quasi-emperor enveloping them, instilling a sense of unprecedented suffocation and dread in all present. They understood that the Tianwu Emperor was truly enraged. Your Majesty, forgive us. In an instant, everyone knelt, hearts trembling in fear. Since the fall of Zhuge City, revered as one of the 10 noble lords of the empire, the Marquis of Divine might personally lead his army to the front lines, endeavoring to turn the tide of chaos. Yet, to his astonishment, this pinnacle of Saint King cultivation was vanquished in an instant by a being with 6 eyes, whose visage resembled that of a demon, unable even to muster a defense. Subsequently, that demonic entity devoured the entire army led by the Marquis, annihilating the elite forces that were the core of his lineage, erasing them utterly from existence. And this was merely the beginning. On that fateful day, in the Wu Dynasty, both the commanding generals and their legions possessed extraordinary, almost otherworldly powers. One legion, as if shrouded in darkness, could summon countless shadowy creatures to ambush all visible foes with a mere gesture. Another, adorned with wings, comprised individuals of remarkable strength. Though numbering merely in the millions, they could effortlessly sweep across vast territories. However, these legions were not the most fearsome existence that instilled dread in the hearts of those present. The most formidable force was represented by the imperial palace, which appeared as if carved from white jade, surrounded by billions of marching soldiers. Wherever the imperial palace descended, none could escape unscathed. Even those who submitted would find only the innocent citizens left unharmed, while all in power, the noble families and the merchant elite, would be ruthlessly slaughtered. To behold the imperial palace was to invite death. In an instant, this ominous proclamation spread widely throughout the Tianwu Empire, leaving the ruling elite in a state of disquiet, plagued by the fear of becoming the next targets of the imperial palace's wrath. We had all underestimated the Wu Dynasty. Your Highness, the 19th princess has successfully become a true disciple. Should we not seek aid from the sacred land? The chancellor of the empire, Chu Ye, who possessed half-step quasi-emperor cultivation and had served 3 Tianwu sovereigns, pondered for a long while before speaking in a hushed tone. For millennia, the relationship between the Tianwu Empire and the ancient Song's sacred land had been quite favorable, with successive imperial heirs traveling there for cultivation. and the empire annually offering substantial resources in exchange for protection. To seek aid from the sacred land for a mere small nation's incursion? Do you not realize that if this opportunity is squandered, how many nations will begin to covet our empire? The Tianwu Emperor narrowed his eyes, a tempest of thunder swirling within their depths. The ancient Song sacred land was one of the Tianwu Empire's ultimate trump cards. Should we lose this card? The delicate balance of power with other great nations would be significantly affected, potentially leading to calamities far greater than those posed by the Wu Di dynasty. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, this card must not be played lightly. Based on your reports, I suspect that the Wu Di Emperor, Chu Ye, may be a reincarnation of a past powerful being, having left behind numerous contingencies before his fall, which explains his sudden and overwhelming rise to power. The Tianwu Emperor's gaze grew profound and cold. He undoubtedly harbors a colossal secret and opportunity. Now, as the Wu Di Emperor personally leads his forces and resides within the imperial palace, this presents a splendid opportunity for me. Your Majesty, do you intend to? Su Xiu's eyes sharpened as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, the Tianwu Emperor slowly articulated 4 words, the coffin of the former emperors. I shall invoke the contingencies left by the 4 former emperors to ensure that the imperial palace plummets from the heavens. What? In an instant, the court fell into a state of shock and horror. The 4 former emperors, from tens of thousands to even 100,000 years ago, had each been quasi-emperors, sealing their final powers within coffins as one of the empire's trump cards. The current emperor dares to utilize the powers of the former sovereigns to annihilate the approaching forces of the Wu Di dynasty. A cacophony erupted within the hall. I have made my decision. The Tianwu Emperor's gaze was icy, dismissing his courtiers as he reiterated, do any of you oppose this? Your Majesty is sagacious. The coffin of the former emperors has existed for countless ages. It is time to unleash its power. In that moment, numerous civil and military officials bowed deeply, their expressions solemn, revealing their approval. Although employing a trump card of the empire was necessary, if it could lead to the extermination of the Wu Di Emperor and the acquisition of his vast opportunities to aid His Majesty's ascension to the imperial realm, then what price could be deemed too high? Chapter 52, The Legend of Chaos, Annihilating the 4 Quasi-Emperors. Meanwhile, within the resplendent white palace where Chu Ye resided, the army below trampled everything in their path, causing the very heavens to rumble. At this moment, within the palace, Your Majesty, I have deployed the Dark Dragon Master at the cost of 6 points. Its effect is to charge, allowing immediate attack on your hero, said a voice. Your life points are now 0. This round belongs to you, Your Majesty. On a uniquely designed stone table, Chu Ye was engaged in a card game called Legend of Chaos with Zhou Ling. Upon seeing his health deplete to nothing, his character icon turned to shades of gray. Even as a person of high authority, Chu Ye could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. This game was a recreation based on memories from his past life, and he was well versed in its rules. Yet, to his astonishment, after explaining the rules to those in the hall, Zhou Ling, a native of the Chaos continent, managed to defeat him within half an hour. Not this time. I shall play again, Chu Ye thought to himself, his expression devoid of emotion as he maintained his imperial dignity. He had been a top-ranked player in this game in his previous life. How could he accept defeat at the hands of a novice? The next match must be his victory. Boom. Just as Chu Ye was about to reset the cards on the stone table, preparing for another round, an unexpected tremor resonated from the far reaches of the cosmos, causing the air to quake. A chilling aura pierced his very soul, nearly shattering his spirit and freezing his will. Chu Ye's gaze sharpened as he looked up, only to glimpse a swirling torrent of yellow and black in the distant sky. Beneath the void, coffins hovered silently, exuding an overwhelming aura of decay. What is this? What manner of being approaches? In an instant, countless figures within the sacred legion gazed skyward, their eyes betraying a grave concern. The floating coffins emanated a staggering stench of death and decay. The newcomers were anything but ordinary. A fierce wind swept through, carrying away the dust of the heavens. Bang! The lids of the coffins exploded open, and in that moment, for desiccated figures, their faces twisted in grotesque expressions and emanating a dense aura of death, emerged from the coffins. Boom! In that instant, all energy and matter in the world was drawn towards them, consumed in a frenzy. The 4 entities swiftly restored their forms, ultimately resembling ordinary beings, yet still exuding a chilling aura of death. They were 4 living corpses, quasi-emperors. As Chu Ye departed from the palace, he stepped into the void. At this moment, his gaze bore an unusual gravitas. The 4 quasi-emperors. Could this indeed be one of the trump cards of the Tianwu Empire? In just 3 days, had my army forced the Tianwu Emperor into such a desperate position? He surveyed the distant horizon. Behind the 4 corpses stood merely 1,000 elite warriors who had brought them forth. As for the Tianwu Emperor himself, he must still be cowering within the imperial city, too fearful to confront me directly. Has the empire truly fallen into ruin? How many years has it been? 10,000? A million? The foremost among the corpses mused. He was the third emperor of the Tianwu Empire, a formidable tyrant from 170,000 years ago, once known as the Emperor of Burials, a terrifying figure at the fifth level of quasi-emperors. Ancestors. The current emperor has even awakened you? Following him was the ninth emperor, known as the Spirit Master Emperor, whose cultivation had also reached the fourth level of quasi-emperors. Having met all the ancestors, today, since we have awakened, it seems the empire is now on the brink of catastrophe. The final two emperors, however, were relatively weaker, possessing only the second level of quasi-emperor cultivation. The four turned their heads in unison, gazing down upon the distant army of sacred soldiers, as well as Chu Ye and his companions suspended in the void. The Emperor of Burials spoke, his voice laden with an oppressive force that seemed to suspend the very heavens. You are the architect of this calamity? He fixed his gaze upon Chu Ye, his voice hoarse. I ask you, why do you seek to annihilate my Tianwu Empire and eradicate my bloodline? Boom. His words reverberated, and thunder roared through the void. The Emperor of Burials appeared as if he had momentarily become the sovereign of this realm, poised to interrogate Chu Ye and all who dared to encroach upon the Tianwu Empire. In the clash of nations, one must inevitably fall. This is merely the law of the jungle. If I desire to seize this land, I must first strike down its original masters. Chu Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent and composed. Unmatched and towering, his imperial aura suffused the entire expanse, akin to an unparalleled sovereign ruling over myriad realms. Moreover, why should I require a reason to take a life? Humph. Before his words had fully settled, the heavens trembled violently for an instant. A deep, dark sword light cleaved through the sky, tearing the decayed body of the Emperor of Burials into shreds. One of the death swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the ensuing moments, there was no time for reaction, nor could any defensive actions be taken. Chu Ye wielded his sword, swiftly unleashing 3 strikes, instantaneously slaying the 3 quasi-emperor corpses, reducing them to boundless black ash. Everything transpired far too swiftly. Even Zhou Ling and the others were utterly unprepared for their sovereign's sudden assault, which obliterated the 4 quasi-emperor corpses in an instant. Those who had brought the coffins here and awakened them, the mighty warriors of the Tianwu Empire, were plunged into despair. Witnessing the unimaginable scene, legendary ancestors being torn apart in an instant, the crowd seemed to descend into madness. They screamed, fled, and howled in hopeless anguish. That was a monster, a deity beyond the Empire's capacity to contend with. All resistance was in vain. The outcome of this battle had been predetermined from the outset. Clamor. Boom. With a single stroke of his sword, he slaughtered thousands of imperial warriors, simultaneously leveling the mountains behind them. Chu Ye stepped into the palace once more. He picked up the card again and spoke solemnly to Zhou Ling. Continue. This time, I shall not fail. He opened the card repository, gazing at the foremost card shimmering with golden patterns. Eternal Heaven Emperor Chu Ye. A 10-cost card, 30/30. Effect. Upon playing this card, all your spells in this game will possess annihilation, ignoring health, dealing direct lethal damage to the opponent, and your hero will gain immunity, unable to take any damage. Chapter 53. The Sealing of Heaven. The Threat of the Heavenly Pavilion. The news of the complete annihilation of the 4 former emperors swiftly reached the ears of the Tianwu Emperor, leaving him in a daze. In merely half a day's time, the former emperors had been. At this moment, his complexion had turned ashen. How could 4 quasi-emperor level powerhouses fail to contend with that heavenly martial emperor? To what level had the opponent's strength ascended? A peak quasi-emperor? Or perhaps a true emperor had arrived? The Tianwu Emperor was thrown into utter disarray. For what he had initially viewed as a mere ant-like nation, easily extinguishable, had now transformed into a looming shadow of death, eclipsing his entire empire. If he allowed the opposing army to advance and devour the territory, it would inevitably lead to the destruction of the Tianwu Empire. Your Majesty, why not choose to ally with my heavenly pavilion to slay that heavenly martial emperor, Chu Ye? Suddenly, within the once silent imperial palace, where only 2 guards stood vigil, 2 figures cloaked in black emerged. One was none other than the current head of the heavenly pavilion, the Saint King of heavenly punishment. The other, shrouded in gray robes, concealed his face in shadow, rendering his features indistinguishable. Only a bone-chilling cold emanated from him, spreading throughout the corners of the palace. Who dares? The guards reacted instantly, shouting in rage. Yet, before they could make a move, the figure in gray merely raised his arm and swept it. In an instant, the void warped, and the 4 powerful guardians stationed outside the palace were struck down before they could even utter a sound, blood mist scattering throughout the hall. the third supreme being of the heavenly pavilion, the abyssal ghost? Observing this, the Tianwu Emperor seated at the head of the hall quickly regained his composure, even allowing a mocking expression to surface on his lips. What? Has the esteemed heavenly pavilion now resorted to relying on external forces to eliminate a target? Chu Ye is destined to perish. If you do not join forces with me, you too shall meet the same fate. The harsh, hoarse voice of the abyssal ghost resonated as if echoing from the depths of the abyss, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread, causing hearts to race uncontrollably. Humph. The Tianwu Emperor chuckled coldly, yet he did not refute the words. The current situation was indeed exceedingly unfavorable for his Tianwu Empire. If no external forces intervened, annihilation would be the only path ahead. What do you propose? My ancestors, as former high-tier quasi-emperors, could effortlessly obliterate that Chu Ye. Though the Heavenly Pavilion is one of the three major assassin factions in the eastern region, it pales in comparison to the Seven Sins Hall and the Demon Slaughter Pavilion. The Tianwu Emperor spoke with a detached tone. The Heavenly Pavilion, despite being one of the three major assassin factions in the eastern region. However, apart from the three quasi-emperors, even the serial assassins under their command, and the leaders themselves, possess nothing more than saint-level cultivation. They can hardly step into the true realm of the Supreme, especially when compared to the other two factions that are fortified by the presence of emperors. Hence, the Tianwu Emperor does not believe that the Heavenly Pavilion can devise a method to eliminate the Heavenly Martial Emperor, nor can it aid the Tianwu Empire in overcoming its crisis. This is a treasure of our Heavenly Pavilion. The absolute darkness phantom raised his hand, sealing off the space within a 100-mile radius. Subsequently, a pitch-black chain materialized in his right palm. Whoosh! Accompanied by an overwhelming and eerie flow of energy. The absolute darkness phantom slowly lifted his right hand, causing the chains to tremble, as if black infernal dragons were coiling around them. The Celestial Lock. The Tianwu Emperor's expression changed instantly. This is an imperial weapon belonging to the ancient Celestial Emperor, and now it resides in your Heavenly Pavilion. That seemingly ordinary chain is, in fact, a genuine imperial artifact. Legends say it can seal off all celestial laws and even restrict an emperor's cultivation, reducing them to mere mortals. 7 million years ago, the ancient celestial emperor used this very object to compel 6 emperors to become his subservients, and even sealed the cultivation of his nemesis, the martial Emperor Wu, causing him to perish in a mortal state. The Celestial Lock. This item is truly a high-grade imperial weapon. Even the prominent figures of the ancient Song Holy Land would go mad upon learning of it. It seems you are aware of its terrifying nature. Hee. The absolute darkness phantom cackled ominously. In an instant, an overwhelming and chilling pressure of death enveloped the entire area. If you wish to collaborate, then swear an oath before the heavens, vowing not to divulge the existence of the Celestial Lock to the outside world. His voice suddenly turned sharp, as if warning the Tianwu Emperor to remain silent about the existence of this imperial weapon. The Tianwu Emperor stood. Beads of sweat already forming on his forehead, his body trembling slightly from anxiety. That imperial weapon is far too fearsome. Should the absolute darkness phantom act against him at this moment, he would have no means of resistance. In an instant, all his power would be sealed, rendering him a lamb for slaughter. What? You are unwilling? Then today, the witness to the greatest secret of our Heavenly Pavilion, you shall only. The voice of the absolute darkness phantom grew increasingly somber, dark streams of energy swirling ominously around him, flickering like ghostly flames. I swear, feeling the threat of death. The Tianwu Emperor could only respond with humiliation, vowing to the heavens that if he were to disclose this matter, he would perish and his soul would scatter. Excellent. The absolute darkness phantom smiled cruelly, his gaze as deep as an abyss. Your Majesty, you need only lead the Heavenly Martial Emperor into the Four Symbols Valley, and we shall naturally take his life. Buzz. As the words fell, both figures transformed into black mist and vanished, thus lifting the spatial seal of the area. Boom. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Mere moments after their departure, numerous powerful figures burst through the palace doors, anxiously entering the hall. Upon seeing that their emperor on the throne was unscathed, they collectively let out a sigh of relief. This emperor is fine. Looking at the many powerful figures, the Tianwu Emperor forced a smile and gestured for everyone to withdraw. However, once all had exited the hall, he suddenly began to tremble violently, his face contorted in rage, nearly bursting with blood from his eyes. Damn it! Bang! Ah, damn it! Roars of fury erupted as he struck down, decimating half of the palace in his wrath. A mere heavenly pavilion, possessing an imperial weapon by chance, dares to threaten me so? Very well. Since you seek to pry into the secrets of Chu Ye, I shall make this place even more lively. With a mere thought, a pale white token appeared in his hand, the words Ancient Song clearly visible. This was a token left by Jiang Yuan, capable of establishing contact with the ancient Song Holy Land. It is also the only absolute trump card for assistance from the Holy Land. Yet now, the Tianwu Emperor had completely lost his sanity, choosing instead to shatter this token, intending to report on Chu Ye to the Holy Land. Chapter 54. Enhanced Special Divine Abilities, the terrifying second-order master of the heavens. Tianwu Emperor. Do you truly mean what you say? An ethereal figure materialized. An elder from the Holy Land appeared, exuding an imposing aura that seemed to suppress the very heavens. Indeed, there exists a great secret within Chu Ye, one that may even pertain to the legendary concept of immortality. I implore the ancient Song Holy Land to dispatch powerful figures post-haste. The Tianwu Emperor gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with boundless resentment and hatred. Tomorrow, he would still lead the heavenly martial emperor into the Four Symbols Valley as per the demands of the absolute darkness phantom. When the powerful figures from the ancient Song Holy Land arrive, no matter who emerges from the valley, there would only be one outcome: death. Chu Ye must perish. The heavenly pavilion cannot escape this fate. Immortality. Upon hearing the Tianwu Emperor's description, the elder from the ancient Song Holy Land fell into contemplation. He understood precisely what the so-called immortality entailed. It signifies transcending above emperors, an absolute pinnacle that even the founding ancestors of the Holy Land could not attain. An immortal soul and body, truly a divine being among mortals, sharing longevity with the heavens. Tomorrow, I shall accompany the elders to arrive. I hope the Tianwu Emperor will not act rashly and provoke unnecessary alarm. Buzz. The ethereal figure dissipated, leaving the final words echoing in the Tianwu Emperor's ears, causing the corners of his mouth to slowly curve into a chilling smile. The battlefield situation grew increasingly chaotic. However, it remains uncertain who will ultimately emerge victorious. Speaking of which, it has indeed been quite some time since I last signed in and drew rewards. In the White Jade Palace. Having successfully wreaked havoc in the Chaos Legend, Chu Ye returned to his throne, satisfied, to check the current status of his system panel. Host, Chu Ye. Cultivation, First Order of the Emperor Realm, Master of the Heavens. Physical strength, equivalent to the power of a billion-mile world, immortal emperor body, capable of effortlessly annihilating billions of miles of territory, so formidable it defies description. Special divine abilities, 9 Emperor's Sacred Body, Heavenly Sacred Eye, 13 Death Swords. Nation, Heavenly Martial Dynasty. Mount, Spirit Pet, God Extinguishing Ancient Dragon. Citizen Approval, 43, Dynamic Changes during the War. Sign-in attempts, daily sign-in 14 times, monthly sign-in once. Special sign-in 0 times. Legion Summon, 0 times. Dynasty Fortune Points, 3, for billion. The Emperor Realm? Have I truly broken through to the realm of emperors? The first thing that puzzled Chu Ye was the cultivation level displayed in that section. First Order of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm is commonly referred to as the realm of emperors in the Chaos Continent, almost standing as the most formidable entity in the mortal realm, embarking upon the pinnacle of the cultivation path. Yet, Chu Ye was entirely unaware of this journey. Through the incessant augmentation of the Celestial Dominion's power, he successfully ascended to the status of an emperor, reaching the zenith of supremacy. Nevertheless, considering that my power at the moment of becoming an emperor was already on par with true Imperial Realm experts, stepping into the Imperial Realm now should merely amplify my strength 100-fold or more. Chu Ye shook his head, then proceeded to utilize all of his remaining sign-in opportunities. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the upper-tier Imperial weapon, Flame Milk Dragon Blade. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 trillion top-tier Spirit Stones. Ding. The 14 daily sign-ins were swiftly exhausted. An upper-tier Imperial weapon? It could indeed serve as a weapon for Wu Gu, who possesses remarkable talent and requires a suitable weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ye resolved to bestow the Flame Milk Dragon Blade upon Wu Gu as a reward for his conquests. Next, there remained only one opportunity for a monthly sign-in. Ding. Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special divine ability enhancement opportunity. A special divine ability enhancement? Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, for this was the first time he had acquired such an item through sign-in. It was indeed possible to enhance one of his existing special divine abilities. Even the Celestial Dominion itself, Celestial Dominion, second stage, permanently gains the cumulative power of the host's Imperial Dynasty subjects, solidifying any increase in strength automatically, unaffected by the fall of subjects or decline in recognition. Furthermore, the effect of the Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon has been altered too. When the host fights alongside the Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon, he shall temporarily gain the cumulative power of all living beings within 100,000 miles, regardless of friend or foe. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ye chose to enhance the celestial dominion. After all, this was currently one of his most crucial and significant innate divine abilities. The result of the enhancement caused Chu Ye's gaze to sharpen, revealing a hint of astonishment. The second stage celestial dominion was immensely powerful. It not only eliminated the limitation of requiring presence within the nation's borders to gain power augmentation, but also permanently solidified it, ensuring that any acquired strength would forever become part of his own. Yet, what truly astonished Chu Ye was not merely the aforementioned enhancements. It was, in fact, the improvement of the divine annihilation ancient dragon's accompanying effect. Within 100,000 miles, regardless of friend or foe, all living beings' cultivation power would be directly copied and assimilated into his own. This effect was nothing short of miraculous. To illustrate, even if 100,000 emperors were to suddenly appear before Chu Ye, intent on annihilating him, the moment they crossed into the 100,000-mile radius, all their powers would be replicated, granting Chu Ye the strength of 100,000 emperors. With a single strike, he could obliterate all who dared approach. And this was merely the second stage of the celestial dominion. What would happen if I were to elevate it to the ninth stage in the future? Chu Ye's heart surged with exhilaration. What powers would the ninth stage celestial dominion bestow? Would it grant the cumulative strength of all beings across the myriad realms, along with dominion over all rules, causality, and concepts? It was simply unfathomable. One could only imagine the level of strength that would be attained. Your Majesty, our forces have suddenly encountered a substantial array of troops from the Tianwu Empire. After a series of pre-battle provocations, it seemed they intended to lure our army into a specific location. Should we annihilate them entirely? At this moment, a leader of the sacred soldiers entered the hall, bowing to report to Chu Ye, causing the latter's thoughts to coalesce. Lure? A flicker of doubt flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. Could it be that the Tianwu Emperor harbored some underhanded plot to ensnare him? Such ignorance is laughably absurd. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are but mere illusions. Proceed forward. I am eager to see what tricks the Tianwu Emperor has in store, Chu Ye commanded indifferently. Now, possessing the second stage of the celestial dominion, he was truly without fear. Even if the Tianwu Emperor could summon an emperor to intervene, it would only lead to their demise. Chapter 55. Overwhelm. Overwhelm. Annihilate all with a single strike. Tianwu Empire, for Symbol's Valley. The surrounding mountains towered majestically, with interwoven gorges resembling colossal beasts lying in wait. Boom. The imperial palace hovered in midair, accompanied by billions of sacred soldiers, stirring up a tempest of dust and grandeur. So it was. The mountainous region was suffused with the aura of formations. Clearly, someone had long since laid an elaborate trap here, waiting for me to stumble into it. Chu Ye activated his heavenly sacred eye, discerning the anomalies in an instant. To his surprise, the mastermind behind this ambush was not the Tianwu Emperor, but rather another individual. Ding. Detection of the host fighting alongside the divine annihilation ancient dragon. Cooperative battle features have been activated. Acquired the power augmentation of one quasi-emperor of the 5th stage, one quasi-emperor of the 6th stage, and 4 half-step quasi-emperors, along with the strength of over a dozen peak sacred kings. Ding. Due to the cooperative battle feature, the host cultivation has temporarily risen to the second layer of the imperial realm. Subsequently, as the system's notification resounded, all the strong presences lying in ambush had their powers completely replicated, allowing Chu Ye, whose cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the first layer of the imperial realm, to temporarily ascend to the second layer. Such feeble strength. Do 2 quasi-emperors dare to ambush me? As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Ye could not help but smirk, pitying the arrogance of his assailants. Even if 10 or 100 more were to join their ranks, it would matter not. Even without relying on the cooperative battle feature, he could effortlessly annihilate them. Quasi-emperors are, after all, merely quasi-emperors. They are simply not comparable to one who has truly stepped into the imperial realm. Come forth. Boom. With a mere gesture, Chu Ye unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, the void shattered, and the entire realm trembled violently. A terrifying aura spread for hundreds of miles. In an instant, it forced all hidden assassins from the heavenly pavilion to reveal themselves, their once concealed faces now etched with horror. What is happening? The power of the heavenly martial emperor seems to have grown several times stronger than before. How could he have broken through his cultivation in just a few days? What manner of creature is he, and what secrets lie hidden within him? The absolute dark ghost and another quasi-emperor, Taishang, felt their hearts racing. Yet they did not display overt panic. After all, they had nearly invested the entirety of the heavenly pavilion's resources into today's scheme. Within the 4 Symbols Valley and the surrounding 4 towering mountains, thousands of killing formations had been meticulously arranged, and with the sealing chains in their possession, a veritable net of heaven and earth had been cast. Even an emperor could be tempted to be slain. The heavenly martial emperor, Chu Ye, could not possibly escape this endless entrapment. The moment he stepped into this valley, his life had already reached its end. The absolute dark ghost chuckled ominously, then turned his gaze directly towards Chu Ye. He spoke to him in a low voice. My lord Chu Ye, have you truly forgotten our existence? The mountains are teeming with countless figures, all exuding a sense of ethereality, as if they are but one with their surroundings. Yet, in the midst of this obscurity, they carry an insatiable intent to kill, poised to unleash a fatal strike at the moment when their opponent is most vulnerable. Assassins. With just a glance, Chu Ye recognized the silhouette of the approaching foe. It then dawned on him, recalling the assassin from the Heavenly Pavilion who once sought to take his life. Sword 13. The Heavenly Pavilion? In an instant, Chu Ye's expression turned icy. Even his voice was laced with an aura of chilling disdain. I never expected that you wretched miscreants would dare to appear before me. Boom. In that moment, it seemed as though Chu Ye's wrath surged forth, causing the very heavens to tremble. An overwhelming majesty radiated, crushing the vast sky above. When an emperor truly becomes enraged, the magnitude of such power is beyond imagination. In an instant, the myriad assassins from the Heavenly Pavilion felt excruciating pain, as if Mount Tai were pressing down upon them, their bones cracking under the strain. Some even suffered from profuse bleeding from their orifices, collapsing to the ground in anguished cries. Their very bodies and souls were reduced to mere dust. Let the battle commence. Ideally, it should result in a mutual destruction. If the ancient Song sacred land were to profit from this, then my Tianwu Empire would also claim a share. Meanwhile, outside the valley, the military formation stood in perfect order. The Tianwu Emperor sat high upon his imperial carriage, employing some arcane method to scrutinize the scene within the valley, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The formidable beings from the ancient Song sacred land were set to arrive in half an hour. At that time, a great emperor would descend, crushing all in his path. Although the Tianwu Empire might not directly profit from this, merely witnessing the annihilation of the Heavenly Pavilion and that Chu Ye would suffice to satisfy him. Hurry, when you both are locked in mutual destruction, you shall realize that everything was merely a wedding garment for the ancient Song sacred land. Chu Ye, once you are slain by the sacred land, I shall ensure that your heavenly martial dynasty is reduced to ashes. With this thought, the Tianwu Emperor's eyes burned with increasing fervor. Just then, within the Four Symbols Valley, the clash between the two factions was on the brink of erupting. The Grand Array would employ the heaven-sealing lock to diminish his cultivation. Witnessing the terrifying imperial might erupt, the absolute dark ghost hesitated no longer, brandishing a pitch-black chain that surged forth like a serpent. In an instant, it pierced through the void, twisting and tearing the fabric of reality, enveloped in a torrent of dark radiance as it surged towards Chu Ye. Boom. Simultaneously, the formations set in the mountains erupted into a frenzy. Illusion arrays, slaughter arrays, confinement arrays, bewilderment arrays, an array of lethal techniques emerged in a relentless tide. In an instant, they completely enveloped the valley, nearly drowning it in a sea of energy. Faced with such an onslaught, even an emperor could face peril. Yet, amidst the unfathomable array of attacks, Chu Ye remained seemingly unfazed, standing resolutely in the void, his eyes coldly surveying the world around him. Die. A single word escaped his lips, causing the entire realm to feel as though it had paused. Boom. In that moment, a pair of colossal golden eyes slowly opened in the heavens, spanning the cosmos and penetrating the nine skies. The sacred eye of heaven. Under the gaze of the sacred eye, the boundless power of the formations abruptly froze in midair, unable to advance further. Then, a ripple akin to golden waves spreading across water suddenly surged forth. Bang! In an instant, the bodies and souls of thousands of assassins from the Heavenly Pavilion erupted, transforming into a shower of golden dust that scattered across the sky. Who exactly are you? Hiss. The two quasi-emperors were unable to escape their fate. The absolute dark ghost, wielding the heaven-sealing lock, found his power completely shackled, unable to be summoned in the slightest. He could only witness in terror and despair as the resplendent golden pattern approached. In the blink of an eye, he was obliterated, leaving only the heaven-sealing lock to fall to the ground. The Heavenly Pavilion was annihilated. The two quasi-emperors, along with the majority of the top assassins within the pavilion, fell at the mere utterance of Chu Ye, leaving no trace behind. Today's ambush, and everything leading up to this moment, appeared utterly ludicrous in the face of absolute power. Chapter 56. Slaying the Tianwu Emperor, the Great Emperor arrives. How is this even possible? On the other side, upon witnessing the instantaneous obliteration of the Heavenly Pavilion, the Tianwu Emperor found himself incapable of coherent thought, his mind blank. Overwhelmed by sheer terror. Annihilated. The vast scheme of the Heavenly Pavilion, hundreds of terrifying killing formations, all aimed at the Heavenly Martial Emperor, had proven utterly futile. Erased in a single strike. A monster. That Heavenly Martial Emperor must be a monster. Retreat. Fall back. In an instant, as if struck by a revelation, a desperate and terrified scream erupted from the depths of the Tianwu Emperor's throat. That monster could not have overlooked his surveillance. He would not spare him. Even before the arrival of the great emperor from the ancient Song sacred land, he would surely be the first to be slain. Since he has come, why would he leave? Your Majesty Tianwu. As expected, the indifferent voice resonated like the tolling of a death knell. The Tianwu Emperor trembled, regaining his senses, only to behold the vast golden legion before him, and that white jade imperial palace hovering in the air. It seems I was not mistaken. The prior assassination attempts against me by the Heavenly Pavilion were orchestrated by you as well. At the edge of the imperial palace, Chu Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone frigid. His words sent a chill down the Tianwu Emperor's spine. Assassination? Which scoundrel dared to provoke this harbinger of death ahead of time? Should I discover who it is, I will ensure their demise and annihilate their entire clan. His heart seethed with fury, wishing to tear that scoundrel to shreds immediately. However, at this juncture, anger would resolve nothing. The only option was to flee, only to await the arrival of the great emperor from the ancient Song sacred land. Heavenly Martial Emperor, it is a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. In an instant, the Tianwu Emperor forced a smile, a rare display of obsequiousness crossing his face. If you are willing, my Tianwu Empire is prepared to cede half of our territory in exchange for eternal peace between our two nations. He was even willing to offer the concession of territory to placate the formidable Chu Ye before him. After all, he was acutely aware that if he further provoked the Heavenly Martial Emperor, his demise awaited. He did not wish to perish just yet. Delay, regardless of face. Even if it meant kneeling before his adversary, he must buy time until that great emperor arrives. Half. Chu Ye mocked with a cold smirk. But my imperial army has already consumed over half of your Tianwu Empire's territory. If you were to offer this remaining half, would not your Tianwu Empire be rendered utterly non-existent? The lord of the Tianwu Empire was momentarily taken aback by the words spoken, before gritting his teeth and proclaiming, "We can engage in discourse. As long as a truce can be achieved, my Tianwu Empire is willing to become one of your vassal states." However, upon hearing this, Chu Ye merely shook his head with indifference. Does my empire require slaves? With the resonance of his voice, the resplendent white jade imperial palace suspended in the heavens erupted with an overwhelming brilliance. A majestic and terrifying aura, akin to that of a divine being's descent, pervaded the cosmos. Lord of the Tianwu Empire, do not prolong this any further. Your tricks only serve to make me find you increasingly laughable. As an emperor, why should you fear death so? The reverberating voice echoed through the realms. Chu Ye had already discerned the thoughts of his counterpart and recognized that the ruler of the Tianwu Empire was nothing more than a coward, terrified of death, yet bullying the weak. Chu Ye, the Tianwu lord, was momentarily stunned, his inner fury surging forth. Do not be too presumptuous. My Tianwu Empire is under the protection of the ancient Song sacred land. Should you dare to slay me today, it will undoubtedly incite their wrath. Can your Tianwu Empire withstand that? The ancient Song sacred land. Chu Ye paused briefly, then burst into laughter. What of the 4 great sacred lands? Should they dare to provoke me, I would not hesitate to obliterate them, leaving not a trace behind. Utterly arrogant. Upon hearing this, the Tianwu lord bellowed with ferocity, his face contorted in rage. The sacred land has endured for millions of years. How could it possibly be compared to a mere Tianwu emperor like you? Soon, you shall pay for your hubris, and your empire shall be utterly destroyed due to your folly. Such clamor. At these words, Chu Ye's brows furrowed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. With a mere flick of his finger, the air trembled violently. A golden torrent surged forth, roaring and obscuring the skies. In an instant, the very fabric of reality shifted, and the sun and moon seemed to sink into oblivion, as though a colossal deity from beyond the firmament had descended to suppress this world. Tianwu Emperor, how dare you? As the overwhelming imperial might bore down upon him, the Tianwu lord felt a jolt of terror coursing through him. He sensed the genuine threat of death and could no longer contain himself, screaming in madness. Yet, all was in vain. In an instant, golden radiance cleaved through the void, rending the nothingness and engulfing the entire world. In a mere heartbeat, the Tianwu lord transformed into ash amidst his wails, consumed entirely by the terrifying golden torrent. Alongside him, his numerous subordinates and soldiers met the same fate, all rendered into nothingness. After observing for so long, it is time for you to make your entrance. With a single gesture, Chu Ye crushed the Tianwu lord. His gaze shifted toward a certain point in the void. With a sudden crackle, the once tranquil void erupted violently, and a man clad in azure stepped forth. His flowing garments and handsome visage exuded an aura of grace. The newcomer stood with closed eyes, his presence ethereal and enigmatic, evoking an indescribable sense of mystery. "You are formidable," his voice resonated with depth. "Even from a distance of countless miles, I can sense your strength. However, you remain no match for me." As the azure-clad man slowly opened his eyes, they revealed a profound darkness, akin to an abyss that threatened to swallow all existence. Those who dared to gaze into them risked losing their very souls, becoming lost in an eternal night. Chapter 57. The Devouring Spirit Emperor, the Legend of the Immortal. The Devouring Spirit Emperor, currently one of the 12 imperial-level entities residing in the ancient Song Sacred Land, is the least experienced among them. Once hailed as the foremost prodigy of the eastern region, he is also an unparalleled figure of slaughter. In merely 30,000 years, he subdued and crushed all the prodigies of his era, stepping into the imperial domain and becoming the 12th core elder of the ancient Song Sacred Land. It can be said that this emperor is a living legend. Born to invoke celestial phenomena, he possesses a unique bloodline known as the 10,000 Spirits Devouring Sacred Eyes. With a single glance, he can render all things to silence and extinguish souls. Those who dare to meet his gaze may unwittingly have their fortunes plundered, spiraling inexorably toward the abyss of annihilation. As of today, it has been 6,000 years since the Devouring Spirit Emperor last appeared in the eastern region. Upon learning of the potential connection between the Tianwu Emperor Chu Ye and immortality during his time in the Sacred Land, the Devouring Spirit Emperor could no longer remain seated. He hastened to the Tianwu Empire and witnessed the entire process of Chu Ye slaying both the Celestial Pavilion and the Tianwu Lord Emperor. It was perhaps unimaginable to anyone that this Tianwu Emperor was, in fact, a formidable imperial-level powerhouse hidden within the mortal realm. The Devouring Spirit Emperor was utterly convinced. The terrifying power that obliterated the quasi-imperial Tianwu Lord in an instant had undoubtedly far surpassed the limits of a quasi-emperor. There must exist a secret treasure or opportunity within him that even the emperors would covet. "What? Do you, ancient Song Sacred Land, truly wish to be my adversary?" Chu Ye spoke in a low tone. Upon seeing the newcomer, the effect of their shared combat instantly activated, causing his cultivation to surge to the 4th tier of the imperial realm. The Devouring Spirit Emperor was indeed formidable. Being a powerful presence at the 3rd tier of the imperial realm, having only ascended 13,000 years ago, yet he had already broken through 2 realms and established his footing among the emperors of the eastern region. Alas, in the current alliance between Chu Ye and the god-extinguishing ancient dragon, what is yours is now mine. He directly replicated the Devouring Spirit Emperor's 3rd tier cultivation, allowing Chu Ye's prowess to surpass that of his counterpart, reaching the 4th tier of the imperial realm. No. The Devouring Spirit Emperor shook his head repeatedly, seemingly apprehensive of any misunderstanding from Chu Ye. "Tianwu Emperor, I do not wish to be your enemy. We are both imperial-level powerhouses with lifespans exceeding millions of years. If we must choose between your demise or mine, would it not be a loss for both?" He wore a half-smile, his dark eyes glimmering with inscrutable and enigmatic light, making it difficult to ascertain his true intentions. "What do you propose?" With an expressionless demeanor, Chu Ye replied coolly, "No need for circumlocution. I do not have the leisure to squander time with you." With a thunderous roar, his immense imperial might surged forth like a tsunami, even without deliberately revealing his aura, nearly collapsing half the heavens with its mere presence. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Yunsheng, known as the Devouring Spirit Emperor. I wish to collaborate with you and share in the secret you possess. Together, we may step into immortality and ascend to the fabled realm of the divine. The Devouring Spirit Emperor's countenance glowed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. "I am the foremost prodigy of the eastern region. Choosing to collaborate with me will maximize the value of the opportunity in your hands. Chu Ye, what are you waiting for? Let us join forces, and in the future, we shall reign supreme over the chaotic continent, becoming legends for millennia to come." The Devouring Spirit Emperor's gaze burned with intensity. The realm beyond the imperial level is known as the Immortal Divine Realm. Few are aware that immortality and the divine realm are not merely different domains, but represent vastly divergent realms. To be precise, an immortal is merely one who possesses a divine body, remaining imperishable in the mortal realm, yet devoid of divine power, and lacking even the fate and soul of a true deity. Immortals are but false gods. Perhaps they are prisoners of the heavenly path, trapped in this world due to failed ascension. Their strength surpasses that of emperors, granting them an eternal lifespan equal to that of heaven and earth. Yet, a false god remains a mere illusion of divinity. Even immortals cannot break free from the shackles of the heavenly path, eternally suppressed here, unable to glimpse the legendary realm of the supreme gods. Nevertheless, despite this, immortality remains the fervent pursuit and lifelong dream of all emperors. It stands as a beacon of divinity in the mortal realm. Even after billions of years, the number of immortals is exceedingly rare, found only as traces among the highest powers. Now, before the devouring spirit emperor, there lies an opportunity. According to the investigations of the ancient Song Holy Land, from the time this Chu Ye was a puppet emperor to his complete rise, it has been no more than a decade. 10 years. In the span of the emperor's million-year lifespan, that is but the blink of an eye. Yet, in this mere decade, the celestial martial emperor Chu Ye has ascended from a mortal to the emperor realm. He has garnered the loyalty of countless powerful beings and established a formidable imperial dynasty. Such an opportunity, beyond imagination, it causes the devouring spirit emperor's heart to race with fervor. Today, he must seize this chance, willingly depart from the ancient Song Holy Land, and retreat into a small world to cultivate for 10,000 years. If Chu Ye can reach the emperor realm in just 10 years, then surely, after 10,000 years of effort, he too can attain immortality, right? Contemplating this, the devouring spirit emperor's eyes shimmered with dark brilliance, and a chilling arc graced his lips. What do you think? How should I choose? Chu Ye stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of nonchalance. Haha. The devouring spirit emperor suddenly laughed heartily. Celestial martial emperor, let us share this secret in collaboration. I assure you, in the future, you shall ascend to the position of the overlord of the Eastern Domain. The overlord of the Eastern Domain? Such an enticing proposition. Chu Ye gently shook his head, his gaze towards the devouring spirit emperor filled with mockery. Yet my ambitions extend far beyond the overlord of the Eastern Domain. My true aspiration is to encompass this chaotic continent and even the myriad realms within my imperial domain. His words, calm yet resonant like thunder, struck the air. The devouring spirit emperor scoffed. To conquer the entire chaotic continent and even the myriad realms? You are truly a dreamer. But if that is the case, does it mean you refuse to cooperate with me? His voice turned frigid, as if a frost from the coldest abyss swept through the air, causing the very temperature of the realm to plummet to near freezing. Chapter 58. The Fall of an Emperor, an Unfortunate Accident. The devouring spirit emperor's pupils constricted suddenly, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him. Until now, his calm demeanor in negotiating cooperation had already granted the other party considerable face. Yet, despite this, the celestial martial emperor remained obstinately unyielding, spurning his goodwill. Cooperation? Chu Ye cast a casual glance at the devouring spirit emperor. Do you believe yourself worthy? Boom. As his words fell, an immense tremor erupted from within Chu Ye, shaking the heavens and earth. A roar. Above the firmament manifested the shadows of 9 dragons, as if 9 celestial suns obscured the sky, illuminating the universe. Boom. The ancient dragon of divine annihilation upon Chu Ye's shoulder transformed into an enormous dragon, coiling in the air, roaring across the heavens. The overwhelming dragon might descended like a cataclysm. Bang. Under such pressure, even distant mountains were ground to dust, scattering debris in every direction. Standing atop the dragon's head, Chu Ye resembled an unparalleled divine emperor, commanding the true dragon in battle against the heavens. In that instant, the devouring spirit emperor's eyes widened, feeling a profound urge within his bloodline to submit. Damn it! Cursing inwardly, the devouring spirit emperor believed the other must have employed some secret technique to elicit such a reaction from him. After all, how could a mere fledgling in the emperor realm dare to act so arrogantly before him? With a whoosh, a violent tempest surged, the devouring spirit emperor's power swirling about him. His dark eyes appeared to embody the ability to consume all, warping the very fabric of space and laws. The emperor's weapon, the Yin-Yang mirror. With a low shout, the devouring spirit emperor summoned an ancient mirror of black and white into his palm. As soon as the mirror appeared, it radiated terrifying waves of alternating yin and yang, evolving chaos. Die. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the Yin-Yang mirror erupted with blinding brilliance, unleashing a torrent of black and white light that tore through layers of space, carrying an inexorable aura of destruction straight towards Chu Ye. Within that light dwelled the powers of death, consumption, and the ability to plunge all into chaos. Thousands of years prior, the devouring spirit emperor had relied on this very technique to slay a formidable emperor, earning him a fearsome reputation. Now, with the full force of the Yin-Yang mirror unleashed, bolstered by the power of the devouring spirit's sacred eye, the devouring spirit emperor was utterly confident he could obliterate Chu Ye with one strike, seizing all opportunities from him. In the void of origins. Yet, facing this terrifying light, Chu Ye remained unfazed, merely raising his hand to conjure an invisible barrier of void. In the past, he had deployed this technique at the Holy King level, allowing even Sword 13, despite burning his soul and unleashing thousands of times the power of an ancient sage, to only slightly breach the most vulnerable first layer of his defense. Indeed, the void barrier Chu Ye conjured was not merely a single layer. The last time he used his Holy King strength, he had only managed to form a feeble 300 layers. Now, wielding true Emperor power, it had astonishingly reached over 10,000 layers, and Chu Ye felt that even 10 top-tier emperors joining forces would struggle to breach this formidable defense. Boom! The radiant light from the yin yang mirror quickly approached. Chu Ye did not evade. He allowed it to strike directly against the barrier. He wished to test just how powerful this strike could truly be. Crack! The sound of the barrier shattering echoed, leaving Chu Ye somewhat speechless. He realized he had been overly cautious, significantly overestimating the devouring spirit emperor's power. Not even a layer. The attack unleashed by the other, utilizing the emperor weapon and nearly all his strength, had merely managed to breach a fraction of the first layer, without even fully shattering it. Too weak. Chu Ye sighed, feeling that the devouring spirit emperor was exceedingly feeble, hardly warranting his full attention. Haha, Chu Ye, refusing my cooperation, what will that yield? On the other side, as Chu Ye was besieged and completely enveloped in attacks, a cruel smile crept upon the face of the devourer emperor. However, just as he began to speak, he abruptly froze in place, his expression turning to one of utter stupor. For he clearly witnessed that Chu Ye, who had been ruthlessly struck by his yin-yang mirror without evasion or defense, was still standing firm, unmoving. Not even a thread of his robe bore any sign of damage, as if the full force of his earlier assault had merely been a gentle tickle. How could this be possible? The devourer emperor was on the brink of losing his sanity. The might of the yin-yang mirror was fearsome beyond measure. Even those of the imperial realm, stronger than himself, would not dare to confront it head-on. Yet this Chu Ye, I once thought the emperor of the ancient Song's sacred land to be formidable. But before his majesty, he is nothing more than a mere chicken. Within the imperial palace, numerous generals witnessed this scene and could not help but feel contempt for the devourer emperor. Their sovereign was now capable of crushing emperors with ease. What did it matter if the ancient Song's sacred land was involved? Offending the majesty of his majesty could only lead to a path of bloodshed. I refuse to believe it. Boom, boom, boom. The expression of the devourer emperor turned frenzied, his body surging with power, coalescing within his dark pupils. Then, as if a demon intent on devouring all had opened its eyes, black radiance pierced through the void, carrying unfathomable might as it ruthlessly struck towards Chu Ye. This time, the devourer emperor had unleashed his primal power. Regardless of the treasures his opponent might possess for protection, they would inevitably be unable to withstand it. However, under Chu Ye's command, the divine annihilation ancient dragon, feeling bored, let out a yawn. Its enormous claws, akin to mountains, inadvertently descended upon the head of the devourer emperor. Boom. In an instant, all the gathered power was utterly shattered. The emperor was directly crushed and obliterated by the immeasurable mass, unable to utter even a single word before being mercilessly ground to dust by the dragon's claw. Roar. Upon witnessing this, the divine annihilation quickly raised its claw, only to discover a pile of black-red ashes, with no trace of the devourer emperor remaining. This scene even left Chu Ye momentarily dumbfounded. The many generals within the imperial palace were rendered completely petrified, as if struck by lightning. The emperor of the ancient Song's sacred land had fallen, crushed to death by a single claw, with not even a corpse to be found. Instantly, the entire realm seemed to plunge into silence. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Chu Ye finally regained his senses and could not help but lower his gaze towards the divine annihilation ancient dragon beneath him. Divine annihilation. Perhaps you ought to consider shedding some weight. Chapter 59. The submissive divine Yin Emperor marches to Haoyan Imperial City. Even Chu Ye had not anticipated that merely a careless claw from the divine annihilation would directly crush the devourer emperor to death, extinguishing his very soul. This creature was truly terrifying. Although it was merely a young dragon a few million years old, its ease in dispatching an emperor was akin to slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Its cultivation level was comparable to his own. If they were to truly engage in combat, the master, might not even stand a chance against it. Roar. The divine annihilation reverted to its young dragon form, standing atop Chu Ye's shoulder. It seemed to refute the earlier suggestion of losing weight, its dragon eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at Chu Ye, indicating its current displeasure. Haha. Chu Ye chuckled lightly, affectionately stroking the little dragon's head, and praised, I was merely jesting. This time, you performed exceptionally well. At these words, the divine annihilation finally lowered its head in satisfaction, reveling in its master's touch and compliments. Meanwhile, Chu Ye squinted his eyes, gazing at the heavens. Whoosh! From a million miles away, 3 spirit vessels swiftly soared towards them, leaving behind 3 streaks of light in the azure sky. What had transpired here? The vessels, each 1,000 feet long, unleashed a torrent of powerful figures who emerged, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed upon the remnants of the Devourer Emperor. Their entire bodies trembling with disbelief. The 12 core elders had fallen? The newcomers were indeed the forces dispatched by the ancient Song's sacred land to the Tianwu Empire. The Devourer Emperor, having learned of this matter by accident, had arrived before them and engaged in combat with Chu Ye. The outcome, before the sacred land's people could even reach. He had been crushed to minuscule particles by a single claw, with his very soul unable to escape. An emperor has fallen. No, this cannot be. Could it be that the Tianwu Empire truly harbors immortals? Staring at the crimson mark on the ground, even now that the Devourer Emperor lay dead beyond resurrection, the crowd could still sense the remnants of his aura. They could distinctly identify that the 12th core elder of the ancient Song's sacred land, the youngest emperor-level powerhouse in nearly 100,000 years, had indeed perished here, nearly obliterated in body and spirit. Who might you be? The leader of this sacred land contingent, the 9th core elder of the ancient Song's sacred land, known as the Divine Yin Emperor, inquired gravely. He regarded Chu Ye with utmost caution, his voice low and solemn. Just how powerful was the Devourer Emperor? Although he was the least experienced and lowest-ranked core member within the ancient Song's sacred land, the true power he wielded made even seasoned emperors wary. He had only ascended to the emperor realm a mere 10,000 years ago, yet his hands were stained with imperial blood, causing countless factions to tremble at his name. How could such an entity suddenly perish within the Tianwu Empire? What had he encountered that deprived him even of the chance to seek aid from the sacred land, leading to his immediate annihilation? Is it once again the ancient Song's sacred land? Are you not here today precisely to welcome my arrival? Why then do you feign ignorance, wasting time? Chu Ye spoke coldly. He had already lost all affection for this ancient Song's sacred land. Since they had chosen to be adversaries, there was no need for pretentious inquiries or theatrics, pretending to be indifferent. You, the Divine Yin Emperor's expression turned icy. But upon recalling the Devourer Emperor's tragic state, he could not help but suppress his anger, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Might you be the esteemed Tianwu Emperor? Could it be that our 12th core elder of the sacred land has fallen by your hand? No. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye shook his head. Then, he pointed directly at the now slumbering divine annihilation ancient dragon upon his shoulder and continued, "It was merely my pet, who accidentally took his life. It was all just an unfortunate accident." Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant about the entire affair. An unfortunate accident? To have killed him by mere accident? Upon hearing his response, the Divine Yin Emperor's lips twitched a few times. That was a formidable emperor. Moreover, he was once a prodigy of the eastern region, wielding the mid-tier imperial artifact, the Yin-Yang mirror, and possessing the fearsome bloodline eye technique, the devouring sacred eye. Does the Tianwu Emperor believe me to be a fool? To attempt to deceive me with such absurd reasoning? The Divine Yin Emperor's anger surged within him. Yet, his keen intuition warned him that this Tianwu Emperor, rumored to possess secrets of immortality, was not to be trifled with. If I were to take action today without authorization, the repercussions could very well parallel those of the devouring spirit emperor. Thus, after inhaling deeply a few times, the Divine Yin Emperor once more suppressed the fury swelling within his heart, forcing a smile as he spoke slowly. Since this is a misunderstanding, we shall not impose any further. Upon concluding his words, and without granting Chu Ye an opportunity to refuse, the Divine Yin Emperor turned and activated the spiritual vessel, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, will you not annihilate them all? Zhou Ling couldn't help but interject, observing the situation. The individuals from the ancient Song's sacred ground possess considerable strength, particularly the 9th core elder, who is a genuine emperor-level powerhouse. He may even surpass the devouring spirit emperor. If your Majesty were to strike and eliminate them entirely, the ancient Song's sacred ground would undoubtedly suffer a tremendous blow, losing 2 emperors in a single day. One does not strike a smiling face. Since they have shown prudence today, I shall not squander any more time on them. Should they seek death again, they will have only themselves to blame. Chu Ye gazed at the swiftly disappearing spiritual vessel, shaking his head indifferently. Indeed, Zhou Ling nodded in agreement, respectfully stepping aside. His gaze toward Chu Ye grew increasingly reverential. Today's Majesty was indeed overwhelmingly domineering and invincible. With a single word, he could sever ties with the heaven-piercing pavilion. With a mere gesture, he could slay the Tianwu Emperor. Subsequently, even when an emperor arrived, he was effortlessly dispatched by the Majesty's pet, who struck with such force that the foe could muster not even the slightest resistance. Truly invincible. Now, The Majesty stood as a paragon among the heroes of the Eastern Domain, deemed unparalleled across the world. Zhou Ling's heart brimmed with endless admiration, as if he had transformed into a fervent devotee of Chu Ye, feeling that even if he were to be bested 1,000 times in the Legends of Chaos, he would not flinch. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? As his thoughts drifted, Zhou Ling inquired. We shall proceed to the Tianwu Imperial City. With the Emperor's fall, I intend to cleanse all imperial clans and nobles within the city, Chu Ye replied calmly. The Tianwu Empire has effectively become a mere shell of its former self. We await the army's final touches to fully envelop this expanse of 700 prefectures. However, at present, entering the heart of the Tianwu Empire to seize the next opportunity for a special sign-in was his foremost objective. The army shall advance. Several commanders bellowed. Thus, the Grand Sacred Legion once more commenced its march toward the Tianwu Imperial City. Chapter 60. 100 Consecutive Draws. The Spiritual Network Covering All Realms. Heavenly Martial Empire. Empire Range. 569 prefectures. Population. Exceeding 1 trillion. Strongest being Titan Yuxis, Half-Step Emperor. Current Imperial Fortune Points. 5 billion. Daily Fortune Points gain. 1 million. Based on Empire Range. Population and Cultivation Enhancement. System Rating. Level 7 Nation. A supremely powerful empire with a terrifying record of slaying emperors, causing the ancient Song's sacred ground to be wary. Within the Imperial Hall, Chu Ye was examining the data panel of the current Heavenly Martial Empire. With over 500 prefectures, the system had rated it as a Level 7 nation, elevating it from a mid-tier force to a hegemonic level. In mere months, the Heavenly Martial Empire had undergone a profound transformation. Every moment witnessed earth-shattering changes. Once the Tianwu Empire was devoured, he would temporarily pause for rest to gather strength for a singular conquest of the Eastern Domain. Chu Ye mused, his eyes gleaming. After fully incorporating the Tianwu Empire into the imperial territory, the situation in the Eastern Domain would undergo a dramatic shift. By then, no one would dare to underestimate the Heavenly Martial Empire or regard it as a minor nation. And at that time, should he suddenly launch an assault on another major power, it was certain that there would be a sacred ground or other nations intervening, preventing the Heavenly Martial Empire from easily waging war and disrupting the delicate balance of power in the Eastern Domain. Although Chu Ye feared nothing, such actions could possibly lead to retaliation against the Empire's citizens, turning the realm he had painstakingly built into a chaotic battlefield overnight. Therefore, he required a period to accumulate strength. Once the entire empire was unafraid of retaliation and ready for battle, he would strike with thunderous force to seize the entirety of the Eastern Domain. It had been quite some time since he last engaged in a lottery draw. After determining the future direction of the empire, Chu Ye directly focused on the Imperial Fortune Marketplace, particularly the shimmering card draw section. Since acquiring the Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon, he had scarcely attempted another draw, but today, suddenly inspired, he decided to invest billions of fortune points to test his luck. Without hesitation, he activated the first 10 draws. With a flourish, white and blue lights intertwined, and this time, Chu Ye's luck was evidently rather mediocre. Vast skies and white clouds appeared, expending millions of fortune points with scarcely any useful items gained. However, a sudden smile broke upon Chu Ye's face. What had once seemed exorbitantly costly, 1 million fortune points for a single card draw, now appeared trivial before his amassed 5 billion fortune points. Enough chatter. Let's plunge 100 million fortune points into 100 draws. Amidst the boundless radiance, Chu Ye finally beheld 2 cards emanating with a purple glow. Epic item. Celestial Domain Spiritual Network. A network that transcends distances to relay messages, capable of interlinking the myriad realms. Its applications are extremely diverse, akin to the internet on Blue Star. Epic item. God-Burying Artillery. A weapon of extreme power, one of the ultimate armaments from another world. When equipped with God-Burying shells, epic items, it can unleash a true divine might, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, even with ordinary shells. It can effortlessly slay initial stage emperors and severely wound high stage emperors. Celestial Domain Spiritual Network. God-Burying Artillery. Both are truly remarkable items. The network that interlinks the myriad realms. Chu Ye, once a denizen of Blue Star, could hardly be unaware of its immense utility, even if its functions were rudimentary. Merely facilitating instantaneous communication among countless legions on the battlefield would be a tremendous boon. Not to mention, according to the system's description, the capabilities of this spiritual network genuinely resemble that of the internet. Ding. Highest authority user detected logging into the spiritual network. Current network users. 1. Transmission range, 77 trillion light-years, increases with the number of logged-in users. In an instant, a mechanical voice resonated within Chu Ye's mind. revealing the foundational information of the spiritual network. This item could be projected into the sea of consciousness or onto any screen capable of housing information. With a mere thought, Chu Ye could disseminate it to all his subjects. Moreover, with just a slight conceptualization, the spiritual network would autonomously generate programs and operate flawlessly. What a formidable function! Chu Ye marveled inwardly. Promptly creating a communication program, he named Imperial Message and dispatched it through the spiritual network to Xianxianhai, currently in the heavenly martial imperial capital. Sending a message, Xianxianhai, how fares the imperial capital? What is happening in the heavenly martial imperial capital? Who has invaded my consciousness? Show yourself. A sudden character materialized within his mind's eye, leaving Xianxianhai momentarily stunned, quickly replaced by a mix of shock and fury. He had, without the slightest awareness, been stealthily intruded upon in his mind. Such an uncanny occurrence was unprecedented in his life. Do you not even recognize me? Boom. Instantly, a familiar imperial might surged within his consciousness. Xianxianhai was left dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground, exclaiming, I am utterly doomed. I am utterly doomed. I failed to recognize your majesty. I beg for your majesty's forgiveness. With that, he struck himself twice across the face, leaving it swollen and red. At this moment, Xianxianhai's forehead was slick with cold sweat. He had just audaciously demanded the emperor to reveal himself. What an act of treachery that was. With this thought, he prostrated himself repeatedly, murmuring, I humbly request your majesty's punishment. No need. Rise, came the indifferent voice of Chu Ye. Today, it was my abruptness. You are not to blame. Thank you, your majesty. Xianxianhai finally stood, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and cautiously inquired, Your majesty, you are currently not within the borders of the Tianwu Empire, thousands of billions of miles from the imperial capital. How is it possible for you to communicate with me in my mind? He was filled with astonishment. Ordinarily, the limit of conveying messages through true essence power was around several hundred billion miles. Moreover, the back-and-forth communication required a considerable amount of time, rendering direct interaction impossible. Only through the costly creation of special talismans could long-distance transmission and even projection for conversation be achieved. Yet today, he possessed no such communication talisman. Chu Ye chuckled before mysteriously explaining, This object is called the Spirit Network. In the future, you shall gradually witness its boundless capabilities. Chapter 61, A Data-Driven World. The fourth catastrophe of the future. Not having conversed with Xianxianhai for long, Chu Ye merely tested the specific utility of the imperial message before returning to the fortune mall for the next round of draws. 100 draws? Not enough. Far from sufficient. This time, I shall go for 500 draws. He poured an entire 500 million fortune points into acquiring a chance at obtaining a legendary card. Buzz. Instantly, countless cards shot forth, an endless display of brilliance appeared, and indeed, just as Chu Ye had envisioned, a resplendent golden light erupted. Legendary. My fortune today is truly favorable. Chu Ye rejoiced, immediately unveiling the golden card to inspect its specific effects. Legendary item, Data Source Core. This could completely manifest the data of a realm or the host's kingdom, depending on the scope of rule. It enabled the beings within the data-driven world to achieve near-infinite growth by slaying infinitely respawning data targets, such as monsters, or plundering the powers of beings from outside the data world. Furthermore, should the host choose to data FY their kingdom, they could resurrect all deceased citizens within the city limits in the data world. What is this? As he examined the newly acquired legendary item, Chu Ye couldn't help but furrow his brow, rapidly contemplating the various possibilities surrounding this item. A data-driven world. Infinite growth. Resurrection within the main city. The combination of these three concepts strikingly resembled a certain game on Blue Star, a super dungeon based on reality. No, now that I possess the Spirit Network, I can easily distribute it to my subjects and create a corresponding system, thus transforming my billions of subjects into warriors. Into a true fourth catastrophe is not out of reach. Suddenly, Chu Ye seemed to recall something. His eyes brightening as if he envisioned the future evolution of the Tianwu Empire. Billions of subjects capable of resurrection and infinite growth. This was not merely a source of strength for him as the heavenly sovereign, but could also become a formidable existence akin to the fourth catastrophe. As an emperor, he could not perpetually protect them, allowing them to become a burden to the empire. However, if the kingdom were datafied, supplemented by the complete game system generated by the Spirit Network, even those with the weakest talents, those incapable of cultivation, would have a chance to transcend the barriers of training and step into the Saint Realm, or even stronger realms of the Emperor. At that time, the entire empire would be a nation of soldiers. All would be formidable. Regardless of how other nations retaliated, they could never become lambs for slaughter. Only through their own strength could they attain true power. Chu Ye resolved to grant all subjects of the Tianwu Empire an opportunity, a genuine chance to step into the supreme, boundless future. Spirit network, based on my vision within the mind, create the heavenly gift system. Without further hesitation, Chu Ye immediately began to draft the blueprint, naming the all-encompassing system Heavenly Gift. Beep. Production completed. Total time taken, 0.00003 seconds. In an instant, the Heavenly Gift system was fully formed. The computational power of the Spirit Network was beyond imagination. Whatever Chu Ye desired could be perfectly manifested. Displaying panel. Display successful. Chu Ye tentatively examined his own Heavenly Gift panel. Name, Chu Ye. Identity, Supreme Authority. Cultivation, Emperor Realm. First layer, 670, 000, 10, 000, 000. Divine power, unable to read. Talent, unable to read. Items, unable to read. Similar to the systems panel, but it was evident that the Spirit Network could not read Chu Ye's complete information. Far inferior to the system's hierarchy. After datafication, would all subjects randomly acquire talent abilities? Chu Ye continued to explore. Not only was there the ability for infinite growth and resurrection, but also those who underwent mathematical transformation would randomly acquire a talent ability. These were categorized as ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary tiers. They were fully integrated into the Heavenly Gift system, awaiting the arrival of the data source core. The Spirit Network, additionally, incorporated a command. Any being that had undergone datafication, if they harbored thoughts of defiance against the Empire or intentions of rebellion, would have all their power revoked and a notice dispatched to all those within 100,000 miles possessing the Heavenly Gift system, enabling their immediate execution. Chu Ye issued his final command. He could grant his subjects power, but the prerequisite was absolute loyalty to the Empire, with no trace of rebellious inclination. Any transgressor would have their power entirely revoked. Their location would be announced, allowing the populace to carry out their execution. Buzz, buzz. The deep blue data source core floated like a crystalline orb, radiating a dazzling blue light. Upon it danced innumerable tiny arcs of electricity, as if it were alive. Go. Transform my kingdom completely, creating the true fourth catastrophe. As Chu Ye's thoughts stirred, the suspended data source core in midair suddenly burst forth with a dazzling azure radiance, radiating outward into the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the cerulean brilliance spread across a staggering distance of billions of miles, enveloping the entire Tianwu Empire and effecting an instantaneous transformation of its very essence. It bestowed upon all its citizens the privilege to access the Spirit Network, while simultaneously distributing the Heavenly Gift system, enabling them to observe the talents they had awakened. Chu Ye spoke once more, and in an instant, the Spirit Network permeated the nation, implanting the Heavenly Gift system into the consciousness of every individual. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Tianwu Empire, in Liuzhou, in the bustling city of Lufeng, a humming sound resonated as the blue light swept across the entire city, plunging the once bustling streets into an eerie silence. Every person stood frozen, staring vacantly at the luminous screens materializing before them. Beep. Initiating Heavenly Gift System. Activation successful. Citizen K79793211. Welcome to your account. You have awakened the ordinary level talent, Path of the Swordsman. Path of the Swordsman, an ordinary level talent that grants an additional 30 cultivation points when wielding a sword, enhancing overall strength by 20. Chapter 62, Awakening of Talents, the legendary gift of transcendence. A robust man, wielding a cleaver to butcher meat, suddenly halted. His arm trembled, and the cleaver clattered to the ground. By the heavens, a celestial being is speaking in my mind, bestowing upon me some sort of talent. Old Zhao, is that you too? Upon hearing this, the elderly tofu vendor beside him turned his head in astonishment. In an instant, the crowd in the streets erupted with fervor. Some rejoiced, believing they had inherited a form of cultivation legacy, while others trembled in fear, hastily kneeling to the ground, utterly perplexed by the words echoing in their minds. Suddenly, the luminous screen clearly displayed the visage of Chu Ye, the sole sovereign of this empire. Boom. Not just in Lufeng City or the Liuzhou region, but within hundreds of states, all citizens, nobles, and numerous city lords knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, Your Majesty." Billions of voices harmonized in a grand crescendo. What a magnificent spectacle it was. The sheer might of their chorus seemed capable of uprooting the very heavens, fracturing the void itself. Please rise. Chu Ye smiled from within the luminous screen, seemingly able to perceive the astonished expressions of each citizen. I trust you are all still in a state of disbelief. There is no need for astonishment, nor for fear. The Heavenly Gift System is the supreme opportunity one bestow upon you all. It directly obliterates the barriers to cultivation, granting everyone the chance to become formidable beings. Those blessed with fortune will even acquire powerful talents, reborn anew, leaping through the dragon's gate. Chu Ye proclaimed with fervor, "Today, I have wielded divine powers to reshape the world, transforming countless mountain-dwelling beasts into fertile grounds from which you can reap abundant cultivation points through countless endeavors. Focus on your growth. You are now the indomitable fourth calamity within the empire, capable of infinite ascension and immortality." As his words resonated, the worldviews of all present were utterly upended. To obliterate the barriers of cultivation, to allow everyone to soar like dragons and grow into mighty beings, and to remain forever immortal within the empire while enhancing their strength through slaying beasts. The crowd was engulfed in endless shock. Boom. At that moment, amidst the millions of central cities within the Tianwu Empire, a magnificent temple abruptly materialized. In an instant, all understood that this sanctuary would be the pivotal location for their rebirth after death, a gift from their sovereign. In Lufeng City, a young boy, upon hearing Chu Ye's elucidation, felt his entire being flush with excitement, meticulously scrutinizing the details of his talent. Words manifest, legendary level talent. Every word you utter has the potential to become reality, with the probability increasing based on your current cultivation level. Note, this ability is ineffective against the esteemed monarch of the Tianwu Empire, His Majesty Chu Ye. This young boy, once merely a beggar wandering the streets, had lost both parents and possessed no cultivation talent, living a life akin to that of a walking corpse. Yet from this day forth, everything would change. That supreme monarch had granted him the power to alter his destiny. The boy's heart swelled with joy, and he could not help but voice his first command. "I shall become an emperor. I wish to be the right hand of your majesty." Beep. Words manifest activation failed. The probability of this statement becoming reality is 0.0000000000001. Unfortunately, the enormity of his ambition rendered its realization nearly impossible. The boy's countenance darkened momentarily, yet he soon redirected his aspirations toward a more modest goal. "I want 10 taels of silver to appear in my pocket." Beep. Words manifest activation successful. The probability of this statement becoming reality is 50. Instantly, the boy's empty pocket felt heavy, as a substantial amount of glittering silver coins cascaded forth. He hurriedly gathered the coins. Excitement and exhilaration painted across his face. His Majesty had not deceived him. The power of words manifest was indeed real. Haha. From this day forth, I, Chun Buju, shall undoubtedly become a true powerhouse. Your Majesty, you have transformed my life, and I shall ensure you know my name. The boy clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with fervor and determination. Suddenly, he slapped his own face, killing a mosquito. Beep. Mosquito slain, gaining 0.01 cultivation points. Your cultivation has increased. Current level, initial body refinement stage. Chun Buju was taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the immense strength of the initial body refinement stage surged into his body, transforming the previously frail boy into a robust figure. This was the power of a cultivator. Slaying beasts truly bestowed cultivation points. Gazing at the lifeless mosquito in his hand, the boy's exhilaration surged even further. I must go? Did His Majesty not say that as long as one remains within the empire, they are immortal? I shall venture to the beast mountains and slay real beasts to enhance the probability of words manifest. Filled with enthusiasm, Chun Buju turned and strode away, leaving Lufeng City in pursuit of the beast-laden region known as the Xilan Mountains. Reporting to the highest authority, talent awakening statistics complete. Among them, there are 5 individuals with legendary level talents, 56,007 with epic level talents, 78. 9 trillion with rare level talents, and ordinary level talents are currently unquantifiable. Within the Imperial Palace, the Spirit Network was reporting to Chu Ye on the talent awakening status of all citizens. Among them, the highest tier legendary talents. Amidst the countless subjects numbering in the trillions, there exist merely 5 individuals. Summon forth the talents of these 5, that I may behold them. Chu Ye's brow furrowed slightly. He promptly issued a command for the Spirit Network to present the 5 legendary talents. What is this? A 10,000-fold limit? The upper limits of all realms are elevated to 10,000 times, yet the requirements for breakthroughs are also amplified 100-fold. The first talent illuminated Chu Ye's mind. A 10,000-fold realm limit. This is truly terrifying. Should he ascend to the level of the Emperor, the power he would derive from just one individual would be beyond imagination. Oh, it is actually the eldest son of the Lu family. I anticipate his future performance with great interest. Upon examining the individual's identity, Chu Ye discovered that this person was one of the noble families that had initially pledged loyalty to him. Lu Tianwu, the young master of the Lu family. A splendid name, indeed, befitting my empire. Chu Ye smiled, then turned his attention back to the other 4 legendary talents. Chapter 63, Forbidden Level Talent, the Master Manipulator. Elemental Mastery. A legendary talent that grants absolute control over the 5 fundamental elements. Additionally, it offers immunity to elemental law damage, with an innate mastery value of 100 in elemental laws. Lord of Nirvana. A legendary talent that allows for 1 chance at rebirth every 7 days. Even outside the boundaries of the main city, one may perfectly resurrect after death. With all powers receiving a permanent enhancement of 50, words become law. A legendary talent where every utterance has the potential to become reality, with the probability enhanced according to one's current cultivation. Innate Immortality. A legendary talent that grants a fixed eternal lifespan. For every year lived, one gains a special bonus point, resulting in additional infinite growth benefits. Such powerful talents indeed leave me somewhat astounded. After thoroughly reviewing the introductions of these 5 legendary talents, Chu Ye smiled, increasingly eager for their futures. After all of this is merely the strength bestowed upon the subjects of the empire by him. When the subjects grow strong, so too does the power of their sovereign. Moreover, irrespective of how formidable the talents may be, they cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon me. Therefore, there is no need to worry about unforeseen changes or the emergence of hidden dangers. By the way, while I cannot be quantified by data, I should still be able to awaken a talent. Examining the identities of the 5 individuals, he sent a message to Jiang Shanhai, who remained far in the imperial capital, urging him to pay close attention to these 5. Chu Ye rested his chin on his hand, attempting to awaken a talent for himself. As expected, it did not come as a surprise that he too could awaken a talent. Ding. Esteemed Supreme Authority, you have awakened a forbidden level talent. The chessboard of all realms. Surpassing legends, the only forbidden level talent. You are the sovereign, the emperor of humanity, the celestial emperor dwelling high in the heavens. All strong beings, all schemes, all principles, cannot escape your dominion. You are the singular master manipulator, unbound by any rules, free from any causal constraints, and impervious to any obstructions. Forbidden talent? Master manipulator? Chu Ye's brow twitched, his gaze deepening. He then turned to the myriad abilities this talent conferred upon him. General of the Slaughtering Pieces. One of the 4 chess pieces that protect the sovereign, possessing the authority of slaughter. Slaughter. All comprehensive powers receive a 300 enhancement. With each strong opponent slain in battle, one's power can undergo limitless enhancement. Moreover, the heavier the damage sustained, the greater the increase in one's cultivation. Maximum 1000. General of Heavenly Defense. One of the 4 chess pieces that protect the sovereign, possessing the authority of heavenly defense. Heavenly defense. While this piece is present, the sovereign's damage taken is reduced by 99. While all military pieces have their power and defensive attributes doubled. General of Annihilation. One of the 4 chess pieces that protect the sovereign, possessing the authority of annihilation. Annihilation, ultimate destruction, ultimate calamity. No existence can evade, be immune to, or weaken the attacks of the Annihilation General in any form. General of the Emperor's Guard. One of the 4 chess pieces that protect the sovereign, possessing the authority of the Emperor's Guard. The Emperor's Guard, at all times. This piece's cultivation will be several levels higher than the sovereign's, eternally guarding the throne. The talent, the chessboard of all realms, currently grants Chu Ye 3 capabilities. First, it allows him to summon the 4 great generals and manifest 100 military pieces. Second, it bestows the abilities of the pieces upon himself, granting him special authoritative powers. Third, it enables him to control the chessboard, transforming any fallen adversary into a piece, destined to fight eternally for his sovereign. Sovereign piece. The only piece that cannot be summoned. Possessing absolute control over the chessboard, unperturbed by any causal influences or the interference of higher dimensional beings. The final piece of the sovereign is, naturally, one of the identities represented by Chu Ye on this chessboard. He is the sovereign and also the master manipulator lurking in the shadows. He will not become a puppet of any grand entity. Though he seems to be within the game, he has long since transcended it. What an impressive talent. Chu Ye toyed with the piece symbolizing the sovereign. Before him, a phantom chessboard gradually materialized, countless pieces resting upon it, awaiting the sovereign's command. Summon the Emperor's Guard. With a rumble, at Chu Ye's whispered command, a towering figure clad in black armor, standing a full 3 meters tall, materialized. A colossal sword rested upon its back, and a terrifying aura akin to an abyss enveloped the entire hall, prompting all the powerful beings within the imperial palace to appear, their gazes filled with solemnity as they looked upon the newcomer. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. The black-armored giant slowly bowed its head, ultimately kneeling before Chu Ye on the throne in reverence. Chu Ye remained expressionless, only casting a detached glance at the figure's attributes. Name: Emperor Esgard. Identity: one of the chess pieces. Cultivation: 7th layer of the Emperor realm, eternally exceeding a portion of the host's cultivation beneath the supreme limit. 7th layer of the Emperor? The moment the figure appeared, even Shun Mia was startled, revealing an expression of grave concern. This chess piece is undoubtedly extraordinary. It may well have become the strongest under my command, surpassing even Shin Mia. Chu Ye felt a slight shock. The system had not fully revealed the capabilities of the Emperor Esgard. Within his perception, the figure seemed not to be a living being, but rather a true chess piece, imprisoned upon the chessboard for countless ages, guarding the throne behind him. Withdraw for now. It is not yet time for you to show yourselves. After a brief silence, Chu Ye sighed softly and gestured for it to return to the chessboard. The imperial city of Haotian is about to arrive. Given the rabble before him, there is no need to unleash the chess pieces just yet. It is best to reserve them as a trump card for future use. On the other side, atop the walls of the imperial city of Haotian, Your Highness, are we truly going to hold our ground? With His Majesty, the former emperor, and several other lords having already perished, what can we in the distance? Smoke began to rise. Layers of shadows emerged from the swirling dust, ultimately transforming into a golden army that surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping across the land. The era of the celestial martial emperor had arrived at the city gates. No, my father. The crown prince, Gloomy Cloud Hao, once a disciple of the inner sanctum of the ancient Song's sacred land, stood among the ranks of the Tianwu Empire. Apart from the 19th princess, Gloomy Cloud Yao, he was the most gifted in cultivation. In just over 3 centuries of training, he had ascended to the sacred realm, making him a formidable force within the empire. Yet, the power of the sacred realm ultimately could not manifest even a fraction of its might in this war. The fate of the Tianwu Empire's demise was already beyond anyone's ability to alter. Chapter 64, Eternal Memory, the Unyielding 7 Fiends Demon Emperor. Boom. 100 billion sacred soldiers arrived at the city gates. Countless soldiers atop the walls drew their longbows, seemingly awaiting the final command from their leader. Poised to unleash a storm of arrows, ready to resist to the death. Gulp. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead. It was a struggle to swallow. At this moment, regardless of who it was, their hearts raced with unparalleled tension. The hands gripping the bows trembled slightly, unable to fixate on the target before them. Should they resist? Or should they abandon their post and open the gates? The commander of the city's defense hesitated, even as the crown prince spoke orders at his side. As if he had not heard. He too had family. He had a clan that depended on him. The consequences of choosing to resist would inevitably lead to the annihilation of the entire city and the slaughter of all within. Was it worth it? For an already defeated Tianwu Empire? The commander's gaze flickered with conflict as he suddenly turned to the crown prince. My prince, I am deeply sorry. With a resigned sigh, the commander abruptly stood, calling out to the entire city. Lay down your weapons and open the gates for our new emperor. Boom. The towering golden gates slowly creaked open. Within the imperial palace, Chu Ye smiled, relieved that they had made the right choice. Sparing hundreds of billions of lives within the city. Ding. Detected special sign-in location, Haotian Imperial City. Would you like to proceed with the special sign-in? As the army marched into the city, both the defending soldiers and the common folk bowed low, arranging themselves neatly along the streets. Except for one. Stop. I am the crown prince of the Tianwu Empire. Suddenly, Crown Prince Gloomy Sky Hao appeared before the advancing army. Yet before his words could fully take flight, his head was severed by a sacred soldier, his body crushed underfoot, as the march continued, seemingly indifferent. Sign in. Even within the imperial palace, Chu Ye remained oblivious to the fall of Gloomy Sky. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, Eternal Memory. Eternal Memory. Your essence shall reside in the depths of countless beings' memories. As long as memories endure, you shall never perish. Even in death. If someone remembers your name after eons, you shall be reborn. This special sign-in did not bestow upon Chu Ye a powerful ally or a divine artifact. Instead, it granted him an extraordinary ability that defied the heavens. To exist within the memories of sentient beings, approaching a state of immortality, invulnerable to death. A splendid harvest. The army advanced deep into the imperial palace. Chu Ye casually took his seat upon the throne, coldly surveying the remnants of the Tianwu clan below. Ministers, offerings. Imperial family members, and powerful clans bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Majesty, the Celestial Martial Emperor. We shall serve you loyally unto death. Please accept our bow. We beseech your majesty for mercy. Your majesty is benevolent." Upon seeing Chu Ye's arrival, the crowd displayed their subservience, bowing deeply. Only a few imperial relatives and clan elders remained standing, their expressions grim. Kill them. Chu Ye paid no heed to their reasons and was unwilling to engage in further discourse with the dead. He commanded Diablo to execute those still standing. You. Sizzle. The ground was stained crimson, a miasma of blood filling the palace. Those once powerful and mighty, the lords and elders of the empire, fell lifeless in an instant. Their very souls obliterated. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, an overwhelming chill gripped the hearts of many, and they could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The elder of the Lai family was a quasi-emperor in strength. Some recognized the identity of an elder now lying in a pool of blood. One of the 4 great families of the Tianwu Empire. The elder of the Lai family possessed an initial quasi-emperor cultivation. Yet now, under the hand of that demon-like figure, he could not withstand even a breath. In an instant, all heads bowed even lower. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Fear spread throughout their bodies, almost completely soaking their garments. Meanwhile, Chu Ye, seated upon the imperial throne, slowly perused the ancestral records of the gloomy family. A chilling smile crept upon his face. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall speak frankly. He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over the many ministers and imperial family members kneeling below, as if looking down upon mere ants. None of you shall survive. On the day the Tianwu Emperor slaughtered 3 million of my citizens, I shall now eradicate all the nobility within the Tianwu Empire, leaving only the commoners alive. Buzz. The heavenly sovereign sword manifested at his side. Chu Ye gently caressed the blade, a cold, bloodthirsty glint igniting in his eyes. Your Majesty. No, you cannot do this. Such a massacre will surely provoke a coalition of the Eastern nations. The expressions of the Empire's high officials changed drastically, filled with dread. Chu Ye was indeed intent on exterminating the entire imperial family and all the nobility of the empire. It was utterly insane, devoid of humanity. A coalition? If they dare, let them come. Chu Ye sneered, directly ordering Diablo and others to cleanse the palace, while he himself soared upwards, raising the heavenly sovereign sword, completely locking onto all members of the gloomy clan. There are still 3 individuals within the confines of the ancient Song's sacred land? Very well. If any of these 3 survive beneath this sword, then the existence of the ancient Song's sacred land shall become unnecessary. Boom. With a single stroke, he unleashed a force that could overturn the heavens. Boundless golden light transformed into countless storms, sweeping towards all directions. Within the ancient Song's sacred land, gloomy Cloud Yao, deep in meditation, trembled, as if locked onto by some terrible existence, her heart racing with unease. Is someone attempting to kill me? Do they know that I am the reincarnation of the former 7 Fiends Demon Emperor? Boom. 3 beams of golden light, resembling dragons, swiftly descended upon the ancient Song's sacred land, prompting several sacred kings and elders to intervene, attempting to block their advance. However, after a few screams, several elders were instantly obliterated, vanishing into the void. What was that? Sensing the ominous aura that permeated the void, Gu Yunyao's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of dread enveloping her. She could distinctly perceive that one of the 3 golden rays was aimed directly at her. This is bad. In an instant, alarms blared within her heart. Almost instinctively, she activated her protective spiritual artifact. Simultaneously, she executed a swift retreat. Do you intend to kill this esteemed disciple of mine? Do you truly believe that I, the Spirit Sword Emperor, would simply stand by and allow it? Yet, before she could distance herself, a brilliant sword light tore through the layers of space. Boom. The sword light descended, shattering all of Gu Yunyao's defenses in an instant. Cleaving her entire form in 2, her eyes glazed over as her fragmented body collapsed to the ground. Alongside her remains fell none other than her master from the ancient Song Holy Land, the 7th core elder, the Spirit Sword Emperor. Mu Qiyu, a formidable powerhouse at the 6th tier of the Emperor realm. Even she was struck down by that terrifying sword, her head rolling on the ground, seemingly casting a resentful glare at Gu Yunyao. What on earth is happening? My path of vengeance has yet to commence. Who is it? Who? As consciousness swiftly faded, Gu Yunyao's past and present flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern. Yet, no matter how she speculated, recalling the myriad enemies she had made during her previous life as the Demon Emperor, none could match the threat she now faced. Damn it, who is it? Who seeks to slay me? Why? I, the 7 Fiends Demon Emperor, refuse to accept this. In her despair, Gu Yunyao's heart roared. After the hard-fought chance at reincarnation, her ultimate fate was to be slain by this enigmatic golden sword light, dying with eyes wide open. Chapter 65. The Fall of the Empire, the ancient Song Holy Land that has avoided the world for millennia. Not a single one of the 3 survived. It appears that the ancient Song Holy Land has made no effort to protect its strong, thus sparing me a great deal of trouble. Perceiving the total demise of the three from the imperial clan, Chu Ye smirked, standing with hands behind his back atop the Haotian imperial city, his indifferent gaze surveying the surroundings. The slaughter within this imperial city has now commenced. His earlier declaration of intending to slay the 3,000 billion nobles of the Tianwu Empire was no mere idle boast. The Tianwu Empire, established for countless eons, has maintained a stable rule over its dominion. To fully seize control over this territory, one must first eliminate that group of rulers without leaving a single survivor to prevent future troubles. It is done. Henceforth, my Tianwu Dynasty shall encompass nearly 900 prefectures. In the vast eastern domain, this accounts for 1/10 of the area, qualifying it as a formidable power. Chu Ye sheathed his sword and mused indifferently, but all of this is merely the beginning. Ancient Song Holy Land. Master, are you certain that our ancient Song Holy Land shall avoid the world for a millennium? In the grand hall of the sect, the bodies of two women, marred and still bearing expressions of unwillingness and rage, lay displayed. Indeed, these were the fallen Gu Yuanyao and the Spirit Sword Emperor. A number of core elders stood below, their eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the words of the sovereign. Avoid the world for a millennium? Someone from an unfathomable distance has slain the 7th core elder and 3 disciples of the Holy Land. Now, our ancient Song Holy Land chooses to retreat. Ignoring the provocations and threats? My decision is final. The ancient Song sovereign narrowed his eyes, a deep brilliance flickering within, speaking solemnly. That sword was too terrifying. Even I, at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, possessed no absolute confidence in being able to withstand it. His fists clenched tightly, recalling the 3 radiant golden sword lights. A shiver of trepidation coursed through him. What? The core elders of the Emperor realm gasped in astonishment. Who is the ancient Song sovereign? He is the individual who, every 100,000 years, reaches the zenith of power and prestige, worthy of ascending to the peak of the sovereign's throne. Among countless powerful figures of the Holy Land, only he can rightfully claim the title of ancient Song Emperor, symbolizing the pinnacle of the Holy Land. The sovereign is the strongest, not only in the ancient Song Holy Land, but all 4 great holy lands of the eastern domain adhere to this principle. Only those hidden ancient monsters can rival him. And now, as the strongest ancient Song sovereign, he is actually afraid? Bowing beneath the sharpness of that sword, leading the entire Holy Land to choose retreat. Sovereign, this is absolutely inconceivable. You have held the sovereign's position for 10 consecutive terms. Your power has reached the absolute peak of the Emperor realm. Aside from the legendary immortals, who could possibly be your opponent? The first core elder, the 9 Flames ancient emperor, questioned. Countless eons ago, he had contended for the position of sovereign against the current one multiple times, only to be defeated repeatedly, ultimately having to relinquish his ambitions. Thus, the 9 Flames ancient emperor could not believe that the nearly invincible ancient Song sovereign would feel fear, or even shy away from battle. Humph. In response, the ancient Song sovereign suddenly chuckled coldly, saying, Jiuyan, I am not invincible. What if the one who acted is truly an immortal? Immortals are often capricious, their whereabouts elusive, rendering them impossible to track. If they wish to annihilate our ancient Song Holy Land, we would have no means to resist. Sovereign the 9 Flames ancient emperor wished to say more, but he was interrupted by the 9th core elder, the Divine Extension Emperor, who had previously faced off against Chu Ye. I concur with the sovereign's sentiments. Currently, within the Tianwu Empire, it is likely that a genuine immortal heir has emerged. The eastern domain is on the brink of chaos. Our Holy Land's choice to withdraw from the world is not a sign of cowardice, but rather a wise decision. Dressed in white robes, the Divine Extension Emperor's eyes flickered with contemplative thoughts. The sensation that the Tianwu Emperor had evoked in him was exceedingly perilous and frightening. He was unwilling to drag the entire Holy Land into turmoil, fearing the emergence of an even greater calamity. To avoid the world for a millennium is not an act of cowardice. It is a preemptive measure for self-preservation, the safest course of action. Sovereign, are we? The 9 Flames ancient emperor was taken aback, seeming to want to rebut something. Enough. However, as he began to speak, the bone-chilling voice of the ancient Song sovereign suddenly resonated, instantly silencing him. This matter is settled. Third Elder, seal the Secret Realms portal and activate the Holy Land's grand formation. From this day forth, our ancient Song Holy Land shall avoid the world for a millennium, ceasing to recruit any disciples. Understood. The 3rd core elder, the Ice Abyss ancient emperor, bowed slightly. The meeting is adjourned. The ancient Song sovereign gently brushed his sleeves and turned to leave. Once he had completely departed, the elders could only shake their heads and sigh, dispersing one by one. 7 days later, in the Tianwu Dynasty, at the Xilan mountain range. Roar. Ding. You have slain a 2nd-tier wind demon wolf, earning 300 cultivation points. Your cultivation has improved. Current cultivation, 6th layer of the spirit-gathering realm. In the mountains, accompanied by a haunting howl of a wolf, Chenbuju, endowed with the extraordinary talent of words manifesting reality, couldn't suppress his delight. He had ascended to the 6th layer of spirit nurturing. In a mere span of 7 days, he had achieved this remarkable feat by vanquishing numerous fierce beasts. It is important to note that in times past, even the most prodigious talents would require several months, if not half a year or longer, to progress from being utterly untrained to reaching the 6th layer of spirit nurturing. Yet now, with the divine system bestowed upon him, he was but an untalented waste, surpassing years of arduous cultivation in merely 7 days of hunting. To be a subject of the emperor was indeed a stroke of unparalleled fortune. Should the commoners of other kingdoms witness this, they could scarcely fathom the depths of their envy. Nevertheless, it was inevitable that the emperor would one day conquer the entire continent. Yielding in submission might be their wisest choice. Leaning against the colossal tree, he gazed skyward, murmuring softly, "If only I could stand before His Majesty." Ding. Words manifesting reality activated. Success probability 0.000003. Success achieved. Chenbuju was momentarily taken aback. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, he vanished from his spot, transported directly into a magnificent and grand palace. Who dares intrude upon the imperial palace? Death. A thunderous voice echoed. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of pressure, far beyond imagination, descended upon him, rendering Chenbuju stiff with fear, as though he would be obliterated into a mere puddle of blood at any moment. Chapter 66. The bewildered Chenbuju and Chu Ye's scheme. Where am I? Have I truly come before His Majesty? A voice, cold and indifferent, suddenly rang out. In the next moment, Chenbuju felt a shift before him, as the formidable pressure dissipated into nothingness, replaced by a figure draped in a familiar imperial robe, none other than Chu Ye. Your Majesty. Upon recognizing the figure's visage, Chenbuju's heart raced violently, nearly rendering him breathless. I pay my respects, Your Majesty. He trembled with excitement, kneeling before the emperor. He never anticipated that a mere whim of his could lead to an audience with the emperor. You are Chenbuju? Chu Ye, seated upon the imperial throne, regarded the youth with keen interest. This individual possessed the legendary talent of words manifesting reality, a treasure of immeasurable worth, capable of achieving feats beyond even the emperor's own abilities. His sudden appearance in the imperial palace was likely a result of this very talent. Yes, I am. Chenbuju replied, his voice quivering with excitement. The realization that he, a trivial figure, was truly in the presence of the emperor felt surreal. Chenbuju, one of the 5 legendary talent bearers. I intend to appoint you as my personal guard. Will you accept? Chu Ye smiled, knowing that Chenbuju was essential to his plans, destined to be both protected and brought under his wing. This unexpected appearance could not be overlooked. Personal guard. Chenbuju was dumbfounded, his mind swirling in disbelief. Will you accept? Chu Ye reiterated the question. I am willing to serve, Your Majesty. Chenbuju exclaimed, nearly biting his tongue in his fervor, eagerly bowing in affirmation. The mere thought of being the emperor's personal guard sent waves of exhilaration through him. How could he, an unremarkable individual, be granted such an esteemed position? Very well. Chu Ye nodded slightly, and then stood up, walking to Chenbuju's side. Follow me. A detached command was issued. In the next instant, Chenbuju felt the scenery shift, and the surroundings morphed into an entirely different realm. Is this the Celestial Demon Mountains? As he surveyed his surroundings, Chenbuju's pupils constricted in shock. The Celestial Demon Mountains were once deemed an absolute forbidden zone of the Tianwu Empire. No one dared to venture within, as legends spoke of terrifying demon lords residing in the depths of the mountains, possessing powers akin to that of quasi-emperors. Your current cultivation is rather insufficient, Chu Ye announced, his demeanor casual as he surveyed the mountains. I intend to test your innate abilities, and for that, you must first attain strength beyond that of a quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperor? Chenbuju stood frozen in disbelief. He had only just entered the spirit-nurturing realm, and now the emperor demanded that he possess at least quasi-emperor level strength? How could that be possible? Fool, you have trespassed into the domain of my illusory demon lord. A deafening roar followed, as an immense beast, towering like a lion yet resembling a wolf, materialized before them. Its eyes glinting with an insatiable ferocity directed at Chu Ye, the illusory demon lord, the true master of the Celestial Demon Mountains. A being of unparalleled might that had lurked within the confines of the Tianwu Empire's territory. With a cultivation of quasi-emperor 5th layer, this beast could have effortlessly destroyed an entire nation with a mere swipe of its paw. Foolish mortal? Chu Ye sneered, casually raising his hand. With a resounding crash, mountains crumbled, and space itself disintegrated into dust. The once formidable illusory demon lord was left at the mercy of its own shattered soul, unable to muster even a fraction of its power. Boy, deal with it. Chu Ye tossed a long sword, of mediocre quality, a mid-tier imperial weapon, to Chenbuju, instructing him to deliver the final blow and acquire a substantial amount of cultivation points from the divine system. What? Chenbuju trembled all over, hesitantly grasping the ancient sword and lifting it slowly. Wait. At that moment, the feeble voice of the illusory demon lord echoed. I am willing to serve you as my master. Spare my life. Your Majesty? Chenbuju hesitated, glancing back at Chu Ye. Strike. Yet Chu Ye's gaze remained devoid of any emotion, cold and filled with a murderous intent. As you command. Taking a deep breath, Chenbuju tightened his grip on the longsword. With a swift motion, he plunged the blade into the beast. A spray of crimson demon blood erupted forth. The voice of the divine system followed suit. Ding. Slayed a quasi-emperor 5th layer beast, earning 87 million cultivation points. Your cultivation has increased. Current cultivation, 7th layer of the Holy King realm. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through Chenbuju's being, causing both his soul and body to undergo a dramatic transformation. He had leapt through countless realms, achieving the terrifying and unfathomable 7th layer of the Holy King realm. Feeling the immense power swelling within him, Chenbuju could scarcely believe his heart was not leaping from his chest. A Holy King, a mere spirit-nurturing cultivator, had attained the status of a Holy King in a single day, an almost legendary achievement. Such a phenomenon was beyond comprehension. I humbly express my profound gratitude to your Majesty for bestowing upon me a second chance at life. Henceforth, I vow to serve with unwavering devotion, prepared to sacrifice my very being without hesitation. After taking several deep breaths, Chenbuju finally managed to regain his composure, kneeling at Chu Ye's feet with an expression of utmost respect and sincere reverence. This was a submission that emanated from the depths of his heart and soul. The 7th level of the Holy King was still within reach. Chu Ye, however, paid no heed to Chenbuju's expressions of thanks and oaths, instead whispering a command. Shortly thereafter, he produced a storage ring and tossed it before Chenbuju. Within this lies 100 million top-tier spirit stones. I require you to utilize your ability of words manifest reality to alter it to 100 trillion top-tier spirit stones. Chu Ye smiled, as if he had already devised a meticulous plan, instructing the youth below him. Chapter 67. Ascending to the 9th level of the Emperor Realm, Arrival in the Southern Domain. Spirit stone resources are indispensable, whether for unlocking the Celestial Temple or for the path of rapid military expansion. For the present Tianwu Empire, more resources are always welcome and immensely beneficial. Thus, Chu Ye's initial test of Chenbuju's prodigious ability was aimed at expanding resources, seeking a stable source through the act of creation from nothingness. 100 trillion? Chenbuju was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his senses. As the Emperor's personal guard, he could not afford to disappoint His Majesty. Whatever His Majesty commanded, he must execute flawlessly. I declare that this storage ring contains 100 trillion top-tier spirit stones. As he spoke, the ability of words manifest reality activated directly. Ding. Words manifest reality activated. Success probability 15. Success achieved. Boom. In an instant, as Chenbuju's words fell, the ordinary storage ring began to swell slightly, emitting a faint cracking sound. Clearly, the quantity of items stored within had undergone a dramatic transformation. Oh, Chu Ye's interest was piqued. He retrieved the ring once more to inspect its contents. Inside, an immense pile of top-tier spirit stones radiated a resplendent brilliance, as if freshly unearthed from a mine, crystal clear and imbued with an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Success. Chu Ye's eyes sparkled. This was indeed 100 trillion top-tier spirit stones. One top-tier spirit stone equated to 10 upper-tier spirit stones. It is noteworthy that the cost of the previous 10 million holy army was merely 100 trillion upper-tier spirit stones. Just the spirit stones within this storage ring alone could create an army of 100 million holy realm warriors, capable of annihilating all in their path with a mere gesture. This ability of words manifest reality was truly terrifying. To possess such a person was akin to having inexhaustible resources at one's disposal. Excellent. Chu Ye nodded, quite satisfied with the outcome. Ming Yan. He then summoned his second avatar, the Lord of Calamity, Ming Yan, intending for him to lead Chenbuju in slaying beasts to expedite the latter's ascension to the quasi-emperor level. This is Ming Yan, one of my formidable subordinates. Follow him closely to enhance your cultivation. I shall await your return in the imperial capital. The formidable presence of Ming Yan, steeped in an aura of slaughter, caused Chenbuju to tremble slightly. Yet upon hearing Chu Ye's introduction, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, proclaiming, "I shall not fail to meet your majesty's expectations, and will follow Lord Ming Yin to elevate my cultivation for the better service of your majesty and the empire." "Very well," Chu Ye nodded. "Go forth." Boom. With a flash of black light, the two figures vanished without a trace. In the Tianwu imperial capital, the Nine Dragons Hall. Host, Chu Ye. Cultivation level, 9th level of the Emperor realm, Master of Heaven. Physical strength, the nascent form of a divine kingdom coalesced within, equivalent to the power of a world spanning trillions of miles, immortal Emperor body. Special abilities, 9 Emperor's sacred body, heavenly sacred eye, 13 death, swords, eternal memory. Realm, Tianwu Empire. Mount, spirit pet, divine extinction, ancient dragon. Citizen approval rating, 68, war has calmed, rapidly increasing. Sign-in attempts, daily sign-in 3 times, monthly sign-in 0 times, special sign-in 0 times. Legion summoning, 0 times. Dynasty fortune points, 8.6 billion. After the digitization of the empire, my citizens are growing at a terrifying pace. Not only has the approval rating surged, but within mere 10 days, I have attained the pinnacle strength of an emperor. Upon the imperial throne, Chu Ye simultaneously reviewed his current attribute panel and the state of his realm. Since employing that legendary item, the data source core, the power bestowed upon him by the Master of Heaven has been escalating exponentially each day. In just a few days, Chu Ye's cultivation level has surged from the 1st to the 9th level of the Emperor realm, nearing the highest peak of the Chaos continent. The emergence of the Spirit Network has invigorated my empire. Upon entering the Spirit Network, Chu Ye was astonished to discover that in just a few days, forums, trading sections, and even games had materialized. Among the forums, trillions of cultivators engage daily in discussions regarding various cultivation issues. The trading panel has made ordinary yellow tier techniques and martial skills publicly available, with only those above the mysterious tier requiring spirit stones for purchase or exchange for other items. Even mortals can cultivate. In my empire, everyone is like a dragon. A glorious future awaits. A smile graced Chu Ye's lips as he uploaded a plethora of techniques to the Spirit Network for the benefit of his citizens. Finally, he was quite intrigued by the gaming section. Upon opening it, he found only one option, Legend of Chaos. Creator, Zhou Ling. This lad, Chu Ye mused, had indeed managed to resurrect this game within the Spirit Network. A brief glance revealed that the current player base constituted a significant portion of the Empire's populace. The once fallen Supreme Emperor now stands as the first game designer in my empire. Gazing at the forum for the Legend of Chaos, envisioning Zhou Ling battling the dark forces with a keyboard until the very fabric of reality unraveled, Chu Ye felt a wave of amusement wash over him, unable to suppress a chuckle. Subsequently, he exited the Spirit Network, casting his gaze over the unusually quiet Nine Dragons Hall. Speaking of which, my 4th avatar should have reached the southern domain by now. Recalling something, Chu Ye's eyes flickered as his consciousness descended into the boundless distance. Southern domain. At the edge of the divine Phoenix Empire, by the endless sea. Boom. A figure plummeted to the ground like a meteor. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, the sound resounding through the heavens. Gradually, a man emerged from the cloud, a long blade at his waist, his countenance austere, and his eyes glinting with frost. Even with my current strength, traversing the endless sea that separates the two domains took a full 10 days, the cold man muttered to himself. His identity was none other than Chu Ye's 4th avatar, dispatched to the southern domain to investigate the power dynamics at play. In this realm, I, the sovereign, shall be known as Chu Feng, the ancient emperor of thunder, Chu Feng. Boom. As these words resonated, boundless lightning flickered in Chu Feng's eyes, and a tempest seemed to swirl around him, causing the spiritual energies within a million miles to become agitated. With but a thought, he could summon the heavens' thunder and conjure terrifying storms. The semi-divine artifact, the Shadow Thunderblade, though of a rank far inferior to the Celestial Authority Sword and the Eternal Annihilation, would suffice for the time being. After all, my objective in the southern domain is merely to gather intelligence. Casting a glance at the pitch-black thunderblade hanging at his waist, a treasure acquired from a previous sign-in, surpassing the rank of imperial weapons from the chaotic continent, a mere slash could effortlessly rend the endless void, even shatter stars. Not even a peak emperor could escape unscathed. A moment's carelessness could lead to the instant obliteration of their soul. Chapter 68. The Gaze of the Divine, Chu Ye's Fury. Whoosh. With such thoughts in mind, Chu Feng swiftly vanished into thin air, seeking the nearest city to this location, Gudao City. He soared across the earth for millions of miles before gently descending, casting his gaze towards the city gates. This city was modest in size, merely occupying a span of 10,000 miles, with its population barely reaching 1 billion. In an instant, he discerned that the strongest cultivator within the city was only at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. In the Tianwu Empire, such an existence was akin to that of a mere foot soldier. Not even a centurion could be constituted safe. Chu Feng nodded slightly and, without hesitation, entered the city amidst the throng of pedestrians, intent on gathering information regarding the southern domain. Halt! Who are you? However, barely had he stepped into the city when dozens of guards surrounded him, having detected something unusual about Chu Feng, and they shouted sternly in unison. Chu Ye frowned slightly. He had not revealed any aura. How could these mere manifestations of the law perceive him? Captain, it is he. This man must possess some anomaly. He has not received the protection of the divine phoenix. One guard exclaimed sharply, his voice piercing the air and startling many bystanders. What is the divine protection? It is the divine safeguard that every citizen of the divine Phoenix Empire possesses. Among the countless beings in the southern domain, aside from those who have been exiled and a portion of slaves from foreign lands, the rest, barring unforeseen circumstances, are endowed with the divine protection. Divine protection? What is this? Chu Feng's brows furrowed deeply as he waved his hand, directly accessing the memories of those present. In an instant, he uncovered a wealth of information regarding the southern domain. The southern domain consists of 8,800 states. Unlike the eastern domain, the southern domain is devoid of a plethora of nations or congregated sections. All 8,800 states are wholly occupied by an enormous and remarkably stable empire, the Divine Phoenix Empire, established billions of years prior by a true deity, an existence transcending immortality. This deity is not of the human race, but rather the ancient Divine Phoenix, a primordial being that has existed since the dawn of the chaotic continent. Even to this day, the ancient Divine Phoenix continues to safeguard the entire empire from the shadows, bestowing the divine protection upon countless beings, liberating them from suffering. Only the citizens of the Divine Phoenix Empire are granted this protection. It is precisely for this reason that the guards of Gudao City could detect Chu Feng's anomaly and encircle him. Transcending immortality? Is it not said that no deities can exist upon the chaotic continent? Chu Feng felt a sense of trepidation. The southern domain harbors a primordial deity. This is far more perilous than the hidden immortality in the eastern domain. One step at a time. Unless he is absolutely certain, it is best not to provoke that ancient Divine Phoenix. His primary mission in the southern domain is not one of slaughter, but of investigation. As for how to eliminate that deity, that would be a concern to ponder once the Tianwu Empire truly invades the southern domain. Boom. Just as Chu Feng prepared to depart and erase the memories of those present, the heavens above tore open. Countless knights riding blazing firebirds, fully armed, burst forth, enveloping the entirety of Gudao City. At the center stood a majestic figure clad in a golden royal robe, emanating an aura of dominance. Flames of scorching sunlight surged from his being, igniting the very heavens. Outsiders, I am King Li Yun of the Sun. Swiftly vacate the southern domain. Otherwise, face death. The overwhelming majesty of the figure, as if perched high above the 9 heavens, spoke. In an instant, torrents of radiant flames swept across the land, staining the sky crimson. I have clearly controlled all the beings within Gudao City. Why then does the news still escape? Upon seeing the arrival, Chu Feng's expression darkened. Sensing that the moment he stepped into the southern domain, he seemed to have been marked by some entity, unable to escape their watchful gaze. No matter how he concealed himself, is it you? The ancient Divine Phoenix, the deity of this realm? His countenance turned icy as he gazed skyward, seemingly seeking an answer. This feeling of being scrutinized, having every move controlled by another, was loathsome to Chu Ye. Boom. In an instant, his eyes snapped open. 2 piercing beams of cold light shooting forth, ascending towards the heavens, almost piercing the sky. If that is the case, let us unleash chaos upon this incarnation's demise. Buzz. Before his words could fade, the oppressive darkness above exploded. A terrifying, abyss-like malevolence surged forth, engulfing the surroundings. Rumble. Endless thunder roared as lightning dragons gathered around Chu Feng, encircling his form. Waves of destructive energy coursed across his surface. As an emperor, Chu Ye, utterly detested the notion of being spied upon, of another claiming to control his every action. If that is the case, let there be slaughter. An emperor's wrath could bring forth the fall of millions. The moment the opposing party pointed their sword at him, he was destined to be at odds with the Divine Phoenix Empire, unaware of the consequences. Witnessing this scene, Li Yun's gaze darkened, filled with murderous intent. In this vast southern domain, none had ever ended well for those who dared to challenge the authority of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Moreover, he was here today on divine orders, representing the Empress and the supreme will of that exalted existence. With a thunderous roar, Li Yun unleashed his imperial technique, shaking the heavens and suppressing the boundless earth. In that moment, the many civilians within Gudao City turned pale, feeling as though they were engulfed in a sea of flames, unbearable agony searing through them. Even more astonishingly, in an instant, they were reduced to ashes, their very bones obliterated. The imperial arts? A farce. Chu Ye raised his hand, the shadowy thunderblade resting within his grasp. In the blink of an eye, his form darted like lightning towards Tianyang Wang and the multitude of formidable warriors beneath him, swinging the blade. The sound of wind and thunder resounded incessantly. This stroke annihilated all, extinguishing everything. Even seasoned emperors like Li Yun were rendered utterly unresponsive. With a single strike, his entire imperial form was cleaved into a shower of blood and flesh, his very soul ground to dust. Ancient Divine Phoenix, are you watching? Continue to observe. When I have slaughtered the entire Divine Phoenix imperial clan, will you not make your appearance? Chu Ye's gaze was chillingly fierce, in a whisper reminiscent of a devil's. It bore a touch of extreme cruelty and madness. His purpose for venturing into the southern domain had indeed changed. It was not for investigation, nor for the acquisition of intelligence. Rather, it was to journey to the heart of the Divine Phoenix Empire, seeking to hunt down deities. Chapter 69. The Ancient Divine Phoenix enters the imperial capital. Beneath the crown, Tianyang Wang has fallen. The might of the outsiders cannot be underestimated. We, the Divine Phoenix imperial capital, are referred to as the Forbidden Land of the Gods, a place only the current Divine Phoenix Empress may approach. Adorned in a crimson imperial robe and a magnificent phoenix crown, the most esteemed lady of the vast southern domain knelt upon one knee, reporting to the roiling sea of blazing flames ahead. Boom. Before the words of the Divine Phoenix Empress could fully escape her lips, the inferno surged, and a colossal entity slowly materialized. Bathed in boundless divine flames, its wings unfurled, each feather radiating resplendent brilliance that illuminated the heavens like a blazing sun. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entirety of the Divine Phoenix imperial capital. Countless powerful beings knelt in reverence towards the Forbidden Land, overwhelmed by inexplicable dread. How could the Divine Phoenix appear with such divine might today? Witnessing this scene, the Divine Phoenix Empress bowed her head even lower, scarcely daring to gaze upon the true visage of the deity. Amidst the swirling flames, the immense Divine Phoenix transformed into the form of a woman. She was unclothed, her skin as radiant as snow, her beauty bordering on the ethereal. Those eyes, imbued with purple-golden divine flames, gazed downwards, emanating an air of indifference and an infinite divine radiance, as if a celestial being surveying the mortal realm. The Divine Phoenix Empress trembled. Despite standing at the pinnacle of the imperial realm, when confronted with this primordial deity, she was still engulfed by a profound shock and fear that resonated from the depths of her soul. This was the guardian that had sheltered the empire for countless eons. Its existence transcended imagination, far beyond what she, as a descendant of this age's emperor, could ever aspire to reach. Huang Qingwei, the ancient Divine Phoenix, waved her hand, and flames wove around her, transforming into a splendid crimson golden gown that adorned her. Her tone was detached as she coldly addressed the kneeling empress below. In response to your inquiry, Huang Qingwei was the empress of the previous generation. I am Huang Wuxin, the 1321st empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Upon hearing this, the Divine Phoenix Empress was momentarily taken aback, then hastily bowed her head in reverence. Throughout the ages of the empire's establishment, the empresses of Ur had only ever encountered the divine will of the ancient Divine Phoenix during its slumber, not its true form. Thus, each awakening of the ancient Divine Phoenix marked a return after eons, descending upon the southern domain once more. This time, it had been several million years since the last awakening of the ancient Divine Phoenix. Has Huang Qingwei fallen? The true body had forgotten. Mortals are ephemeral, and once asleep, they fade away. After hearing Huang Wuxin's words, the ancient Divine Phoenix descended gracefully to the ground. In her eyes, which seemed perpetually calm, no matter the circumstances, a fleeting glimmer of unnoticeable regret flickered. Mortals can never converse with the divine. Even with the highest cultivation, they cannot attain longevity. Ultimately, they must return to oblivion. Your awakening this time, could it be for the outsider? Huang Wuxin inquired cautiously while prostrate on the ground. 3 days ago, a divine decree had been issued from the Forbidden Land, commanding the entire Divine Phoenix Empire to closely monitor any outsiders, and upon discovery, they were to be killed without mercy. Yet, she never anticipated that the Empress herself would awaken personally. The outsider, their divine aura concealed. Unlike that of mere mortals, they are not to be compared with trivial beings from the outer realms. The ancient Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps, they are a primordial deity akin to myself. What? Huang Wuxin's heart trembled, her face reflecting astonishment. Primordial deities. beings that transcend immortality, existing since the dawn of creation. They are deities acknowledged by the heavens, true children of the world, wielding unimaginable power and divine abilities. Even the immortal ones must retreat before them. For within the chaotic continent, primordial deities represent true immortality, possessing absolute protection. In a certain sense, they embody aspects of the world's will, an existence both formidable and terrifying. However, the ancient divine phoenix paused, as if in an instant, comprehending all that had transpired in Gouda City. The divine will during her slumber seemed to have issued an erroneous decree, inciting the ire of that visitor. Could it be that the Empress's true intention was not to slay him? Huang Wuxin pondered, though she dared not probe deeply into the deity's thoughts. I merely wished to see him. It was but curiosity and interest towards a kindred spirit. The ancient divine phoenix sighed softly, speaking with deliberation. However, it is imperative that we calm this irate visitor first. He shall arrive at the imperial capital in 3 breaths. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, boom, the space above the divine phoenix imperial capital shattered like paper, as Chu Feng stepped into the skies, his cold gaze sweeping over all below, before he bellowed. Ancient divine phoenix, come forth. Boom. The resounding waves of sound surged like a tide, stirring up a tempest that engulfed all directions. At that moment, every living being within the divine phoenix imperial capital felt a deafening buzz in their ears, as if they were on the verge of losing their hearing. Who dares to intrude upon my divine phoenix imperial capital? They must pay with their lives. Kill. And then, in the mere instant of Chu Feng's arrival, numerous powerful beings soared into the air, launching an assault against him. These warriors were predominantly of ancient sage rank and above. The divine phoenix empire, with its legacy spanning eons, held an immeasurable depth. The warriors hidden within this imperial capital alone could easily sweep through the eastern domain's sacred grounds. Amidst the cacophony, facing the onslaught of countless formidable foes, Chu Feng's eyes sparked with thunderous energy, and with a mere flick of his finger, boom, the void erupted. Countless thunderclouds materialized, shrouding the heavens. Thunder roared like dragons, striking across the 8 realms, tearing apart the void. Boom. In an instant, thousands of ancient sages were obliterated, not even a cry escaping their lips. Cease. It is precisely at this moment that the voice of Huang Wuxin reverberates, followed by the formation of several powerful emperors. Their solemn gazes fixated upon Chu Feng. Your Majesty the Empress, we pay our respects to your Majesty. The multitude of formidable beings, initially taken aback by the scene, soon bowed in reverence. The divine phoenix empress, Huang Wuxin, at merely over 4,000 years of age, has already ascended to the pinnacle of emperor-level prowess and is poised to become the 3rd immortal of the divine phoenix dynasty, eternally safeguarding the empire's domain. The empress, gazing upon the stunningly flawless maiden before him, who seemed to descend from the celestial realm, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Her strength far surpassed all external adversaries he had encountered thus far. An immortal? No, she remains within the emperor realm, yet has taken a half-step into the domain of immortality. In an instant, he thoroughly analyzed Huang Wuxin's capabilities. Clutching the shadow thunder blade tightly, he seemed to perpetually seek the opportune moment to strike. Even if this incarnation were to fall here, he, Chu Ye, would merely lose a semi-divine weapon. If he could inflict significant damage upon the divine phoenix dynasty before his demise, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Chapter 70. An unexpected turn of events. Chu Ye petrified. Please, slow down. There may be a misunderstanding between us. Sensing Chu Feng's chilling murderous intent, Huang Wuxin hastily spoke, attempting to explain. Yet, Chu Feng paid her no heed. Boom. In the next moment, boundless lightning surged around him, and a terrifying aura erupted explosively. As he drew his blade, it seemed as though the entire realm plunged into darkness for an instant. Clang. However, that swift and unfathomable strike, nearly surpassing 10,000 times the speed of light, was intercepted by a delicate, jade-like hand, producing a sound akin to the clash of gold and iron. A tremendous force rebounded, sending Chu Feng retreating thousands of feet, as he gazed unexpectedly at the figure that obstructed him. With her crimson dress billowing and black hair flowing, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura, as if the celestial maiden had descended to the mortal realm. The primordial divine phoenix? Chu Feng spoke, realizing the immense power of the woman before him exceeded all expectations. He could distinctly sense countless laws of chaos entwined around her, as if she embodied the very essence of the heavenly Tao. This was the innate deity of the southern region, the ancient primordial divine phoenix that had existed for eons. I am Huang Shenxi. May I ask from whence you obtained that blade? The woman in the red dress exhibited an expression of indifference, her beauty surpassing imagination. Even Huang Wuxin's visage paled in comparison, leaving many powerful figures in the imperial capital utterly astonished. Yet, in the wake of their amazement, they swiftly recognized the identity of the newcomer. Your Grace, the Divine Phoenix. We have encountered your Grace. We are grateful for your protection over our dynasty for countless eons. Your Grace is benevolent. In an instant, the entire imperial capital, home to billions of souls, knelt in unison. Even the exalted emperor-level beings bowed humbly before this divine presence, as if in the presence of their faith. Name, Huang Xinxi. Race, primordial flame phoenix, one of the rare innate spirits born at the dawn of the world, with limitless potential. Immortal and indestructible within the world of its birth. Identity, one of the three innate deities of the Chaos continent, sovereign of the southern region. Guardian of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, Ancestor Emperor. Age, 17 billion. Cultivation, second tier, true god. Current relationship, 200. Holds great affection for the host. Suggests integrating them into the dynasty. Yet, Chu Feng chose not to respond to her inquiry. He directly opted to examine the panel, the displayed image causing him to feel a slight shock. A second tier, true god. An ultimate being that has survived for over 17 billion years. In the Chaos continent. Such an existence is undeniably immortal. This is troublesome. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, realizing the magnitude of the opponent's strength. Let alone hunting deities. The very concept of death simply does not exist for one who has lived for billions of years. Do you desire my blade? Quickly regaining his composure, Chu Feng raised the shadow demon blade, believing that she must have been drawn by the divine power residing within it, hence her sudden appearance. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Huang Xinxi shook her head. No, her expression remained unchanged, calm and unwavering. If you have calmed down, I would like to extend my apologies. Apologies? Chu Feng's brow furrowed. The disparity in their strengths was glaring, yet she maintained a conciliatory stance. This only heightened his vigilance. The will I possessed during my slumber merely issued a divine decree out of instinct. It surveyed the entire southern region while I rested, and upon detecting any anomalies, it would command the dynasty's powerful beings to eliminate or eradicate them. Huang Xinxi slowly leaned forward, speaking. This time, I was in the wrong. I hope you can forgive me. Her voice was melodious, yet devoid of fluctuation, imbued with an air of authority and nobility. Chu Feng was taken aback. He had never anticipated that she would so readily apologize to him. She was a deity, a supreme ruler of an entire domain, transcending immortality. Yet, she chose to lower her exalted divine form and personally seek forgiveness from him. It was incredulous, were it not for his knowledge of Huang Xinxi's identity. Confirming her status as a true god, he would have almost believed that the figure before him was an impostor. A sigh. The anger that had accumulated within him found no outlet, for she had sincerely apologized. If he, Chu Ye, continued to be unreasonable and aggressive, it would only reflect poorly upon his character and dignity. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to respond, but Huang Xinxi's subsequent words left him utterly petrified. Standing there in shock, I can sense that the entity present here today is merely one of your incarnations. Your true self remains immortal and indestructible, with its essence not residing in the flesh or soul. Therefore, I wish to formally invite you to join the Divine Phoenix Imperial clan and become a companion to the current Empress. As she spoke, she cast a glance toward the silent Huang Wuxin, who slightly lowered her head, as if tacitly approving of something. What? That is utterly unacceptable. Your Grace, what do you mean by this? How can you allow an outsider to become the companion of Her Majesty? Upon hearing Huang Xinxi's words, the denizens of the imperial capital were thrown into a state of panic, urgently voicing their objections. To bind the Empress to this intruder who had invaded the capital? It was simply preposterous. Even the Divine Phoenix herself could not make such a jest. This, the fact that his incarnation had been recognized by her, and she even proclaimed her intention to have him join the Divine Phoenix Imperial clan, left Chu Ye's mind buzzing, utterly confounded by her reasoning. Could it be that a being who had lived for billions of years possessed a thought process entirely alien to that of mortals? Very well, very well. It is best to leave the southern region for now and discuss matters later. I am currently at a loss regarding this ancient Divine Phoenix. Better to plot against the southern region at another time. With his thoughts in turmoil, Chu Ye swiftly made his decision. First, conjure a plausible reason to extricate oneself, allowing this incarnation to venture to the northern region or the central region to continue its exploration. How could my esteemed true self ever stoop to such a marriage? If you wish to be united with my true form as a partner on the path, that could be considered. Very well. Chu Ye chuckled coldly. Yet, before he could finish his words, the Phoenix goddess, she nodded in agreement with surprising alacrity. A rare smile graced her lips. In the span of 100 billion years, I have never possessed the novelty of a partner. Since you express interest in my true self, Shall I bestow upon you the entire divine Phoenix Empire as a dowry? What? Chu Ye was once again rendered speechless. Chapter 71. The conditions of the Phoenix goddess She transcend the divine realm within 1,000,000 years. Not solely him. As the words of the Phoenix goddess She echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the skies above the divine Phoenix imperial capital. The empress, the various kings, and the numerous ancestors of powerful clans all wore expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Their minds were utterly incapable of processing the reality that the legendary Phoenix monarch, who had endured countless eons, would willingly agree to become another's partner. Moreover, she intended to relinquish the entire empire as a marriage gift. Your Majesty. After a prolonged silence, a noble from the imperial realm roared vehemently, his eyes ablaze with fury. This is absolutely unacceptable. Your status is unparalleled. How could you condescend to unite with a mere mortal? Furthermore, our divine Phoenix Empire has stood for billions of years. How could we allow an outsider to become the new emperor? Indeed, Your Majesty, you must not commit such an absurd act. Though we dare not defy your wishes, we beseech your forgiveness for our rudeness today. Not just him. A powerful Phoenix warrior also erupted in rage, his face a mask of fury. The divine Phoenix Empire, with its ancient lineage, dominates the entire southern region. It is the sovereign of the south. Among the forces of the chaotic continent, it ranks at the pinnacle. How could it be carelessly entrusted to an outsider? Silence. Boom. The multitude of powerful figures' dissent seemed to ignite a fury within the innate divine being. Merely a glance from him unleashed an unimaginable pressure that threatened to crush everything. Your Majesty. In an instant, all present trembled as if plunged into an icy abyss. A host of holy kings, quasi-emperors, and even peak emperors knelt in the void, shivering as if struck by lightning. Even the empress herself recognized the wrath of her divine being, bowing respectfully and pleading for forgiveness. You mortals, have you dared to provoke a divine being after merely sleeping for countless millennia? The Phoenix goddess, she waved her sleeve, casting a cold glance at the prostrated figures, and spoke with an icy tone. Remember, from the very beginning, the divine Phoenix Empire has merely been a diversion for my amusement. I am your ancestor, the founding emperor of this nation, and the deity upon whom all beings of the southern region rely. You have no right to dictate terms before me. Even if I were to destroy the divine Phoenix Empire today, you would not be permitted to intervene. Her voice resounded throughout the universe, shaking the firmament. In that moment, all were frozen, their hearts pounding beneath the terrifying divine authority. Indeed, how could they forget? They were facing a divine being who had existed since the creation of the world. The divine Phoenix Empire, which had endured for billions of years, was but a fraction of time in the grand scheme of her existence, merely a whimsical pastime that she might later grow weary of and destroy. The ancient Phoenix is the true deity, the supreme ruler of the southern region, whom no mortal may dare to oppose. Your Majesty's lesson is most profound. We shall heed your command. Please, Your Majesty, temper your wrath. After a brief silence, all the powerful figures bowed and prostrated themselves, humbly confessing their transgressions. Humph. With a slight scoff, the Phoenix goddess, she turned her gaze toward Chu Ye, her stunning visage now graced with a gentle smile. What do you think? How does my proposal strike you? Her eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. After 100 billion years, it has been too stifling, too monotonous. As an immortal innate deity, the Phoenix goddess, she could not even seek death, relegated instead to a prolonged slumber to pass the endless years. She could never leave the chaotic continent. This realm is both the cradle of her existence and the prison that eternally confines her. Yet from Chu Ye, she sensed a power unlike that of any being in this world, even beyond her own comprehension as a deity. An inexplicable yearning arose from the depths of her heart. This individual might just possess the opportunity to liberate her from this cage, freeing her from the unending torment of immortality. Are you serious? Chu Ye snapped back to reality, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. It must be said, the conditions presented by the Phoenix goddess, she were undeniably enticing, making it nearly impossible for him to refuse. In the southern region, across 8,800 states, all he needed to do was nod in agreement to accept this divine being into his harem. Everything upon this land would ultimately belong to him. However, reason cautioned Chu Ye that this exquisite woman before him was no ordinary mortal. She was a terrifying existence who had endured for 100 billion years, privy to all the secrets and mysteries of this world. Why would she suddenly desire to unite with a mere mortal? Every event has its cause and effect. There must be a motive. Chu Ye was unwilling to believe in this fortuitous windfall. I do not lie. However, should you agree, I too shall have a modest request. The Phoenix goddess, she spoke softly, her voice melodious and enchanting, akin to the sound of celestial music. Please, speak. Chu Ye's thoughts raced as he solemnly inquired. He was certain that if he could become the ruler of the southern region, the benefits would far surpass all that he had previously acquired. Even if the Phoenix Goddess she harbored some ulterior motive, once she truly joined the empire and gained power from the heavenly sovereign, she would no longer be his adversary. However, before we proceed, may I first know your name? The Phoenix Goddess, she smiled radiantly, transforming into a different person in an instant. Her divine eyes shimmered with a hidden allure, captivating all with their charm. I am known as Chu Ye. Chu Ye hesitated briefly, but ultimately revealed his true name. He sensed no malice from her. The affinity he had with her, which had originally stood at a staggering 200, had now surged to an astonishing 320. Such a number indicated that she would not plot against him, nor harbor any ill intentions. Chu Ye, your majesty Chu Ye. The Phoenix Goddess, she murmured softly. As the brilliance in her eyes flickered, it gradually returned to her previous, indifferent demeanor. Chu Ye, should you agree to become my partner, everything that belongs to me, including myself, shall be yours. However, as a price. She paused slightly, a flicker of purple gold flames surging in the depths of her gaze. Within 1,000,000 years. You must possess powers that surpass those of a true deity. Led my true self away from the chaos continent to the fabled realm of the supreme deity. The tone of the Phoenix Goddess, she was tinged with excitement. Even her perpetually indifferent eyes betrayed a hint of fervor when mentioning the realm of the supreme deity. Is that all? Upon hearing this, Chu Ye could not help but smile. He had anticipated a far more arduous condition. To his surprise, it was merely a matter of surpassing the true deity within 1,000,000 years and guiding the entire chaos continent to ascend beyond the void. It was simple, exceedingly simple. 1,000,000 years was an eternity. He could likely achieve it within a decade. With a gentle nod, the indifference in the Phoenix Goddess, she's eyes dissipated once more. She gazed at Chu Ye with the shy demeanor of a love-struck maiden, her voice soft and tentative. Then, your majesty Chu Ye, will you promise to be my companion on this journey? Chapter 72, The Arrival of the Immortal, the momentary defeat of the Phoenix Empress. A dual personality? This transformation did not escape Chu Ye's notice. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed it entirely understandable. After all, enduring solitude for a staggering 17 billion years could drive even gods and demons to madness. Having multiple personalities was hardly surprising. Very well, Chu Ye nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he extended his right hand to the Phoenix Goddess she. From this day forth, you shall be the first consort in my harem, the Phoenix Consort of the heavenly martial empire. The title Phoenix Consort left the Phoenix Goddess she momentarily stunned. Soon after, her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes hazy with emotion. She gently lifted her delicate hand to rest upon Chu Ye's palm. In that instant, she distinctly sensed a higher echelon of indomitable power, one that undoubtedly transcended the might of the Chaos Continent. By following His Majesty Chu Ye, she was certain to leave this realm and witness the legendary world belonging to the gods. Moreover, as a fellow eternal being, she would no longer be alone in her remaining days. Wait, just as their hands clasped and Chu Ye proclaimed her as the Phoenix Consort, two figures suddenly approached, their presence distorting the very fabric of space, causing it to shatter. Ancestral spirits. A tremor coursed through the Phoenix Goddess she's gaze. Today's events had indeed stirred the two immortal ancestors of the empire. Immortal? Chu Ye furrowed his brow, about to utter something when he noticed the Phoenix Goddess she sealing her lips with her jade finger, a sly smile playing on her face. Your Majesty, I shall return shortly. With that, she turned her back to Chu Ye, and in an instant, a thunderous force surged forth, causing Chu Ye's heart to tremble. Far beyond the imperial realm, the overwhelming pressure of a true deity filled the atmosphere. At that moment, Chu Ye's pupils constricted. In an instant, he felt his blood freeze, and even his breath ceased. Was this the true might of the ancient phoenix? Even the most formidable of imperial-level warriors appeared as mere ants in the face of such power. What more do you wish to say? The Phoenix Goddess she's countenance turned frigidly fearsome. Every movement she made radiated an incomprehensible vastness of power. The Chaos Continent was dominated by the Endless Sea, which occupied 9/10 of the land, while the remaining territory was divided into 5 regions. But who knew that 100 billion years ago, the Chaos Continent merely consisted of 3 land masses, with the sea covering only 4/10 of the area? Was the Endless Sea a natural phenomenon? No. It was the aftermath of a cataclysmic battle between 3 primordial deities. Deities cannot empathize with mortals. Countless beings had perished at the hands of the Phoenix Goddess she, including a significant number of immortals. She was a relentless deity, willing to obliterate the entire world and reignite the cycle of reincarnation for the sake of someone or something she cherished. Your Majesty, above the imperial capital, the expressions of the 2 immortal former emperors of the Phoenix Empire shifted dramatically. They were unwilling to relinquish the empire so easily, and even less inclined to see their divine being become a consort to another kingdom. Grinding their teeth, one of the women, appearing to be in her 30s yet still enchanting, hesitated before bowing her head. Your Majesty, we dare not defy your divine decree. However, if Lord Chu Ye seeks to become the new sovereign of our Phoenix Empire, he must at least demonstrate the requisite strength. Strength? The Phoenix goddess, Xi's expression darkened ominously, as if ready to annihilate the entire imperial capital in an instant. There was not a trace of compassion to be found in her demeanor, yet in the next moment, Chu Ye grasped her arm gently. Let us remain calm. Chu Ye shook his head slightly, signaling her to settle down. He then turned to the two immortal former emperors of the Phoenix Empire, his gaze narrowing. My true identity is that of the sovereign of the Eastern region's heavenly martial empire. I have occupied 1,000 states in the Eastern region over the past few months, and I have come to the Southern region to gather intelligence in preparation for seizing this domain. Strength? I can assure you that my true self, residing in the Nine Dragons Hall within the Chaos Continent, is absolutely invincible. Even the Phoenix Goddess, she would not be a match for me. As these words fell, Chu Ye positioned the Phoenix Goddess she protectively behind him, while she leaned against his shoulder like a dutiful wife, her eyes sparkling. What? Absolutely invincible? How audacious! The two former Phoenix Empresses exchanged startled glances before simultaneously scoffing. No one could rival the primordial deities. Even the mightiest of immortals could only engage them in fleeting skirmishes, never to claim victory. The audacity of Chu Ye to proclaim himself absolutely invincible was nothing short of laughable. If you dare to mock my husband for even a moment longer, there will be no place for you in the southern region. Yet, just as the mockery reached its peak, the onlookers fell silent at the sight of the figure behind Chu Ye, who wore a smile, but whose eyes glimmered with a chilling intent. The atmosphere grew tense, and the smiles of the crowd stiffened as they dared not move an inch. They understood that their divine sovereign was serious. Regrettably, the divine annihilation had not accompanied this incarnation. However, should he wish to showcase his might, defeating the two immortals would pose no challenge at all. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, who remained unaware of the tension behind him, his declaration of absolute invincibility was not mere bravado. When his true self fought alongside the ancient dragon of annihilation, he could trigger a unique synergy, drawing upon the collective strength of all beings within 100,000 miles. Moreover, the array of powerful guardians protecting the imperial capital was nothing short of terrifying. If they truly unleashed their full potential, they could sweep away any adversary. Even if another primordial deity were to arrive, Chu Ye believed he could ensure their downfall. Defeating us. The two former empresses exchanged glances, coldness flashing in their eyes. But soon after, they shook their heads. Pointing at the Phoenix goddess they declared, very well. If you can defeat our empress today, the words had yet to be fully articulated when the sound of a blade slicing through the air resonated, leaving Huang Wuxin with no opportunity to react. The shadowy thunderblade of Chu Ye was already perilously close to her throat. With just one more step, this young empress could be brought to her demise, obliterating the essence of her soul. I have triumphed. Huang Wuxin's complexion turned ashen. As a peak emperor, she had never before been so close to death, nor had she even an inkling of resistance. The might of His Majesty Chu Ye was undoubtedly no mere boast. The two immortal former emperors exchanged a glance, and both discerned the horror and shock reflected in each other's eyes. Ultimately, they could only sigh in resignation and bow before the figure wielding the thunderblade. We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Chapter 73, Explosive System Rewards. Chu Ye ascends to divinity. Ding. Detecting the submission of the Southern Domain forces to the host, the second task of the Path of Dominance is issued. Task objective: conquer the 800 states of the Southern Domain. Task rewards: at 30 states conquered, receive 20 billion fortune points. At 60, receive 5 legion summons. At 100, receive 1 legendary summon. Moreover, for every state occupied by the hostess dynasty, a certain number of fortune points will be awarded. In that very moment when the two immortal former emperors bowed to Chu Ye, the voice of the system resounded from the depths of his consciousness, abruptly announcing the second task of the Path of Dominance: conquer the Southern Domain. Yet now, upon witnessing the new sovereign of my dynasty, why do you not kneel? With Huang Wuxin's cold rebuke, the sound echoed. Within the divine Phoenix Empire, countless powerful beings knelt in the void, bowing their heads in reverence to Chu Ye. We pay our respects, Your Majesty Chu Ye. As the words fell, the system's notifications erupted in a cacophony. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conquering 30 territories of the Southern Domain, earning 20 billion fortune points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conquering 60 territories of the Southern Domain, earning 5 legion summons. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conquering 100 territories of the Southern Domain, completing the second task of the Path of Dominance. You have obtained 1 legendary summon. Additionally, due to the conquest of 800 states, congratulations to the host for receiving 88 billion fortune points. Special sign-in locations have been refreshed. You may sign in at the Divine Phoenix Empire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Sovereign of the Southern Domain, receiving the celestial artifact, Divine Ember Flame. The notifications continued to reverberate incessantly, a torrent of system rewards raining down, causing Chu Ye's heart to race wildly, nearly impossible to maintain his composure. Having secured the allegiance of an entire domain, his gains were akin to an ascent to the heavens. Boom! Ding! Due to the countless beings of the Southern Domain joining the host's dynasty, the enhancement of the Sovereign of Heaven has been refreshed. The host's current cultivation, 3rd stage True God, in the heavenly martial imperial city, within the 9-Dragon Palace. The enhancement of the Sovereign of Heaven swiftly updated. After gaining the powers of the immeasurable experts of the Southern Domain, Chu Ye's essence surged, breaking through to the divine realm in an instant, his divine might rolling like a tempest, causing the entire imperial city to tremble violently. Buzzing. In his Dantian, the Sea of Spirit was undergoing a frenzied transformation, gradually evolving into a true divine kingdom, surrounded by countless stars, radiating infinite divine brilliance. 100,000 miles. 1 million miles. 10 million miles. A trillion miles. As a 3rd stage True God, he was originally limited to a divine kingdom of 10 billion miles. Yet upon stepping into the divine realm, the vastness of his divine kingdom expanded to an astonishing trillion miles, nearly equivalent to the 1,000 states of the Chaos continent, harboring unfathomable, boundless divine power. Today, I have ascended to divinity. All spirits must kneel before me. I shall look down upon reincarnation as the sovereign of this realm. Within the 9-Dragon Palace, Chu Ye's aura overshadowed the heavens. His overwhelming divine presence resonated throughout the Eastern Domain, compelling all powerful beings to distinctly sense it. Their bodies trembled, instinctively gripped by fear. True godhood is eternal, transcending heaven and earth. Such existence lies beyond the comprehension of ordinary strong beings. Moreover, Chu Ye's ascension to the divine realm was not merely an initiation. He had surpassed the 3 primordial divine beings, becoming the absolute pinnacle of the Chaos continent. From this day forth, his words shall be the supreme decree. Those who defy shall face retribution, even if they are gods or demons. In the Van Emperor Divine Dynasty, the strongest empire of the Eastern Domain, reigning above the 4 sacred lands, there existed a legendary realm of immortality. Within the Forbidden Grounds, the immortal who had lived for millions of years suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed toward the direction of the heavenly martial imperial dynasty, his palms slick with sweat from overwhelming shock and fear. Divine realm? Aside from the 3 innate divine beings, how could anyone ascend to the divine realm? Especially within my Eastern Domain. The Van Emperor's immortal, known as the High Sky Emperor, trembled within. He had witnessed the might of that innate divine being from the Central Domain, a power incomparably greater than any mere pseudo-divine. It was a terrifying being imprisoned in this world, unable to ascend to the upper realms. The heavenly Tao forbids the existence of gods in this world. Aside from a few legendary beings who ascended during the ancient epochs, the path to divinity within the Chaos continent had been severed. Only pseudo-divine realms could be achieved. Yet how had this individual accomplished such a feat? The High Sky Emperor's heart was a tempest of terror as he turned his gaze toward the direction of that magnificent divine aura, his back drenched in a cold sweat unbeknownst to him. In the Northern Domain, atop the frigid glacier, icy winds howled, snowflakes danced through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sounds of impact resonated. Mountains crumbled beneath the tread of an enormous entity. Glaciers ground to dust. Before them stood an incomprehensibly massive beast, towering amidst the storm, adorned with 2 colossal ice wings that blotted out the sky. In this world, could mere mortals truly ascend to divinity? The howling winds obscured vision. Yet the 2 glowing azure eyes pierced through the endless void, locking onto the figure within the heavenly martial imperial dynasty. He was one of the innate divine beings, the true monarch of the Northern Domain, the lord of the ice prison. At this moment, he sensed the presence of the new god, finding him even stronger than himself, surpassing the fiery avian of the Southern Domain. Boom. The lord of the ice prison took a step forward, his form towering like a tiger, standing over 1,000 miles high, crushing mountains and obliterating glaciers beneath his weight. I do hope he can reopen the path to divinity, ending this interminable celestial blockade. As he gazed skyward, the lord of the ice prison's cold eyes flickered, a silence deep and profound enveloping him. Like the ancient divine phoenix, he too yearned to escape the chaos continent, aspiring to ascend to the realm of true gods. Amidst the upheaval of the continent, he paid no heed. However, if that new god could forge the path to the realm of true gods, he would undoubtedly lend his utmost support. Buzzing. As the snowstorm raged, the Lord of the Ice prison transformed into human form, appearing as a young man clad in white robes. The Eastern Domain. In recounting, it was during the fierce conflict between myself and the flame bird, the abyssal dragon, that one of the continents was shattered into existence. It is time to depart from the northern region. I shall personally visit the new deity. The youth, with his flowing white hair, moved forward, his azure eyes rippling with emotion, as he smiled indifferently while heading towards the eastern region. Chapter 74, The Eternal Ring. Sign in at the ancient vessel of the heavenly river. Your Majesty, your power. In the divine Phoenix Empire. After Chu Ye's true form stepped into the divine realm, the strength of this incarnation instantaneously matched his, possessing the power of a third-tier true god. Feeling the surge in his partner's cultivation, the divine Phoenix, she's beautiful eyes quivered in astonishment as she gazed at Chu Ye beside her. True god. Although that aura was released for but a fleeting moment, as a true god herself, she could still distinctly perceive it. It was certainly not the power of an emperor, nor that of an immortal pseudo-god. Could it be that your Majesty's true cultivation is inherently at the true god level? Lucky to have broken through the divine realm. Chu Ye nodded with a smile, offering no hint of concealment. With this breakthrough, he had truly become invincible atop the Chaos continent. Even if he bore the weight of the entire celestial martial empire and needed to support the 8,000 states of the southern region, Chu Ye could still slay all adversaries and trample upon all things in existence. Of course, all the power acquired today is owed to his beloved consort, who has endowed him and the empire with boundless strength, granting him the capital to sweep away all obstacles. For this, Chu Ye would certainly not be remiss in his gratitude. He promptly searched within the imperial commerce to purchase the next divine artifact, Eternal Ring. This ring can bind to its host, ensuring that the cultivation of the bound individual remains perpetually equal to that of the host. After equipping this item, the bound individual will no longer be counted towards the power enhancements of the Lord of Heaven. Moreover, as long as the host remains undying, the bound individual shall eternally exist. Even if their essence is obliterated, their true name seized, or their causal bodies extinguished, they can still undergo rebirth. The price, 1 billion imperial points, limited purchase, 1, goddess she. Chu Ye knelt upon the void, gently placing the shimmering silver ring, symbolizing eternity, onto the ring finger of the divine Phoenix she. I shall fulfill my promise. I will take you away from this world to witness the true divine realm and the boundless heavens. Even the heavens themselves cannot obstruct us. His voice resonated, resolute as the clash of metal. In the depths of Chu Ye's gaze, a hint of tenderness emerged as he lightly kissed the back of her hand. You are not merely my divine Phoenix consort. In the future, you shall become the empress of my supreme empire, second only to none, above billions. Your Majesty. The eyes of the divine Phoenix she reddened, her heart swelling with immense joy as tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. She did not inquire how Chu Ye would achieve all of this, nor did she ponder whether the ring possessed any extraordinary functions. In that moment, this solitary deity, who had existed for billions of years, had completely succumbed to his presence, feeling that as long as she could remain by his side, everything would be sufficient. Your Majesty Chu Ye? Beside them, the Phoenix Wuxin and 2 immortal former emperors gazed in astonishment at their divine being, now wholly captivated, their hearts swirling with complex emotions. They could not help but interrupt the embrace, seeking to inquire of Chu Ye about the impending changes in the divine Phoenix Empire. From this day forth, the divine Phoenix Empire shall merge into my celestial martial empire. This place will henceforth be known as the divine Phoenix Prefecture of my celestial martial empire. And it must operate in accordance with the laws of my empire, understood? Chu Ye cast a calm glance at the assembly, his voice steady. From this day forward, the southern region will become the largest prefecture of the celestial martial empire, encompassing a full 8,800 states. Furthermore, regarding the position of the divine Phoenix Prefect, I intend to temporarily assign it to Phoenix Wuxin, the former empress, ensuring that there is minimal upheaval in the ruling class here while integrating it into the spiritual network to operate under the laws of the celestial martial empire. Phoenix Wuxin, I will appoint you as the acting divine Phoenix Prefect. The rulers of the various cities shall also remain unchanged for the time being. I will only dispatch numerous inspectors to vigilantly monitor any actions that may pose a threat to my empire. Should anyone dare to harbor treasonous thoughts, their entire clan shall be exterminated. His voice reverberated, imposing and resounding. The 2 immortal former emperors felt their hearts race, sensing that Chu Ye had truly surpassed them. Akin to a celestial emperor overlooking all, they could not help but feel a deep sense of reverence. I, Phoenix Wuxin, shall faithfully obey your Majesty's orders. I will undoubtedly convey your holy name within the Divine Phoenix Prefecture, ensuring that all citizens recognize you as the true master of the southern region. Phoenix Wuxin inhaled deeply. Bowing respectfully, this outcome, allowing her to continue governing the southern region, was more than satisfactory. Moreover, with the Divine Phoenix now becoming part of the Imperial Dynasty, her Phoenix clan also had close ties with the sovereign. As long as she obediently submitted to this majesty and refrained from any transgressions, she ought to secure a place in the future. All the rules of the Empire have been uploaded to your spiritual network. The so-called spiritual network is the luminous screen appearing before you now. The spiritual network is immensely powerful. Feel free to explore it. Chu Ye commanded indifferently. As his words fell, the two immortal former emperors were momentarily stunned. In the next moment, a colossal yet ethereal torrent of information flooded into their minds. The laws and regulations of the celestial martial empire, along with the countless forums and trading modules birthed within the spiritual network, were laid bare before them. Furthermore, I will establish a void portal connecting the imperial capital to the Divine Phoenix Prefecture. Should there be any matters requiring reporting, you may proceed directly to the Nine Dragon Hall. Boom. Chu Ye formed a fist and struck the void ahead with a powerful punch. In an instant, terrifying divine power erupted. The space was obliterated, and the laws crumbled. Under the might of the third-tier, true God, the vast distance between the celestial martial capital and the southern region was forcibly bridged, connecting the two realms. The horrific spectacle left the two immortal former emperors utterly speechless. They felt that even they would be reduced to mere dust beneath that world-shattering blow. As he was about to return to the celestial martial empire, Chu Ye did not forget to have this incarnation sign-in to acquire that special sign-in item. Ding! Special sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate supreme treasure, the ancient vessel of the heavenly river. The sign-in was successful, and the item obtained was an ancient bronze ship, capable of expanding or contracting, embodying an exquisitely archaic design. Ancient vessel of the heavenly river, an innate supreme treasure that can traverse all forbidden lands and dire realms. When urged to its utmost, it can traverse boundless distances in an instant. Within this ancient vessel, even divine emperors find it nearly impossible to breach its defenses, making it unparalleled in terms of protection. Upon reviewing the description, Chu Ye was astonished. This was indeed a treasure focused on evasion and defense. However, although its efficacy was extraordinarily potent, opportunities to utilize it atop the Chaos continent were still rather scarce. Goddess She, come with me. I shall bestow upon you the title of Empress in the imperial capital, granting amnesty to the realm and inviting the heroes of the eastern region. Storing the ancient vessel of the heavenly river within the system space, Chu Ye smiled gently, taking the delicate hand of the Divine Phoenix, as they stepped into the void. Chapter 75, Summoning the Three Grand Legions, the invincible power that crushes all. The following day, within the imperial capital of Tianwu, in the Nine Dragons Hall, the emperor smiled as he surveyed the unprecedented wealth of resources at his disposal. His gaze fell upon the current status of the system panel, marking his formal return to the Tianwu Empire. It was high time to commence utilizing everything acquired from the southern region. Host, Chu Ye. Cultivation level, third stage true God, sovereign of heaven. Physical strength, godly realm spanning trillions of miles. A single strike can annihilate a lower realm devoid of divinity. Special abilities, 9 Emperor's Sacred Body, Celestial Eye of Judgment. 13 Swords of Death, Eternal Memory. Realm, Tianwu Empire. Mount, Spirit Beast, Godslayer, Ancient Dragon. Approval rating of subjects, 60. Countless subjects from the southern region have joined, yet the rapid increase continues due to the spread of the Spirit Network. Daily sign-ins, 5. Monthly sign-ins, 0. Special sign-ins, 0. Legion summons, 3. Legendary summon, 1. Dynastic fortune points, 123 billion. The first thing that caught Chu Ye's eye was the system's description of his physical strength's destructive capability. As a third-stage true god, he commanded a godly realm that could easily obliterate a godless world, extinguishing the heavenly laws that governed it. The previous day, Chu Ye had engaged in a friendly spar with the Phoenix goddess She. Despite her cultivation level being equal to his due to the effects of the Eternal Ring, the myriad talents and divine powers of the imperial experts had allowed Chu Ye to decisively overpower this innate deity, establishing his absolute dominance. 3 Legion summons and 1 legendary summon, you say? His gaze continued to scan the panel. In Chu Ye's estimation, Legion summons accompanied the growth of his cultivation, allowing for the summoning of increasingly powerful legions. The legendary summon seemed to appear as a final reward in the task of conquering the eastern region. He pondered what level of powerhouse he could summon for himself. Let us first utilize the 3 legion summons. The main event shall be reserved for last. Chu Ye was not in haste. He began with the 3 legion summons. Ding. The system's voice resounded promptly. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 100,000 Savage Beast Legion. Savage beasts. Ferocious beings originating from the desolate realms of higher worlds. Born with strength comparable to that of imperial realms, they exhibit remarkable immunity to any laws of power and possess nearly perfect physical forms. They possess a unique talent known as adaptation, allowing them to gradually acclimate to any attack or adverse environment, ultimately achieving perfect immunity. Note: the legendary Supreme Savage Beast King has achieved immunity to death, injury, and even the concept of causality itself. 100,000 Savage Beast Legion. Even the weakest among them could rend an emperor apart, impervious to most of their damage. This was akin to a legion of 100,000 high-tier emperors. Without requiring Chu Ye's intervention, they could sweep away all opposition. Indeed, the quality of the legion summons rises with the host's cultivation. After advancing to the realm of gods, he could summon such a formidable Savage Beast Legion at will. Chu Ye's eye shimmered. The talent of adaptation. When taken to its pinnacle, it could even grant immunity to death and powers at the conceptual level. This was undoubtedly a terrifying gift. Fortunately, as the ruler of the empire, he too could share in such a talent. Continuing onward, he summoned the 2nd legion. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 7 Sin Fallen God Legion. 7 Sin Fallen Gods. Deities who willingly fell into darkness due to the 7 deadly sins. They include the fallen god of pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Each fallen god is accompanied by 100,000 fallen spirits. Note: the base strength of the 7 fallen gods is equivalent to first-stage true gods, growing alongside the host's cultivation. The fallen spirits possess strength comparable to the initial imperial realm beings of the Chaos Continent, evolving alongside the 7 fallen gods. Fallen gods, corrupted by the 7 deadly sins. You say? A wry smile played on Chu Ye's lips. Though they hail from darkness and are incorrigible demons, once under his command, whether they be gods or demons, they could only submit obediently. The 7 Sin Fallen God Legion had joined the empire, bestowing upon him 7 powerful beings of the godly realm and 700,000 fallen spirits equivalent to those newly entering the imperial realm. Invincible. At this moment, Chu Ye could hardly fathom who within the Chaos Continent could impede his march toward conquest. Should anyone dare defy him, they would be crushed without mercy. Proceed. Let me perform the 3rd legion summon. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 3,000 Heavenly Punishment Legion. Heavenly Punishment Legion. A forbidden legion born from thunder and existing through annihilation. Composed of 3,000 punishers, each molded from the pure laws of thunder. As long as a single bolt of lightning flickers in the world, the heavenly punishment remains eternal. Note: the base strength of the punishers is equivalent to the ancient emperors of the Chaos Continent, growing alongside the host's cultivation. Ancient emperors, the pinnacle of imperial existence. Now, 3,000 ancient emperors were directly at his disposal. Moreover, these beings were manifestations of the very laws of thunder. As long as there was a flicker of lightning in the world, the heavenly punishment would remain. Exhilarating. After summoning these 3 legions capable of effortlessly overpowering all, which could also grow infinitely alongside him, Chu Ye felt a fervent bloodlust surging through him. This was true invincibility. With merely an imperial decree, the entire Chaos Continent would transform into the territory of the Tianwu Empire. No one could resist, even a fraction. If the legion summons were already this terrifying, how formidable would the singular legendary summon be? Taking a deep breath, Chu Ye began his preparations. Buzz. In his mind, golden light surged. Ding. Would the host like to immediately use the legendary summon? Note: the legendary summon will only call forth those powerful beings found in the myths and legends across the myriad realms. The lowest tier could summon beings at the true god level. Use it immediately. As his thoughts coalesced, Chu Ye felt an indescribable pressure descend upon the area. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a figure abruptly manifested at the center of the 9 Dragons Hall. Ding. Legendary summon successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning the master of the underworld, Hades. Following this, the system's voice resonated throughout his consciousness. The figure before him was draped in a black robe, with white hair and cold, haunting eyes. The surrounding void subtly twisted and shattered. Merely standing there, the laws of darkness and death in the Chaos Continent instinctively bowed before him, as if acknowledging their supreme sovereign, leaving only submission and reverence in their wake. Chapter 76. The Master of the Underworld, the Banquet of Destiny, 3 days hence. The Master of the Underworld, Hades. a being whose presence is traceable in the legends of countless worlds, devouring infinite faith, ultimately achieving the esteemed title of Lord of the Underworld. He governs the realm of endless souls, a deity of darkness and death, and in legends, he is even comparable to the king of the gods, Hades. We pay our respects, your majesty. Without the slightest hesitation, the Lord of the Underworld bowed deeply before Chu Ye in reverence, regardless of his previous identity. From the moment he was summoned by Chu Ye, all that he was became subject to the control of the heavenly martial emperor, the ruler of the netherworld, Hades. Chu Ye's pupils contracted slightly. The presence of the other was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even as a true god, he could not escape the intense sensation of threat and danger. Name: Hades. Identity: Lord of the Underworld, god of darkness and death. Laws: root of darkness, root of death. Cultivation: first-tier celestial, not counted among the dominators of heaven. Will grow alongside the host's cultivation. Loyalty: 100 absolute loyalty, affection loyalty. Note: beyond the imperial realm, cultivation can be divided into stages such as immortal, true god, celestial, god king, god emperor, and god sovereign. A celestial? To summon a being that far surpasses the true god realm to arrive. Chu Ye was horrified. The existence before him, in the chaotic continent, could not merely be described as invincible. This was a true god in every sense. With a mere thought, he could annihilate worlds, or even create them. If this Lord of the Underworld were an enemy, he could probably obliterate the entire chaotic continent, including Chu Ye himself. With a single gesture, gulp, struggling to swallow, Chu Ye felt a twinge of relief. Before such an immensely powerful celestial, the ordinary world would not have the slightest chance to resist. In an instant, they would be effortlessly annihilated by him. Fortunately, the celestial who had arrived today was a new subordinate of his, rather than an unexpected adversary from the upper realms. Was the divine realm merely the beginning? Well, now I have Hades as my trump card. Even if a true enemy from the upper realms arrives, I will have no fear. A sudden smile appeared on Chu Ye's face, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. His current trump card was virtually endless. Not only did he have the Lord of the Underworld at his side, but he also possessed an immense fortune of billions of fortune points. Such a number was more than enough to turn the heavenly martial empire upside down, crafting a true divine empire. Soon, after signaling for the Lord of the Underworld to rise, Chu Ye directly summoned Xianxiaaudiobooks. He intended to extend an invitation to the entire eastern region. 3 days hence, he would invite the 4 great sacred lands, as well as the rulers of all the nations in the eastern region, to attend the grand coronation of the heavenly martial emperor and to emphatically declare sovereignty over the entire eastern region. The 9,600 states of the eastern region now belonged entirely to the heavenly martial empire. Those who dared to continue occupying territory would face obliteration. Chu Ye intended to conquer the entire chaotic continent with an absolutely overwhelming and invincible stance. 2 days later, within the true martial sacred land, the foremost of the 4 great sacred lands in the eastern region. Gao Tian, are you certain the heavenly martial emperor has ascended to godhood? Deep within the sacred land, an unkempt old man holding a wine cup gazed peculiarly at the figure before him. The latter was none other than the most powerful being of the Vandi divine empire, the Gao Tian emperor, whose cultivation had reached the immortal level. I cannot be sure. I can only deduce from the divine aura sensed in recent days that he has reached his origin. Furthermore, Gao Tian emperor's expression grew grave as he filled his cup. Speaking slowly, his tone turning exceptionally somber, the heavenly martial emperor has suddenly sent out invitations, claiming to host a banquet for the heroes of the eastern region at his coronation. However, at the end of the invitation, there was a phrase. Oh, what did it say? Those who defy the gods shall find no path to survival. Downing the strong liquor in his cup, Gao Tian emperor furrowed his brow deeper. Increasingly convinced of his suspicions, he had investigated the heavenly martial empire. Its speed of rise was truly astonishing. The heavenly martial emperor must have obtained a genuine opportunity to ascend to godhood to dare be so arrogant, attempting to command the entire eastern region. In front of him, the ancestral figure of the true martial sacred land, the hidden immortal being Lingzhou Emperor, burst into laughter upon hearing these words, as if he had heard an utterly ridiculous joke. Those who defy the gods shall find no path to survival? How ludicrous. In this world, where gods can no longer exist, does he think he can act against the heavens and withstand the heavenly tribulations? Absurd. After his laughter, Lingzhou Emperor wore a face of mockery, feeling that this young man, who merely possessed some strength and deemed himself invincible, was utterly hopeless. So, will the true martial sacred land accept this invitation? Paying no mind to the mockery of the former, Gao Tian Emperor's gaze remained grave as he directly asked for the answer he sought. Naturally. I shall go witness how that young man meets his end due to his arrogance." Lingzhou Emperor paused, but then a cold smile crept across his face. He did not believe the other had truly reached the divine realm, but since it could cause Tianwu Emperor to treat it so seriously, he might as well see what the heavenly martial emperor was truly up to. "Excellent." Tianwu Emperor nodded. "Tomorrow, excluding the ancient Song sacred land, the top powers of the eastern region will gather together. I believe they have sensed the unusualness of the heavenly martial empire, which is why they did not refuse the invitation." His eyes flickered with anticipation for the events of the following day. If that heavenly martial emperor were indeed as he suspected and had ascended to godhood, then the eastern region might soon welcome its first true master. But if the heavenly martial emperor were merely a lucky individual possessing a divine artifact, trying to bluff his way through, at that time, I shall see how that fellow meets his end. Chapter 77. The gatekeepers are all emperors? The shock of the crowd. A day swiftly passed. Boom. At the periphery of the heavenly martial emperor's domain, the skies above were filled with an array of spiritual vessels, obscuring the entire firmament. Countless powerful figures soared through the clouds, even shattering the void to arrive. What is that? Yet when these towering figures of the eastern region gazed up at the heavenly martial emperor's city, which had undergone a tremendous transformation, they were all struck with awe, nearly breathless. In the center of their collective gaze stood a massive, floating city, so grand that it defied description. The heavenly martial emperor's city. With a radius of 900,000 miles, its height was unimaginably magnificent. It radiated a faint golden hue, resembling the heavenly palace of legend, boundless and majestic. It inspired an irresistible impulse to kneel in submission and worship at first sight. This must undoubtedly be a divine artifact surpassing the imperial weapon. A strong man at the imperial level cried out in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with greed as he gazed at the heavenly martial emperor's city. Wishing to claim it for himself immediately, he could profoundly sense the concentration of spiritual energy permeating this colossal city, a level that could rival any celestial paradise or even sacred treasure chambers. Moreover, he faintly detected an air of peculiarity surrounding the very essence of this city, a quality that seemed to far exceed his own imperial weapon's rank and even every treasure he had ever encountered. Esteemed guests, please disembark from the spirit vessel and follow us through the grand gates of the imperial city. Within the grand city, for sentinels clad in silver armor exuded a chilling aura of malevolence, stationed at either side of the city gates. A mere brush with the presence of these four sentinels sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, causing their hearts to tremble with an overwhelming sense of dread, rendering it nearly impossible to maintain their composure. Imperial realm? No, they were far beyond mere imperial realm practitioners. They were terrifying entities at the 6th or even 7th level of the imperial realm. Such formidable beings were undoubtedly the pinnacle of power in the eastern region, capable of holding dominion even within sacred grounds. Yet, within this Tianwu imperial city, these high-ranking emperors could only find themselves relegated to the role of gatekeepers. The spectators were filled with profound astonishment. The previously covetous imperial realm practitioners had now broken into a cold sweat, their hearts gripped by boundless fear. He was the ancestor of the divine hidden sect, a prominent force in the eastern region, wielding formidable power at the 3rd level of the imperial realm, barely managing to stand firm among his peers. Yet upon entering the Tianwu imperial city, the divine hidden ancestor could clearly sense that if those 4 gatekeepers wished to end his life, it would be as effortless as a breath. This instinct stemmed from years of survival amidst death and bloodshed, forged in the crucible of battle. Whoosh! Acknowledging the overwhelming prowess of the 4 sentinels, the various factions hesitated to indulge in any tricks. They all disembarked from their spirit vessels, swiftly traversing the skies and alighting before the gates of this towering metropolis. The gates themselves towered nearly 1,000 miles high, reminiscent of an ancient titan's fortress, imposing an immense pressure upon all who entered. Esteemed guests, a deep voice reverberated through the heavens. Accompanying this voice was a cadre of heavily armored guards, their bodies crackling with the energy of thunder, instantly sending chills down everyone's spines. An emperor, yet another emperor, an entire squad comprised of superlative beings of the imperial realm. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the rulers of lesser nations felt utterly numbed, perceiving that within this city, emperors were in abundant presence, scarcely remarkable. In my humble opinion, the Tianwu Emperor has likely dispatched all his imperial realm practitioners to the city gates to intimidate the visitors, ensuring they dare not act recklessly. Before the gates, there were numerous representatives from the true martial sacred land. Not only was the Lingzhou Emperor present, but also the true martial sacred lord along with a dozen core elders of the imperial realm. In the rear, Lingzhou couldn't help but chuckle, having long seen through the Tianwu Emperor's schemes. With over a dozen imperial realm experts in allegiance, the Tianwu Dynasty was already comparable to the four great sacred lands. However, to provoke the entirety of the eastern region and aspire to become its sovereign was still rather naive. Lingjio, what are your thoughts on this city? The spirit vessel of the venerable Fan Emperor was extravagantly luxurious, resplendent like a star suspended in the sky. The Tianwu Emperor slowly descended, surveying the entirety of the Tianwu imperial city. His gaze was serene, yet it seemed as if a blazing sun was rising steadily. In an instant, he captured the full attention of all present. It was the venerable Fan Emperor, an unparalleled nation that surpassed the four sacred lands. Only the Tianwu Dynasty could be deemed comparable within the eastern region. Could that figure be the legendary elder of the venerable Fan Emperor? The Tianwu Emperor of the Undying Realm? Whispers of speculation erupted, regardless of whether they were the emperors or sect masters from any nation in the eastern region. Upon witnessing the current venerable Fan Emperor and the reverence commanded by those who stood behind him, they couldn't help but feel a chill of trepidation and fear. The venerable Fan Emperor, an absolute sovereign presence in the eastern region. Even the four sacred lands held a palpable fear of him and were reluctant to provoke his ire. Within the 9,700 prefectures of the eastern region, only the Tianwu Dynasty, which had rapidly risen in a millennium and boasted the strongest emperor in the region, could stand against him. Ancestor, the Tianwu Emperor is far too disrespectful. Today, you have personally arrived, yet he has not shown himself to welcome us. The master of the venerable Fan Emperor, known as the Tianwu Emperor, spoke with an icy gaze directed at the silent sentinels before the gates. Your Majesty holds such a high status. Why would you need to personally greet these mortals? However, upon hearing this, the figure leading the 10 or so heavenly punishers, bearing a chilling spear, let out a cold laugh, retorting scornfully. Fool, do you even comprehend what you are saying? You seek death. At this, before the Tianwu Emperor could respond, his many powerful followers erupted in fury. Especially those imperial realm generals, their expressions twisted into ghastly visages. How dare a mere sentinel insult our emperor? They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Boom. In an instant, one individual stepped forward, raising his hand with the intent to crush the spear-wielding man on the spot. Yet, presumptuous, accompanied by the Tianwu Emperor's thunderous roar. The originally aggressive imperial realm expert's countenance shifted drastically, as if struck by a heavy blow. Bang! With a sharp crack, his entire right arm exploded. Blood mist enveloping the air. Stumbling back, the imperial realm expert shattered 1,000 feet of empty space beneath him, nearly plummeting to the ground. Ancestor, why? His eyes filled with confusion as he gazed at the Tianwu Emperor. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the Tianwu Emperor's brow darken. His voice low and foreboding. Silence. Should you provoke me further, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Yes, yes. The man hurriedly fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word of protest. Oh, meanwhile, before the gates, the spear-bearing man regarded the Tianwu Emperor with keen interest, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Venerable one, it seems you need not take action. A guard responsible for the gate chuckled lightly, slightly bowing to the figure before him. After all, the individual before him held an unparalleled status, commanding a terrifying presence that encompassed 1/8 of the entire imperial dynasty's might. The imperial martial offering, the 7th of its kind, was none other than the remarkable Shangwan architectural structure, Imperial Martial Pavilion. One could select 12 powerful individuals to enter, becoming special imperial martial offerings. The imperial martial offerings would pledge unwavering loyalty to their host, gaining the entirety of 1/8 of the imperial dynasty's power. Should the imperial martial pavilion endure, even if the 12 imperial martial offerings were slain, they could still undergo rebirth. Price, 999 dynasty points. Chapter 78, Slaying the Undying? Just a fleeting moment is sufficient. The Imperial Martial Pavilion. This was one of the edifices that Chu Ye had previously observed within the Dynasty Points Mall. Now, having expended hundreds of billions of Dynasty Points to remodel the Imperial City, it was only natural that it had long been secured. With 1/8 of the power at his disposal, the strength of the Imperial Martial Offering has indeed reached the terrifying realm of true divinity. Had that upstanding Lord Wuheng intervened earlier, it is likely that the envoy from the Vandi Empire would have suffered devastating losses in an instant. Fortune smiled upon them. After all, the decree bestowed upon me by His Majesty was to obliterate anyone daring enough to cause trouble. Upstanding Lord Wuheng shook his head, expressing palpable disappointment. He had intended to showcase the formidable power granted to him by His Majesty, to annihilate the formidable warriors of the Vandi Empire with overwhelming might. Alas, the intervention of that venerable ancestor from the Vandi Empire thwarted his plans, leaving him without a legitimate reason to act. Esteemed ones, let us proceed into the city. His Majesty and the Empress have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time, upstanding Lord Wuheng declared in a tone devoid of warmth before turning to depart, with the leaders of various Eastern Domain factions following closely behind. In the heart of the imperial city, the towering evergreen divine tree loomed infinitely, standing majestically amidst the heavens and the earth. No matter how the onlookers gazed or employed their spiritual powers to probe, they could not fathom the apex of that colossal tree. As they entered the imperial palace, the scenery before everyone shifted, and upon regaining their senses, they found themselves in an expansive plaza where innumerable warriors of the heavenly martial empire stood aligned, their presence dominating the sky. At the forefront were two imposing thrones, one grand and the other diminutive. A tremor coursed through the heart of Tianwu Emperor. An overwhelming sense of danger inundated his mind, as if he were ensnared in an inescapable death trap, left to be slaughtered at will. Esteemed guests, it seems you have arrived a tad late, came the languid voice of Chu Ye, who held a goblet and leisurely sipped its contents. In an instant, an inexplicable pressure emanated from his being, enveloping the entire realm. Before the crowd could respond, an oppressive weight descended upon them, nearly crushing their bodies and souls into fragments. With a splatter, the emperors bled, their forms involuntarily collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, reduced to the status of pitiful insects in the mundane world. Your Majesty, are these truly the tyrants of the Eastern Domain? A voice quipped, alas, from my perspective, they are not but a swarm of feeble, insignificant crawlers. Beside Chu Ye stood the Phoenix goddess, adorned in resplendent attire, embodying beauty beyond description. Clearly, when the guests arrived, the true coronation ceremony had already concluded. After all, Chu Ye would not allow this group of duplicitous outsiders to disrupt such a pivotal occasion. What does the heavenly martial emperor intend to do? A ruler of an ancient nation struggled to lift his head, unable to even rise under the terrifying divine pressure emanating from Chu Ye. He could only prostrate himself on the ground, eyes filled with dread as he gazed upon Chu Ye. As a formidable being at the 5th level of the emperor realm, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting against such might. It was akin to an ant being crushed beneath a heavy weight. Resignation to death was his only recourse. What level of cultivation had the heavenly martial emperor attained? Damn it! Damn it! Tianwu Emperor was utterly taken aback. How could he not comprehend the nature of such pressure? The might of a true god. This heavenly martial emperor had already ascended to divinity, and he was far from an ordinary novice in the divine realm. Indeed, at this moment, only the high heaven emperor remained composed, taking a deep breath to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. When did such a true god-level monster emerge in our Eastern Domain? True God, what an awe-inspiring title. Even the heavenly Tao fears it, thus imposing restraints to sever the path to divinity. The high heaven emperor inhaled deeply, though reluctant to admit it. The undeniable truth lay before him. The heavenly martial emperor had already triumphed. Whatever he desired, he could obtain effortlessly, in the face of a true god. No amount of struggle or effort could change the outcome. It would only appear ludicrous. Those of the Vandi Empire bow before His Majesty the heavenly martial emperor. As thoughts churned in his mind, the high heaven emperor resolved that the only viable course was to first express his submission, allowing for future schemes to unfold. What? Ancestor, use silence. If you wish to avoid the annihilation of the Vandi Empire, bow alongside me. The Vandi Emperor's heart raced in terror. He had just opened his mouth to inquire, but was met only with the boundless fury of the high heaven emperor. Immediately, the envoys of the Vandi Empire knelt before Chu Ye, signaling their capitulation. What I desire is quite clear to you all. Observing the Vandi Empire's acquiescence, Chu Ye offered a detached smile, and with a mere thought, he lifted the oppressive weight that had enveloped them. The Eastern Domain belongs to me. I have summoned you here today merely to compel you to surrender all that you possess. His indifferent words reverberated throughout the plaza, shaking the hearts of countless rulers, who inwardly cursed him as a madman. The heavenly martial emperor's intent was indeed to swallow the entirety of the Eastern Domain, unifying all 9,700 states. Heavenly martial emperor, if you wish for me to relinquish the Flame Radiance Empire, that is utterly impossible. With a resounding boom, amidst the overwhelming pressure, one individual stood defiantly, his body seemingly ablaze with divine flames, shouting at Chu Ye. This was none other than the master of the Flame Radiance Empire, renowned as the first in the Eastern Domain and in existence at the immortal tier. Is that so? Chu Ye's gaze shifted slightly downwards. With a casual flick of his fingertip, the body of the Flame Radiance Emperor suddenly became adorned with a myriad of scarlet patterns. The next moment, boom, this immortal being, even before he could utter a word, was utterly obliterated, transforming into a shower of blood that rained down upon the land. Only his terrified soul shrieked as it fled in haste. However, When the essence of the Flame Radiance Emperor breached an invisible barrier of void, it, whoosh, exploded into a cascade of light. The Flame Radiance Emperor, this so-called strongest being of the Eastern Domain, had not even begun to resist, let alone utter a word of plea. In the blink of an eye, a legendary immortal had fallen. Chapter 79, The Void Divine Realm, The Fate of the Defiant. Silence. In an instant, even Tianwu Emperor tensed his body, no longer daring to move. An immortal existence. This was a being that stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain, capable of sweeping away all opposition, subduing everything, and even slaughtering the heavens and the earth. And yet, it had fallen so casually. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Tianwu Emperor had once fought against the Flame Radiance Emperor, only to return in utter disgrace, having been relentlessly pursued by this immortal tier junior. And now, he was deemed invincible in the Eastern Domain. The so-called Flame Radiance Emperor, who claimed to possess the divine inheritance and sweep away all adversaries, fell before the martial emperor as if he were not but a mere chicken or a dog. It is simply unimaginable. This scene, witnessed by the leaders of various factions, sent their hearts racing uncontrollably. This is the power of a true deity. The eyes of the High Heaven Emperor narrowed in terror. Even with the pressure upon him dissipated, he did not dare to raise his head. His forehead pressed firmly to the ground. Such power could never belong to mere mortals. To slay the immortal is akin to slaughtering livestock. With a mere wave, one could reduce them to ashes. He was drenched in cold sweat, his mind shaken violently, feeling as if his very soul trembled. A true deity. This is the embodiment of invincible power. The strength of the martial emperor is even more terrifying than that of the primordial deities. The ruler. Oh, this cannot be. The remaining experts of the Flame Radiance Empire collapsed in despair. The Flame Radiance Emperor was not only their sovereign, but also the very source of faith for countless beings within the empire. An absolutely invincible, supreme existence that crushed all. Yet at this moment, this godlike figure, revered by all, was instantaneously reduced to nothingness, obliterated on the spot. Martial Emperor, I will kill you, kill you. In their madness and fury, several imperial experts from the Flame Radiance Empire roared, burning their very souls in a desperate attempt to break free from Chu Ye's overwhelming pressure. Their faces were wild with madness as they recklessly charged toward the throne in the heavens, seeking to perish alongside him and avenge their sovereign. Cerberus consumed them. However, those standing beside Chu Ye were far from ordinary. The lord of the underworld, Hades, spoke coldly, and from the shadows behind him emerged a monstrous three-headed hound. Fierce and terrifying. Boom. The oppressive divine aura swept across the scene. Cerberus, the legendary guardian of the gates of the underworld, the hellish three-headed dog cherished by Hades. Its cultivation had clearly reached the realm of true deities, sufficient to crush the entire chaotic continent. In an instant, the three fearsome heads opened their gaping maws, unleashing a terrifying force of attraction, pulling the charging emperors into its jaws, followed by a crunch. Their screams and wails, accompanied by the horrifying sounds of chewing, signified the demise of these emperors who had unleashed all their power and burned their essence, reduced to mere sustenance within the belly of this hellish beast. I am willing to surrender everything of the Dragon Emperor dynasty. Please spare us. Do not eradicate us completely. Your Majesty, Martial Emperor, I, the sacred sect of divine concealment, am willing to submit entirely in exchange for our lives. Witnessing this utterly terrifying scene, the titans of the Eastern Domain were finally struck with sheer terror. In a panic, they fell to their knees. Even the mighty Flame Radiance Empire found that resistance led only to death. Now that the Brahma Emperor dynasty had already capitulated, what room for choice remained? They had no option but to yield, to relinquish everything in their hands, to surrender the accumulations of lineage that spanned millennia. They had lost. From this day forth, the martial emperor shall reign as the supreme sovereign of the Eastern Domain. No one shall dare to defy his decrees. His words are as if decreed by the heavens themselves, impossible to transgress. A clear choice indeed. Your descendants will surely be grateful for the choices you made today. However, before that, you must understand. Chu Ye stepped forward, gazing down upon the gathered multitude. The fate that awaits those who dare to draw swords against me will be nothing short of tragic. Snap. With the sound of a finger snap, the capital of the Flame Radiance Empire transformed into a massive light screen, revealing itself before all present. This was the imperial city of Flame Radiance, home to nearly all the power and imperial bloodlines within this realm. Chu Ye's expression was one of utter indifference, as if a celestial being gazing down upon a swarm of ants, cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Esteemed guests of the Flame Radiance Empire, have you seen within this light screen the locations of your family estates? The light screen displayed scenes of the entire city. With each shift of the image, The remaining attendees from the Flame Radiance Empire turned paler. Upon seeing their own family territories, their hearts quaked violently, as if they could already envision the horrific actions the Martial Emperor might soon take against their homes. Your Majesty Martial Emperor, I beg you, I beseech you, my Wang family is willing to serve as slaves and servants, forever at your side, never to betray. My Shou family also pleads. We implore you to take only my life and spare my kin. I beg you, spare my Lu family. My Lu family is willing to offer everything, just to be spared. I implore you, Martial Emperor. After a brief silence, the voices of fear and trepidation erupted. Today, nearly 1,000 representatives of the Flame Radiance Empire were present, and nearly half of them hailed from powerful imperial families, deeply rooted and collectively loyal to the Flame Radiance Emperor. Now, witnessing their own families displayed on the light screen, even the most foolish among them could deduce Chu Ye's intentions. Thus, at this moment, they could no longer afford to worry about anything else. They desperately bowed and pleaded before Chu Ye, hoping he might grant them mercy and spare their families from disaster. It is too late. From the moment you imperial lords defied me, the Flame Radiance Empire has been marked for extermination, completely disregarding the pleas of the masses. Chu Ye's gaze was profound as his right hand slowly extended towards the light screen, whispering, Divine Domain Void Severance. Buzz. A surge of power erupted across unfathomable distances. In the central region of the Flame Radiance Empire, a pitch-black singularity suddenly appeared, spinning ceaselessly and beginning to tear apart everything in its vicinity. What does he intend to do? The eyes of Ling Jiu Emperor were fixated on the light screen. The dark singularity filled him with an overwhelming sense of the unknown. Haha, foolish mortals. This is one of His Majesty's divine domains, unleashed through the principles of the void, capable of annihilating all and tearing apart any divine realm. Just as the leaders of various factions focused intently on the light screen, speculating on what would transpire next, the void traveler, Zhou Ling, suddenly spoke. His gaze filled with fervor, akin to a fervent believer directed toward the singularity within the light screen. Chapter 80. The Annihilation of Flame Radiance Imperial City. The Ice Prison Divine Monarch Submission. Divine Domain, Void Severance. This is Chu Ye's further application of the fundamental laws following his ascension to divinity. The void, formless and shapeless, can transform into the sharpest blade or the most impenetrable shield. The so-called divine domain of void severance is to turn a certain expanse of void into a blade capable of rending all things, annihilating and shattering everything within its reach, subjecting any entity to countless, relentless assaults from the void in the blink of an eye, let alone the inhabitants of the Flame Radiance Imperial City. Even a newly ascended deity caught within this domain would be instantly shredded, merging with the void itself. Activate. Chu Ye lightly tapped his fingertip. His gaze remained as indifferent as ever, showing no signs of emotion, even as he prepared to slaughter countless souls. No, no. The formidable warriors of the Flame Radiance Empire roared incessantly. Alas, it was all too late. What is this entity? A divine realm manifested at the heart of the Imperial Palace. Just then, the current prince of the Flame Radiance Empire happened to pass by, unable to resist. He reached out, yearning to touch that enigmatic singularity. Sizzle. Yet, the terror brewing within him scarcely had the time to rise. The speed at which his palm was torn apart eclipsed even the sensation of pain. The Flame Radiance Prince sought to retract his right hand, only to discover that the extremity of his arm had already vanished into nothingness. Buzz. There was no time for a scream, nor for escape. The void's divine realm erupted in an instant. That bizarre singularity expanded, almost instantaneously engulfing the entire Imperial Palace. And then, sizzle, annihilation, shattering. The people within the imperial capital felt a fleeting disorientation. The Grand Palace, towering like a mountain in the heart of the capital, had unequivocally vanished, leaving only a vast circular abyss in its wake. Subsequently, the void singularity swelled once more. Boom. The images displayed within the luminous barrier vanished without a trace. The fearsome city, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, had instantaneously transformed into a profound chasm, as if nothing had ever existed within it. Beyond imagination. This miraculous scene left the people of the Flame Radiance Empire in utter shock, nearly suffocating them. Lunatic. Tyrant. The capital was home to billions of souls, and he truly managed to erase them all with a mere thought. Do you comprehend now? The fate of defying me is akin to that of this city. Chu Ye's cold gaze swept across the assembly, compelling even the mightiest of warriors to bow their heads in abject terror. Heavenly Martial Emperor, you shall face divine retribution. You shall endure heavenly punishment. Only the remnants of the Flame Radiance Empire still screamed in anguish, their eyes filled with resentment. Thud. As soon as these words fell, The quasi-emperor powerhouse suddenly stiffened, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, his essence extinguished, utterly lifeless. Boom. Diabolo's 6 eyes flickered with crimson light, eradicating the remaining strong ones in an instant, plunging the world back into silence. Divine retribution? Heavenly punishment? Even the heavenly path now fears me. Do you truly wish for it to come and deliver you to death? Chu Ye scoffed, his voice laced with arrogance and disdain. With a mere thought, he altered the very fabric of this space, bringing everyone back to the imperial palace. You may depart now. Prepare yourselves, and there shall be those to receive your kingdom and wealth. Chu Ye spoke indifferently. Remember, from this day forth, in the eastern region, only the heavenly martial empire shall reign supreme. Yes, yes, we shall obey. We shall dutifully follow the decree of the heavenly martial emperor. Congratulations, your majesty, on ascending to divinity. May our sovereign be eternal and indestructible. As Chu Ye's voice resonated, all were jolted awake from their stupor. They promptly knelt in submission, bowing repeatedly, their faces reflecting the relief and trepidation of having survived. Ice Tiger, what are you still hiding from? Do you believe the emperor has not noticed your presence? After all had departed, the phoenix god she beside Chu Ye suddenly gazed into a certain direction, her eyes seemingly harboring divine flames. A light cough echoed softly. In the distance, a chilling mist enveloped the air, revealing the figure of a young man in white robes, the ice prison god, one of the innate deities residing in the northern region. At this moment, awe was evident on his countenance as he clasped his hands in greeting towards Chu Ye. I have come to pay my respects to the heavenly martial emperor. Your power instills in me a deep reverence. I beg your forgiveness for my trespass today. The ice prison god sincerely stated, fully aware that, despite being a true deity himself, he was nowhere near the match for this heavenly martial emperor. Moreover, after today's observation, the depths of his astonishment only grew, as he became acutely aware of the current might of the heavenly martial empire. It was simply unfathomable. The number of divine realm powerhouses within this city, from his perception, exceeded 10. The heavenly path had not failed to deliver punishment. Rather, it dared not. The foundation of power this individual possessed far surpassed the heavenly control over the chaos continent, leaving it at his mercy. Ice prison god. Chu Ye glanced at him lightly. I have heard that you were a childhood companion of God Shi. Today, I shall overlook this act of spying. If there is nothing else, you may leave swiftly. As one of the innate deities of the chaos continent, the ice prison god was even slightly stronger than the ancient divine phoenix. In days gone by, he would have been compelled to show respect. Yet now, he was but a mere second-tier true god. Even Cerberus could easily devour such a being. Why then should Chu Ye harbor any trepidation towards him? In truth, the ice prison god hesitated, ultimately seeming to arrive at a decision. He knelt on one knee and bowed his head to Chu Ye. I wish to join the heavenly martial empire and fight for you across the lands. All I ask is that when you ascend to the upper realm, you take me with you. He understood well that the chaos continent could never serve as a limitation for this individual. The future of the heavenly martial emperor was beyond imagination. Rather than waste time idly in the northern region, it would be far wiser to submit to this man and secure an opportunity to step into the divine realm. Very well. Chu Ye nodded slightly. A true god willingly joining the empire was certainly a stroke of fortune he could not refuse. But soon, it seemed as though Chu Ye recalled something, a wry smile crossing his lips. However, as for ascending to the upper realm, it is not just you and God Shi in my plans. Once the chaos continent can firmly establish itself in the upper realm, my goal is to elevate the entire continent, to ensure that this supreme empire I have crafted descends wholly into the divine realm. Chapter 81. Unifying the Eastern Region, Summoning the Human Emperor Fuxi. 7 days later, the Eastern Region trembled, and the emperors bowed their heads. Chu Ye's conquest of the entire Eastern Region was nearing completion, and under his overwhelming might, even the hidden forces of the Eastern Region had no choice but to submit. In just 7 days, a bloodbath ensued, until none dared to defy or raise a sound. One must admit, the Eastern Region was now entirely unified under this heavenly martial emperor. Across the Chaos Continent, only the Northern Region, Central Region, and Western Region remained unincorporated into the territory of the heavenly martial empire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering 30 territories in the Eastern Region, earning Legion Summon X10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering 60 territories in the Eastern Region, earning Special Sign-In X3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering 100 territories in the Eastern Region, completing the task of the Sovereign's Path. Earned Legendary Summon X1. In the Nine Dragons Hall, at the moment the entire Eastern Region was thoroughly conquered, seizing the 700 states. The resounding voice of the system echoed once more. signaling the completion of the previously announced task of the Dominator's Path in a single stroke. A tenfold summoning of legions and 3 special sign-ins had culminated in this moment. Upon the imperial throne, Chu Ye beheld the exceedingly generous rewards before him, yet he could not help but shake his head slightly. The divine artifacts and powerful beings he had acquired through summoning or sign-ins had already become a force akin to a dimensional strike within this chaotic continent, effortlessly crushing all formidable entities of this realm. However, he remained immensely eager for the most treasured legendary summon contained within the system. Such summons were capable of calling forth the superlative beings of legend. Previously, he had summoned the legendary king of the underworld, Hades. One could not help but wonder what kind of individual would be summoned this time. As images of various legendary figures known to him from the blue star surfaced in his mind, he envisioned the supreme deity of creation, Pangu, the legendary creator of the primordial celestial court, Dong Huang Tai. Additionally, the renowned 3 pure ones of mythology, along with the venerable Hong Jun, who had attained the supreme position of a saint. Should any of these powerful beings be summoned to his side, even if their strength were suppressed, they would still be able to stand tall in the upper realm, traversing the vast expanse of the universe. Even when confronted with foes of God Emperor caliber, they could guarantee a safe retreat. System, initiate the legendary summon. I can hardly contain my anticipation to discover which legend shall be summoned this time. As his thoughts turned, Chu Ye spoke solemnly. Boom. In an instant, a notification resounded. Ding. Legendary summon successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning a powerful being. A colossal aura, overwhelming and uncontainable, surged forth, enveloping the entire 9-dragon hall. The vast and mighty divine power filled the surroundings, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Before Chu Ye, an intricate diagram of yin and yang, a taiji symbol, suddenly materialized. Subsequently, the 2 forms of yin and yang transformed into taiji fish, and from the fish's eyes, a beam of divine light shot skyward. With a dazzling brilliance, the divine light illuminated the heavens, as if a river of stars descended from the celestial realm, enveloping the entire 9-dragon hall. A hum resonated as chaotic mist rose, and the forms of yin and yang gradually coalesced, sketching out a blurred silhouette. The figure stood tall, hands clasped behind its back, draped in a flowing azure robe that billowed in the air. Its gaze was profound, as deep as an abyss. And within it, the interweaving of myriad laws and the principles of heaven and earth could faintly be perceived. Emperor of heaven and martial arts. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The figure in the azure robe stepped forward, bowing deeply to Chu Ye. As if already aware that today would be the day of their meeting, Chu Ye's heart was filled with astonishment, overwhelmed by the aura and terrifying power of the newcomer. As he prepared to glance back at the system notification he had yet to finish reading, another message appeared. Ding. Legendary summon successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning the Human Emperor Fuxi. Human Emperor Fuxi, one of the 3 incarnations of the Azure Emperor Tai Hao Fuxi, the legendary progenitor of humanity, revered by countless beings. Cultivation level, 9th tier celestial god. The true form is at the Dao fruit stage. Should the host successfully break through to the God Emperor level, the true Azure Emperor Tai Hao Fuxi can be summoned. Principles, primordial chaos, primordial yin and yang. Loyalty, 100 absolute loyalty. Human Emperor Fuxi. Chu Ye's pupils constricted violently. Momentarily stunned, he had not anticipated that this legendary summon would bring forth such a divine being. One of the 3 sovereigns, Fuxi. Even within the annals of mythology, he was a formidable existence of the highest order. Your Majesty, the strength of your nation flourishes, with powerful beings abounding. Why do you still remain in the lower realm? Reluctant to ascend? Fuxi's eyes shimmered with the light of chaos, as if in an instant, he had gazed across the entire chaotic continent, comprehending its myriad secrets. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather the time is not yet ripe. Hearing the inquiry, Chu Ye quickly regained his composure and countered. Do you possess knowledge regarding the affairs of the upper divine realm? Naturally, Fuxi smiled, seemingly having anticipated Chu Ye's question. He spoke calmly. The upper divine realm, as you refer to it, is a vast world that connects countless realms, situated above the myriad worlds. I call it the Yuan Central Realm. The Yuan Central Realm is infinitely grand. With every being that ascends, this world expands further. Even today, despite the existence of innumerable worlds, none can compare to the vastness of the Yuan Central Realm. The Yuan Central Realm, you say? Chu Ye fell into contemplation. The more ascendants there were, the more immense the world became. Moreover, it is worth mentioning. Fuxi paused, then continued, in the Yuan Central Realm, true gods are not the lowest tier of existence. Each ascendant was once the absolute ruler of their corresponding world. Upon arriving in the Yuan Central Realm, they may be somewhat obscured, yet they shall never descend to the lowest echelons or become mere ants. Fuxi's expression turned solemn as he earnestly conveyed the fundamental understanding of the Yuan central realm to Chu Ye. It was a realm where resources were virtually limitless, expansive to the point of true infinity. For those true gods who had just entered the Yuan central realm, should they tire of the endless cycle of conflict, they could easily choose an unclaimed land to spend their days in peace. Chapter 82. The State of the Yuan Central Realm, Accelerating the Conquest of the Chaotic Continent. Generally speaking, this realm can be divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. In the lower tier of the Yuan Central Realm, true gods are already powerful enough to be considered sovereigns of their domains. They typically occupy territories exceeding hundreds of billions of miles, with tens of thousands of smaller factions pledging allegiance to them. The strongest in the lower tier usually reach the celestial god level. Of course, there are also terrifying beings at the God King and even God Emperor levels who choose to live in seclusion, leading to unexpected encounters. As for the middle tier that follows, it is truly a chaotic battleground within the Yuan Central Realm. Countless divine wars and struggles among various God Kings ensue. Even the offspring of God Emperors have perished in the middle tier, making it a trial ground fraught with danger. Numerous divine realms stand tall within it. The strongest beings reach the God King level, capable of annihilating billions of worlds with a single strike and effortlessly creating boundless worlds. The upper tier, on the other hand, is eerily calm, even after countless eons. It is rare to witness conflicts among the various upper-tier powers because this is the core divine domain ruled by the God Emperors. Every inch of land in the upper tier has its designated master. The 13 supreme God Emperors have long since divided the upper tier among themselves. Who would dare to intrude? Now I understand. Chu Ye nodded slightly after hearing Fuxi's explanation. The lower tier is tranquil, providing any ascendant a stable environment for countless years of cultivation. It is only from the middle tier onward that one encounters risks that could lead to the downfall of divine beings. The struggle among God Kings, is it? Chu Ye's eyes glimmered with brilliance. The power of the heavenly martial Emperor dynasty was already among the elite within the lower tier of the Yuan Central Realm. However, to advance the entire nation into the middle tier, it would require at least one God King to preside over it. In the present day, my cultivation has burgeoned, reaching the exalted realm of the 7th stage, true God. Should I ascend to the status of a celestial god, I would be poised to consider elevating the entire chaotic continent, establishing a firm foothold in the lower realms, and thus positioning myself to partake in the divine contest for supremacy. However, should that be the case, the ambition to conquer the entire chaotic continent must be expedited. With such thoughts swirling in my mind, I called out, "Hades." The lord of the underworld emerged from the lurking shadows of the abyss. "Your servant is here." Hades knelt before me, awaiting my command with an air of unwavering loyalty, as if he would execute any order without a moment's hesitation. "Within 3 days. Seize the western region for me. Is there any issue?" My voice resonated with undeniable authority. "As you command." Without a trace of reluctance, Hades rose to accept the order, and in an instant, transformed into a dark streak of light, vanishing into the distance. The western region, encompassing 8,800 states, is said to be the domain of the true dragon clan, ruled by the demon race. The involvement of Hades, a celestial god, would undoubtedly bring about swift success. Ice Prison Lord. After issuing my first imperial decree, I immediately summoned the Ice Prison deity. "At your service." The youth in white robes appeared within the 9-dragon hall. Upon sensing the presence of the figure in azure robes, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, surpassing the true god. This individual must undoubtedly be a formidable existence that transcends the true god. He had never imagined that my grasp extended to such a powerful being. "You are well acquainted with the northern region. The Imperial Army is at your disposal," I instructed casually. "Within 5 days. I want to see this region returned to the Imperial Dynasty." The northern region, the largest of the 5 domains on the chaotic continent, spans a staggering 11,000 states. Yet, due to its desolate and frigid nature, it has long been occupied by demonic forces, rendering it the weakest among the 5 regions. Yes. The Ice Prison deity's heart trembled as he nodded vigorously. His influence in the northern region was unparalleled, almost making him the sole object of reverence there. Seizing this region would be a task of utmost ease. As I watched the Ice Prison deity depart, my gaze fell upon an ethereal map of the chaotic continent. Focusing on the central domain, the middle region, though the smallest of the 5 domains, it possesses the most potent overall strength. With only 3,300 states, its imperial-level powerhouses and even immortal beings rank it at the apex of the 5 regions. "Fuxi, accompany me on a personal visit. We shall directly engage the strongest factions controlling the middle region, compelling them to clear my path." I rose, intent on personally intervening to bring the middle region fully under the aegis of the imperial dynasty. The strength of this domain could not be compromised in the slightest. Your Majesty is wise, Fuxi replied with a gentle smile, rising to follow me as we vanished from sight. The joint efforts of two peak powerhouses would surely be an effortless feat in subduing the middle region. Meanwhile, in the middle region, one of the four supreme forces resided, a grand nation known as the Kingdom of Wutian. Your Majesty, a new god has emerged, and the eastern region has been entirely claimed by the Tianwu Dynasty, with no one daring to defy them. If that true god were to strike against our middle region. In the Grand Hall, the Wutian Emperor listened impassively to the reports of his subordinates, finding the news utterly laughable. A true god has emerged? Seizing the eastern region? Our kingdom of Wutian is under the protection of one of the innate divine beings, the nine-candle abyss dragon. Even if that true god dares to approach the middle region, they would be but an ant under the might of the undying and immortal abyss dragon. The most curious aspect for the Wutian Emperor was how the Tianwu Emperor managed to obscure the heavenly Tao's sensing to successfully ascend to godhood. What fortuitous luck! I once faced failure in my own ascension, doomed to be eternally trapped in the realm of the immortal. This young one from the eastern region must possess extraordinary fortune to seize such an opportunity and break through to true godhood. The Wutian Emperor's eyes were deep, murmuring to himself, when an emperor successfully breaks through, they step into true godhood. A failed breakthrough results in a mere pseudo-god. Given the current restrictions of the heavenly Tao, the emergence of this new god from the eastern region is truly perplexing. I can only surmise that they have utilized some divine artifact to shield themselves from the perception of the heavenly Tao, enabling them to successfully attain godhood. You may leave now. I shall seek an audience with the Abyss Dragon to inquire about its perspective on this matter. The Wutian Emperor slowly rose, gesturing for everyone to leave the hall. We bid farewell to your Majesty. The powerful figures within the hall bowed in unison. Just as the Wutian Emperor turned to depart, an unexpected change washed over his countenance, and he abruptly looked skyward toward the imperial city. Thunder rumbled ominously above. The very fabric of the void was violently torn asunder, creating a massive rift that devoured all in its vicinity. Unbeknownst to him, two figures stood side by side above the imperial city. One was clad in azure robes, bearing a gentle smile, reminiscent of an erudite scholar. The other donned an imperial crown, his garments billowing, exuding an air of dominance that commanded respect. His eyes seemed to encompass the stars of heaven, the cycles of day and night, like a celestial emperor surveying the world, evoking an instinctual desire for submission. It was none other than Chu Ye and Fuxi, having arrived in the middle region. Chapter 83, The Nine-Candle Abyss Dragon. The root cause of the blockage on the path to godhood. The two stood upon the heavens, and though they emitted no trace of oppressive force, every being present in the Wutian imperial city felt a stir of trepidation, as if they were facing a formidable adversary. The kingdom of Wutian, according to divine wisdom, was the sanctuary of the three supreme innate divine beings, the nine-candle abyss dragon. With a true god in residence, it claimed its status as a divine kingdom, nearly surpassing all forces in the middle region. Chu Ye spoke with an indifferent tone. The three supreme innate divine beings of the chaotic continent, the ancient divine phoenix, the ice prison deity, and the nine-candle abyss dragon. Now, I have subdued two of them. Only the most enigmatic, the nine-candle abyss dragon, remains. Rest assured, your Majesty, this mere heavenly Tao incarnation is but a flick of my fingers away from annihilation. Fuxi replied with a smile, his tone casual, as if his opponent was of no consequence. In truth, it was indeed so. As the Azure Emperor Taihao Fuxi, he possessed the mystical powers of a Tao fruit saint. What realm does the Tao fruit represent? It is a state unreachable by the myriad beings of the world. It is a supreme domain accessible only to primordial beings and legendary existences. Within the infinite cosmos, this realm is known by countless names. The primordial Wuji Daluo Golden Immortal, the Master of Chaos, the Innate Saint, the Great Tao Divine Sovereign, and so forth. It transcends the God Emperor and even surpasses the entire Yuan's central hierarchical level. Therefore, even though Chu Ye remained unaware, the current peak of the celestial god realm that Fuxi occupied belied his true strength, which could effortlessly slay a divine king and easily escape from a divine emperor. At most, he could contend with the true god-level nine-candle abyss dragon. Yet, all is but dust. With a mere wave of my hand, I could annihilate countless foes. There is no need for you to intervene today, for I alone can sweep through the central domain. Chu Ye spoke with an air of indifference. With his current power as a seventh-tier true god, he harbored no fear, easily capable of crushing the central domain beneath his heel. To conquer the central domain and allow his post-ascension self to roam freely was indeed quite fitting. As you command. Fushi replied without hesitation, nodding slightly and falling silent. Indeed, the realm he occupied was far beyond this world. Should he take action, it would feel akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Buzz. As his words faded, Chu Ye stepped forward, shattering the void beneath his foot, soaring toward the majestic palace. Thunder rumbled. Accompanied by a celestial cacophony, the heavens blazed with light, as if a billion suns converged in a dazzling display. The brilliance surpassed even the divine flames of the heavenly realm by thousands of times. The entire Wutian imperial city was instantly illuminated, compelling countless formidable beings to rise restlessly. "Who dares intrude?" they exclaimed. "To trespass upon the Wutian imperial city is a capital offense. Depart at once. This is the sanctuary of Lord Yuanzhou. How dare you act so recklessly?" The powerful beings of the Wutian divine kingdom ascended in a flurry. In but a moment, over 100 emperor-level figures had taken to the skies, their overwhelming presence palpable enough to feel like a tangible force. 100 emperors? Truly, the central domain is the genuine sacred ground of the cultivation world. Chu Ye couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary might of the Wutian divine kingdom. With so many powerful beings gathered, it was no wonder the central domain was the dreamland of countless cultivators. "I am Chu Ye, sovereign of the eastern and southern domains, the supreme emperor of the Tianwu Dynasty. I come to the central domain with the intent of making this land a territory of my empire." Chu Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze radiant and imposing. "Submit, and I shall overlook your past transgressions. Otherwise, I shall eradicate you all." Impudent, arrogant. Upon hearing Chu Ye's brazen proclamation, the denizens of the Wutian divine kingdom were instantly enraged. Even if he were the rumored Tianwu Emperor who had ascended to true godhood, he had no right to demand the submission of the Wutian divine kingdom or to claim the central domain as his own. Silence. Yet in the next moment, the cold rebuke of the Wutian Emperor echoed throughout the heavens. Instantly, an unfathomable, terrifying pressure surged forth, enveloping all surrounding commotion. In an instant, the world fell silent, the air thick with an eerie stillness. Even some of the semi-immortal lineage elders trembled and cowered beneath such overwhelming might. "We welcome the arrival of Lord Yuanzhou," they proclaimed in unison. With a rippling sound, as the void shattered, a figure emerged beside the Wutian Emperor. With flowing black hair and dark golden dragon-like eyes that were deep and boundless, he exuded an inexplicable divine aura. Surrounding him were 9 fiery dragons, acting as both guardians and instruments of destruction, the guardian deity of the Wutian divine kingdom, the foremost among the 3 innate divine beings. Simultaneously the most tempestuous and greedy of them all, the 9 candelabra abyssal dragon. Boom. The arrival of this deity sent the entirety of the heavens and earth into a fervor, the winds and clouds swirling chaotically. The entire central domain was stirred, causing the other 3 great factions to turn pale with trepidation. The 9 candelabra abyssal dragon had descended. What calamity had unfolded within the Wutian divine kingdom to summon such a terrifying deity? One of the paramount forces in the central domain, the ancestor of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Dao sect, narrowed his eyes and could no longer remain seated. Whoosh! In a flash, he traversed 100 billion miles, charging toward the Wutian divine kingdom. Could another innate deity have arrived? This divine battle was one he could not afford to miss. Simultaneously, many other powerful beings shared the ancestor's sentiment, racing toward the Wutian divine kingdom to witness the unparalleled divine conflict. At this moment, however, Chu Ye remained indifferent to the tumult of the world around him. His gaze was fixed solely on the towering figure that stood like a colossus, blocking the path to the heavens. Name: 9 candelabra. Race: world-devouring abyssal dragon, an innate ethereal species capable of gradually grasping the heavenly path in secret, blocking the ascension of living beings, and slowly consuming the world until it devours the very essence of existence. Identity: one of the 3 innate divine beings of the chaotic continent, guardian deity of the Wutian divine kingdom, master of the heavenly path, in secret. World destroyer, in secret. Age: 17 billion years. Cultivation: 6th tier, true god. Current relationship: 100, aware of the subjugation of the other 2 innate divine beings, deeply wary and fearful of the host's potential to thwart its secret plan to devour the chaotic continent. Note: should the world-devouring abyssal dragon consume the essence of the chaotic continent, it is expected to evolve to at least an 8th tier celestial god. Having reviewed the entity's attributes, Chu Ye was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this most powerful innate deity was, in fact, the root cause of the blockade against ascension. Moreover, it was now the sovereign of the heavenly path, truly the apex of this realm. A world-devouring abyssal dragon. Such beings are exceedingly rare, capable of transforming themselves by consuming the essence of myriad worlds. Fuxi, witnessing this, also displayed a flicker of surprise. The world-devouring abyssal dragon clan bore a notorious reputation across the realms, known as the Dragons of Annihilation. The world that birthed them was akin to a fragile shell. Once they broke free, they would devour everything in their wake. The world-devouring abyssal dragon could then undergo a second metamorphosis, invariably reaching at least the celestial god tier, with particularly gifted individuals even ascending directly to the divine king realm. Chapter 84. Slaying the Abyssal Dragon, the terrifying power of the Death Ring. The chaotic continent now belongs entirely to me. I cannot allow it to be consumed at will. Upon hearing Fuxi's words, Chu Ye chuckled lightly, his indifferent gaze fixed upon the 9 candelabra abyssal dragon. Innate divine beings are, by their very nature, indestructible within the worlds they are birthed into. They can only be obliterated if the world itself is destroyed. However, this dragon has begun to consume the essence of the chaotic continent and has even seized control of the will of the heavenly path. Chu Ye could distinctly sense that it was no longer considered an innate divine being within this realm. Its immortal essence had completely dissipated. The current 9 candelabra abyssal dragon was merely an ordinary 6th-tier true god, loathed by the chaotic continent. My patience is limited. You have 3 breaths to depart. Should you refuse, I shall personally lay you to rest, declared the 9 candelabra abyssal dragon, gazing down upon the heavens with an air of utmost disdain. Having spent a full 100 billion years, the plan to consume the essence of the chaotic continent was finally in its final stages. Once it devoured the essence, true transformative power would be within its grasp, allowing it to annihilate the 2 innate divine beings that had unwittingly obstructed its path for countless eons. Time is still needed. In but a millennium, this realm shall be obliterated, and all will fade into nothingness. In the depths of his heart, the 9-candle abyss dragon could not suppress a cold sneer. He was oblivious to the fact that, under his command to seal off the divine path, there still existed those capable of transcending the divine realm, even evading the celestial retribution. Yet, all of this was inconsequential now. For after a millennium of completely devouring the essence of the entire chaos continent, he would truly roam the vast cosmic seas, acquiring the power to engulf myriad worlds. Would they dare to let him depart? Did they expect him to idly witness the gradual destruction of the world where his imperial dynasty resided? The 9-candle abyss dragon became instantly alert. Over 170 billion years had passed, and not a single soul had discerned his true identity, nor had anyone perceived his clandestine consumption of the world's essence. How could this human divine being have uncovered his secret? It appeared that humanity had ventured into the realm of forbidden knowledge. With a thunderous roar, the world trembled. The very fabric of the world's laws cascaded down, seemingly weaving a battle robe for the 9-candle abyss dragon, bestowing boundless divine power upon him. His gaze sharpened, and a profound murderous intent surged within him. He discreetly scanned the city, locking onto all beings who had heard that one utterance. In an instant, his hand clenched. Boom! Blood and flesh erupted. In the blink of an eye, billions perished. The towering Wutian imperial city became a river of blood, as numerous powerful beings hovering in the void gazed upon the scene with a mixture of unending fear and bewilderment. Your Majesty. Why? The first to inquire was the Wutian Emperor. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his head exploded into a mist of blood. Subsequently, his entire body was reduced to essence, devoured by the 9-candle abyss dragon. To seal the heavens and the earth, he spoke coldly, his fingers splayed wide, instantly enveloping 1,000,000 miles of the world in complete lockdown. In an instant, he slaughtered all remaining beings within. His methods were ruthlessly swift, utterly horrifying. Clap, clap, clap. Witnessing this scene, Chu Ye applauded, unabashedly revealing a mocking smile. What a ruthless heart. Truly deserving of the title, the World Annihilator, destined to consume countless worlds. Humanity, how did you come to know my divine identity? The 9-candle abyss dragon's eyes turned frigidly terrifying. As his overwhelming pressure radiated, the temperature of the 1,000,000-mile expanse plummeted, nearing absolute zero. Why should I disclose anything to you? Chu Ye retorted, shaking his head with a smile. Very well. With a thunderous roar, the 9-candle abyss dragon's fury surged. He raised his right arm and delivered a crushing blow. A colossal divine manifestation coalesced, as a gigantic palm print swept forth like the apocalypse. The booming sound reverberated through the heavens, causing all powerful beings en route to the Wutian divine kingdom to feel breathless. Even from several billion miles away, they could distinctly sense that overwhelming power. It was utterly astonishing. The entire central region trembled incessantly in response to the eruption of that terrifying force. Humanity, regardless of how you learned of my true form, today you face nothing but death. The ground collapsed. The grand Wutian imperial city was reduced to dust in an instant, crushed, and shattered in the sealed million-mile expanse. Even the terrain had been completely altered, transformed into a chasm under the nine-candle abyss dragon's palm, nearly obliterated. Your 3 layers of void barriers have been broken. Yet your power remains considerable. Amidst the swirling dust, the silhouettes of Chu Ye and Fushi re-emerged. Despite the eruption of that terrifying force, neither sustained any harm. Even their robes remained unruffled. How is this possible? The nine-candle abyss dragon's pupils constricted slightly. The power behind that strike contained his own 6th-tier, true divine energy. Combined with the explosive force of the Chaos Continent's laws, even those 2 primordial divine beings should have perished. Yet these 2 humans had sustained not a single injury. Who are you? I refuse to believe you are an original being of this Chaos Continent. The nine-candle abyss dragon's gaze darkened further. The strength of these individuals likely exceeded his wildest expectations, possibly reaching the 7th or even 8th-tier true divine levels. Such beings could not possibly be born from the Chaos Continent. Divine King projection? Celestial incarnation? In that moment, myriad speculations from his inherited memories flickered through his mind. I have proclaimed, my name is Chu Ye, the Emperor of the heavenly martial dynasty, and the sole sovereign of this firmament, this world, Chu Ye declared with pride, fixing his gaze upon the distant nine-candle abyss dragon. Any who dare covet my world shall find themselves on a path to demise. And you? It is now time for your journey to commence. Die. His indifferent voice resonated through the heavens. The instant his words echoed, Chu Ye made no offensive move. It was as if one utterance compelled his adversary to comply with his will and perish. Humanity, are you perhaps an idiot? At that moment, the nine-candle abyss dragon was about to speak, but suddenly froze, his expression contorted with rage. Then, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted. Boom. In an instant, his form manifested as a dragon, stretching over millions of feet, twisting wildly in the void, his scales turning dull and withered, shedding in torrents. In the span of a breath, the nine-candle abyss dragon's cries ceased. His draconic body fell to the ground like withered wood, showing only slight convulsions and struggles. Within 2 breaths, his flesh was entirely obliterated. His soul, akin to drifting dust, rapidly eroded, with faint echoes of his cries for mercy barely discernible. In 3 breaths, the nine-candle abyss dragon fell. This deity, who had secretly controlled the heavenly path, was utterly extinguished, as if he had never existed. This artifact proves quite effective. Everything unfolded before Chu Ye's eyes. Once the nine-candle abyss dragon was completely vanquished, he glanced at the black ring upon his left hand. Regulatory item. The Death Ring of Thanatos. Effect. It allows the host to match the cultivation level of any being, or ensure the death of those beneath them. By simply uttering the word of death in thought or speech, the target will perish within 3 breaths. Chapter 85. Reversal of Fate. The Celestial Path submits. After unifying the Eastern Domain, Chu Ye once again obtained several opportunities for special sign-ins. This death ring was indeed one of the divine artifacts he had acquired. A regulatory level item. As long as Chu Ye's cultivation equals or exceeds that of his enemy, he can directly annihilate them without conditions. Clearly, the nine-candle abyss dragon had now become the first formidable adversary to fall beneath the death ring's power, eradicated by mere utterance. Buzz soon. Alongside the fall of the nine-candle abyss dragon, who had clandestinely controlled the heavenly path, the will of the heavenly path of the Chaos Continent awakened once more, leading to the reversal of time across the million-mile expanse. Attempt to rectify all the consequences wrought by the nine-candle abyss dragon. Am I still alive? Only for a fleeting moment. The heavens and the earth have been upended, and the vast imperium of No Heaven re-emerges in the world. The Emperor of No Heaven, along with the myriad formidable beings beneath his command, are now engulfed in profound trepidation, feeling as though their long-held beliefs and convictions have been utterly shattered. As if ensnared in a nightmare, the guardians of the divine realm, revered by countless subjects for eons, even the abyss dragon, the embodiment of heavenly principles, has audaciously issued orders for their annihilation, to obliterate himself and all the powerful beings within this city in an instant. The mind of the Emperor of No Heaven is in turmoil. Yet, in any case, the sensation of having perished once is undeniably real. The abyss dragon has indeed extinguished their lives before, and now, inexplicably, they find themselves resurrected. The divine path shall be opened. You profess your willingness to serve me as your sovereign? The crowd gazes skyward. At this moment, boundless divine radiance envelopes Chu Ye, revealing the manifestation of heavenly will. Wishing to exalt Chu Ye as the true ruler of the Chaos Continent. How commendable of you to express gratitude. Very well. I shall become the sovereign of this realm, the master of all that exists in the Chaos Continent. Chu Ye smiles. This heavenly will has been under the dominion of the nine-candle abyss dragon for billions of years. Now, it has become minuscule and feeble to the utmost. Should it choose to resist, Chu Ye would simply extinguish it and reshape a heavenly will that obediently heeds his commands. At this moment, seeing that the entity has shown a semblance of understanding, it has chosen to voluntarily submit, thereby sparing him much trouble. The heavenly martial emperor inquires, "Might I ask where the abyss dragon currently resides?" Amidst the divine radiance, the onlookers remain oblivious to the situation. Yet the emperor of no heaven can no longer contain himself. He immediately bows and greets Chu Ye, who stands in the void, seeking answers. The nine-candle abyss dragon? That wretch has clandestinely consumed the world's essence, attempting to encroach upon my imperial territory. I commanded its demise, and so it obediently perished. Chu Ye slightly turns his gaze, casually elucidating. Yet this declaration resonates in the ears of the denizens of the divine kingdom of no heaven, inducing sheer horror, consuming the world's essence. The abyss dragon has safeguarded the central domain for billions of years. How could it commit such heinous acts? Furthermore, to say that a primordial deity would die at its behest, simply absurd. This is impossible. The sovereign must have some justification. Heavenly martial emperor. Where exactly is the abyss dragon? The expressions of the crowd shift. One elder, gripping a wooden staff, cannot suppress his anger and retorts. He is the transcendent emperor, one of the three immortals of the divine kingdom of no heaven. In his youth, he was fortuitously saved by the nine-candle abyss dragon. Hence he holds a profound belief in it, being its foremost devotee. At this moment, upon hearing Chu Ye's nonchalant remarks, portraying the abyss dragon as the ultimate annihilator, and even claiming that it perished at the mere suggestion of its death, he cannot help but erupt in rage. Is it impossible? Yet, faced with the skepticism, Chu Ye merely smiles indifferently, raising his hand to point at the elder. Then you may perish as well. Go to hell to meet the deity you revere. The transcendent emperor is taken aback. He wishes to say something more, but finds himself utterly voiceless. Even his own body becomes imperceptible. The power of the death seal activates once more. With Chu Ye's utterance, the transcendent emperor does not even last a breath before being reduced to ashes. Both body and soul obliterated. What? Lord Transcendent, what has transpired? In an instant, the onlookers witness an unfathomable and absurd spectacle. Fear grips their hearts, and they are left speechless in astonishment. Even the emperor of no heaven trembles at this moment. The transcendent emperor is one of the oldest existences within the divine kingdom of no heaven. It is rumored that he is among the longest living immortals in the Chaos continent, having co-founded the divine kingdom of no heaven alongside the nine-candle abyss dragon. Yet now, the heavenly martial emperor commanded him to die, and he truly perished? There is no longer any sense of breath. After meticulously probing several times, the emperor of no heaven finally confirms the utter demise of this immortal powerhouse. He cannot help but tremble, directing his voice toward the gathered strongmen behind him. Insolence! That world-destroying wretch is dead. His Majesty the heavenly martial emperor is the savior of the Chaos continent. How dare you offend him? Kneel promptly to show your respect. Countless thoughts flicker through his mind in an instant. Ultimately, he vaguely surmises that their resurrection is likely due to the abyss dragon's fall. With the heavenly will personally reversing the course of fate, the heavenly will has intervened, which implies the current heavenly martial emperor may have forged some pact with it, powerful enough to instantaneously obliterate immortals and truly slay the nine-candle abyss dragon. Whoosh! At the same time, as the blockade of this 100,000-mile expanse collapses, countless powerful beings from the central domain arrive. Upon witnessing the intact imperium of no heaven before them and the absence of the abyss dragon's presence, they cannot help but furrow their brows in confusion over the events that transpired here. Only the emperor of no heaven, upon discerning the arrival of the crowd, hastens to proclaim, "Kneel! His Majesty the heavenly martial emperor has slain the abyss dragon, saving this world. He is now the supreme ruler of our chaos continent. You are to kneel swiftly, lest you provoke his majesty." Chapter 86. I am the celestial emperor, establishing the eternal divine court. The inhabitants of the divine kingdom of no heaven heed the command, all prostrating before Chu Ye in reverence. Yet the other powerful beings from the central domain, upon hearing these words, cannot help but display expressions of hesitation. The nine-candle abyss dragon, has it truly fallen? What on earth has occurred here that could compel even the defiant emperor of no heaven to bow in deference, like a mere servant? In that moment, all eyes turn toward the heavens, where Chu Ye still treads upon the void. Oh, so this is the complete authority of the heavenly will? At this moment, he stands at the final stage of merging after having fully acquired the powers of the heavenly will. In an instant, Chu Ye seems to transform into all things in heaven and earth. Every living being, Every object escapes not his observation, nor his control. It is a wondrous experience, truly commanding the entirety of the situation. Even at this moment, rumble. The essence of Chu Ye's divine realm subtly merges with this world, as if transforming the entire continent into his divine domain, a realm that he shall eternally govern. The power of the heavenly will. The ancients of the celestial cloud Tao sect seem to grasp something. In a split second, he cannot help but tremble violently, as if witnessing a true miracle, almost unable to believe his own thoughts. Could it be that the heavenly will has chosen him as its vessel to act within the world? Or has the heavenly will already submitted? He raises his gaze to the heavens, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, bloodshot with astonishment. The power of the heavenly Tao is merging with the heavenly martial emperor, bestowing upon the latter the authority to govern the realms, enabling him to become the true sovereign of the world, wielding absolute dominion. How could this be possible? How could a being be so formidable as to compel even the heavenly Tao to submit willingly? In an instant, the entire central domain quaked, resonating throughout the entirety of the chaotic continent. Above the heavens, boundless divine laws manifested, weaving an ancient imperial crown for Chu Ye, which adorned his head amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Buzzing. The imperial crown bears the weight of the heavenly Tao as a subject. In this moment, Chu Ye has undeniably ascended above all things, becoming the singular sovereign of this vast universe. Every movement he makes commands the might of the laws. Countless beings rise and fall at the mere thought of his will. I, Chu Ye. The power of the laws transforms into a pale golden divine throne. Chu Ye towers above the 9 heavens, his majestic figure visible to all beings across the 5 realms. From this day forth, I shall govern the chaotic continent and establish the eternal divine court. I, as the heavenly emperor, shall wield the heavenly mandate for all eternity. A voice of resounding majesty echoed across the land, proclaiming Chu Ye as the heavenly emperor of this realm, the ruler of the chaotic continent. The heavenly martial emperor's dynasty was henceforth renamed the Eternal Divine Court. Boom. Following this declaration, an unfathomable and boundless divine might descended upon the world. The heavenly emperor? The ancestor of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Dao sect's gaze trembled. As an immortal being, he could even sense the reverence and submission of the heavenly Tao within the power of the laws. The heavenly martial emperor has truly achieved this, commanding the heavenly Tao to recognize him as its master, becoming the sole ruler of this world. Old One, I pay my respects to your majesty, the heavenly emperor. The words of Chu Ye are indeed the true heavenly decree. Any resistance or defiance can only lead to a dead end. Therefore, despite the multitude of questions and doubts in his heart, the ancestor of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Dao sect could only bow in submission, expressing his fealty to the heavenly emperor. In an instant, whether it be the gathered crowd or those beyond the Wutian divine kingdom, nearly all powerful beings in the central domain knelt in worship. The heavens and earth rejoiced, with countless beings paying their respects. This scene was overwhelmingly shocking, beyond comprehension. In the eastern domain, within the heavenly martial emperor's palace, Zhou Ling, Jiang Shanhai, and others all bowed their heads in reverence. Has His Majesty truly become the heavenly emperor? The Empress Phoenix Shenxi, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder, murmured to herself. Although she had anticipated this, witnessing her sovereign rule over the continent and being hailed as the heavenly emperor still stirred her heart immensely. In the northern domain, within the Icefall Divine Temple, the Ice Prison Divine Lord, gazing at the magnificent divine throne that appeared in the sky and the towering figure seated upon it, sighed with a wry smile. How much more shock shall you bestow upon me, your majesty, before you cease? The northern domain has successfully reclaimed most of its territory. However, seeing the current situation, it seems further efforts are unnecessary. The moment His Majesty declared himself the heavenly emperor and established the divine court, no foolish soul would dare oppose such an existence that surpasses heavenly authority. In the western domain, the demon clan's imperial court had been reduced to a desolate ruin. The lord of the underworld, Hades, stood amidst the ruins, surrounded by the corpses of several immortal demons. Your Majesty, have you finally ascended to the rank of heavenly emperor? I, Hades, am willing to continue the conquest of the divine realm and ascend to the heavens. Upon hearing Chu Ye's proclamation, he immediately knelt in respect, his eyes brimming with boundless martial intent. Beep. Detection of the central domain's submission. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 billion luck points. Beep. Detection of the northern domain's submission. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 billion luck points. Beep. Detection of the western domain's submission. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 billion luck points. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the 5 realms, becoming the sovereign of the chaotic continent. Hidden task completed. The path of the heavenly emperor. In the central domain, upon receiving the complete authority of the heavenly Tao and proclaiming the title of Heavenly Emperor. The system's voice erupted with fervor, accomplishing the conquest of the 5 realms within mere breaths, thus becoming the sovereign of the chaotic continent. Furthermore, an undisclosed hidden task was completed. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving Reward 1, the legendary figure, the giant spirit god. Reward 2, legendary summon X3. Reward 3, the eternal heart of world origin. Reward 4, the legendary item, the divine sealing list. An abundance of rewards flooded in. Chu Ye could not help but gaze in astonishment at the last 2 rewards. The eternal heart of world origin. This can transform a world connected to the host's divine kingdom into the host's second divine kingdom. Within this second divine kingdom, the host will possess absolute invincibility, immortality, and omniscient omnipotence. Even beings of the divine emperor tier stepping into the second divine kingdom would face certain demise. Moreover, a world infused with the eternal heart as its origin will truly be eternal and indestructible. Unless the host deliberately wishes for its destruction, there will be no means to obliterate it. The legendary item, the divine sealing list. All laws of heaven and earth can be sealed within the names of the gods. Those inscribed upon the divine sealing list can enter the divine realm and will grow infinitely with the strength of the host's divine court. Note, the maximum number of names on the divine sealing list is 3,650. Chapter 87. Enshrining the Gods. The chaotic continent boils. I, the giant spirit god, pay my respects to your majesty, the heavenly emperor. Boom. However, before Chu Ye could fully review the rewards, the void shattered, and a colossal figure, towering like a mountain and wielding 2 massive axes, emerged, kneeling in reverence before Chu Ye, the legendary figure, the giant spirit god. Possessing the cultivation of a 4th-tier celestial god, even a mere release of his pressure left the onlookers in the central domain utterly astonished. As if confronting the will of the heavens and the infinite laws of the universe, erasing any thought of resistance. Do not stand on ceremony. Chu Ye, surrounded by the shimmering light of the laws, exuded imperial might that crushed the myriad realms. With a casual wave of his hand, even the giant spirit god, a being of celestial god stature, could not resist a fraction of this power and was effortlessly lifted to his feet. Beep. The power of the heavenly sovereign has been refreshed, elevating the host's cultivation to 6th-tier celestial god. Beep. The eternal heart has been fully integrated. The chaotic continent will become the host's second divine kingdom henceforth. Detection indicates the host is within the area of the second divine kingdom, granting the power of sovereignty. Power of sovereignty, immune to all forms of damage originating from the physical, causal, energy, and conceptual realms. Any attack may carry a fatal characteristic, rendering any immortal or indestructible being susceptible to demise, even allowing the creation of entirely new concepts of death to ensure the fall of some beings deemed absolutely immortal. The chaotic continent has become a part of the eternal divine court. With the acquisition of boundless power from countless beings, Chu Ye instantaneously ascended to the realm of the 6th-tier celestial god. Furthermore, upon merging the eternal heart with the chaotic continent, in the present moment, within the vast expanse of the continent, Chu Ye stands as an embodiment of unrivaled supremacy. Even should a divine emperor inadvertently intrude, they could be effortlessly annihilated in this realm. With a resonant hum, as Chu Ye wielded his right palm, an awe-inspiring golden divine list suddenly materialized in the heavens above, visible to all beings across the chaotic continent, though it momentarily bore no names. The mere sight of this divine list sent tremors through the hearts of all powerful figures who beheld it. They could profoundly sense that to have their names inscribed upon this list would grant them the immediate ascent to divinity, bestowing upon them the blessings of certain worldly powers. I today establish the divine list here. Chu Ye's voice echoed throughout the corners of the chaotic continent. Almighty ones from the 5 domains, and heroes of myriad races, shall have the opportunity to etch their names upon this list. Those who ascend the list shall receive the protection of the world, stepping into my eternal divine court. A vast, boundless surge of divine energy swept across the realm, igniting an unimaginable fervor among the inhabitants of the chaotic continent. To ascend the divine list meant to attain divinity in an instant, securing a high position within the eternal divine court. Countless powerful beings were instantly driven to madness, especially those immortal beings who had long concealed themselves within the world, having been trapped for countless eons. How could they contain their excitement upon witnessing the emergence of this opportunity for divinity? Where is Jiang Shanhai, the right chancellor of the heavenly martial empire? I am here. Jiang Shanhai, overwhelmed with emotion, found himself in tears, never having imagined that as a former criminal, he would have the chance to be the first to ascend the divine list, personally conferred by His Majesty as a deity. I appoint you as the god of the Eastern Domain's mountain guardian, bestowing upon you eternal life and the power to command the forces of the world's mountains. Chu Ye stated indifferently, as a golden decree flew forth, merging into Xianxia's being. In an instant, Xianxia's ethereal form surged to a height of 100 feet, transforming into a celestial being. The boundless power of the Eastern Domain's mountains imbued him, causing his cultivation to skyrocket from the Holy Realm to the threshold of the Emperor Realm, then to the Emperor Realm itself. I, Xianxiai, humbly thank His Majesty for the grace. May our Emperor reign eternally, and the Holy Domain be boundless. As divine shadows manifested across the heavens, Xianxiai, having ascended to godhood, knelt in fervent ecstasy, his emotions beyond words. Where is Wu Gu, the leader of the Dragon Martial Legion? I am here. The towering figure of Wu Gu, who had diligently honed his skills within the heavenly temple for countless years and had reached the Emperor Realm, bowed respectfully. He was the first commander summoned by Chu Ye, having established remarkable military achievements for the heavenly martial empire, leading the Dragon Martial Legion to sweep across nations, instilling terror in billions of beings. For your valor in battle, you shall ascend the divine list. Thus, I bestow upon you the title of God of the Celestial Dragon, and all members of the Dragon Martial Legion shall be named Celestial Dragon Divine Generals, joining you in the battles across the heavens. I shall heed the Emperor's decree. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji's eyes brimmed with tears. His Majesty had never forgotten those loyal warriors who had fought valiantly for the Empire. As divine lights surged through the heavens, amidst the envious gazes of countless beings, the second name appeared upon the divine list, accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons. Wu Gu ascended to the divine realm, his divine power manifesting as a suit of platinum dragon armor, his aura magnifying 100-fold. We humbly thank His Majesty for the divine grace. The entirety of the 100,000 members of the Dragon Martial Legion connected their power to Wu Gu, becoming divine generals under the god of the Celestial Dragon, each momentarily wielding the strength of pseudo-immortals, capable of effortlessly slaying true gods when united. Next, Su Yin, the commander of the Black Dragon Guard, was conferred the title of God of the Hidden Dragon's Blade, endowed with the essence of the void. Li Fan, the imperial attendant, was appointed as God of the Fallen Stars, receiving the power of the stars. Zhou Ling, the commander of the Sacred Arms Legion, was named God of Eternal Rebirth, gaining dominion over the cycles of life and death, wielding the power of karma. The names upon the divine list multiplied, and the fervor and anticipation within the eyes of countless powerful beings intensified. To ascend to godhood, not merely a step into divinity. In the future, one could also receive the protection of the eternal divine court, growing alongside the esteemed emperor. Today, these 370 individuals shall be the ones to etch their names upon the divine list. The total number of divine positions upon the list amounts to 3,650, and I hope you all will perform admirably to secure your place within it. In a tone that sent hearts racing, Chu Ye declared, there are over 3,000 divine positions available. As long as you contribute to the divine court and achieve military merits, you may ascend to these divine ranks. I must ascend to a divine position, even if it means sacrificing everything for His Majesty. What harm is there? Begone. I shall no longer be the ancient ancestor of this sacred land. I shall become a god. I shall etch my name upon the divine list. Across the chaotic continent, countless powerful figures descended into madness. They hastily produced their most treasured artifacts, even willing to serve in the heavenly martial empire to earn the favor of the esteemed Chu Ye and qualify for ascension to the divine list. Even those immortals who had existed for eons could no longer contain themselves. Chapter 88. The Divine Path Opens, Intrigues from the Upper Realm. However, at that moment, Chu Ye spoke again, rendering the heavens and earth utterly silent. From this day forth, the divine path of the chaotic continent shall reopen, connecting with the upper divine realm you refer to as the Yuan Central Realm. His indifferent gaze surveyed the world, and after a pause, he continued, moreover, outside of receiving my imperial decree, no divine realm power may ascend to the divine realm without permission. All must await my command in 3 days, when I will allow the entire continent to ascend. Remember, those who ascend without permission shall meet only death. With a rumble, as his words concluded, the divine throne above the heavens dissipated. Chu Ye returned to the heavenly martial empire, leaving behind countless powerful figures who were still in a state of shock. What does His Majesty mean? A venerable ancestor of a sect gazed in horror toward the direction Chu Ye had departed. The restrictions on ascending to the upper divine realm have been completely lifted. Does this mean that even without ascending the divine list, we may still have the chance to attain divinity? He was a peak emperor-level power, mere moments away from breaking into the divine realm. Yet, under the former restrictions, he could only tread within the realm of immortality. The notion of waiting for the Emperor's command to allow the entire continent to ascend. What on earth was His Majesty planning? Many powerful beings were struck with dread. They simply could not fathom how to facilitate such a vast chaotic continent's ascent to the divine realm, let alone carry all its inhabitants with it. Forget it. I shall attempt to break through to the divine realm. As for the ascension, I need only refrain from actively accepting the divine realm's invitation. Several peak Emperor-level powers, having accumulated countless years of strength, decided at this moment to take a leap of faith and see if the heavenly restrictions had truly been lifted, allowing them to take that crucial step forward. Simultaneously, at the moment when Chu Ye commanded the heavenly barriers to lift, the chaotic continent was irrevocably connected to the Yuan Central Realm. In the lower regions of the Yuan Central Realm lies the domain of the Divine Core sect, an ancient sect that has been presided over by formidable celestial beings for countless eons. This sect holds significant sway within the vast lower regions, possessing over 100 cultivation secret realms, abundant in resources. Notably, its leader, Yuan Hao, was a powerful figure who roamed the mid-levels of the Yuan Central Realm in his youth. It is said that he once withstood a devastating blow from a divine king, leaving him with a vacant left arm, a testament to his past injuries. Today, in the outer expanse of the Divine Core sect, lies the Xinyuan stone mining area. Xinyuan stones, akin to the spiritual stones of various lower realms, are vessels of divine energy within the Yuan Central Realm, enabling the gods to expedite their cultivation and absorb divine power. Additionally, they serve as a valuable currency within the realm. The Divine Core sect boasts 7 Xinyuan mines, producing enough resources daily to sustain hundreds of thousands of disciples for several years. Any surplus falls into the hands of the sect leader and the numerous elders. Cursed be this fate. What wretched divine realm is this? As a mere saint king of unparalleled strength, I was once invincible on the Tianyuan continent. Yet, by a twist of fate, I have stumbled into this divine realm, reduced to a miner in the depths. In the mine, a middle-aged man with dark skin, drenched in sweat and with bloodshot eyes, swings his pickaxe, laboriously chiseling away at the black rock before him. His name is Zhao Wu, the esteemed leader of the Qiantian Pavilion, the most powerful faction on the Tianyuan continent. Having achieved the legendary realm of the Saint King, he once stood as the pinnacle of existence among countless beings. However, after inadvertently discovering an ancient jade, this esteemed leader was forcibly transported from his world to this reputedly supreme divine realm. Now, he finds himself honored as a miner in the Divine Core sect. I long to return home, to the Tianyuan continent. The strength of the Yuan Central Realm is beyond that of ordinary worlds. Even with Zhao Wu's peak Saint King cultivation, he can barely chip away at the outer shell of the Xinyuan stones, and after several arduous hours, he finally manages to glimpse the divine stones within. Number 42. Obediently mine here. I, Elder Su, promise you that after 1,000,000 years of toil, you shall be granted a vast expanse of land, 100,000 miles in size, to cultivate and thrive. Such conditions, do you dare to refuse? A sharp voice rang out, followed by the arrival of 2 figures exuding an aura of terror, elders of the Divine Core sect, both having reached the true god realm. In the lower regions of the Yuan Central Realm, true gods are already formidable beings. Despite the Divine Core sect's development over billions of years, they currently have only a little over 100 true gods within their ranks. Indeed, Zhao Wu's cultivation has yet to reach the Emperor level. He is powerless to defy these 2 true gods, let alone resist. Although he yearns to express that his maximum lifespan barely stretches to 100,800 years, 1,000,000 years is far too long to endure. Alas, circumstances compel him. Once the strongest on the continent, he must now resign himself to a life of toil. Humph, the 2 true gods sneered, fully aware of Zhao Wu's thoughts. Within the confines of the Divine Core sect, there are thousands of beings like him, who, by chance, have entered the Yuan Central Realm from the lower realms. If one possesses the strength of a true god, the Divine Core sect will treat them with respect, inviting them to join the sect as an elder. Should they attain immortality, they may become a steward of the sect. If they are of emperor rank, but still young, gifted, and brimming with potential, they may be accepted as disciples. However, for someone like Zhao Wu, whose cultivation is mediocre, akin to an outer sect disciple, and whose potential is exhausted, he is relegated to the mines. The only way to maximize his utility is to have him labor here. Boom. What is that? Suddenly, amidst the collapse of the mine and the terrified cries of the other miners, the 2 true gods felt a jolt of unease and looked up. To their astonishment, a deep, abyssal void appeared at the end of the once-level mining tunnel, continuing to expand wildly. Elder, what is that? Zhao Wu paused, trembling as he inquired. This is The eyes of the two true gods narrowed, and one of them appeared suddenly enlightened, his entire being shaking with excitement. The Ascension Path. This is a portal that had once been sealed, linking to a void passageway of the lower realms. Elder Tangxiao. You mean to say that a world which had once sealed the Ascension Path should not harbor any true gods by now, right? One of them spoke fervently to the other, their gaze filled with insatiable greed as they peered toward the vast void gate. Chapter 89. The Yuan Central Realm's Prohibition. The Arrival of Enemies from Above. Elder Xingyan, are you suggesting that the two of us should forcibly descend to the lower realm as the sect's advance party? Upon hearing this, the other true god elder immediately understood. In the Yuan Central Realm, as true gods, they may not be weak, but they are limited to being overlords of the lower regions. Beyond that, they find it increasingly difficult to establish a foothold. However, now, in a lower realm, especially one that had once sealed the Ascension Path, perhaps for billions of years without giving birth to any true gods, wouldn't their arrival be akin to that of true celestial beings descending to enjoy the experience of being the mightiest in this world? He, the true god elder named Zheng Yun, chuckled sinisterly. His cultivation rests within the second tier of the true god realm, placing him among the lower ranks of the sect's 100 true gods. He often finds himself chastised by the fourth elder, a ninth-tier true god responsible for managing 7 mining areas. Over time, he has accumulated a wealth of resentment. Now, a chance has presented itself, one where he can descend to the lower realm, slaughter mortals at will, and even trample upon those so-called empresses and divine maidens, treating them as mere slaves. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Indeed, Elder Tangxiao agreed. Slaughtering mortals and disrupting the order of the world is one of the greatest taboos of the Yuan Central Realm. Yet, this world is vast, and the connections to other realms are endless. If a lower realm portal unexpectedly appears in a mine, even if they were to annihilate it today, no true god would ever know. My lord, I swear I shall keep today's event secret. Spare me. Spare me. No, I only need to mine for another 1,000 years, and I can leave this place. In an instant, those miners aware of this prohibition turned pale, kneeling and pleading for mercy from the two true gods. What is happening? What does the lower realm portal signify? Only Zhao Wu, who had recently become a miner and was still somewhat oblivious to the rules of the Yuan Central Realm, continued to inquire with a bewildered expression. What does it represent? It was the time for us deities to indulge in our amusements, a privilege beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Zheng Yun smiled enigmatically, and then, as if speaking to himself, mused, alas, today, the 7th mining district has suffered a catastrophic collapse. It appears that all the miners deep within have met their untimely demise. But no, as his words fell, a cacophony of frantic screams erupted from the miners behind him, who, in a frenzy, began to flee with reckless abandon. Yet it was painfully evident that these miners, possessing only the meager cultivation of quasi-emperors, would find their desperate escape utterly futile. In an instant, a gruesome spectacle unfolded. Flesh and bone were obliterated. Under the trembling gaze of Zhao Wu, Zheng Yun nonchalantly waved his right hand, reducing the miners to mere crimson remnants scattered across the ground. And no, my lord. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Zhao Wu could barely articulate his thoughts, his body shaking violently as if caught in a tempest. In an instant, those miners, who had been his equals, or even stronger, were reduced to a grim tableau of sanguine debris beneath the hands of Elder Zheng Yun. This was the essence of true divinity, a force that mere mortals could never hope to withstand, a chasm of disparity that loomed like an insurmountable abyss. Are you frightened? Zheng Yun asked, casting a dispassionate glance at the quaking Zhao Wu, a smirk playing upon his lips as he taunted. He was a scion of the divine from the Yuan Central Realm. In a mere 100,000 years, he had ascended to the realm of true gods, blessed with eternal life. For 1,000,000 years since his ascension, he had traversed the lower realms, accompanying his sect's elders in the merciless slaughter of mortals, toying with the highborn women of the world. Why, one might ask, did he indulge in such acts? Oh, the thrill of oppressing the weak and crushing all in his path. Who could possibly resist such a delight? Great Lord, spare me. Zhao Wu trembled and prostrated himself, his voice a wretched wail. Spare you? Zheng Yun scoffed, his gaze casting down upon the insignificant creature before him like an overlord surveying ants. Then you shall serve as the vanguard, the first to venture into this lower realm to scout. Yes, thank you, my lord, I am eternally grateful. Zhao Wu's heart surged with unexpected joy at the prospect of survival. The two true gods had spared him, even granting him a chance to flee, a void portal leading to an unknown lower realm. The moment he stepped through, he would escape the clutches of death. He quickly rose, his mind racing with plans for his escape, yearning to vanish into the depths of this lower realm, to conceal his identity and live on in obscurity. Go on then, Zheng Yun urged. However, the other true god, Tang Xiao, found the entire situation utterly amusing. The Ascension Path. This is a portal that connects new gods and two realms. Its power is terrifying. Any being below the rank of true god that dares to intrude will surely meet their demise. Observing Zhao Wu's face alight with the thrill of survival, Tang Xiao chuckled, amused by Zheng Yun's cruel manipulation of the mortals. Well then, esteemed elders, I shall enter first, Zhao Wu said, bowing respectfully before stepping boldly into the void portal. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight. Then came the dreadful shrieks. Followed by a grotesque splatter. Zhao Wu's remains, nearly reduced to ash, were expelled from the portal, prompting Zheng Yun to erupt into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! This fool actually thought he could live. What a dimwit. Zheng Yun's face flushed with mirth. Truly, these wretched mortals were profoundly foolish. After a prolonged fit of laughter, he turned to Tang Xiao and declared, "Let us proceed. I am eager to discover what amusement this lower realm may offer us." His eyes glowed with fervent anticipation. Agreed. Tang Xiao nodded, his fingers weaving a complex formation to completely seal the area, preventing other true gods from detecting their presence, lest their plans be revealed. To recklessly slay in the lower realm was an absolute crime. Should the divine sects of that realm discover their actions, their fates would be grim indeed. Hence, caution was the wisest course. Soon, their figures faded into the void, journeying towards the world beyond the portal, the chaotic continent. Chapter 90. Summoning the Three Divine Kings. The terrifying legendary architecture. In the heavenly martial empire city, within the resplendent golden throne, sat the true sovereign of the chaotic continent. The ruler of myriad races across the 5 domains, the eternal divine court's master, Emperor Chu Ye. I still possess 3 opportunities for legendary summons, along with over 4 trillion points of imperial fortune. However, now that the chaotic continent is connected to the Yuan Central Realm, I must remain vigilant against unwelcome intruders coveting my domain. Gently stroking his imperial robe, Emperor Chu Ye's gaze flickered with calculation. His plan was to collaborate with Fuxi, the giant spirit god, and Hades, among other formidable beings, to unleash boundless divine power in 3 days, thereby expanding the Ascension Path to accommodate the entirety of the chaotic continent. Now that the Ascension Path had opened, the chaotic continent was fully integrated with the Yuan Central Realm, with no effort made to conceal this fact. This was a crucial prerequisite for executing his plan. Only through the blending of energies from both worlds could they truly reconnect and allow the continent to ascend. Enough, he thought, within my domain. I am the sovereign of all. Even should the divine emperor intrude, they shall only find despair. With a cold, ruthless glint in his eyes, he vowed not to spare any who dared to covet the chaotic continent. However, for now, preparations for entering the Yuan Central Realm must be made. System. Utilize the 3 opportunities for legendary summons. After a moment's contemplation, Emperor Chu Ye resolved to elevate the eternal divine court to its most formidable state. Thus, upon ascending to the divine realm, he could swiftly suppress the gods and seize control of the situation. Beep. Legendary Summon X3. Usage complete. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained the legendary powerhouse, King of the Gods, Odin. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained the legendary powerhouse, Ancestor of Wind, Tianwu. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained the legendary powerhouse, Ancestor of Fire, Zhu Rong. With the summoning complete, 3 formidable presences descended from the heavens, causing the very laws of the chaotic continent to tremble in their wake. They emerged from the void, kneeling before Chu Ye in reverence. Odin pays his respects to your majesty. At the forefront stood Odin, the king of the gods from Western mythology, clad in silver armor and wielding the Gungnir spear. He bore a crown upon his head, his visage exuding an air of unparalleled authority. My lord. Simultaneously, 2 of the legendary 12 ancestors of witchcraft also bowed low, Tianwu, with his 8 faces and tiger body, and Zhu Rong, whose scaly form was adorned with fiery dragons at his feet. Rise, my esteemed guests. As Chu Ye spoke, he slowly rose, employing divine power to assist the 3 individuals. These 3 figures were indeed extraordinary. Odin, known as the King of the Gods, commanded a terrifying strength that was evident merely from his title. His cultivation was equally impressive, not disappointing Chu Ye at all. Cultivation, 4th-tier Divine King. Subsequent cultivation grows alongside the host, a being of Divine King caliber. Although Fuxi had also recently ascended to the realm of Divine Kings due to his own remarkable growth, the addition of another Divine King under Chu Ye's command brought him considerable delight. As for the other 2, their origins were even more awe-inspiring. Legends spoke of them as one of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, formed from the body of Pangu after the primordial chaos. the ancestor of wind, Tianwu, a fifth-tier divine king, wielding dominion over all winds and storms. The ancestor of fire, Zhu Rong, also a fifth-tier divine king, possessing the true essence of the sun's fire, capable of incinerating the myriad realms. The addition of these three divine kings to the eternal divine court elevated the number of divine king-level beings under Chu Ye's command to 4. Meanwhile, the ranks of celestial-level warriors were already numerous. The 4 mighty titans guarding the imperial city, upon the establishment of the eternal divine court, instantly ascended to the pinnacle of celestial prowess. Hades stood at the threshold of divine kingship, with just a further advancement in Chu Ye's cultivation. He too could ascend to that realm. Diablo and his 12 subordinates had also entered the celestial tier. Additionally, the 7 deadliest and fallen gods, the 3 commanders of heavenly punishment, and numerous other leaders of legions summoned by Chu Ye had all achieved celestial status. Under such a formidable force, it was no exaggeration to assert that the eternal divine court could secure a place even in the mid-tier realms of the Yuan Central Realm, let alone the lower strata. Step back, familiarize yourselves with the rules of the divine court. I eagerly anticipate your performances in the future, Chu Ye remarked with a faint smile, gesturing with his sleeve. Understood. Yes. In an instant, the 3 divine kings transformed into streaks of light, departing from the magnificent 9 Dragons Hall. Recalling a legendary structure he had seen in the past at the Chaoyan Mall, Chu Ye murmured to himself, what was it called again? The Demon God Hall. After the departure of the 3 divine kings, he seemed to remember something and promptly made his way to the Chaoyan Mall in search of it. Before long, he located the site of the Demon God Hall. Legendary structure, Demon God Hall. In the dawn of the world, countless demon gods were birthed from chaos. The conflict among these demon gods shook the heavens and earth, culminating in the triumph of the 3 strongest among them. Should the host possess the Demon God Hall, they would be able to summon a chaotic demon god each month. Its strength is linked to the host's cultivation. Price, 399.99 billion Chaoyan points. Legendary structure. First-time discount of 90. Expensive. Beyond ordinary expense. Although one could summon chaotic demon gods indefinitely, the price was indeed staggering. Even with a discount, it still amounted to a hefty 39.99 billion Chaoyan points. After acquiring the Demon God Hall, Chu Ye would be left with merely a few hundred billion Chaoyan points. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Ye gazed at the light screen before him, his heart twitching slightly. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and resolved to purchase the Demon God Hall, summoning a chaotic demon god each month. The subsequent value of this legendary structure was simply unimaginable. No matter the cost, it was undeniably worth it. Buzzing, in an instant, a pitch-black hall, diminished a billionfold, materialized in Chu Ye's palm. Surrounding it, chaotic mist swirled, and countless demon god figures were etched upon the hall, as if poised to awaken at any moment, exuding an aura capable of instilling dread in the soul. My lord, a true god has invaded the chaos continent. Suddenly, the voice of the will of heaven resonated in his mind. Chu Ye's brows furrowed as he slowly stowed away the Demon God Hall. A true god? With a mere thought, he swept across the entire expanse of the chaos continent. In an instant, he captured the movements of innumerable beings with crystal clarity. Buzzing. A light screen also materialized within the 9 Dragons Hall. It displayed a scene in the North Domain, within the territory of the former Tian Han Ancient Kingdom. In the image, 2 figures clad in white ruthlessly slaughtered the local powers, trampling the once mighty Empress of Tian Han beneath their feet, laughing maniacally. The existence of these 2 was vaguely repelled by the rules of this realm. This indicated that they were not beings of the chaos continent, but rather entities from above the heavens, hailing from the Yuan Central Realm. Chu Ye's gaze turned frigid. The divine path had opened, and yet not even a full day had passed before true gods from the higher realms arrived, coveting the world under his control. Chapter 91. Chu Ye's speculation, the descent of fallen gods. Slothful fallen god, at your service. With a chilling voice, one of the 7 deadliest and fallen gods, now at the 2nd tier of celestial rank, materialized instantly within the 9 Dragons Hall, bowing before Chu Ye in submission. Go, bring those 2 before me alive. Chu Ye commanded coldly, pointing at the figures still rampaging within the light screen. Understood. The slothful fallen god accepted the order and instantly vanished from sight, leaving Chu Ye alone on the divine throne, pondering why true gods had arrived in merely one day. Could it be that, suddenly, he vaguely considered a possibility? Perhaps it was the aftermath of the ascendance from the ancient times, leaving behind a web of consequences in the Yuan Central Realm. Having provoked a certain faction to the point of fury, they might have dispatched 2 true gods as vanguards to exact revenge the moment the divine path of the chaos continent opened. What a nuisance. These ancient gods have truly left me with a mess to clean up. Firmly convinced of this notion, Chu Ye rubbed his temples. After the ascension of the Chaos Continent, he would need to eliminate these lurking threats first. Meanwhile, in the North Domain, within the former Tianhan Ancient Kingdom, now the Tianhan Prefecture. Ha ha ha. This god is invincible, unmatched. Do you lowly insects dare to resist? Boom. The two true gods, Zheng Yun and Tang Xiao, rampaged across the heavens, slaughtering countless beings, decimating all who dared to rise against them. Blood flowed like rivers, and ancient cities crumbled under the overwhelming power of the true gods. Even the immortal Tianhan ancestor was gravely wounded by a single strike, unable to continue fighting. Where did these two come from? The might of true gods. Aside from the forces of the eternal divine court, who else could possess such power? Stop. Your actions are a provocation against the eternal divine court and will surely invoke the wrath of His Majesty, the celestial emperor. Amidst the battered city, some felt terror and confusion, struggling to comprehend the true god's overwhelming strength. Others cried out in defiance, hoping to leverage the name of the eternal divine court to intimidate their foes. The eternal divine court. However, upon hearing this threat, the two divine beings in the sky burst into laughter. Uffed. Ha ha ha. Elder Tang Xiao, did you hear that? A mere lower realm faction dares to call itself a divine court? Zheng Yun sneered, his expression rife with derision. Beside him, Tang Xiao also wore an expression of forced restraint, struggling to suppress his laughter, yet utterly unable to contain himself. The arrogant smiles of the two individuals sent shivers down the spines of the formidable figures within the city, leaving their hearts chilled with dread. It was over. The adversaries dared to disregard even the eternal divine court. Were they not beings of the Chaos Continent? The sovereign had proclaimed that the divine path had been opened. Could it be that these were malevolent deities from the upper divine realm? In the heart of the cold heaven county, despair gripped the ancient Ice King. The eternal divine court had barely governed the continent for a day, and no divine warriors had yet established a presence in the cold heaven county. They could only incessantly seek assistance through the spiritual network, hoping for reinforcements. Yet, the arrival of the two true gods was still less than an hour away. The city's populace had perished by the tens of billions, and the core powers of Cold Heaven County had suffered tremendous losses. Even the once mighty Empress of Cold Heaven, now the county lord, had been toyed with and humiliated by those two malevolent deities. Her dismembered body hung at the city gate. In this critical moment, if no reinforcements arrived, the fate awaiting Cold Heaven County, and indeed the entire northern region, would inevitably resemble a descent into hell, where they would be played with like puppets by those two malevolent gods. Malevolent deities. The celestial emperor would not let you escape. That sovereign embodies the heavenly Tao, the very ruler of the Chaos Continent. Mere true gods are but ants that he could obliterate with a mere flick of his finger. The ancient Ice King roared, his voice reverberating powerfully across the heavens, shaking the sky for 100,000 miles. The clamor was palpable. In an instant, Tang Xiao's eyes glinted with a cold light. He had heard of the so-called Eternal Divine Court and the name of the Celestial Emperor more than once. He had long since lost all patience with the threats posed by these ants. With a flick of his finger, a crimson divine light surged forth, hurtling directly towards the ancient Ice King below. Within this divine light lay a trace of genuine divine power. Should a mighty emperor be directly struck, not only would their flesh be obliterated, but their very soul would also instantly dissipate into nothingness, leading to their complete annihilation. We are doomed. As he beheld the terrifying crimson light shooting towards him, the ancient Ice King's pupils constricted. He attempted to evade, only to find that the surrounding space had solidified as if it were a tangible barrier, rendering him utterly immobile. He understood that there was no escaping this crimson light. He could not evade it. His only fate was to be utterly eradicated by this divine radiance, dying in the most miserable fashion. However, just as the ancient Ice King closed his eyes in despair, preparing to face his final moment, bang! The crimson light abruptly vanished into thin air. The sun above seemed to extinguish in that instant, plunging everything into an abyss of darkness. The world suddenly darkened, prompting both Zheng Yun and Tang Xiao to instantly heighten their vigilance, retreating thousands of miles to halt in the sky above. The ancient Ice King, too, snapped his eyes open, gazing in astonishment at the figure standing atop the black clouds. A being of the divine realm. In a single glance, he could ascertain that the newcomer's cultivation was undoubtedly above the divine realm. The overwhelming and unfathomable aura that far surpassed his own perception could not be mistaken. This was a powerful being of the eternal divine court. The celestial emperor had not abandoned them. He had dispatched a formidable warrior at the earliest opportunity. Who? The two figures from the divine core sect glared coldly at the silhouette standing above the clouds. The newcomer was enveloped in a voluminous black robe, obscuring their features in a swirling mist. I am one of the seven since fallen gods, Sloth. Today, by decree of the Celestial Emperor, I have come to apprehend you both. The sloth-fallen god stood with arms folded, his eyes closed beneath the black mist, showing no intention of opening them even in the presence of two true gods. His tone was indifferent, as if pronouncing a judgment. If you surrender willingly and follow me to meet the Emperor, you may yet avoid some suffering. Otherwise, his words remained unspoken, but the chilling intent conveyed was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Gulp. The ancient Ice King struggled to swallow. Already having suspected that the eternal divine court might possess more than one or two divine realm strongholds. Now it seemed he was correct. The strength of this sloth-fallen god surpassed even that of the innate divine spirit, the ice prison divine lord. In his perception, mere mortals. Zheng Yun's fury ignited. Tang Xiao beside him also revealed a murderous glint in his eyes, as if prepared to unleash his true ferocity. The eternal divine court? The Celestial Emperor? In this secluded world, which had long confined the divine path, even if its beings were powerful, they were merely within the realm of false gods. False gods are still mere mortals. Yet this insignificant mortal, this ant-like existence, dared to threaten the two true gods, such ignorance of death. Boom. In an instant, Zheng Yun's eyes blazed with brilliant golden light. With a single step forward, he charged directly at the sloth-fallen god, intent on crushing this audacious individual. Chapter 92, A One-Sided Domination, the conclusion of the upper realm's two gods. It seems you two need to receive a small measure of punishment. However, in the face of Zheng Yun's fierce assault, the sloth-fallen god appeared oblivious, casually raising a hand to dismiss it. As a divine god, if he wished to slay these two low-tier true gods, it would be as easy as slaughtering chickens or pigs. In an instant, the void distorted. It was as if countless unperceivable and unstoppable blades descended. Searing. The sound of flesh tearing echoed alongside Zheng Yun's anguished screams. Elder Zheng Yun. Tang Xiao's heart trembled violently. He had not even seen how the opponent had struck. By the time he regained his senses, he could only see that Zheng Yun's arms and legs, even his entire lower half, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only smooth, mirror-like severance. Ensnared, the sloth-fallen god uttered a single phrase. The dismembered Zheng Yun was promptly consumed by a massive black vessel, disappearing from sight. In the span of a mere breath, only Tang Xiao remained, standing alone, his face ashen, filled with fear and disbelief at the reality before him. Zheng Yun is dead? No, he has been captured. Stripped of his limbs, reduced to a mere plaything within a bottle. This is the lower realm? This place should have been a realm where they could indulge freely. Devoid of any opposition, right? How could this be? Why? Why does such a terrifying power exist in this lower realm? Retreating in trepidation. Cold sweat dripped from Tang Xiao's forehead and back, his eyes betraying an overwhelming sense of fear. No, he did not wish to die. He was a prodigy, having ascended to the divine realm in just 50,000 years, with an immeasurable future ahead. How could he fall in this mere lower realm? No, absolutely not. Wait, you cannot kill me. I am an elder of the divine course sect, you. Searing, just as Tang Xiao attempted to speak, the invisible blade has once again swept through, leaving a chilling sensation in its wake. Almost immediately, an unimaginable agony ensues, sealing away all of my divine power, rendering me incapable of alleviating even a fragment of this torment. Spare me, I beg for mercy. The indolent fallen god remains expressionless. In response to the pleas for mercy, he nonchalantly utters incantations, imprisoning the wretched soul within yet another obsidian vessel. Having completed this act, he kneels slightly towards the heavens, displaying a hint of reverence as he proclaims, "Your Majesty commands it. I beseech the Lord of the heavenly Tao to rectify the causal chain of this realm and reverse the cosmos." Thus, the clouds part, casting an endless twilight over the land, enveloping this grand city in a resplendent glow. In an instant, all those who had fallen due to the demise of the two celestial deities found themselves restored, as if time itself had flowed backwards, reverting to their former states at an unfathomable speed. Even the cities that had been reduced to ruins stood pristine once more, as if they had never known destruction. Yet, amidst this revival, the once proud empress of the cold heavens, who had endured countless humiliations and tortures, shrinks into a corner of the city wall, trembling as she clutches her own body. The noble empress of yore has been reduced to this pitiful state, now merely the lady of cold heavens. The ancient Ice King's gaze trembles with sorrow, with a heavy sigh and a shake of his head. He gestures for the people of cold heavens to bow before the figure who had come to capture the malevolent deity and save all. We shall never forget the grace of today. We bow in gratitude to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor and to the fallen god. With a detached nod, the indolent fallen god waves his hand, and the two black vessels containing the fallen deities soar beside him. They vanish into the void with a resounding hum. Names. Zhengxingyun. I am Tang Xiao, please do not kill me. In the Eastern Domain, within the heavenly martial empire's prison, 2 members of the Divine Course sect, reduced to mere headless forms, tremble in the damp, ominous cell, tears streaming down their faces. Before them, Chu Ye sits casually, exuding an air of leisure as he toys with a delicate dagger, quietly listening to the interrogator's brutal methods of coercion. Though he could directly extract their memories, doing so would undoubtedly result in their instant demise, a fate too merciful for their transgressions. It would be far more fitting for their heads to endure a lingering torment, extracting every morsel of information amidst their suffering, for their actions demand such retribution. However, before the tortures even commence, the 2 men, under the interrogator's mere words, divulge every secret they know, fearing that any delay might lead to their immediate execution. Oh, the lower realm of the Yuan Central Realm, the Divine Course sect? 172 true gods, with 3 expected at the celestial level? The interrogator respectfully steps back. Chu Ye rises slowly, still toying with the dagger in his hand, casually inquiring, is that so? Yes, we are willing to turn over a new leaf and serve His Majesty like loyal hounds. Seeing the Heavenly Emperor, who had remained silent until now, finally rise to speak, Zheng Yun and Tang Xiao grasp their chance for salvation, urgently pleading for mercy. The eternal divine court is truly terrifying. The strength of the indolent fallen god rivals that of the sect master of the Divine Course sect, a formidable celestial-level existence. One can only imagine the terrifying prowess of the Heavenly Emperor, Chu Ye, who commands even celestial-level beings to heed his every word. How formidable must his strength be? At the pinnacle of the celestial realm? Or perhaps, in the legendary realm of the Divine King? A being of such caliber existing in the lower realms is utterly insane. What calamity has befallen this world during the closure of the divine path to give rise to such a terrifying entity? Turning over a new leaf is indeed a commendable idea. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye raises an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he remarks, Alas, you have slaughtered my subjects without consent. From the very moment you took that path, there was no retreat. With a swift motion, he hurls the dagger towards the interrogator, Jiang Yan, commanding, You may begin. Ensure they do not die easily. As you command. I shall not disappoint your majesty. Jiang Yan kneels, responding solemnly, his gaze growing colder, revealing an endless cruelty and malice. No. Zheng Yun and Tang Xiao gasp in horror, their pupils constricting as they let out anguished cries. But alas, as Chu Ye stated, it is far too late for mercy. Chapter 93, the first target after ascension. The arrival of the Chaos Demon God. The next day, within the Nine-Dragon Hall, the 4 great divine kings, Fuxi, Odin, Tianwu, and Zhu Rong, gather. Below them, the 4 titans, Hades, and the 7 fallen gods, along with numerous celestial-level beings, are also present. The majestic deities within the hall render the air itself seemingly stagnant, heavy as a mountain. The Heavenly Emperor has arrived. With the resounding call of a royal guard, all the deities rise to greet him, their faces alight with reverence and fervor. We pay our respects to your majesty the Heavenly Emperor. May you reign over the myriad realms, and may our divine court endure eternally. The gods bow in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. High upon the golden throne, a towering figure settles, surrounded by swirling purple mist. As the laws of heaven and earth resonate with each of his movements, connecting him to the entire world as if he embodies the myriad heavens. Heavenly Emperor Chu Ye. All of you, rise. Chu Ye, adorned in resplendent imperial robes, gazes down upon the myriad celestial beings within the hall, his eyes deep and voice somber. Today, I have summoned you for a matter of great importance. As the gods retake their seats, a fiery resolve ignites in their eyes. Spurred by the actions of the 2 celestial deities from the previous day, war is imminent. The first target of the eternal divine court following its arrival in the Yuan Central Realm is about to be revealed. The divine king Odin grips his Gungnir tightly. He is a master of battle, having earned his title as the king of gods through unparalleled prowess. With a new opportunity for combat on the horizon, his fighting spirit burns ever brighter. Your command, your majesty. Soon, the assembled gods speak in unison, their voices thundering like a storm, resonating to the heavens. No matter the order the Heavenly Emperor issues, they will execute it without hesitation. Excellent. I trust you are all aware of the events concerning the 2 celestial deities from yesterday. As Chu Ye speaks, the murmurs fade, leaving only his authoritative voice. The upper realm has encroached upon my domain, seeking to invade my world. This is a transgression that my eternal divine court shall never permit. Thus, as the Chaos Continent ascends tomorrow, the first target for annihilation by my eternal divine court will be the faction of the Divine Course sect, to which those 2 celestial deities belong. Gazing down from his lofty perch, Chu Ye's voice grew increasingly frigid, brimming with murderous intent. We shall spare no effort. The gods responded in thunderous affirmation. No matter how formidable the so-called core of the divine sect may be, if they dare trespass into the divine court, they must pay the price. The eternal divine court is certainly no soft target to be easily manipulated. With a subtle nod from his seat of power, Chu Ye acknowledged this. Although he possessed the ability to annihilate the two supreme gods the moment they set foot on the chaotic continent, thereby preventing further complications, he, as the sovereign of the world and the emperor of the divine court, chose not to take such drastic measures. He is an emperor, not beneath any individual, but above the countless strong and myriad beings. A life of comfort can never forge true strength. If his subjects from the 5 realms and 8 directions require his personal intervention for assistance, then what purpose do these citizens, who only know how to call for aid, serve for him? After the events in the cold winter prefecture, while no lives were lost, the confrontation with death and the divine surely instilled a sense of powerlessness that would, no doubt, foster numerous strong individuals capable of serving the divine court. The path to growth and strength had long been paved by Chu Ye for all his subjects. He is both a benevolent ruler and a tyrant. Those who cannot keep pace with the divine court are destined for elimination, and Chu Ye shall not extend his mercy to any of them. The 4 divine kings shall remain. The rest of you may withdraw. Yes, with a detached command, Chu Ye ordered all gods in the hall to depart, leaving only the 4 most powerful divine kings present. The complete connection between the Chaos Continent and the Yuan Central Realm has occurred even more swiftly than I anticipated. Tomorrow, I shall initiate the ascension of the entire world. You are to tear open the ascension pathway to its maximum extent, and one of you must proceed to the Yuan Central Realm ahead of the others to safeguard the remaining 3. Preferably, he paused, his gaze flickering with a hint of icy brilliance. You must thoroughly cleanse the area of the ascension path, driving away all forces and beings within. I am willing to serve as the advance envoy of the divine court, to proceed to the Yuan Central Realm, to cleanse and protect the 3 lords. The fire ancestor, Zhu Rong, spoke. He stood upon 2 fire dragons ablaze with divine flames, his beastly visage transformed into that of a young man, his robust form adorned with crimson divine patterns. Agreed. Chu Ye nodded. Zhu Rong's strength, reaching the 5th tier of divine kings, is formidable even within the mid-tier of the Yuan Central Realm. Should he venture forth to the upper realm as a protector, there would be no issues whatsoever. I shall heed the emperor's sacred edict. Upon receiving the command, Zhu Rong set forth. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of scarlet golden divine light, forcefully traversing the ascension pathway above. Ding! The demon god hall is about to summon the first chaos demon god. Before Chu Ye could instruct the 3 divine kings to withdraw, a system notification resounded abruptly, indicating that the demon god hall had commenced its first summoning to bring forth the first true chaos demon god for the eternal divine court. Indeed, a surge of excitement coursed through Chu Ye as he had yet to utter a word to the 3 gods in the hall. He had already dissipated from his throne and made his way to the demon god hall, situated deep within the imperial city. In the hall, a shroud of chaotic mist ascended. The massive teleportation portal trembled slightly, unleashing a terrifying tide of energy. With a thunderous crash, the ethereal portal of the demon god hall solidified into reality. Simultaneously, a claw, grotesque and beast-like, nearly half Chu Ye's height, emerged from within. The sheer size of the newcomer caused the ethereal portal to tremble, resonating with thunderous roars. Chu Ye took a step back, gazing at the colossal demon god summoned from the hall, his heart racing. The power coursing within it did not belong to any form of spiritual energy, nor even divine power. It was a true embodiment of primordial chaos. This is the genuine chaos demon god. Chapter 94, The Judgment Demon God. Instantaneously slaying the 4 elders of the core of the divine sect. Ding! Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Chaos Judgment Demon God. Judgment Demon God. Cultivation, 9th tier divine king, will grow alongside the host. Special. One of the 3,000 great avenues, the authority of judgment, can set rules. Those deemed guilty will be instantly annihilated. Loyalty, 100 absolute loyalty. The Chaos Judgment Demon God. Judgment. Chu Ye was astonished, not solely by the demon god's initial cultivation level of the 9th tier of divine kings, but more so by the authority of judgment. One of the 3,000 great avenues. The ability to set rules and immediately extinguish the souls of the guilty is an utterly ruthless and terrifying power. Truly worthy of being a chaos demon god, the most potent existence that emerged at the dawn of the myriad realms. Judgment, I greet my master. The colossal demon god knelt, its eyes bearing 4 pupils, each seemingly harboring a boundless world within, vast and infinite. The primordial rules of judgment enveloped it, and behind it manifested the image of a scale, reminiscent of a divine balance. It seemed that should one become the reason for the scales tipping, they would face immediate annihilation, deemed guilty by judgment. Please rise. Chu Ye collected his thoughts, calmly regarding the formidable demon god before him. With the addition of another divine king to the eternal divine court, he too would gain the authority of judgment, thus acquiring yet another powerful means. In a month, he could summon another demon god. Though the demon god hall is costly, it is undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. As for the core of the divine sect, since you share some connection with my chaos continent, you shall meet your demise. Once my eternal divine court ascends, the situation within the Yuan central realm will undoubtedly change. Chu Ye mused, instructing the judgment demon god to take a human form and familiarize itself with the rules of the divine court before departing the demon god hall. Meanwhile, at the outer perimeter of the Yuan central realm, core of the divine sect, in the 7th mining district, crack. The formation that had previously concealed this area from the prying eyes of the other true gods shattered instantaneously. Amongst it, the fire ancestor Zhu Rong emerged, scanning the surroundings with a furrowed brow. The location connected to the ascension path was, astonishingly, a mining site deep underground. He surveyed the scattered blood and remnants on the ground, a clear expression of disgust marring his features. The chaos continent of His Majesty must not ascend from such a filthy and chaotic underground. What is happening? Where have Xingyun and Tangxiao gone? The 4 elders require their assistance. However, abruptly, from the surface, tens of thousands of miles away, Zhu Rong keenly detected the sounds of beings conversing, causing his eyes to sharpen. Xingyun and Tangxiao? Were those not the 2 true gods of the divine core sect? It appears that this place also falls within the purview of their dominion. As thoughts surged tumultuously, Zhu Rong wielded the divine fire, and a terrifying heat instantly enveloped the depths of the entire mining area, causing even the indestructible divine origin stones to melt away. Boom. Soon after, an eruption akin to a volcanic explosion ensued. An infinite torrent of searing divine flames erupted from the depths of hundreds of thousands of miles below, incinerating everything that obstructed its fiery path into nothingness. What transpired? On the surface, 3 true god elders, who were searching for Xingyun and Tangxiao, felt a jolt of alarm within their hearts. The ground beneath them had grown increasingly hot, as if it would spew forth flames at any moment. One of them, filled with curiosity, leaned down to closely observe the source of the eerie geothermal heat. Then, with a thunderous roar, the divine fire erupted with a vengeance. An endless blaze of extreme heat filled millions of miles, engulfing the entire 7th mining area and scorching all within. That elder, who recklessly dared to bring his head close to the ground, now found his entire head melted away, even the bones reduced to ash. His death a tragic sight as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 2, consumed by the divine flames, struggled in a frenzy of anguished screams. Yet their efforts were utterly futile. In the mere span of a few breaths, they were completely reduced to ashes, along with the entire 7th mining area, which vanished without a trace. Only the void portal deep underground remained visible. Who has obliterated this elder's divine origin mine? However, before Zhu Rong could reach the surface, a monstrous roar of fury erupted at the very moment of the 7th mining area's destruction. Above the heavens, an elder, his eyes wide with rage and clad in the attire of the divine core sect, appeared, gazing downwards. He was none other than Zhongdu, the 4th elder of the divine core sect, who oversaw the 7 major mining areas. A peak true god, he stood just a step away from becoming a celestial god. Within the divine core sect, he was considered an absolute paragon. 4th elder, what has transpired? Several law-enforcing elders of the divine core sect arrived, initially asking in confusion. But upon witnessing the 7th mining area reduced to mere ashes, they felt their scalps tingle in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before them. My divine origin mine is gone. The 4th elder's eyes turned crimson. You all must swiftly contact the sect master. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. The 7 divine origin stone mines were equipped with formations capable of resisting celestial god power. Below the celestial gods, no one could breach them. The destruction of the 7th mining area today must have been orchestrated by a formidable force intent on annihilating one of the divine core sect's major resource sources. Contact the sect master? In my view, such an action is unnecessary, Zhongdu commanded. Yet, the responses from the 2 law-enforcing elders were long in coming. Only a voice filled with mockery echoed from behind him. In a swift motion, the 4th elder of the divine core sect, true to his reputation as a half-step celestial god, instantly unleashed his divine realm. the power of his divine kingdom surging forth like a tempest. In the blink of an eye, he was fully prepared to confront the threat. However, he was helpless. The distance between him and Zhu Rong, the God King, was still far too great. Swoosh! With a flicker of Zhu Rong's fingertip, a terrifying blade of flame surged forth, piercing through Zhang Du's head at an unimaginable speed, obliterating his soul in an instant. Boom! Immediately after, 3 corpses were casually reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Zhu Rong's gaze descended, as if peering through infinite distances, locking onto the headquarters of the Divine Core sect. Yin Jin, Yin Xian, you 2 dragons go wreak havoc at the Divine Core sect. I shall remain here to guard against any unforeseen events. As he spoke, he commanded the 2 fiery dragons beneath him to proceed to the headquarters of the Divine Core sect and unleash destruction at will. As for himself, he would stay behind to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Roar! In an instant, the 2 true dragons, enveloped in divine flames, soared into the sky. Their immense forms blotted out the heavens, akin to 2 ancient ferocious beasts, as they charged towards the headquarters of the Divine Core sect. As Zhu Rong's mounts, these 2 fiery dragons possessed formidable strength, having reached the terrifying realm of half-step god kings. Zhu Rong mused that they should not encounter any danger. He then descended once more, taking his place in the depths, guarding the side of the Ascension Divine Path. Chapter 95. The Ascension Opens, the Indestructible Void Beasts. A day swiftly passed. Rumblings echoed. The ground at the location of the Ascension Divine Path trembled violently, fissures cracking open, causing molten lava to surge forth. Has His Majesty begun? Zhu Rong slowly opened his eyes, and his figure soared upward. In a posture of observation, he gazed upon the Ascension portal, which was expanding wildly, nearly obscuring billions of miles in an instant. Soon, His Majesty would employ immense powers to elevate the entire chaotic continent. This would also bring the eternal divine court into this realm. I must guard against any unforeseen events. His gaze swept across the heavens and the earth. Zhu Rong's expression was exceptionally grave, his divine king power nearing its peak, filling the boundless sky with a scorching breath. The void itself twisted and contorted. Meanwhile, tens of billions of miles away, in a lower divine kingdom of the Yuan central realm known as the Tsongfeng Kingdom. What is happening? What is the source of such fluctuations that even cause me to feel an unprecedented tremor? The ruler of Tsongfeng was alarmed. In an instant, an unprecedentedly powerful wave swept across the entire Tsongfeng region. As a second-tier celestial god, he felt this most acutely. One could only say that beneath such astonishing fluctuations, even at his peak state, he might not even measure up to 1,000th of the source of this power. Perhaps not even a 10,000th. Above the celestial gods? Could it be that a god king has descended upon this place? Is it possible that some heavenly divine artifact has emerged in this lower region? The ruler of Tsongfeng was filled with an indescribable shock. A god king. Such a being could be considered a sovereign in the middle tier of the Yuan central realm, capable of establishing a true heavenly divine kingdom, controlling the unimaginable wealth of resources in the middle tier, a terrifying existence beyond the comprehension of the Tsongfeng Kingdom. This cannot stand. I must ascertain what has transpired. If a god king's secret realm emerges, the Tsongfeng Kingdom must seize the advantage. It cannot be missed. With this thought, the ruler of Tsongfeng resolved firmly. He then transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting towards the direction from which the terrifying wave emanated. The Sword Heaven Pavilion. Legend has it that its master was once a god king of the Sword Path. Due to offending a certain god emperor, his cultivation was stripped to the celestial god realm, and he was exiled to the lower tier. Thus, the Celestial Sword Pavilion was established here, and it has been an astonishing 300 billion years since. The breath of the Divine King? Within the grand hall of the Celestial Sword Pavilion, the contemporary pavilion master and numerous elders were engaged in crucial discussions. Suddenly, a disheveled figure, clad in tattered robes, materialized unexpectedly at the side of the hall's entrance. Gazing toward a distant corner beneath the heavens, his eyes, which seemed to bear the weight of countless silent ages, abruptly sparkled with a hint of divine radiance. The Sword Ancestor. Upon recognizing the visitor, the master of the Celestial Sword Pavilion was taken aback with shock. In a hurried manner, he commanded everyone in the hall to kneel and pay their respects to the ragged elder. It had been nearly 1 billion years since he last beheld this revered ancestor. The sudden appearance today undoubtedly signified a momentous event was unfolding. Alas, the disheveled elder paid no mind to the disciple's gestures of reverence. Instead, he let out a deep sigh. His gaze traversed the towering and magnificent Celestial Sword Pavilion, ultimately resting upon a distant, majestic mountain. Upon that mountain stood a colossal sword, still radiating a chilling light. This sword, known as the Cold Abyss, was forged painstakingly during his time as the Divine King, ultimately transforming into his life-bound divine weapon. Regrettably, 300 billion years ago, after being exiled to the lower realms and stripped of his divine king powers, this sword had remained here, untouched, with no opportunity to be drawn for an eternity. Do not act recklessly. Today may herald the emergence of the divine king, or even the secret realm of the divine emperor. I must contend for a chance to restore my former prowess. The sword ancestor turned, commanding the people of the celestial sword pavilion not to involve themselves, insisting that he alone would venture forth. Sword ancestor, how can this be? Silence. If my conjecture is correct, this secret realm will undoubtedly provoke upheaval among the majority of forces in the lower realms. Even concealed ancient beings at the divine king level may choose to participate. The master of the celestial sword pavilion wished to voice further objections, but was abruptly silenced by his ancestor's rebuke. If you wish for the entire celestial sword pavilion to accompany you to oblivion, then follow me. With that, the gathered individuals felt a flicker before their eyes. The sword ancestor vanished without a trace. Only the lingering echo of his words remained. If fortune favors me, and I return to the divine king realm, I shall bestow upon the celestial sword pavilion a true opportunity for greatness. Boom. The mountain trembled. The colossal sword that had stood for countless eons shrank a billionfold, once again grasped by its master. In the chaos continent, the boundless void above swirled with gathering thunderclouds. Divine light crisscrossed, and the formidable pressure of the gods surged forth. At this moment, countless powerful beings from the 5 regions of chaos were stirred. After all, today marked the day of ascension for the entire continent. As proclaimed by His Majesty the Celestial Emperor, beneath the void, Chu Ye stood, surrounded by numerous powerful beings from the eternal divine court, all channeling their divine powers to elevate the entire world into the skies. As for him, Chu Ye, he utilized the primal void power in the outer realms of the chaos continent. He enveloped the entire world in layer upon layer of void membranes, temporarily shrinking the vast expanse of the chaos continent 100-fold, thereby successfully traversing the path of ascension. After all, the chaos continent was vast beyond measure, especially with the endless seas occupying millions of trillions of miles. To attempt to pass through the path of ascension directly was evidently impractical. Only by temporarily folding and compressing the space occupied by the entire world could they succeed in reaching the upper realm in that fleeting moment, and subsequently, fully releasing it. Let us commence. Once everything was prepared, Chu Ye bellowed toward the 3 divine kings of Fuxi above, signaling them to expand the path of ascension and initiate this grand endeavor of world elevation. Yes, Fuxi, Odin, and the other 2 divine kings accepted the command. Boom. In an instant, boundless divine power intertwined, transforming into ethereal chains that bound the hidden path of ascension within the depths of space. The 3 divine kings flickered into motion, each taking their position, forming a tripartite stalemate. Crack. As the 3 chains activated simultaneously, the once tranquil path of ascension erupted into a surging tempest. Roar. From the void emerged a ferocious and hideous beast, crawling forth from the end of the path of ascension. Its form was illusory, seemingly not of this world, as if it represented a fragment of will from the central realm, descending upon this world to enact punishment upon its wayward beings. Boom. The moment the void beast appeared, the boundless sky seemed to collapse entirely. All rules within the chaos continent began to shatter and disintegrate, as if returning to primordial chaos. You vile creature, dare you? The ancestor of wind, Tianwu, roared, summoning an immense storm of tearing winds to sweep through the void. In an instant, the void beast was torn apart, only to reconstitute itself, madly assaulting the chaos continent in an attempt to thwart this world's ascension into the central realm. It was a manifestation of the world's power from the central realm, though its strength was not formidable, merely at the level of a divine being. Its connection to the heavenly laws of the upper realm rendered it effectively immortal. If the ascension of the chaos continent was not halted, it would never relent. Chapter 96. A single finger to obliterate the undying beast, the eternal divine court descends. 9 Emperor's sacred body, annihilate. However, just as the void beast was annihilated thousands of times by the 3 divine kings, causing considerable distress to them, Chu Ye spoke indifferently, directly manifesting an avatar. He stepped into the void, confronting the void beast head-on. With a single finger extended, an unimaginable force erupted, akin to a brilliant star bursting forth, enveloping the heavens and earth, even causing the central realm above to tremble faintly. Roar. The beast's howl was utterly chilling. Even as an avatar, Chu Ye, situated in the 2nd divine kingdom, remained an invincible entity, undying and unyielding. Then I shall create a new concept of death for you, obliterating you in one fell swoop. Bang. The void beast was instantly vanquished, its soul extinguished. Even the world's power from the central realm could not defy the master of this divine kingdom. Now, with the obstructors annihilated, Odin seized the opportunity, channeling his divine power to its zenith, expanding the path of ascension by several billion times while maintaining its integrity. Your Majesty. Quickly, from the other side, Tianwu urged, joining forces with Fushi to stabilize the path. Buzz. Chu Ye's eyes darkened as he slowly extended his right palm. In the next moment, he clenched his fist tightly, as if at that instant, he grasped the very world in his hand. Boom. The earth trembled, the vast seas roiled. Countless beings could distinctly perceive that the position of the entire Chaos continent was genuinely shifting toward the fabled upper realm. Your Majesty. The Phoenix goddess, she, wept profusely. Ascending to the upper realm had long been her most fervent desire throughout countless eons. Yet, in this very moment, it was within her grasp. The entire world was to be cradled by the Supreme Emperor of Heaven, soaring into the upper realm. Rumbling. In the Yuan Central Realm, where the Ascension Divine Path resided, everything within a vast expanse of trillions of miles was reduced to dust, crushed, and obliterated in an instant. Whoosh. Zhurong propelled herself millions of miles away, gazing at the majestic continent that gradually materialized from the Ascension Divine Path. He had succeeded. At this moment, she could not help but feel a profound shock and inexplicable excitement within her heart. It was a vast world, breaking through the barriers of the Yuan Central Realm, ascending intact to the upper realm. Such a feat was utterly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary divine king. Boom. Even when temporarily shrunk hundreds of times, the enormity of the Chaos continent still instilled trepidation in all, even among deities of the highest order, until it fully entered the Yuan Central Realm. The continent floated in the heavens, casting the ground below, spanning trillions of miles, into darkness. Only then did Chu Ye finally lift the veil of void that had enveloped the outside, allowing space to unfold, restoring the Chaos continent to its original size. Exhaling, the profound and pure essence of heaven and earth surged into this floating world. As the pinnacle of the myriad realms, how could the concentration of spiritual energy in the Yuan Central Realm be anything but extraordinary? In mere moments, it elevated the spiritual energy of the entire world to an astonishing level. Boom. Had I broken through to the divine realm? Haha. I have truly ascended to the upper realm. I have broken through to the divine realm. Gratitude surged within me towards the Emperor of Heaven. Amidst the boundless shock, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the imperial realm merely inhaled a few breaths of the Yuan Central Realm's pure spiritual energy, and his cultivation instantaneously gathered like water coalescing, reaching the true God level. Others shared this experience in abundance. In a brief span of time, many who had been stagnant at the pinnacle of the imperial realm for eons broke through, successfully advancing to the true God tier. Ding! The Chaos Continent's world tier has been elevated. All powerful beings on the divine ranking have received the world's power in return. At this moment, a system notification resonated in Chu Ye's mind. Rumbling. Following this, hundreds of powerful presences surged skyward. These were the beings listed on the divine ranking, now ascending to the heavenly God tier, growing stronger alongside the Chaos Continent. Ding! The power enhancement of the Lord of Heaven has been refreshed. Current host cultivation, second tier divine king. Moreover, as countless powerful beings experienced explosive growth in their cultivation, Chu Ye's strength also soared, reaching the divine king level. This allowed Hades to ascend to the divine king tier as well, and the summoned beings under him also experienced a surge in power. Today, Chu Ye's heart surged with emotion, and he soared high into the sky, declaring, "My eternal divine court ascends into the Yuan Central Realm. Whether celestial beings or the myriad tribes of this realm, all may join my divine court and conquer the 8 directions under my rule. I am Chu Ye, the Lord of the Divine Court and the future Emperor of Heaven across the myriad realms." His voice echoed thunderously, filling the lower layers of the Yuan Central Realm. Simultaneously, a magnificent golden divine figure stood tall upon the Chaos Continent, causing many powerful beings rushing towards this place to tremble in awe, even from a great distance. Upon witnessing that divine figure and the floating continent, they could not help but shiver, as if compelled to bow in reverence. Eternal Divine Court? Could it be a complete world? How is this possible? This individual has led a world to ascend, blatantly defying the rules of the Yuan Central Realm. The sovereign of the Zhongfeng Kingdom was left utterly dumbfounded, now standing beneath that boundless continent, where the heavens were entirely obscured, leaving only infinite darkness. At this moment, this ruler of a lower divine kingdom harbored no intention of contending for opportunities. It was far too terrifying. This continent, ascending from the lower realm, in his casual perception, held no less than 100 beings stronger than himself. Even now, that towering golden divine figure, the Lord of the Eternal Divine Court, Heavenly Emperor Chu Ye. Merely radiating a fraction of his presence caused the Xianxia sovereign's heart to race uncontrollably, nearly suffocating him. A divine king. Undoubtedly a being at the divine king level. Perhaps even a more terrifying existence. Such beings do not belong to the lower realms. As a mere ruler of a small faction, he could never challenge such a colossal entity. Otherwise, he would surely meet his doom. In an instant, the Xianxia sovereign made a decisive choice. He turned to leave. Such a terrifying giant was beyond his reach, and he had no qualifications even to spy upon. Chapter 97. The Choice of the Sword Ancestor. Odin takes action. Eternal Divine Court? Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Sword Pavilion, who had arrived simultaneously, wore an exceedingly grim expression as he gazed at the massive continent suspended in the sky. In his eyes, a flicker of trepidation and greed arose. To elevate a lower world into the Yuan central realm, the Heavenly Emperor, Chu Ye, must possess countless, unimaginable treasures. He might have unexpectedly acquired the legacy of a divine emperor or even a divine sovereign from the lower realm, thus enabling him to establish such a formidable force upon ascension. Damn it, I initially thought it was merely a secret realm emerging. Yet it turns out that the ascent of this eternal divine court has caused such a terrifying commotion. The hope of restoring my former cultivation has been shattered. The sword ancestor's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed hatefully upon the celestial continent for a moment, before he ultimately made an exceedingly bold and reckless decision. The legacy borne by this child is beyond imagination. If I go alone to contend, it will surely be a death sentence. Yet, a resolute glint flashed in his bloodshot eyes as he looked at the Frost Abyss divine sword in his hand. The 10,000 Swords Divine Kingdom. In the past, it was you who exiled me to the lower realm, stripping me of my divine king cultivation. But now, the only choice I have to profit from this situation is to inform you of what transpires here. Leveraging the power of the divine kingdom to seize everything from this lower realm's heavenly emperor. Suddenly, a small blade-like token appeared in the sword ancestor's hand. Crafted entirely from white jade, with the words 10,000 swords intricately carved at its center. The 10,000 Swords Divine Kingdom is one of the mid-tier divine kingdoms within the Yuan Central Realm. It has birthed countless sword masters, with a history that is virtually endless, recognized as one of the powerful divine kingdoms known as the Upper Nine Kingdoms in the entire mid-tier region. The Sword Ancestor had once been a divine king of the 10,000 Swords Divine Kingdom, but due to a grave mistake, he had been exiled to the lower realms and stripped of his divine king powers. The Sword Ancestor harbored deep resentment towards them. In the present day, it is only through harnessing the formidable power of the 10,000 Swords Divine Kingdom that one can aspire to reclaim their zenith. Should it indeed be a transcendent legacy of the Divine Emperor level, then this old man shall rightfully be regarded as a significant contributor to the 10,000 Swords Divine Kingdom. The Elder of the Celestial Sword glinted with a cold light, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Subsequently, a wisp of divine soul was infused within, establishing a connection with the infinitely distant 10,000 Swords Divine Kingdom. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Chaos Continent, Chu Ye stood majestically above the clouds, radiating a resplendent divine brilliance. The heavenly authority sword hung at his waist, while 9 golden dragon shadows coiled behind him, exuding an overwhelming imperial majesty as he gazed down upon the entire continent and the boundless realms of the Yuan Central World. At last, I have arrived, he proclaimed. To all the apex worlds of myriad realms, every path ultimately converges upon this grand age of contention, the world belonging to the gods. The Yuan Central World. Your Majesty, numerous powerful beings are currently lurking at the edge of my eternal divine court, seemingly observing whether we shall proceed to expel them, reported Zhu Rong, who had manifested behind Chu Ye, bowing respectfully and conveying the current intelligence regarding the surroundings of the Chaos Continent. No need, Chu Ye replied without turning, his gaze remaining fixed upon the vastness of the universe, his figure towering like the solitary sovereign of the myriad worlds, reigning over the 8 desolations. I shall mobilize the entirety of the divine court to advance towards the heart of the divine core sect. Then, with a single strike, I shall obliterate it completely. Boom. As he spoke, the chaos continent trembled once more, the entire sky pillar continent forging ahead. With every advance, it appeared slow, yet in the blink of an eye, it traversed trillions of miles, poised to descend upon the headquarters of the divine core sect. At this moment, the target of the eternal divine court's advance was none other than the divine core sect. Boom. Maintain the great formation. Maintain the great formation. On the towering mountains, 2 great fire dragons unleashed divine flames, relentlessly scorching the layers of protective formations below. Although they could instantly annihilate the great formation and decimate the majority of the powerful beings within the divine core sect, The two dragons adhered to their master's command and opted to create chaos instead, wreaking havoc without completely destroying the sect. Accompanied by the wanton destruction of the two dragons, boundless flames surged from the shattered formation, instantly incinerating several true god elders, casting the remaining members into a state of utter despair as they could only continue to repair the formation and contend with the two terrifying fire dragons. None present possessed any inkling of the origin of these two formidable dragons. Why had the Divine Core sect provoked such terrifying monstrosities? Look, something seems to be approaching our Divine Core sect. At this moment, a keen-eyed disciple exclaimed in alarm. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards the void. Crack! The void shattered, darkness eclipsing the sun. A colossal continent, unimaginably vast and defying all logic, floated in the air, advancing towards the Divine Core sect. At this moment, the sect master of the Divine Core sect found his mind rendered blank upon witnessing the floating continent, unable to fathom any coherent thought. It was simply too immense. Even from several 100 billion miles away, an unparalleled sense of oppression could be felt, as if facing an entire world descending upon this place. Yanzhu, Yanzhen, return. With a call from atop the continent, the two fire dragons abruptly ceased their assault and swiftly soared into the sky, vanishing into the floating continent in the blink of an eye. Buzz. Following this, several overwhelming divine senses swept through the entirety of the Divine Core sect, leaving everyone within paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat. For celestial gods? It appeared that the two had indeed concealed some information. The divine sense of a divine king can probe everything. Chu Ye spoke indifferently. Although the adversaries had concealed some of their power, in comparison to the current eternal divine court, they were but mere ants. Odin, he murmured softly, shall we obliterate everything here? Is there any issue? Chu Ye's gaze remained detached as he surveyed the scene below, effortlessly pronouncing the demise of the Divine Core sect. Your Majesty, there is no issue. Odin's divine eyes sparkled with golden light. After accepting the task of annihilating the Divine Core sect, he extended his hand, gripping the silver gungnir tightly. Swoosh! The spear burst forth with boundless lightning, illuminating the entire sky, causing those below to instinctively shield their eyes from its brilliance. The eternal spear, gungnir. What this spear locks onto cannot escape, nor resist. Thud, thud. The legendary divine king of the 9 realms descended from the heavens, casting a frigid gaze upon the members of the Divine Core sect below, proclaiming loudly, I am Odin, the divine general under the celestial emperor. You, Divine Core sect, have offended my divine court, slaughtering countless lives. This sin cannot be forgiven. Thus, today, I come at the behest of the celestial emperor to bestow upon you, the sinners, eternal damnation. Chapter 98. A single spear annihilates all, the birth of the first divine emperor. Boom. The moment his words fell, Odin's spear was suddenly unleashed. In an instant, the void shattered and endless thunder erupted, cascading down like a tempestuous sea of lightning. This scene was utterly horrifying. Even those situated hundreds of billions of miles away felt their hearts tremble, their very souls quaking with unbridled fear. Between heaven and earth, apart from the blinding radiance of the thunder, there was nothing else. Boom. Following this, the unimaginable power of the divine king erupted. The ground where the divine spear struck instantaneously transformed into an unfathomable sea of lightning, obliterating all matter and space, leaving nothing in its wake. When the onlookers turned their gaze back to the Divine Core sect, they were met with sheer horror, their pupils reflecting a scene of utter despair. Everything had vanished. All existence was extinguished, leaving only the boundless sea of lightning churning and consuming all. The Divine King. From afar, the Elder of the Celestial Sword was struck with awe. Such a cataclysmic blow, even at his peak, would have provided no opportunity for resistance. Simultaneously, this cemented his certainty that the legacy possessed by the Celestial Emperor, Chu Ye, must indeed be of the Divine Emperor tier. The 10,000 Swords Divine Kingdom would arrive in 3 days. The old man must fully report these events to ensure they take heed. The Elder of the Celestial Sword felt a wave of terror wash over him. Thankfully, he had refrained from recklessly venturing into that continent to investigate. Otherwise, he would have surely been obliterated beneath that sea of lightning. Quickly retreat. Do not let them notice me. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, the Elder of the Celestial Sword turned and swiftly flew away. Your Majesty, the Divine Core sect has been annihilated. Odin, having summoned back Gungnir, knelt partially before Chu Ye, respectfully declaring, Indeed, well done. Chu Ye gently nodded. In an instant, his consciousness swept across the vast distances, reverberating within the minds of every observer present. I shall not hold you accountable for your passive observation. However, today marks the inaugural encounter between myself and the Eternal Divine Court. Should anyone offer me a map of the Yuan Central Realm, They shall be greatly rewarded and become one of my subjects within the eternal divine court." As his words fell, countless individuals who believed themselves to be well-concealed revealed expressions of shock. Their whereabouts had already been exposed, for even from such a distance, the celestial emperor of the divine court could perceive their prying gazes. Swiftly, a powerful figure soared forward, kneeling before Chu Ye in reverence. "I have the honor of meeting your majesty, the celestial emperor. I am Li Yunhe, an ascendant from the ancient scale realm. Having wandered for countless millennia in the Yuan central realm, I aspire to join your majesty's divine court and serve you diligently." Li Yunhe had cultivated for 100,000 years in the ancient scale realm before ascending. After arriving in the Yuan central realm, he had remained a wandering cultivator, never aligning with any faction. "I present to your majesty this map. No one possesses a complete map of the Yuan central realm, for this realm is boundless, with its lower outer regions expanding relentlessly every moment. Hence, the maps held by the various deities merely indicate the territories of the major factions, entirely omitting the countless weaker powers. Indeed, receiving the scroll from Li Yunhe's hands, Chu Ye smiled, gesturing for him to join the eternal divine court as one of its members. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty," Li Yunhe exclaimed joyfully, prostrating himself in gratitude. The eternal divine court, albeit a nascent force, was a formidable entity presided over by a divine king. To become a part of it was undoubtedly a 100-fold improvement over wandering alone as a solitary cultivator. Chu Ye then unfurled the map. The distribution of powers in the lower regions appeared nearly blank, with only a few formidable factions in proximity to the middle tier marked on it. In contrast, the middle tier was filled with countless divine nations, an overwhelming multitude. The mightiest included the upper 9 nations, the middle 7 nations, and the lower 10 nations. These 26 divine nations represented the most powerful factions in the middle tier of the Yuan central realm, overshadowing countless others. As for the upper tier, where the divine emperor resided, the map's quality was insufficient to reveal its secrets. 26 divine nations? Chu Ye mused, resting his chin upon his hand. Ordinary divine nations should only be governed by divine, king-level powers. However, the mightiest 26 divine nations likely possessed divine emperors as their trump cards, enabling them to dominate the middle tier and suppress the other nations. The lower regions were scarce in resources, and the eternal divine court had no need to linger there. It would be more prudent to advance directly to the middle tier, for as long as I stand on the Chaos continent, I remain an invulnerable entity. After a brief contemplation, Chu Ye resolved to propel the Chaos continent forward, penetrating into the middle tier of the Yuan central realm. The strongest beings there were merely lower-tier celestials, and currently, they posed no threat to the divine court. Only by stepping into the realm of numerous divine nations could one truly grasp the entirety of this world. However, the lower region was exceedingly vast. Given Chu Ye's current position, reaching the middle tier would likely require several months. As he assessed the distance to the middle tier, he couldn't help but sigh quietly. It seemed that the only option was to gather abundant resources from the lower tier to facilitate the rapid advancement of the divine court subjects. Ideally, within these months, the court should secure a divine emperor-level powerhouse. Wait, Chu Ye suddenly recalled that his cultivation had already reached the 3rd tier of the divine king realm. The summoned powerful beings under his command must have also progressed accordingly. In an instant, he hastily checked the status of the 4 great divine kings, including Fushi. Cultivation, 9th tier divine king, half-step divine emperor. They were merely a breath away from ascending to the divine emperor realm. Chu Ye's heart swelled with joy, and he couldn't help but think of the currently strongest summoned entity. Judgment Demon God. Cultivation, 3rd tier divine emperor, grows alongside host cultivation. Indeed, the Judgment Demon God was one of the 3,000 great demon gods, possessing the peak divine king cultivation at the time of summoning. Now, with Chu Ye having ascended to the divine king realm, the Judgment Demon God had attained the prowess of a divine emperor, establishing a formidable foundation to rival those 26 divine nations. With this, I can confidently step into the middle tier, armed with sufficient strength. The brilliance in Chu Ye's eyes flickered, and he promptly issued commands to his subordinates. Gather more intelligence on the Yuan central realm and collect all remaining resources from the divine core sect. Furthermore, all subjects of the divine court may freely enter and exit the Chaos continent. In times of urgency, they can be teleported back to their respective main cities via the spirit network. Understood. The likes of Zhu Rong and Odin bowed respectfully. Chu Ye's imperial decree resonated throughout the continent, immediately igniting fervor among countless beings who soared towards the vast and boundless Yuan central realm. Possessing the spirit network, they could instantly teleport to their main city regardless of their location, requiring only a thought to do so, except for instances where the disparity in strength was too great, leading to instant annihilation. the powerful beings of the eternal divine court were virtually invulnerable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully arriving in the Yuan Central Realm. You have received a special gift package. Would you like to open it? Just then, as Chu Ye completed all arrangements, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed. Not as a prompt for a sign-in opportunity, but as if the system had just been activated, presenting a special gift. Oh, could it be a divine ability akin to that of the Celestial Overlord? Recalling the initial gift package he received from the Celestial Overlord, Chu Ye raised an intrigued eyebrow. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to open it. Ding! Activation successful. Please make a choice, host. 1. Acquire the third-tier Celestial Overlord. Increases battle range to 10 million miles based on the second tier. 2. Obtain the special divine ability Reality Manipulation, a supreme ability to distort reality, allowing all things to change according to the host's will. 3. Gain 3 legendary summons and 3 special sign-in opportunities. Upon opening the package, 3 options emerged for Chu Ye to decide upon. The third-tier Celestial Overlord would grant him the combined power of all beings within a 10 million mile radius. Such an effect was extraordinarily potent, yet Chu Ye pondered deeply. Although the collective combat ability appeared astonishing, its drawbacks were equally significant. The second stage only encompasses a mere area of 100,000 miles. This distance, if the adversary were to be forewarned of the combined forces, would deter them from venturing within, opting instead to strike from afar. An attack range of 100,000 miles is but a fleeting moment for a being of divine stature, even should it be expanded to 10 million miles. It would not rectify this inherent flaw. Should one encounter an existence of the Divine Emperor level, it is likely that they could annihilate their foes from realms separated by countless worlds. Yet, what of the reality manipulation? Glancing toward the second option, Chu Ye murmured to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly. To distort, or even to directly alter reality, changing everything. The potential of this ability could be likened to that of the Sovereign of the Heavens, or perhaps even to higher realms. Perhaps it is worth a trial. After considerable contemplation, Chu Ye disregarded the third option. Ultimately, he resolutely chose the novel special divine ability of reality manipulation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special divine ability. First stage reality manipulation. Reality manipulation, first stage, can influence all entities within a radius of 10 million miles surrounding the host. Additionally, for beings whose cultivation is equal to or lower than that of the host, their attributes can be permanently modified. Modify attributes? The comprehensive introduction of reality manipulation materialized, leaving Chu Ye astounded. Evidently, he had underestimated the terrifying aspects of this divine ability. The system can display the attribute panels of any powerful entity, if one could modify them at will. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ye suppressed the tumult within his heart. This lower-tier reality manipulation must still possess numerous limitations. However, should he elevate it to a higher echelon, then perhaps he could indeed attain the authority to alter all things, akin to a creator of myriad worlds. Let me first attempt this. You come forth. Amidst the swirling thoughts, Chu Ye decided to first experiment with the current capacity of reality manipulation. Summoning a guard to his presence. Your Majesty, have you summoned me? The guard respectfully knelt, a look of reverence gracing his features. To be summoned directly by the sovereign is indeed a tremendous honor. Chu Ye nodded in response, promptly opening the guard's attribute panel for examination. Name, Tai Xiong, modifiable. Gender, male, modifiable. Cultivation, pinnacle of the Emperor realm, modifiable. Identity, common guard of the 9 Dragons Palace, modifiable. Loyalty, 99, modifiable. Instantly, a plethora of information fields appeared. Unlike before, a modifiable marker had been appended to the end of all attributes. Then, modify Tai Xiong Yi's cultivation to first stage Divine King. Chu Ye was filled with astonishment. It was time to attempt the modification. However, ding, modification failed. The target's cultivation exceeds the maximum threshold of this being. As the notification of modification failure echoed, Chu Ye's nascent plan to create a legion of Divine Kings was instantly dashed. If Divine Kings were unattainable, then let us try modifying it to Pinnacle True God instead. Contemplating, Chu Ye selected modification once more. Ding! Modification successful. Target entity's current cultivation, 9th stage True God. Chapter 100. The terrifying power of modification. The 4 great sword kings assemble. Boom. In an instant, the aura of the guard named Tai Xiong Yi surged dramatically. An inexhaustible power of true gods poured from the void, flooding into his body, almost as if in violation of natural order, thrusting him to the utmost pinnacle of true god status. A majestic and overwhelming presence radiated, suppressing all around. At this moment, his imposing aura was 10,000 times more formidable than before. What is this? The guard was left dumbfounded, feeling the sudden surge of transcendent power within him, his mind spiraling into blankness. Had he become a deity? What manner of divine ability had His Majesty employed to elevate a mere mortal to godhood? I humbly thank your Majesty for this immense grace. May our Emperor reign over all realms, and may the divine court endure eternally. After the initial shock, an overwhelming joy followed. Tai Xiong-yi deeply bowed to Chu Ye, brimming with excitement. He had once been a commoner on the fringes of the Tianwu Empire, lacking even the aptitude for cultivation. It was only after the world underwent deification that he had the fortune to enter the Tianwu Academy, practicing diligently in the Zhoutian Divine Hall for many years, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. And now, His Majesty had personally enabled him to step into the realm of the divine. Such grace was beyond imagination. Ding. The loyalty of the target entity has risen to 100, absolute loyalty. Note: divine court subjects whose cultivation has been altered by reality manipulation will no longer be counted toward the power augmentation of the sovereign of the heavens. Indeed, the first stage of reality manipulation is fraught with limitations. Nonetheless, even so, it is undeniably formidable. The system's voice continued. The effects of the two divine abilities cannot be stacked to achieve a superior result. Cultivation, 9th stage true god, cooldown status, unable to modify. Once again, he glanced at the cultivation section of the guard. It had now turned gray, indicating it could not be modified for a short duration. Depart. Chu Ye waved his hand. Yes. Tai Xiong-yi, filled with exhilaration, retreated, standing straighter beside the Nine Dragons Palace. Meanwhile, Chu Ye resumed his study of the specific limitations and effects of reality manipulation. Disappearing from the divine throne, his whereabouts unknown. Elsewhere, in the mid-layer of the Yuan central realm, within the divine nation of 10,000 swords, stood the imperial sword city. This city, akin to a heavenly palace, floated high above, lacking any protective walls, instead surrounded by immense platinum swords hovering like mountains. Imperial Sword City is the epicenter of power and strength within the divine nation of 10,000 swords. Only the 39 supreme sword kings and the 4 ancestral sword emperors of this divine nation may tread within, possessing dominion over this realm. Whoosh. Today, amidst the whistling divine radiance, Lord Wind Calamity, Sword King. At the city gates, for guards bowed deeply in respect to the figure formed from divine light, their heads lowered, reluctant to gaze upon the visitor. A detached voice resonated. The one known as the Wind Calamity Sword King was a man of silver gold hair, cascading over his shoulders. His visage strikingly handsome. He advanced with measured steps, a peculiar sword hovering beside him, as delicate as a cicada's wing, seemingly able to meld into the very fabric of space, emanating sharp, piercing energy. Lord Wind Calamity, please. A petite girl, her face veiled in black, emerged from behind the city gates, her voice gentle as she bowed, guiding the Wind Calamity Sword King within. Are you one of Mirror Hua's sword servants? Upon seeing her, the Wind Calamity Sword King paused slightly, his gaze fixating on the girl in the black dress. He, the Wind Calamity Sword King. Among the 39 sword kings of the 10,000 sword divine kingdom, there exists a formidable entity ranked 19th. Having stepped into the realm of the divine king for merely 800,000 years, he has already eclipsed numerous seasoned sword kings to secure that esteemed position. Today, however, the 20th ranked Ghost Yin Sword King and the 16th ranked Mirror Hua Sword King have summoned him to Imperial Sword City for an undisclosed discussion. My lord values you greatly. Instead of the compensation offered by Mirror Hua for summoning me, might I suggest you provide it instead? Unbeknownst to him, the Wind Calamity Sword King has arrived beside the enigmatic girl clad in black, lifting her veiling black shroud to reveal an exquisitely beautiful visage capable of dimming the brilliance of the heavens themselves. Yet, at this moment, upon that striking countenance, a pair of unfocused, almost soulless eyes betray a profound stillness, reminiscent of a stunning automaton. Lord Wind Calamity, the girl in the black dress maintains her bowed posture, her tone consistently gentle, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Please follow me. My master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Another soulless wretch. How delightfully morbid. Upon witnessing this, the Wind Calamity Sword King promptly lost interest, offering a dispassionate smile as he followed the girl in black. Mirror Hua, the paragon of the illusionary sword path, has existed within Imperial Sword City for over 1 billion years. His peculiar penchant lies in stripping the souls of former formidable beings, transforming them into lifeless puppets to be manipulated at will. As a sword king of significant stature and possessing an eternal lifespan, it is not uncommon for those who have endured for over 10 billion years to harbor eccentric tastes. For instance, the Ghost Yin Sword King harbors a peculiar affinity for consorting with the deceased, exhibiting an aversion to the living. In contrast, Mirror Hua's proclivities seem rather conventional. Before long, under the guidance of the girl in black, the surrounding scenery rapidly morphed, and as the Wind Calamity Sword King surveyed his surroundings once more, he found himself within a grand and magnificent hall. At the center of the hall, 3 imposing figures with an aura as deep as the abyss occupied thrones. The Ghost Yin Sword King appeared in a state of decay, half of his head resembling that of a skull, with ghastly flames flickering in his eye sockets. His innate sword, a bizarre long blade forged from the very essence of life, coiled around him like a serpent, exuding an aura of chilling dread. Mirror Hua presented himself as a carefree scion, devoid of any semblance of a powerful warrior, accompanied by a girl, similarly shrouded in black, her soulless eyes barely visible. He approached. Lastly, a silent figure covered in scars, quietly indulging in wine upon a throne, captured the Wind Calamity Sword King's attention, causing his pupils to constrict in terror upon recognition. The 6th ranked on the Sword King list. To satiate his bloodlust, he had once defied the established rules of the Yuan Central Realm, slaughtering 8,000 worlds and extinguishing countless lives, earning the title of the terrifying god of death, predecessor of ominous signs. In this moment, even the youngest and most impetuous Wind Calamity Sword King was compelled to lower his proud head and offer a slight bow of greeting. After all, aside from his countless acts of slaughter, the staggering achievements of this individual warranted such deference. Over thousands of epics. The number of Divine King Realm experts who perished at his hands exceeded 100. He is nothing short of a harbinger of doom. Even among the Sword Kings of the 10,000 Sword Divine Kingdom, should one provoke him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, never concerning himself with the so-called rules. The 4 Great Sword Emperors also exhibit an unusual leniency towards him, seemingly turning a blind eye to his actions, never delving too deeply into his conduct. Thus, this individual is someone not to be trifled with within the Divine Kingdom. Even this newly ascended Sword King must tread carefully. However, in response to the Wind Calamity Sword King's greeting, the ominous sign Sword King remained engrossed in his drink, ignoring him entirely, even avoiding a glance in his direction. This left the latter to anxiously take his seat within the hall, utterly perplexed as to why this harbinger of death had summoned him. Looks like everyone has arrived. Upon seeing the Wind Calamity Sword King seated, the frivolous Mirror Hua Sword King slowly rose, gesturing for the puppet girl in his arms to withdraw. He stepped into the hall, fixing his gaze upon the 3 Sword Kings with a glint of mischief in his eyes, a sly smile curling upon his lips. Since that is the case, I shall dispense with pleasantries. In an instant, a colossal light screen materialized within the hall, projecting a vast continent ascending into the Yuan Central Realm, causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to tremble with fearsome intensity. Is this the lower realm? The Wind Calamity Sword King was the first to speak. Given the ascent of such a continent into the Yuan Central Realm, he had sensed no disturbance. Clearly, this event had transpired beyond the mid-level, within the vast and boundless lower realms. Indeed, Mirror Hua Sword King nodded slightly. This occurred yesterday, provided by the Cold Abyss Sword King, who was personally exiled to the lower realm by the Sword Emperor for trespassing into the forbidden grounds of the Divine Kingdom. This continent claims to be the eternal Divine Court, with its master audaciously proclaiming himself as the Heavenly Emperor, declaring his intention to unify the myriad realms and become the true Heavenly Emperor of all. Not long after this proclamation, a derisive laugh echoed through the hall. The ominous sign Sword King splashed a cup of wine across the table, his lips curling in contempt as he coldly remarked, "The Heavenly Emperor of the myriad realms? Just a frog in a well, foolishly dreaming of swallowing heaven and earth. Utterly ludicrous." He cast a chilling glance at the Mirror Hua Sword King, his eyes darkening as he waved dismissively. In an instant, an invisible sword light sliced through the air, obliterating the frivolous Mirror Hua Sword King into a rain of blood that scattered across the hall. What? This sudden turn of events startled the Wind Calamity Sword King to his core. "Have you lost your mind?" A furious shout erupted from him. Although Mirror Hua Sword King possessed a peculiar temperament, he was still a seasoned Sword King. How dare the ominous sign act with such audacity? To casually slay a Sword King within Imperial Sword City is the act of a madman. Ominous sign, after 80 epochs, your temper remains as foul as ever. Yet, to Wind Calamity Sword King's astonishment, he had distinctly sensed the obliteration of Mirror Hua Sword King's soul. However, he did not anticipate that in but a fleeting moment, accompanied by the emergence of a black-veiled maid, the very essence and power of Mirror Hua Sword King would be bizarrely absorbed by her. As she lowered her veil, her soulless eyes sparkled with mockery as she nonchalantly addressed the ominous sign Sword King. The Wind Calamity Sword King's pupils constricted slightly. What manner of sorcery is this? The doll of the Mirror Flower Sword King, astonishingly, serves as a vessel for his power, allowing him to be reborn even after his divine essence has been utterly extinguished. Moreover, it appears he shares a prior acquaintance with the ominous Sword King. Such trivial matters, and you dare to summon me here? Humph. Ignoring the Wind Calamity Sword King's previous inquiries, the ominous Sword King unleashed a surge of dark energy from his fingertips. The maid-like Mirror Flower Sword King was once again obliterated, only to be reborn upon the next doll. Are you not intrigued? The Eternal Divine Court, merely on its ascension's first day, possesses the combat prowess of a divine monarch. According to the intelligence provided by that fellow from the cold abyss, there is a high likelihood of a divine emperor or even an imperial legacy existing within. Crack. As if the sound of shattering glass, the Wind Calamity Sword King opened his eyes once more, only to find the scarlet stains upon the ground had completely vanished. The Mirror Flower Sword King still bore the appearance of a debauched youth, as if none of the preceding events had ever transpired. An illusion? When did this happen? A chilling realization gripped the Wind Calamity Sword King as his perception of the Mirror Flower Sword King shifted entirely. He had unwittingly fallen into the other's illusion from the very beginning. Truly, a being with millennia of existence. This ancient Sword King's true strength is surely far more profound than it appears. A divine emperor's legacy? Upon hearing this, the ominous Sword King felt a flicker of interest. Musing with intrigue, this seems worth investigating. Should no legacy exist, I shall annihilate the so-called Eternal Divine Court, sinking that land into oblivion. His indifferent words sent chills down the spine. Ghostly Dark Sword King, what say you? The Mirror Flower Sword King smiled, continuing to inquire of the next visitor. I follow Lord Ominous, and shall choose as he chooses. The latter appeared indifferent, with flickering soul flames burning on his right side, seemingly ready to devour. Wind Calamity Sword King? I have no objections either. The Wind Calamity Sword King furrowed his brow, but ultimately acquiesced. A divine emperor's legacy? I must admit, I am quite intrigued. With his exceptional talent, he might very well become the 5th Sword Emperor in the future. This legacy, naturally, warrants a contest. Excellent. Let us depart at once, aboard my celestial escape vessel to the lower realm. It will take less than 3 days. The Mirror Flower Sword King nodded in satisfaction. Boom. Before long, an ancient vessel, gleaming silver and shaped like a sharp sword, soared into the sky. In an instant, it tore through space, racing towards the boundless distance of the lower realm. Chapter 102, Second Stage Reality Manipulation, the Supreme Puppet for Slaying Divine Emperors. Chaos Continent, Eternal Divine Court. Your Majesty, this is one of the fundamental cultivation resources of the Yuan Central Realm, Divine Origin Stones. Within the Imperial City, a powerful figure responsible for gathering resources for the Divine Core sect had returned. Piles of Divine Origin Stones, stacked into small mountains, radiated a translucent glow in the plaza. Oh, Chu Ye casually picked up one. Truly, it is a resource of the upper realm. The moment he touched it, he profoundly sensed the purity of energy contained within this Divine Origin Stone, far surpassing any elixir from the former Chaos Continent. Even the finest spirit stones pale in comparison. Chen Buju, at your service. Summoning the attendant with the innate ability to manifest words into reality, Chen Buju arrived. Chu Ye commanded him, do your utmost to convert these Divine Origin Stones into the greatest quantity possible. Yes. Now, Chen Buju had ascended to the realm of true gods. Responding respectfully to the imperial decree, he immediately activated his ability to manifest words into reality, causing the quantity of Divine Origin Stones to surge exponentially. Infinite resources. The current Eternal Divine Court has undergone a monumental transformation. The resources consumed daily are undoubtedly astronomical. The presence of an ability wielder who can manifest words into reality renders this consumption nearly negligible. Moments later, a Divine Origin giant mine, towering thousands of miles high and nearly entirely pure, emerged. Surrounding powerful figures applauded, thoroughly impressed. Meanwhile, Chu Ye had long since departed from this place. Nestled within the 9-Dragon Palace, I currently possess 4 opportunities for monthly sign-ins. I wonder if I might obtain a special enhancement of divine abilities? After several days of experimentation, Chu Ye had gained complete understanding of all functions and drawbacks of the first stage of reality manipulation. For beings with cultivation equal to or lower than his, he could permanently modify their panels, albeit with numerous restrictions, yet also with many benefits. For instance, he could modify the pinnacle true god cultivation in bulk, creating a terrifyingly large army of true gods. Altering races. He could even transform an ant into a legendary being like a world-devouring dragon. He could also effortlessly create numerous unique prodigies akin to Supreme Bone, Sage's Second Eye, and Primordial Dao Body. Furthermore, for those with cultivation surpassing his, he could temporarily alter their attributes, instilling fear into their hearts for a moment, or causing their cultivation to plummet in an instant. In a brief time, Chu Ye could gain an absolute advantage, crushing all adversaries. It can be said that with the dominion of the heavens, eternal memory, and reality manipulation, Chu Ye's true combat power could even contend with divine emperors. He might even slay them. Sign in. In an instant, as Chu Ye silently recited, he had utilized all his monthly sign-in opportunities, hoping to gain a chance for a special enhancement of divine abilities. Ding. Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special divine ability, Silence. Silence, non-upgradable. Can select any being within a time frame defined by the host. Their physical body and soul will be subjected to absolute silence. They cannot convey any messages. A peculiar divine ability was added. The first sign-in item left Chu Ye momentarily astonished, followed by a smile of amusement. This silence ability is indeed intriguing, though its practical use seems somewhat ambiguous. Ding. Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine item, a bottle of wine that can never be finished. Ding. Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special divine ability enhancement opportunity. Ding. Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a max-level barracks, the Destruction Forging Hall. The sign-in concluded quickly. Hearing the voice conveyed by the system, Chu Ye's gaze glimmered. A special divine ability enhancement opportunity. Excellent. Now, I can obtain the second stage of reality manipulation, directly enhancing it. Ding. Special divine ability reality manipulation. Upgraded to the second tier. Reality manipulation, second stage. Can influence all realities within the host's domain. Modification ability restrictions partially lifted. For beings with cultivation above the host, there is a chance to permanently modify their panel attributes. The second stage of reality manipulation directly removes the maximum limit on the range of influence, allowing for modifications to any being's panel. Even the Divine Emperor can experience a permanent alteration of concepts. Haha, truly formidable. Just as I had anticipated. The distinction between the second and first tiers is indeed a monumental divide. Chu Ye's Spirit Sword. Acquiring this second-tier mastery over reality grants him yet another card up his sleeve. Next, the highest grade barracks? Disregarding a certain wine vessel, Chu Ye turned his attention to the final treasure obtained from the monthly sign-in. Destruction Forging Hall, Max. It requires at least trillions of divine essence stones to forge a destroyer. The destroyer, the pinnacle of puppet mastery, capable of slaughtering divine kings as easily as one would butcher a chicken or a dog, provided it is supplied with sufficient resources. It could even hunt down a divine emperor and annihilate half of the heavens with a single shot. Maximum number of destroyers, 3. This is, in an instant. After perusing the description of the Destruction Forging Hall, Chu Ye found his breath quickening significantly. He never imagined that this seemingly mundane monthly sign-in could yield such a terrifying barracks. Supreme Puppet, Destroyer, slaughtering divine kings, hunting divine emperors, and annihilating half of the heavens. It is simply unfathomable how immensely valuable this barracks will prove to be. If he were to purchase it in the Morning Fortune Mall, the points required would undoubtedly exceed imagination. Whoosh. With a mere thought, Chu Ye instantly arrived at the plaza where the divine essence stones were piled high. He inquired of Chun Buju below, "What is the current total amount of divine essence stones?" "Your Majesty, this divine stone is of exceedingly high grade. It took me several hours just to barely expand it to 14 trillion. Upon seeing Chu Ye return, Chun Buju's expression instantly grew solemn as he bowed to respond. "That is sufficient." With a casual wave, the towering mound of divine stones vanished in an instant, completely claimed by Chu Ye. The cost of a single destroyer amounts to a staggering trillion divine essence stones. However, if it truly possesses the power to hunt divine emperors, as the system suggests, then Chu Ye would not hesitate to plunder resources from several mid-tier divine kingdoms, even if it meant doing so. Chapter 103, The Heaven-Defying Destroyer. Arrival of the Four Sword Kings. Soon, as the trillions of divine essence stones were entirely into the Destruction Forging Hall, a resonant hum echoed, reminiscent of mechanical gears turning. All the divine stones were instantaneously liquefied, transforming into an endless torrent of bubbling magma, which then fused anew. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar. It was as if countless divine stones were being simultaneously hammered and refined, erupting with astonishing brilliance. Billions of rule runes were inscribed within in an instant. Ultimately, the molten mass coalesced, gradually forming a humanoid figure clad in heavy armor, an obsidian puppet. Boom! In a daze, an unprecedentedly powerful pressure surged skyward. The void trembled, and the cosmos fell silent. The emergence of this destroyer caused the very laws of the Yuan Central Realm to tremble, summoning an extraordinary phenomenon. Hiss! Gazing at the terrifying puppet that appeared to awaken from slumber, even the current Chu Ye could not help but draw in a sharp breath. So powerful. Destroyer Codename 1. Cultivation, non-standard cultivation. Abilities, sealing divine energy, conceptual power that can prevent any enemy deity who comes into contact with or even gazes upon the destroyer from utilizing their divine powers, forcing them into corporeal combat. Eternal combat body, flesh is weak, but machinery ascends. The destroyer's body shall never truly perish, continually reconstituting itself through each destruction, absorbing the strength of its foes and plundering their power. Cognitive insight. The destroyer can fully comprehend any technique or divine ability in an instant, identifying all its flaws for improvement. Energy vessel. By plundering or through the host's infusion of abundant energy, the destroyer can accumulate power and enhance its conventional abilities. After reviewing the introduction of this most formidable puppet, Chu Ye's eyelid twitched violently. Sealing power, plundering power. Coupled with its indestructible nature and the ability to grow stronger with each battle, it is, in essence, positioned in an invulnerable state. The enemies of the destroyer cannot obliterate it through any means. Each time they defeat it, they only empower it with the very strength they use to conquer it, ultimately replicating all of their methods and even surpassing them, apart from sealing it immediately or employing some method to plunge the destroyer into eternal slumber. Chu Ye struggled to conceive any means to restrain this terrifying puppet. My lord. The destroyer knelt partially, its voice devoid of any emotional nuance, cold and obedient. Insightful ability? Although the puppet cannot practice techniques, it should be able to master divine abilities perfectly. If Chu Ye were to entrust the Death Sword 13, which allows for the continuous accumulation of power, to this destroyer for comprehension, gazing at the kneeling humanoid puppet before him, Chu Ye's thoughts surged as he swiftly inscribed the Death Sword 13 onto a scroll, manifesting it in his hand. He then handed it over to the destroyer for comprehension. My lord, I have completely mastered this divine ability. Additionally, there exists 577 flaws within it, which have been rectified. The previous restriction of a maximum of 13 swords has been lifted, and the newly refined Death Sword technique can now unleash up to 27 swords. Power accumulation. Compared to the original 4096-fold explosion, limited to below the Divine King level, has been elevated to a maximum of 554 for 132-fold, capped at the pinnacle of Divine Emperor power. In just a few breaths, as the abyss-like gaze of the destroyer shifted, the Death Sword technique was rapidly optimized. Maximum, 27 swords. Power accumulation reached a staggering 30 million times. If Chu Ye were to wield it, even at the Divine King level, he could unleash a terrifying offensive comparable to that of a Divine Emperor. Accepting the 27 Death Swords presented by the destroyer, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. This version of the Death Sword technique, devoid of side effects, had once been personally modified by the system. To his astonishment, even so, it still held tremendous room for enhancement, easily improved by the destroyer, evolving into a supreme weapon. It is truly astonishing. Not only is its combat capability terrifying beyond measure, but even in terms of cultivation, it is also nothing short of perfect. Boom. However, just as Chu Ye intended to have the destroyer further refine the technique, from the distant reaches of the chaotic continent, an overwhelming force that could shatter the very clouds surged forth, suddenly enveloping the entire eternal divine court. A divine king? Chu Ye's gaze turned icy in an instant. He lifted his head to behold the colossal ancient vessel manifesting from afar. The ascension of the chaotic continent has ultimately attracted a few fools unaware of their impending doom, hasn't he? He stepped into the void, followed closely by the destroyer. However, at that moment, a smile unexpectedly blossomed on Chu Ye's lips. This could indeed serve as an opportunity to test the current combat prowess of this destroyer against these intruders. Splash! The ancient ship tore through the sky, accompanied by a series of sharp, piercing cries that resonated through the vast expanse. In an instant, the chaotic continent seemed almost within arm's reach, prompting countless beings upon the land to look up in awe at the colossal entity approaching them. Your Majesty, is it necessary for us to intervene? Several formidable figures from the divine courts inquired of Chu Ye. Yet, he simply gestured for them to observe in silence. Boom! The ancient vessel pierced through the clouds, ultimately descending upon the void at the continent's edge. In an instant, thousands of silhouettes surged forth from within, kneeling reverently on either side of the ship as if preemptively worshipping their soon-to-arrive master. So this is the lower realm destined for ascension? It eludes even my perception. Indeed, as that fellow from the cold abyss said, the secrets hidden here are truly tantalizing. with a breath that resembled a tempest. The air trembled as four towering figures emerged from the ancient ship. Each step they took caused the surrounding space to subtly indent, leaving behind distinct footprints. It was none other than the four sword kings of the divine sword nation. Buzz. At the forefront, the mirror sword king's gaze gleamed with avarice. The space around him appeared to coalesce into a tangible form, radiating a chilling sword light that surged toward the continent ahead. A casual strike from one of the sword kings could rend a world asunder, annihilating all within its reach. However, it was evident that, in the current context of the chaotic continent, it posed no threat whatsoever. Bang! In the fleeting moment before the sword light reached the continent, it was completely devoured by the world's power, vanishing into nothingness. Oh, observing this scene, the ominous sword king's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity as he spoke in a low tone. This continent is far from simple. The mirror sword king, a terrifying presence at the 8th tier of divine kingship, had known the ominous sword king for countless ages and was well aware of the power concealed in that earlier probing strike. Though it appeared trivial, in reality, it was a force even ordinary divine kings would struggle to withstand. Everyone, in the next moment, as if the divine sound of the great Tao resounded, the entire realm seemed to echo with ancient, deep dragon roars. An overwhelming and inscrutable majesty descended upon them, akin to an ancient divine mountain pressing down, causing all four sword kings to tremble inwardly as they turned their gaze towards a figure emerging from this continent, draped in imperial robes and crowned with a diadem. This figure radiated boundless phenomena, with the sun, moon, and stars, as well as mountains and rivers, swirling around him. His aura was immense and oppressive, seemingly possessing unmatched imperial authority that suppressed the heavens and loomed above all creation. Do you wonder why I do not bow? Chapter 104. A single blow to slay the divine king, toyed with by the four sword kings. Chu Ye, with the divine annihilation ancient dragon perched upon his shoulder, looked down upon the four sword kings with an expression devoid of emotion. Even in the face of their formidable prowess, having attained the high tier of divine kingship, they were regarded as mere ants in his eyes. The heavenly Emperor Chu Ye? In the distance, the wind calamity sword king felt a flicker of trepidation, as if he were standing before 9 blazing suns, nearly melting from the overwhelming heat. The other 3 sword kings beside him also bore solemn expressions. Danger. The heavenly Emperor Chu Ye instilled in them an inexplicable sense of peril. Ha, kneel before you. I am the ominous sword king, ranked 6th among the sword kings. Yet suddenly, the ominous sword king's expression softened, transforming anger into a mocking smile. In my prime, I slashed through myriad realms and traversed the heavens. Even the sword emperor had to show me respect. You, a mere native from the lower realm, dare to demand my reverence. His pride was boundless. At this moment, how could he show weakness before someone from the lower realm? Very well. As if anticipating this moment, Chu Ye gently caressed the divine annihilation on his shoulder. The void behind him began to coalesce into an enormous divine throne. He casually seated himself, speaking indifferently. Number 1. Entertain them well on my behalf. As you command, my lord. As his words lingered in the air, a figure clad in black armor, the destroyer, slowly materialized, striding purposefully toward the 4 sword kings until they were entirely locked within his sights. A puppet? The ghostly abyss sword king displayed a look of suspicion. He could not sense any aura or signs of spiritual power emanating from that puppet. It seemed merely a commoner from the lower realm, devoid of any cultivation talent, nearly invisible in the perception of divine power. On the divine throne, Chu Ye smirked slightly, quietly observing the impending slaughter that was about to unfold. Overwhelmed. Without a doubt, once the destroyer revealed its true power, the opponents would have not a shred of possibility for resistance. He was eager to witness how this destroyer would execute his commands. The 2 sides faced off, a peculiar atmosphere lingering for a brief moment. The destroyer remained motionless, as did the 4 sword kings, yet the oppressive tension had permeated the entire realm. A mere puppet. Suddenly, a servant of the mirror sword king could no longer contain himself. A silver longsword materialized in his hand, crackling with endless red and white lightning. As he swung it down toward the destroyer, clang, the sword light erupted. The servant's eyes were icy as he moved to annihilate the destroyer with a single blow. He had followed the mirror sword king for countless eons, and having reached the divine king level, he could no longer tolerate the humiliation of being sent a mere puppet as an affront to his master. However, bang, before the lightning sword could reach its target, the dark shadow had already arrived. With a single punch, it obliterated the servant's head, drawing forth the essence of his divine kingdom and completely siphoning it into itself. Buzzing. After slaying the servant wielding the lightning sword, the destroyer manifested a blade that shimmered with red and white lightning, identical to the one previously used. Sizzle. Indifferently, he examined the sword, which instantly caused the lightning coursing along its blade to flicker violently, as if transforming the heavens into daylight. Not good. He.S. about to strike. The wind calamity Sword King's heart raced with alarm, a shroud of death unfurling within him. Just as his words fell, sizzle. The ear-piercing sound of lightning tearing through space reverberated across the realm. The destroyer moved with unimaginable speed. The innate divine abilities of the kingly servant seemed to receive exponential enhancement in his hands, and in the blink of an eye, he had slain his target. The one he had aimed at was none other than the relatively weaker ghostly abyss Sword King. Foolishness, you chose me as your first target. Do you not know that as long as I possess even a fragment of divine power, I am the true master of life and death, akin to the immortal Yama? In an instant, the ghostly abyss Sword King scoffed internally, just as he intended to summon forth the boundless power of his divine kingdom. However, it was soon an overwhelming and paralyzing realization that all divine power at this moment felt as if it had been frozen in ice, rendering any attempts to summon it utterly futile. In a state of dread, the ghost Yin Sword King turned his gaze, only to behold the sinister and chillingly mocking smile of the destroyer. The command to seal divine energy had been issued by his master, yet it was intended merely for amusement with these adversaries. If there was to be play, they must first be made to deeply comprehend the essence of fear. With a swift motion, the thunderous sword light sliced through the air. The grotesque and terrified head of the ghost Yin Sword King was sent soaring, cleaved in two. Ghost Yin. The Omen Sword King's eyes widened in fury as he let out a furious roar. Yet confronting him were four ominous portals, akin to the gates of the underworld, suddenly swinging open. The destroyer remained silent, his head concealed, revealing only a rigid and eerie smile of terror. In an instant, all the power of the ghost Yin Sword King was entirely plundered, even enhanced to a more formidable state. Roaring. These four gates of the underworld were indeed one of the ghost Yin Sword King's divine abilities, capable of communicating with the nine hells, summoning fearsome nether beasts comparable to divine kings. Soon, dozens of monstrous entities, resembling malevolent spirits and ensnared by dark chains, shattered through the gates, howling in unison. Each possessed a terrifying strength that eclipsed that of divine kings, transforming the very realm into a hellscape, where ceaseless winds of darkness howled. What manner of monstrosity is this? The scene, utterly overturning all understanding, filled the remaining three Sword Kings with trepidation. First, it was the servant. And now the ghost Yin Sword King's methods were entirely under the destroyer's control, perhaps even surpassed. Chapter 105. The Fall of the Four Sword Kings, an Utter Annihilation. What a delightful performance. The figure of Chu Ye upon his divine throne chuckled lightly. The destroyer had evidently begun to toy with the four Sword Kings as if they were mere prey. Should he wish, he could annihilate them in an instant. Yet undeniably, he chose not to act so hastily, instead savoring this game. A game of hunting divine kings. Boom. The tempestuous and frigid clouds swirled and converged into a tidal wave, engulfing the entire space as if to consume all living beings. Come at me. This is your final chance. The hoarse voice of the destroyer echoed through the heavens, accompanied by a dazzling flash of thunderous sword light. Boom. The thunder erupted. This sword light, intertwined with nether flames, merged two vastly different divine energies into one. Its might surged exponentially, transforming into a new and dreadful divine ability, the Sword of Nether Thunder. With a swift motion, its speed transcended time, so rapid that even space could not react. Retreat. The Omen Sword King bellowed. With a forceful strike, he unleashed a crimson divine pattern across the sky, as if the heavens were drenched in blood. Yet, despite his swift response, he could not halt the approach of that sword. With a muffled thud, flesh tore apart. The Omen Sword King's right arm was instantaneously severed, blood and shattered bone gushing forth, a horrifying sight. Mirror Hua, revert my state, he shouted, retreating billions of miles away, directing his fury towards the Mirror Hua Sword King. Too fast. The speed of that sword is unfathomable, even for me, a peak divine king. Had I not ignited a portion of my divine power to alter my position, I might have perished. Very well, replied the Mirror Hua Sword King, his face pale, gritting his teeth. His innate sword, Water Moon, manifested, transforming the space occupied by the Omen Sword King into a mirror, projecting the latter's unscathed image. In that moment, the ephemeral became tangible. Excellent, he praised. In the next instant, the Omen Sword King emerged, his right arm restored, without any depletion of divine power, wielding a sword seemingly forged of blood, gazing into the distance. Heaven Emperor Chu Ye, if you cease hostilities today, my sword kingdom shall not hold past grievances against you. Though you are a formidable puppet, if we unite, there lies a possibility of vanquishing you. With brows furrowed, the Omen Sword King gazed at Chu Ye. Seated high upon his throne, his voice low and solemn. He had never encountered such a peculiar puppet. The ability to plunder divine power, even temporarily sealing it. This matter must be reported to the 4 divine sovereigns. Choosing to battle here is not a wise decision. The situation has entirely surpassed their control. Vanquish? You may certainly try. If you can defeat number 1, then you may leave at your leisure. I shall not impede you in the slightest, Chu Ye sneered, showing no regard for the Sword Kingdom. On the contrary, once the eternal divine court reached mid-tier, this divine kingdom would become his primary target. Those who dared obstruct him, stepping forth, would find only a path to doom. Roaring, the numerous nether beasts howled. And the Ghost Yen Sword King's innate sword was now entirely under the destroyer's control, transforming into a colossal bone dragon that howled furiously, sweeping toward them. Damn it! This is intolerable. The 3 Sword Kings exchanged glances, each recognizing the fury and determination within the other's eyes. They were Sword Kings. In the lower realms, they were absolute sovereigns, unassailable by any deity. Today, they would show Heaven Emperor Chu Ye the price he must pay if he sought to keep them here against their will. Boom. In an instant, the heavens darkened. The Wind Calamity Sword King raised his hand, and a terrifying cyclone swept across the 8 directions, engulfing the vast expanse. The Omen Sword King summoned his fearsome Death Omen Blood Sword, unleashing a strike that conjured a deluge of blood rain and an acrid wind. Meanwhile, the Mirror Hua Sword King split into countless forms, all charging towards the destroyer to ignite their divine kingdom. Though they were mere projections, these myriad forms were reflections etched within the mirror. Should the divine kingdom be detonated, its power would be akin to that of a true divine king self-destructing. At this moment, the 3 Sword Kings had fully committed, willing to risk everything. Crack! The overwhelming assault surged forth, yet the destroyer maintained that stiff and eerie mechanical smile. Rasping, do you see me? Swoosh! The ceiling of divine power was reactivated. In the blink of an eye, all celestial phenomena vanished, and the innate divine swords of the 3 Sword Kings dimmed, as if stripped of all strength. What is happening? Even maintaining flight became an arduous task. The Omen Sword King plummeted 1,000 miles, only managing to stabilize himself by vibrating the space around him to create a field in which he could tread the void. His heart raced violently. In that moment, he could not sense his divine kingdom, as if he had instantaneously become immortal. Bang! The Mirror Hua Sword King, whose body was weaker, could not stabilize himself like the Omen Sword King. He fell directly, screaming, leaving a massive crater upon impact with the earth. Fear. Though the Wind Calamity Sword King managed to stabilize his form, the sensation of losing divine power plunged him into an abyss of terror, rendering even rational thought a formidable challenge, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. What had he done? What had that puppet truly enacted? Casting his gaze towards the distant divine throne, the ominous Sword King howled in madness, nearly unraveling. He could scarcely believe that such grotesque and enigmatic phenomena existed in this world. Simultaneously, it stripped the 3 divine kings of their cultivation, reducing them to the status of mere mortals. Chu Ye smirked disdainfully, his expression indifferent. He offered no explanation to the 3 Sword Kings, seemingly intent on allowing them to perish engulfed in fear and confusion. Number 1. The time for execution has arrived. With a gentle shake of the glass cup in his hand, it emitted a sound reminiscent of a decree of judgment. As commanded, the destroyer's smile faded, his helm completely obscuring his visage, leaving only the dim crimson glow of his eyes. Whoosh! In the next instant, the destroyer's figure vanished from sight. Simultaneously, familiar divine power surged back into the bodies of the 3 Sword Kings, but alas, the time left to them was already alarmingly scarce. Almost simultaneously, the ominous Wind Calamity and Mirror Flower Sword Kings felt a chilling wave wash over them. The scene before them had undergone a complete reversal, their own bodies now within their line of sight. Boom! Black lightning flickered. Divine blood rained down. Following the command, the destroyer utilized less than 1,000th of a moment to slay the 3 Sword Kings with ease. Buzzing subsequently, their divine bodies disintegrated, transforming into boundless energy that surged into the destroyer's form. The fated swords of the 3 Sword Kings, along with all their divine abilities and mastery over laws, were entirely seized and even enhanced to a greater degree in an instant. My lord, the mission is accomplished. Returning to the divine throne, the destroyer lowered his head in respectful report. Having slain those so-called Sword Kings, you must have also absorbed all their memories. Let us return to the 9 Dragons Palace. I require you to recount all that you have learned in detail. Chu Ye nodded slightly. The Eternal Divine Court now possessed genuine power capable of dominating a faction in the primordial Central Realm. Furthermore, the mysterious Upper Realm could utilize this 10,000 Swords Divine Nation as a springboard to break through the heavens and explore. Chapter 106. The True Identity of the Ominous Sword King, the Wrath of the Divine Emperor. The following day, in the Nine Dragons Palace. Once the Destroyer revealed all the secrets known by the Four Sword Kings, the expression of Chu Ye, along with the many powerful beings gathered below in the palace, grew somber, sensing the formidable challenges ahead. The background of the Four Sword Kings, as part of the 10,000 Swords Divine Nation, was not particularly terrifying to the current Eternal Divine Court. At most, it represented a rival force of equal standing. Yet within the Mirror Flower Sword King's memories spanning trillions of years lay an astonishing secret. Why was the ominous Sword King able to act with such impunity in the 10,000 Swords Divine Nation, even slaughtering 8,000 beings from the lower realms without facing any consequences? The answer lay in the ominous Sword King's true identity. Even after endless epochs, he himself remained unaware, save for the Mirror Flower Sword King, who inadvertently discovered that he was, in fact, the illegitimate son of one of the 13 Divine Emperors from the Upper Realm, the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor. He was born in the lower realm and subsequently taken by the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor to the primordial Central Realm, placed within the 10,000 Swords Divine Nation before his departure. The son of a Divine Emperor. Even a mere illegitimate child from the lower realms held an identity so noble that it could overshadow numerous mid-tier divine nations. The Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor commanded the upper Breaking Heaven Divine Domain. The demise of this ominous Sword King would undoubtedly reach the ears of the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor, who would never let this transgression go unpunished. Chu Ye spoke solemnly. I never anticipated that these individuals, who sought their own demise, would possess such a terrifying background to rely upon. Although the ominous Sword King was unaware of his divine lineage until his end, his death would undoubtedly bring me immense trouble. The Eternal Divine Court, at present, lacks the strength to contend with beings of the Divine Emperor tier. Rest assured, Your Majesty, a mere illegitimate child without any recognized status would not normally provoke the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor to intervene personally. Jiang Shanhai bowed and asserted confidently, a Divine Emperor is a true eternal being. How many offspring could such a figure possess? The fall of this lower realm's illegitimate child might incite a furious response. A loss of face, but it would not compel him to come to this place. The Eternal Divine Court merely needs to adhere to our previous plans and continue advancing towards the mid-tier. Let us hope so. Chu Ye nodded. While such speculation is highly reasonable, it cannot be confirmed with absolute certainty. Perhaps for an extended period, until he possesses the power to crush a Divine Emperor. I must remain within the Chaos Continent to evade the wrath of the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor. Moreover, without further deliberation on this matter, Chu Ye recalled the individual entrusted with conveying information regarding the status of the Eternal Divine Court to the 10,000 Swords Divine Nation, one of the exiled former Sword Kings. Now the ancestor of the lower-tier power, the Sky Sword Pavilion. The informant's visage turned icy. Chu Ye harbored a profound intent to kill him. It was this instigator who had led the Eternal Divine Court into enmity with the Divine Emperor, resulting in endless ramifications. Convey my orders. Annihilate the entire Sky Sword Pavilion, leaving not a single soul alive. Understood. The palace's inhabitants responded in unison, their demeanor icy and resolute. On this day, as the iron-blooded army of the Eternal Divine Court descended, the Sky Sword Pavilion, which had endured for 300 billion years, was reduced to ashes in an instant. The Sky Sword ancestor endured a full 10 days of slow torture before his soul was shattered and utterly extinguished. Simultaneously, in the 10,000 Swords Divine Nation, in the forbidden land of Imperial Sword City, with a rumble, as the void portal tore open, a young man clad in blue robes, exuding an air of cold indifference, slowly emerged. Welcomed the arrival of the Imperial Domain Envoy. Around him, the legendary Supreme Four Sword Emperors, now bowed deeply like servants, paying homage to the approaching figure. My son has perished. The blue-robed young man's demeanor was frigid, his voice like ice that sent chills down the spine. Tell me the location of the murderer. At this moment, upon hearing these words, the Four-Sword Emperors trembled uncontrollably, unable to raise their heads, pressing their bodies close to the ground. They could never have imagined that the envoy descending from the Imperial domain would be the very embodiment of the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor. Divine Emperor. Is it the ominous prince? Humph. The Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor snorted coldly, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloping the entire area. Huffed. In an instant, the Four Sword Emperors spewed blood, their faces pale as they collapsed to the ground. Aside from the ominous Sword King, who else could be the son of this emperor present here? In the eyes of the Celestial Emperor, an infinite fury seemed to simmer. The ominous Sword King was an unexpected progeny he had acquired during his arduous journey through reincarnation in the lower realms. It is important to note that despite the Celestial Emperor's ascension to the pinnacle of the Yuan Central Realm for countless years, he had but a handful of offspring, each one nurtured and esteemed beyond imagination. For this reason, within the 13 imperial domains, the Celestial Emperor was even dubbed the Protective God Emperor, as his unparalleled mastery necessitated a focus on the cultivation of his descendants. Even a mere illegitimate child, born of the trials of reincarnation, would not be allowed to suffer harm under his watch. Now, the demise of the ominous Sword King had undoubtedly struck at the very core of this divine emperor's inviolable pride. It compelled a manifestation of his essence to descend and personally eradicate the wretched murderer, to quell the tempest of his inner wrath. The last tidings we received indicated that the ominous prince and the other 3 Sword Kings had departed the mid-tier region, venturing into the lower realms. In that instant, sensing the genuine fury of the divine emperor before him, a sword sovereign hastily spoke, his voice trembling with urgency. The lower realms? The Celestial Emperor furrowed his brow, yet his gaze was drawn to the distant horizon. Boom! In an instant, his eyes radiated an infinite resplendence of golden light, akin to 2 blazing suns, piercing through all illusions and reaching the farthest reaches of existence. In that moment, it felt as though the majority of the Yuan Central Realm was enveloped by this terrifying gaze, allowing him to perceive all things with crystal clarity. Found you. Chapter 107. A grudge of immortal resolve, the Celestial Emperor's frenzied onslaught. The Celestial Emperor spoke ominously and then stepped forth. Boom. With a single footfall, the heavens trembled, thunder roared, and myriad laws descended into chaos, causing the infinite void to fracture. An indescribable, majestic aura suddenly enveloped the entire lower realm, directed towards the location of the eternal divine court, the chaotic continent. Crack! In the clear skies, a horrifying fissure suddenly emerged, spreading rapidly and devouring everything in its wake. A terrifying aura of murderous intent permeated the surroundings, causing countless powerful beings to tremble in fear. Boom! Following this, a colossal hand, dark as the abyss, erupted from the ominous crack, shattering all obstacles in its path, swiftly piercing through the barriers of the void and completely obscuring the heavens of the chaotic continent. Boom! The astonishing hand of the divine emperor's manifestation descended. It was as if a cataclysmic disaster had befallen the entire chaotic continent. Crack! The world quaked, and the powerful beings of the divine court emerged in droves, gazing in horror at the terrifying entity above the heavens. Was it a divine sovereign? Was it the vengeance of the Sword Nation? Or had the Celestial Emperor's subordinate arrived? As the smoke dissipated, the majestic chaotic continent remained utterly unscathed. That hand, capable of annihilating countless worlds, merely caused the continent to tremble before leaving no further trace of its passage. Chu Ye materialized, wielding the celestial authority sword. With the divine annihilation ancient dragon perched upon his shoulder, his heavenly sacred eye fully activated, countless foundational laws coalesced around him, nearly displaying all conceivable divine techniques. He could deeply sense that the adversary approaching was anything but ordinary. Perhaps it was a terrifying power at the pinnacle of divine sovereignty. Or perhaps the manifestation of the Celestial Emperor himself had come in person. Could it truly withstand the might of his strike? Amidst the shattered void, the Celestial Emperor, clad in a blue robe and exuding an icy demeanor, appeared. With a mere flick of his fingers, the scene of the ominous Sword King's demise materialized in his palm, intensifying the murderous intent in his eyes to a near boiling point. Eternal Divine Courtess Lord, Chu Ye, it is you who has slain my progeny. Crack! With a single step forward, accompanied by the sound of space fracturing, the very essence of the world, its spirit, laws, time, and space, seemed to dissipate. In the wake of the Divine Emperor's boundless wrath, an eternal darkness of obliteration was born. Even the air could scarcely survive. Those of lower cultivation within the chaotic continent found themselves flushed and gasping for breath. With a wave of his hand, Chu Ye instantly restored the chaotic continent to its original state, temporarily severing its connection to the surrounding realms. In his gaze, an unprecedented gravity flickered. In a single thought, he could erase all matter from existence, including the very laws. Such a feat surpassed imagination, nearly impossible even for divine sovereigns. It became evident that the identity of his opponent was now clear. One of the 13 sovereigns of the Yuan Central Realm, the master of the upper imperial domain, the Celestial Emperor. Immediately, Chu Ye scrutinized the specifics of his opponent's profile. Name, Yan. Identity, Lord of the Celestial Emperor domain, 3rd generation Celestial Emperor. Cultivation, Divine Emperor, no hierarchical division. Upon entering the realm of the Divine Emperor, one becomes the supreme deity, mastering the eternal path of the source. Note, currently in manifestation state, capable of exerting only 1% of his true power. Current relationship, -500. The Celestial Emperor places immense emphasis on his progeny. Upon learning of the ominous Sword King's death, he has established an unending enmity with the host. Though he had merely sent a manifestation to this place, the Celestial Emperor still possessed 1% of his true power. This was nearly far beyond the level of a divine sovereign, transcending into an unimaginable realm. The Divine Emperor, with no hierarchy, existed in stark contrast to the divine sovereign, akin to the divide between a true deity and a mere mortal. Across countless epochs in the Yuan Central Realm, the number of divine emperors was exceedingly sparse. Aside from the 13 known divine emperors, even the 4 Sword Kings had never heard of any other divine emperor-level existence. An unending enmity? This truly posed a significant dilemma. Chu Ye gripped the celestial authority sword. He stood as merely one of the manifestations of the 9 Emperor's sacred body. His true self remained stationed upon the chaotic continent to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. Celestial Emperor, depart from my divine court domain at once. Should your true self arrive, I might indeed regard you with some trepidation, but a mere manifestation. The cold voice suddenly resonated. Having forged such enmity, Chu Ye would naturally not extend any semblance of cordiality to his opponent. After all, as long as his true self remained anchored on the chaotic continent, there was no way for the Celestial Emperor to harm him. He could merely be confined to the chaotic continent. Heh! The Celestial Emperor smirked frostily. An infinite storm of laws surged forth from his palm. You, an insignificant insect, dare to threaten me? Boom. The moment the words fell, a blinding light erupted from the Celestial Emperor's palm, akin to a divine punishment meant to obliterate worlds. Crashing down towards Chu Ye below. In an ephemeral moment, the heavens and the earth quivered. Boundless waves of terror surged across billions of miles, instilling an uncontainable dread in the myriad true gods and celestial beings dwelling below. As the tempest subsided, the realm was left desolate, devoid of anything save for the chaotic continent, obliterated by the terrifying strike of the broken sky divine emperor, reduced to mere ashes and nothingness. This strike transcended even the level of divine emperors. Even the 4 great sword emperors could only foresee their demise when faced with it. The divine emperor stands as the god above gods. Beings beneath this realm can never fathom the extent of such power. You are indeed formidable, but you shall never breach my continent, nor penetrate my eternal divine court. The chaotic continent remains unscathed. Chu Ye spoke indifferently, his figure still towering in the sky, wielding the celestial authority divine sword. With the sword in hand, he showed no inclination to retreat, even in the face of a divine emperor. Ant, do you truly believe that your continent is indestructible? The broken sky divine emperor manifested, his gaze deep and inscrutable, akin to a black hole consuming all light. Before the weak, it may indeed seem impenetrable, yet in the face of my unparalleled power of annihilation, none can resist. With a swish, a spear materialized in the void, appearing as a phantasm projected from some source, held tightly in the grasp of the broken sky divine emperor, exuding an aura of utter annihilation. Chapter 108. Annihilating the divine emperor's incarnation, silencing for an eternity. Annihilation power? I am eager to witness it. Chu Ye's eyes narrowed. Perish. Boom. In an instant, the broken sky divine emperor's wrist twisted, and he thrust the spear forward. In that fleeting moment, a shadowy azure light burst forth, transcending all distances and crashing directly onto the chaotic continent. Bang! The chaotic continent quaked violently, enduring yet another fearsome strike from the divine emperor, yet still appeared completely unscathed. What? Witnessing this scene, the expression of the broken sky divine emperor finally shifted slightly. The spear of annihilation, one of the 13 chaotic artifacts. This could truly obliterate everything. Erasing concepts, an unparalleled artifact that cannot be obstructed. Even now, it is merely a projection of the spear of annihilation, yet it still possesses the might to extinguish all with ease. In the realms of the heavens, this strike could directly annihilate an entire cosmic entity. Yet now, striking this continent, it remains undamaged? Intuition told the broken sky divine emperor that this continent was extraordinarily remarkable. Perhaps not merely a lower realm, but possibly a nascent chaotic artifact. I have told you, this is futile. Chu Ye advanced slowly, his demeanor serene. You have attacked for so long. Now it is time for me to retaliate. Buzz. The celestial authority sword hummed, erupting with myriad crimson golden runes. A vast and magnificent power suffused the void. In this moment, Chu Ye was on the verge of revealing his true strength, that which coalesced all members of the eternal divine court. Countless talents, Myriad divine abilities and unfathomable authority converged into a cataclysmic force. Boom. In an instant, Chu Ye stepped beyond the bounds of the chaotic continent, unleashing the death sword technique, slashing down 27 times in a heartbeat, unleashing a reverse heavenly force of 30 million times. Ding. Cooperative battle effect activated. Host temporarily gains half-step Divine Emperor cultivation. Even before the broken sky Divine Emperor could perceive, Chu Ye swiftly closed the distance, temporarily acquiring the power of a half-step Divine Emperor. Cultivation has increased? No. He has employed some method to temporarily grasp the strength of my incarnation. The perception of the broken sky Divine Emperor is terrifying. In merely an instant, he comprehended Chu Ye's condition. His form flickered, swiftly distancing himself from Chu Ye. The spear of annihilation in his hand surged forth again, tearing through the void, traversing miles. Futile, I have declared. Your mere incarnation cannot contend with me. Chu Ye's expression remained cold as he wielded the 27th sword, infused with boundless power. Though the half-step Divine Emperor's cultivation lasted but a fleeting moment, it amplified the might of this death sword 1,000-fold, reaching a truly terrifying level comparable to that of a Divine Emperor. Boom. As the two clashed, the heavens and the earth were thrown into chaos, the entire firmament collapsing in that instant. It resembled a cosmic cataclysm. A few celestial beings observing from afar, separated by immeasurable distances, were caught in the aftermath and instantly obliterated. Boom. The terrifying tide of destruction spread, engulfing countless forces below, annihilating over 1 billion divine beings in an instant, leaving the once vibrant world in a state of ruin. An incarnation. At this moment, the broken sky Divine Emperor's form was already severely fragmented, rendered to the utmost degree of illusion. Upon witnessing his own terrifying strike obliterate Chu Ye's body, only for a perfectly identical figure to emerge from the void and take its place, the Divine Emperor was consumed by rage. From the beginning, the opponent had merely been an incarnation. He had believed that utilizing the remaining strength of this body could at least eradicate Chu Ye. Yet he never anticipated such a scenario. As a Divine Emperor, he had failed to perceive that the individual before him was merely an incarnation. Broken Sky Divine Emperor, await patiently in the upper realm. I shall personally hunt you down and resolve our grievances slowly. Chu Ye's gaze deepened, his expression frigid. As he looked upon the vanishing figure of the Broken Sky Divine Emperor, a sudden thought struck him. He turned to the Emperor with a sinister smile. Of course, today, your unauthorized invasion of my eternal divine court will require a small price to be paid. Silence. In an instant, the special divine ability of silencing was activated. For the next 10 billion epochs, the Broken Sky Divine Emperor would be unable to convey any information through any means, subjected to an almost permanent silence. Murmurs of confusion and anger filled the air. The Broken Sky Divine Emperor wished to utter something more, yet found himself only able to produce muffled sounds. He attempted to transmit thoughts through his divine soul, yet could not convey a single word, only glaring furiously at Chu Ye, uncertain of how to express his intent. With a gust, accompanied by a howling wind, the incarnation of the Broken Sky Divine Emperor dissipated in utter frustration, completely disintegrating. In the upper realm of the Yuanyang world, within the Broken Sky Emperor domain, the Supreme Heavenly Hall. Damn. Boom. Sensing the news of his incarnation's demise, the Broken Sky Divine Emperor, who had been in closed-door cultivation, abruptly awoke, his heart ablaze with rage, overturning the entire Emperor domain. He wished to summon his subordinates, commanding all divine kingdoms within the mid-level to launch a full-scale assault on the eternal divine court. Yet, like a mere avatar, it could only emit a vague and indistinct sound of lamentation. Ugh. What is happening? What sorcery has that insignificant creature employed to render even my true form incapable of conveying a message? The Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor was increasingly infuriated. However, no matter how he endeavored to articulate his thoughts or employed any force to shield himself from external influences, ultimately, whatever he attempted to express, whether spoken or conjured in thought, transformed into nonsensical babble, akin to the ramblings of a madman. Father, what has befallen you? The first prince, Yin Feng, who had ascended to the 10th stage Divine Emperor, nearly on the precipice of the half-step Divine Emperor realm, found himself here, gazing upon the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor, who clutched his throat and emitted strange noises. He was engulfed in confusion and bewilderment. As one of the 13 Divine Emperors, his cultivation was unparalleled, nearly rendering him the supreme sovereign of the Yuan Central Realm. How could he be in such a disheveled state today? Ugh. Fenger, cursed be it. He cannot comprehend my current intentions. Upon noticing the arrival of the prince, the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor initially sought to communicate, but soon realized the futility of his efforts. He then summoned pen and paper, attempting to convey a message through writing. Yet, as he gazed upon the blank sheet, the characters he inscribed became grotesquely distorted, morphing into a cacophony of meaningless words. The Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor was on the verge of madness. Rising from his seat, he bellowed towards the distant heavens. Ugh, 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 Chu Ye, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. If I do not obliterate your eternal divine court, I am unworthy of the title of Divine Emperor. Chapter 109. Obtaining the Summoning Unbinding Card, the Arrival of the Thunder Demon God. Surely at this moment, the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor is in a state of utter desperation. In the void above, Chu Ye stood with hands clasped behind his back, a smirk playing upon his lips. The might of the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor was formidable. Even merely as an avatar, he evoked considerable trepidation within Chu Ye. His success in overpowering him was largely attributed to the extraordinary power of their united front. Under the enemy's unawareness, he had taken advantage of the brief acquisition of strength to unleash a devastating strike. Now, under my silencing divine power, the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor is rendered incapable of transmitting any message to his subordinates. In other words, Chu Ye chuckled mockingly, his gaze brimming with derision. Reveling in the plight of the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor, he can no longer command any vassal or subordinate, whether through speech, divine thought, writing, sign language, or the creation of an entirely new language for communication. He cannot escape the edict of silence. The identity of the Harbinger Sword King was known to few. Hence, those aware of the events unfolding today were also scant. If he sought vengeance, he would have no choice but to descend in his true form. Thus, I consider this a victory. As he shook his head in amusement, Chu Ye slowly turned away, descending from the cloud to return to the Nine-Dragon Palace. At that moment, the voice of the system rang out, bringing him delight. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully repelling a Divine Emperor for the first time. The system grants a special reward, one Summoning Unbinding card, for 24 hours. Summoning Unbinding card, for 24 hours. Completely unlock the cultivation seal of a summoned being for 24 hours, allowing them to achieve their true pinnacle. A trump card against the true form of a Divine Emperor. Hasn't this just arrived? If this card is utilized on Fushi, it could restore his supreme cultivation to the Dao Fruit realm. That would elevate him beyond the Divine Emperor level, truly belonging to the realm of saints. A terrifying existence of eternal immortality. With this in hand, there is no need to fear retaliation from the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor. Even if all 13 Divine Emperors were to unite, with this trump card, I could ensnare them all. Convey my decree. Expedite the march towards the Middle Realm. I aim to seize it in the shortest time possible, fortifying the eternal divine court and acquiring the strength to contend with the 13 divine domains. Amidst his thoughts, Chu Ye issued commands, causing the entire chaotic continent's speed to surge dramatically. The divine court's army readied for war, advancing towards the Middle Realm. A month later, at the edge of the Yuan Central Realm's middle layer, boom, the vast chaotic continent soared like the mightiest divine vessel across the firmament. Its immense pressure sweeping across the land, causing the very space beneath to crack and splinter like a spider's web. Ding! The summoning in the Hall of Gods and Demons has refreshed. Would the host like to summon immediately? On this day, within the Hall of Gods and Demons, the Judgment Demon God stood behind Chu Ye, awaiting something. Upon hearing the system's voice finally resonate, his eyes sparkled as he gazed toward the enormous void gate ahead. The month-long wait had come to an end. The second Chaos Demon God could finally be summoned. A month later, Chu Ye's cultivation had reached the terrifying pinnacle of the Divine King realm. Due to the abundant acquisition of Divine Source Stones, the citizens of the Divine Court underwent rapid transformation, with a significant number of true divine beings emerging. Now, as one surveyed the streets, it was as if deities walked freely, rendering the presence of emperors insignificant. Ding! Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Thunder Demon God. End of Thunder. Thunder Demon God. Cultivation, 10th stage Divine Emperor, growing alongside the host. The Demon God of the Path of Thunder. Yet another Divine Emperor has joined the Eternal Divine Court. Chu Ye felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Even before truly stepping into the Middle Realm, his Eternal Divine Court already possessed the power capable of sweeping through it. The 26 divine nations were within his grasp. Greetings, my lord. The Thunder Demon God radiated with electric brilliance, possessing 6 eyes and 3 heads. With a colossal thunder eye hovering behind him, a reservoir of infinite lightning, capable of unleashing world-ending lightning with but a thought. Lower-tier deities, depart at once. The realm of the middle-layer divine nations is not a place for your kind. However, Just as Chu Ye pondered over various future arrangements, a booming, majestic voice suddenly resounded from the direction of the advancing chaotic continent. Boom. In an instant, the previously tranquil void erupted. Rolling sound waves surged like a tide, sweeping across millions of miles. The citizens of the divine court looked up, only to find that, at some unknown point, 1,000,000 divine troops had stepped into the heavens at the edge of the middle layer, their terrifying divine might ravaging the surroundings, causing mountains and earth to crumble piece by piece. An invisible force permeated, shaking the heavens and the earth, leaving the citizens of the divine court utterly astonished. That 1,000,000-strong army was composed entirely of beings above the true divine level. Among them, the number of celestial gods was not insignificant. There gathered auras even more formidable than ordinary divine kings. Who dares to obstruct my eternal divine court? Are you prepared for your demise? With a roar, countless divine court warriors soared into the sky. The 7 fallen gods, the wild beasts, the heavenly punishment guards, and numerous powerful legions that had undergone a transformation surged forth, instantly overwhelming the opposing forces with their boundless dominance. This was the leader of the 1,000,000 divine army instantly wore a grave expression. A month prior, the 26 divine nations had issued a decree. The outer layers must remain unsealed, and no individual from the lower realms was permitted to intrude. He, as the commander of the Golden Boar divine army, had also received orders to guard this place. And anyone who dared to step foot here from the lower realms would be met with merciless execution, regardless of their identity. However, to his astonishment, the visitor from the lower realm today appeared to be far from ordinary. The overwhelming pressure they exuded caused even his divine king heart to tremble. Impossible. I am a divine king, a commander of the furious waves divine nation. How could I be afraid of a force from the lower realms? The Golden Boar army commander shook his head vigorously, dismissing the unsettling feelings within him. He gazed at the formidable divine troops that had suddenly materialized before him and coldly declared, I am the commander of the Golden Boar army, one of the leaders of the furious waves divine nation. If you dare to trespass into the middle layers today, you shall be declaring war against the 26 divine nations. His voice resonated through the heavens. In the demon hall, Chu Ye sensed a temporary stillness in the chaotic continent. He couldn't help but look up at the sky, muttering to himself with a frosty demeanor, what an insufferable nuisance. Time to perish. With a snap of his fingers, the rule item, the death ring, instantly activated its power, annihilating all beings below the pinnacle divine king level in an instant, leaving no chance for the Golden Boar army to react or escape. Buzz. The Golden Boar army commander stood frozen, his eyes turning white. Not only him, but the 1,000,000 divine soldiers he commanded also disintegrated before his eyes, vanishing into nothingness. In merely 3 breaths, the 1,000,000 divine army was reduced to ashes under Chu Ye's fingertip. He once again took his seat upon the divine throne, his gaze colder and more indifferent than ever. The first target, the furious waves divine nation. This nation shall mark the beginning of my conquest of the Yuan central realm. The command was issued. The endless army below immediately roared in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. Boom. Following that, the chaotic continent thundered and roared as it crossed the boundary separating the 2 layers, truly stepping into the realm of warfare. Chapter 110. One day to control the furious waves divine nation, commencing the celestial sign-in. The furious waves divine nation, one of the nearly last nations among the 26 divine nations. Yet, despite this, its foundation and sphere of influence were far from negligible, with 2 divine emperors covertly stationed, controlling over 1 billion ascension pathways from the lower realms, and occupying a territory within the middle layers spanning tens of thousands of light years. Its vastness was almost unimaginable. Today, within the capital of the divine nation, countless citizens knelt in reverence. Divine light surged into the sky, revealing countless auspicious signs. A towering figure materialized in the heavens, wielding the long sword that symbolized the power of the furious waves divine nation, slowly lowering it towards the half-kneeling figure before him. I, the 36th ruler of the furious waves divine nation, hereby officially entrust everything of the divine nation to you, making you the new sovereign of the furious waves divine nation. Indeed, today marked the grand occasion of the ascension of the crown prince of the furious waves divine nation, a transfer of power. Boom. As the words fell, the entire divine capital trembled. Infinite divine light surged like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire divine city. In the next moment, from the very ground of the furious waves divine nation, an endless wave of fortune rose, rushing towards the soon-to-be emperor, enveloping him as if he were clad in a grand dragon robe that obscured the sky. Thud, thud. The heavenly drums resounded, like divine bells echoing throughout. All hundreds of billions of citizens within and outside the divine capital were awakened, collectively bowing towards the divine palace. I, xianxiaaudiobooks, shall henceforth be the sovereign of the Furious Waves divine nation. Inside the divine palace, the crown prince of the Furious Waves had already risen. Holding aloft the sword of divine authority, he pointed towards the heavens, his steady voice carrying unmatched majesty, resonating in all directions. From this day forth, the Furious Waves divine nation shall embark on a path of warfare spanning countless years. We shall swallow countless divine nations in the middle layers, striving to become one of the central 7 nations, shedding the name of the lower 10 nations. The newly appointed sovereign of the Furious Waves divine nation was undoubtedly a war-loving, ambitious individual. Our divine nation shall sweep away all obstacles, ultimately standing at the forefront of the 26 divine nations, seizing the opportunity for the grace of the 13 emperor domains. Countless citizens erupted in cheers at these words. However, indeed, you possess great ambition. Thus, I shall grant you an opportunity to submit. Immediately kneel before me and command the Furious Waves divine nation to surrender, offering up everything you possess. Within the divine palace, the projected image on the celestial screen suddenly shifted at this moment. The former emperor, once seated upon the imperial throne, now lay in a pool of blood, the numerous guards within the palace having also undergone a transformation unbeknownst to them, the ground soaked in divine blood. You, father? Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils constricted as he gazed at the figure lying in the blood, his expression changing dramatically. His father was a formidable half-step divine emperor, a being that could be deemed invincible, second only to the 2 strongest former emperors in the divine nation. What had transpired? He had not sensed any enemy's approach at all. How could his father and the many powerful figures in the divine palace fall so suddenly? Great ancestor! In a moment of desperation, Xianxiaaudiobooks could not afford to hesitate, letting out a furious cry. However, this action merely elicited a cold smile from Chu Ye atop the imperial throne, who casually instructed Hades beside him to throw 2 spherical objects towards him. Bang! The 2 spheres fell to the ground, rolling to reveal a trail of blood, ultimately leading Xianxiaaudiobooks to a horrifying sight: the lifeless, unblinking faces of the 2 divine emperor former sovereigns. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt as if his mind was buzzing. On the verge of fainting, 2 divine emperors had fallen, and during the coronation ceremony, without anyone knowing? I am Chu Ye, the master of the eternal divine court, the emperor of all realms. To be honest, within the brief half-day of my advance into the middle layers, the Furious Waves divine nation has already fallen under my control, with even my forces breaching the capital. Chu Ye laughed coldly, showing no concealment of his disdain and mockery towards the Furious Waves divine nation. A feeble nation, one of the illustrious 26 divine nations, yet it had proven to be weak to such an extent. In just half a day, it faced the prospect of annihilation. Present me with your choice, death or life. Chu Ye, His Majesty the Emperor. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression shifted repeatedly. Ultimately, he seemed resigned to his fate, adopting a posture of submission. Then, he uttered, "Die for me." Boom. In an instant, Xianxiaaudiobooks' cultivation level surged violently, unleashing an astonishing speed as he lunged towards Chu Ye on the imperial throne. The Furious Waves divine clan, practicing the secret technique, the Ocean Fury. As the crown prince, he had naturally inherited this legacy perfectly. Once unleashed, it could elevate his cultivation beyond limits, allowing him to reach the divine emperor level in a brief moment and annihilate his enemies. Alas, he misjudged his adversary. Of all the mistakes one could make, targeting Chu Ye was the gravest. Sensing his master was in peril, the command was clear: exterminate. With a swift slash of light, the entity designated as the Destructor No. 2 acted instantaneously, obliterating all incoming assaults, and, in a mere heartbeat, tearing apart the foe's entire being, reducing it to nothingness. The soul was utterly annihilated. What a spirited individual, Chu Ye mused, shaking his head. He was not surprised by Xianxiaaudiobooks' choice. After all, how could one who wields dominion over a vast empire willingly submit to another? Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully seizing control of the anger-tide divine kingdom, granting the eternal divine court a genuine foothold. Acquired Universal Sign-In X1. The system's voice resounded at that moment. Universal Sign-In? The emergence of this new term took Chu Ye aback. Sign me up, he thought, opting for the sign-in without hesitation. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the conceptual artifact, Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven Sword. One of the supreme artifacts possessing the power to sever and annihilate concepts. Any living being, object, existence, concept, space-time, law, or rule can be cleaved by this sword, severing all. Annihilation of the very source. Note: the Heavenly Authority Sword is a shard of this blade. Upon the host acquiring the Absolute Heaven Sword, it will automatically merge with it. Chapter 111. The Absolute Heaven Sword, Slaying All. A conceptual artifact? In an instant, Chu Ye felt a shiver run through him. He was well aware that the Heavenly Authority Sword possessed the capability to lock onto the bloodline source of a being and eradicate it in one fell swoop. Yet, he had not anticipated that such power stemmed from one of the authorities of annihilation, merely a fragment of the Absolute Heaven Sword. Crack! The space fractured, and the rules within the vicinity collapsed completely. The Heavenly Authority Sword transformed into divine radiance, soaring up to merge with the sword emerging from the void, becoming one. The conceptual artifact Absolute Heaven. It was a sword over 5 feet long, exhibiting a black golden hue, adorned with scarlet divine patterns. It exuded an indescribable sharpness, causing Chu Ye to feel an extraordinary sensation upon grasping the sword, as if it could cleave through all realms. With this sword in hand, no one could stand against him. No one could reverse his fate. A fine sword. Haha. I shall see if you can indeed sever all things and assist me in ascending to the pinnacle of the multiverse. Chu Ye's spirit surged. With the dark golden absolute heaven in his grasp, he brimmed with unwavering confidence. If this sword's might were truly as the system described, then even should the breaking heaven divine emperor descend, he might yet have a chance to slay him. Boom. Emperor of heaven Chu Ye, you audacious eternal divine court, dare to encroach upon the domains of my 26 divine kingdoms. The proclamation echoed, as if the heavens themselves were shaken. At that moment, the air erupted with boundless divine might, as several towering figures, engulfed in overwhelming malice, shattered the sky, standing tall in the void. Within the capital of the anger-tide divine kingdom, countless formidable warriors surged forth, hailing from the other divine kingdoms, as though they had set a trap, lying in wait for the eternal divine court to fall into their snare. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He astutely discerned from the newcomer's words that the upper imperial domain had sent its envoys. It seemed the breaking heaven divine emperor indeed possessed considerable means. Even under the constraints of silence, he managed to relay some messages and command the 26 divine kingdoms as vanguards, attempting to obliterate his court. However, this is just perfect. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. As the indifferent words fell, Chu Ye's absolute heaven radiance surged, audaciously siphoning the power of the rules from the Yuan central realm, transforming it into the energy foundation for his cleaving. Sever. With a swing of the sword, all was obliterated. In a mere instant, those divine kingdom warriors who charged forth were annihilated. Only the last 2 divine emperors, having merely been affected by the aftermath, managed to barely withstand the strike. Yet, even so, they were left in utter disarray. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood and flesh scattered. The 2 divine emperors' bodies cracked, blood spewed forth. Their faces pallid. At this moment, their divine kingdoms were collapsing madly. If this continued, they would undoubtedly face ruin. Tianxiao Divine Emperor, Huasu Divine Emperor. High above in the firmament, the warriors of the divine kingdoms gazed at the scene before them, their pupils constricting. These 2 divine emperors were the foremost powers of the North Su Divine Kingdom within the Middle 7 kingdoms. Both were of divine emperor mid-stage cultivation, having survived for over tens of thousands of epochs, their battle records illustrious, standing as top-tier giants among the middle ranks. Yet, even such formidable beings were wounded and on the brink of downfall by a single strike from the suddenly emerged master of the eternal divine court. How could this be possible? Everyone, be cautious. Today, my 26 divine kingdoms have arrived at the behest of the upper domain's envoy, and we are already more than halfway here. This eternal divine court must possess a power that even those upper-tier beings regard with trepidation. One of the 4-sword emperors of the 10,000-sword divine kingdom, known as the 9-kill sword emperor, spoke. Though he appeared frail and elderly with long white hair, his battle prowess was truly extraordinary, marking him as a true paragon among divine emperors. Yet even he displayed a grave expression, gazing at the now assembled figures of the eternal divine court, which loomed like shadows across the sky. In his eyes, only wariness remained. What a pack of loyal hounds. As I had predicted, the 26 divine kingdoms are merely the lapdogs of the upper imperial domain. They cannot even possess their true selves, a pitiful bunch of servants. Chu Ye chuckled coldly, unmasking his mockery and derision. Merely on the first day of the divine court's entry into the middle realm, these divine kingdoms seemed to have anticipated the arrival and prepared for an ambush, even resorting to using one of the lower 10 kingdoms as bait. His gaze swept across the void, where the aura of divine emperors permeated. There were easily more than 20 such existences, with divine kings numbering in the thousands, nearly an entire horde unleashed. Such a display could only be mobilized by the upper imperial domain. The mastermind behind this was unmistakable, the Breaking Heaven Divine Emperor. And perhaps even the other 12 imperial domain beings. I intended to play with you slowly, but since you are so eager to seek death, I shall not hold back. Today, I shall use this absolute heaven sword to sever the heavens that govern all. Boom. Divine power converged, dimming the heavens and earth. At that moment, Chu Ye seemed to transcend into a state of divinity. With a sword in hand, he could bring eternal silence. Bang! The sword light shimmered, dazzling and invincible. It felt as if when this sword fell, the entire universe would be rebooted, and all things would be cleaved asunder. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Damn it. The sword is utterly terrifying. Retreat at once. Faced with this chilling strike, the numerous divine emperors hesitated not a moment longer and hastily withdrew, desperately seeking to escape the ominous reach of that dreadful sword. Yet it was already too late. Shatter. Chapter 112. A sword slays the divine emperor. Penetrating the upper realm of the divine domain, accompanied by a whisper from Chu Ye, he slowly brought down the long sword in his hand. As if time itself had been slowed to an inconceivable degree, halting the very motion of particles. Swish. In an instant, the sword's edge descended, striking forth with an unadorned simplicity towards the crowd. At first, there was no disturbance. The heavens and earth remained unchanged. But soon, crack, like the shattering of a mirror, a minuscule fissure abruptly appeared upon the foreheads of the many powerful beings from the divine kingdoms. A foreboding sensation gripped one divine emperor as he brushed his forehead, gazing at the golden divine blood staining his hand, his heart racing with increasing intensity. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze. Crack, crack. At that moment, his body seemed to transform into a shattered mirror, and it was not just him. All the powerful entities that had arrived here shared the same fate. Alas, boom. In the final moments before death, the divine emperor finally comprehended something. His eyes widened in horror as he looked up at Chu Ye, attempting to plead for mercy. But what awaited him was naught but death. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, it was as if crimson fireworks erupted across the heavens, reminiscent of the man's xianxiaaudiobooks blooming at the edge of the underworld. Those once exalted beings, who ruled countless worlds, the divine kings and divine emperors, were now reduced to mere fragments of fireworks in the sky, their brilliance extinguished, dissipating into nothingness, turning to ash. The world fell silent. Among the 26 divine kingdoms, an overwhelming majority of formidable beings had gathered, yet none could withstand Chu Ye's might for even a fleeting moment. All perishing in this place. Moreover, in this instant, within the many divine kingdoms, Your Highness the Crown Prince. What has happened to you, Second Prince? The conceptual power of the absolute sword, beyond mere severance, also obliterated utterly. In slaying the incoming adversaries, it annihilated all ties of bloodline, leaving not a single soul behind. Is this all? How disappointing indeed. A mere congregation of servile dust. One sword to eradicate all. Chu Ye let out a chilling smile. The power of the absolute sword surpassed all imagination. Contrary to his expectations, the system imposed no limitations, presenting him with a true supreme weapon capable of slaying all. Invincible. With the absolute sword in hand, Chu Ye now possessed boundless confidence, even in his ability to slay divine emperors. Shall we ascend to the heavens together? To vanquish the gods? A bold idea surged within him. He resolved to ascend directly to the upper domain of the Yuan central realm alongside the annihilation of the gods, to slay all 13 divine emperors and utterly dominate this core of myriad realms. The subjugation of the 26 divine kingdoms shall be left to you. I shall personally meet those divine emperors and reshape the eternal structure of the Yuan central realm. The ancient dragon of annihilation perched upon his shoulders, and upon gaining the ability to fight together, Chu Ye began issuing commands to the many subordinates of the eternal divine court. As commanded, there were no objections. The members of the divine court held absolute faith in their sovereign, merely awaiting orders. Boom. Chu Ye nodded, and in an instant, soared skyward, charging directly towards the heavens. The upper realm, distinct from the middle and lower tiers, was the true expanse of the 9 heavens, or perhaps it could be called the realm beyond realms. One must breach the blockade at the pinnacle of the middle realm sky to reach the true core divine realm, the domain of the 13 divine emperors. Soon, Chu Ye traversed a distance of billions of miles in an instant, arriving at a place resembling a celestial gate, shrouded in an infinite web of ethereal chains. This was the celestial lock of the imperial domain. Legend has it that it was forged millions of epochs ago by the 13 divine emperors, completely severing connections with the middle realm, nearly existing as a world unto itself. Even the mightiest divine emperor would find it nearly impossible to shatter this lock alone. Boom. Not only that, But the celestial lock of the imperial domain also had a terrifying guardian stationed. No god shall dare trespass. It was a colossal being, unimaginable in size, as if composed of the very fabric of the starry river. An aura of supreme divinity radiated from it, incomprehensibly potent. It stood above the void, and one could vaguely see a massive grinding wheel looming behind it. The wheel turned, annihilating all. Divine Emperor? Chu Ye furrowed his brow, his gaze icy. The aura emanating from this starry giant was not inferior to that of the breaking heaven Divine Emperor, truly reaching the level of a Divine Emperor. A guardian of the realm, at the Divine Emperor tier. No wonder the 26 divine kingdoms were so compliant with the orders of the 13 divine emperors. Are you certain you wish to hinder my progress? Chu Ye, wielding the absolute sword, pointed towards the colossal starry giant, his expression indifferent. Even if it were a guardian of divine emperor caliber, so what? As long as it could be encompassed by the concept. It was but a being that could be slain with one stroke. I, the Lord of the starry river, shall cleanse all beings that aspire to tread upon the heavens. The giant spoke, its voice booming like thunder, causing the vast sky to tremble. Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous pressure reverberated through the universe as its towering arms rose abruptly, seemingly intending to crush Chu Ye with a single blow, denying him any chance to ascend the heavens. Foolish. Swish. As the sound of breaking air echoed, Chu Ye coldly uttered, slashing towards the foe with a single sword. Boom. In that instant, the sword rang like thunder. Divine radiance surged like a tide. It seemed to transcend the ages, piercing through the river of time. Threads of inky black fissures spread within this sword light, infused with the terrifying power to obliterate all. Crack. Within the astonished gaze of the starry giant, its body, soul, and even countless reflections within the river of time were utterly shattered into dust by this singular sword. Boom. With a single stroke, the divine emperor tier lord of the starry river fell. Along with it, the so-called invincible celestial lock of the imperial domain was also reduced to ashes, revealing the shadow of the towering supreme realm above. The myriad realms are about to embark on a new chapter, centered around my eternal divine court. The order of all things shall be reshaped. Chu Ye stood proudly above the heavens, his indifferent voice resonating across the expanse. I am the heavenly emperor, destined to rule all. Those who defy shall meet their demise. Chapter 113, The Sovereign. In an instant, Chu Ye raised the absolute sword in his hand, aiming it at the entire upper realm. Almost maniacally, he sought to sever all obstacles and enemies before him with this single stroke. The heavenly emperor? Yet reality did not unfold as he wished. Boom. A terrifying roar resounded through the air. Above the vast expanse of the heavens, an infinite array of divine apparitions materialized, unleashing an overwhelming aura of pressure that enveloped the world, pressing down upon the 9 heavens. Lo and behold, several divine emperors had emerged. Boom. An endless radiance of divine light dazzled, obscuring the sun and illuminating the realms of the 8 directions. Chu Ye, with an expression of utter calmness, lifted his gaze in scrutiny. Even in the presence of these formidable beings, his demeanor remained profoundly serene. This was solely because, in this moment, he harbored no fear. Regardless of their might or the peculiar divine abilities they wielded, they could not withstand the might of his single sword. Amidst the figures standing tall in the celestial dome, a vague yet wrathful roar erupted, as if intent on devouring Chu Ye alive. Oh, my former subordinate, have you come as well? Chu Ye's eyes narrowed, catching a glimpse of the source of the roar. It was none other than the breakthrough divine emperor, who had sent his avatar to battle Chu Ye and, after suffering defeat, had been silenced for countless ages. The breakthrough, was it this individual who rendered you incapable of uttering a single word? Basking in the fiery divine light, he bore 28 colossal wings of light, with divine runes swirling around him, resembling a supreme deity. He spoke, for he was the Holy Universe Divine Emperor, the sovereign of the Holy Universe Imperial Domain, and a longtime friend of the breakthrough Divine Emperor. Witnessing the latter's fury, he was acutely aware that the Heavenly Emperor Chu Ye had forcefully shattered the Imperial Domain's celestial lock and ascended to his divine realm. The starry river has fallen. The Heavenly Emperor Chu Ye must not be allowed to remain. Another figure, clad in a cassock, surrounded by myriad beings paying homage. With the sound of endless chanting echoing, the Heavenly Buddha Divine Emperor slowly spoke, as if pronouncing Chu Ye's death sentence. In the mere blink of an eye, upon realizing the destruction of the celestial lock, 7 out of the 13 divine emperors had already arrived. Furthermore, many hidden, ancient divine emperors lurking within the imperial domain had also come to observe in the shadows, awaiting their opportunity to act. The imperial domain's celestial lock. It was the ultimate barrier separating the mid-tier and lower-tier realms. Yet now, it had been forcefully breached. regardless of who the intruder was or what power they possessed. Their demise was inevitable today. Prepare to bear the brunt of the upper realm's boundless fury. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed as a long blade sliced through the heavens, tearing apart the sea of clouds. The brilliant blade light contained the sharpness capable of reducing countless supreme divine sovereigns to ash. It was none other than the relentless Thousand Blades Divine Emperor making his move directly to slay the one who dared to break the celestial lock. As a warning to those mortals and deities who dared to overstep their bounds, prepare to perish. The Thousand Blades Divine Emperor's expression was grim. The blade in his hand was one of the chaotic artifacts, named the Starshatter Blade. A single stroke, if unleashed in the myriad realms, would obliterate an entire universe, reducing it to nothingness. Yet at this moment, this unimaginably potent strike could not even graze the hem of Chu Ye's garment before it crumbled and dissolved. Boom! The world trembled, and the winds and clouds surged. Chu Ye stood upon the void, his expression devoid of emotion. Ants, after all, remain ants. He coldly shook his head and casually swung his sword, causing the Thousand Blades Divine Emperor's body to shatter into countless fragments. Damn you little! As his body disintegrated and his soul fled from the vessel, the Thousand Blades Divine Emperor, who had intended to roar in fury at Chu Ye, was gripped by terror upon realizing that even in abandoning his physical form and divine kingdom, his soul essence was still being corroded and devoured by a peculiar force, leaving him utterly defenseless. Bang! A surge of pure soul energy exploded. One of the 13 supreme divine emperors, the Thousand Blades Divine Emperor, was thus effortlessly slain by Chu Ye's nonchalant stroke, completely erased from existence. But that was not all. Arise, my loyal pawn. As Chu Ye waved his hand, time seemed to reverse in an instant, and the utterly annihilated Thousand Blades Divine Emperor reassembled his soul in an extraordinarily peculiar manner, returning to this realm. His form was exceedingly ephemeral, with ghostly blue soul flames flickering in his eyes. In the presence of the astonished divine emperors, he knelt before Chu Ye, exuding utmost reverence. Your servant, Thousand Blades, humbly thanks your majesty for your grace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining allegiance from a divine emperor-level powerhouse. The Lord of Heaven has been refreshed. Current cultivation level, divine emperor realm. Then, something even more astonishing occurred, leaving the other divine emperors in shock. Chu Ye's cultivation level began to soar like a rocket after obtaining the loyalty of the resurrected Thousand Blades Divine Emperor. He instantly broke through the limits of the divine sovereign and ascended to the true pinnacle of the Yuan Central Realm, the Divine Emperor Realm. Who would have thought that this talent of the Myriad Realms chessboard could assist me in ascending to the Divine Emperor level in one fell swoop? Chu Ye smiled indifferently. Talent, Myriad Realms chessboard. Possessing the ability to transform any defeated foe into a pawn. He had once assumed that pawns would not count towards the enhancement of the Lord of Heaven, but now it appeared he had been overly concerned. Holy Universe, breakthrough. Heavenly Buddha, you all should hasten to submit to your majesty and relinquish the Yuan Central Realm. The Thousand Blades Divine Emperor transformed into a pawn of eternal loyalty to Chu Ye, now once again wielding the Starshatter Blade. His gaze fierce as he bellowed toward the front, his momentum wildly overwhelming. Damn it! Upon hearing this, the Holy Universe Divine Emperor and the breakthrough Divine Emperor's expressions dramatically shifted. Chu Ye had ascended to the Divine Emperor realm, and even the Thousand Blades Divine Emperor had become a mere servant to him. What on earth had transpired in a matter of mere days? How could this denizen of the lower realm possess such terrifying power? My lord, boom. In the next moment, boundless chaotic mist surged forth. The image of Yin and Yang Taiji emerged, and the Divine Emperors felt as though they could scarcely breathe, on the verge of suffocation. Upon the chaotic display of the yin-yang pattern, a towering figure also bowed his head to Chu Ye in reverence. The Azure Emperor Taihao Fushi. As Chu Ye reached the Divine Emperor level, he too regained control of his true power. That legendary level above the Supreme Divine Emperor, the Dao Fruit. My lord, I have come to assist. Following this, not only Fushi, a Dao Fruit-level powerhouse, but also two ancient witches, Zhu Rong and Tianwu, the Chaos Demon God, Judgment, and the Endless Thunder, along with the Divine Emperor-level Odin, all descended with great might. The arrival of the 5 Dao Fruits instantly transformed the already reversed situation. No, this is impossible. What manner of existence are you? The breakthrough Divine Emperor had succumbed to madness. Feeling the pressure far surpassing that of the Divine Emperors and even the Yuan Central Realm's world, he trembled uncontrollably, his face etched with profound resentment and anger. He could not fathom why Chu Ye, a mere native from the lower realm, could attain such levels of power. Now, under the arrival of such strength, their so-called 13 Supreme Divine Emperors appeared as nothing but a joke, utterly frail. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning powerful beings to restore their original prowess. The Lord of Heaven can now fully integrate the abilities of all summoned beings. Shall we refresh immediately? The system's voice resonated once more. Yet it no longer surprised Chu Ye. Just as he had anticipated, every summoned being initially encountered certain restrictions imposed by the system. As their own cultivation progressed, they were unable to contribute to the Lord of Heaven's power. However, with the lifting of these constraints, they would no longer grow stronger in tandem with their cultivation. Instead, becoming eternal denizens of the divine court, their strength perfectly fused with their essence. Without hesitation, he uttered the command to refresh. Chu Ye understood that upon uttering these two words, he would ascend to become the true pinnacle of existence among all realms. He would seize full dominion under the illustrious title of the Emperor of all worlds. Boom! As the words fell, an unparalleled tempest of energy surged forth in all directions. In an instant, Chu Ye's cultivation shattered the barriers of the divine Emperor realm. He felt as though he had transcended into a boundless river of rules. Here, he could distinctly perceive countless beings, from the divine emperors who wielded control over endless starry rivers to the ordinary mortals of the earthly realm, all striving against the current in this vast stream of regulations. I do not belong here. Standing within the torrent, no matter how fiercely the turbulent waters assailed him, Chu Ye remained steadfast, akin to a towering mountain. He gazed towards the far end of the river, slowly raising his head, and there, he beheld an immense throne standing resolutely above the waters, seemingly commanding all. To become the sovereign of that throne was to achieve dominion, to traverse the universe, subduing all that has come before and all that shall come, with all things at his disposal, the sovereign, all-knowing and omnipotent, the ruler of all. He is the creator of the very essence of existence, the master of primordial chaos, undeterred by the endless rise and fall of worlds, the infinite destruction of the cosmos. He remains the singular supreme one, whose mere thought can overturn everything, whose utterance can silence the heavens. The throne appeared desolate, yet it felt eerily familiar to Chu Ye, as if he had once occupied this place for countless ages, having witnessed the endless cycles of destruction and rebirth across the boundless heavens. Boom! The colossal ancient dragon of divine annihilation manifested before him, towering in a manner that defied imagination, standing vigil at the throne's side. It seemed to possess an innate knowledge of the throne's master, or perhaps, in a distant past, it had once been the beloved pet of that sovereign. With a chuckle, Chu Ye shook his head, a smile of understanding gracing his lips. Why had he ascended so swiftly? The powers that others had cultivated over endless years were his to command in an instant. It dawned upon him that he had always been the sole master of these heavens. The system was merely a creation of his own design, a product of his tedium that had led him to tread upon the cycles of reincarnation. Now, he would once again ascend to the throne of sovereignty, embodying an unrivaled form. Ding! Welcome back, Sovereign. All system permissions have been unlocked, and control over reality has been elevated to max level. The Sovereign can modify everything at will. The system's voice echoed once again. The powers and abilities that rightfully belonged to Chu Ye fully returned to him. He floated in the air, effortlessly crossing the treacherous river that countless beings had struggled against. Seated upon the throne, he looked down upon the myriad lives of the realms. I am the Heavenly Emperor, Chu Ye, the Sovereign of all eternities.